All right, well, we didn't get Frank's new updated work. I was very curious. We'll see if it loads in at 8 o'clock. I'm curious to see what it sounds like with you as co-host. What kind of thing
You
that
think
you
he'll
said that can be.
You think he'll use
Yeah.
my words against me?
Yes, 100% he will,
Okay.
without question. I wonder if Ime Udoka's words were used against him in any way, shape, or form.
You mean in Boston or last night?
Last night.
Okay.
I don't know if he said anything that at halftime that they used his words against him with a 41-point third quarter from the Trailblazers. And Houston was kind of cruising for a while. I mean, they had a lead. It wasn't insurmountable by any stretch. But then all of a sudden, they went from looking like it was going to be kind of a boat race where they'd maintain anywhere from 3 to 7. And I thought they would walk away with it to now all of a sudden, oh, we got a game. What is this? Third quarter. And the Rockets scored in the third, but they were terrible, lousy in the fourth quarter. And then Brogdon showed up in the fourth quarter. The Rockets they hung on, and then they overtook the Portland Trailblazers, and it was a matter of finishing the final 4 minutes. They couldn't do it. They went to overtime, and then Portland just jumped out on them in overtime, and it was a done deal. And the Rockets have now lost back-to-back home games. They don't do this often. This is where they make hay. They've lost back-to-back games against a team that is only 13-31. I mean, this team is a bad team, 6-19 away from home. The Rockets have now fallen to 16-8 at home after getting off to a great start. I mean, that's fine. That's fine, but that's also why they're now 20-23. They're 3 games under 500. They're currently, I believe, still in the 11th spot of the West, but the home court value is not what it once was. And this is a Rocket team that is struggling with their identity again out of nowhere. And maybe they have their identity, but they're not playing consistent defensive basketball. And it's become a big problem. You can't lose games like this at home, not if you want to get into the playoff play-in at least. Losing to a team that had 6 wins on the road and you get beaten overtime, no good. And the Rockets yesterday defensively once again coming up a little bit short and did not get consistent performances across the board from starters. And it's they're not 100% where they need to be. Obviously, Jabari Smith was out yesterday. That was a big one, but the Rockets right now just are struggling to find themselves. It was a very disappointing game because I really did feel like, whatever happens here, the Rockets they're the better class team in this matchup, and they win in the end, and it didn't happen, and it's starting to get frustrating to see what's going on with the Rockets.
Yeah, Ime talked about it. We have sound from him regarding some of their shot selection, how they played on offense, but he talked about missing guys like Tari Eason and Jabari Smith.
He's been big. Don't you think Tari
contributing
Eason
to their defense of woes?
Hasn't he been the biggest? Like, Tari Eason's value to this team has never been greater, has never been on display more than over the last 2 weeks. Like, they really do. You see how valuable he is.
Yeah, he brings a certain element that they don't have, and then particularly when you don't have Jabari Smith on the floor either. As I mentioned, he may point to those two guys as why the defense is kind of lost its way, and we know it's a team that's maybe not allergic to scoring, but certainly has its issues sometimes shooting the basketball. And when you don't have those two guys out there to supplement your defense, you turn into playing games against the Trailblazers coming off the second night of a back-to-back where they lose a controversial game, at least in their eyes, a game they're protesting because they feel like they called a timeout that they didn't get against Oklahoma City. So they're coming in a little pissed off, coming in off a back-to-back, losing a heartbreaker, and they come in and Jeremy Grant hits a falling away bank shot 3 to tie the game, and then they kind of run away with an overtime, have complete control. So as much as you talked about the Rockets, you felt they would find their way to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
They would have, except for the shot, and Ime talked about that as well when they asked him about it. Is one of the more frustrating losses because of how that shot went down. He said, "Well, that shot was something we talked about whether we would foul, but there's not a lot of time, and he's going away from the basket. But you know what? A lot of things led up to that. It was more than the shot the way we played put us in a position for that shot to matter. So he wouldn't even put too much on the shot or how they played it because they did too many things previous to that that led to the loss.
Well, let's hear from Ime Udoka yesterday. He was very specific in one of the problems he thought the Rockets failed yesterday when it was in crunch time.
It was not carryover from what we did in the fourth to basically give ourselves a chance to win. I think too much hero ball one-on-one, not the ball movement. We kind of got us back in, and then defensively didn't have the same intensity that we were scrambling going after them. So, it's kind of indicative of the third quarter, and 57 in the first half, 41 in that quarter. Didn't come out with any intensity or defensive mindset at all. I think when games we're scoring easy, we scored 30 plus in every quarter. We sometimes get too comfortable, and to give up 41 in that third quarter is an embarrassment.
Yeah, I think that Udoka, and this is a sign of the good teams, the best teams, are able to stay focused with who they are and what they do when the going gets tough. Like the Rockets, it's a classic case of they've gotten substantially better at sharing the ball, at playing more fluid offensively, at not letting the ball get as sticky as it used to. That's a phrase we heard all the time. But when the going gets really tough and one player feels like they have to carry it, sometimes that happens with Jalen, sometimes that happens with Şengün, that's when your discipline's really tested. And I don't think the Rockets are disciplined enough at this stage, obviously not, to continue to play the best style of basketball to get the most efficient shots and the best looks. And I'm not saying, you can't go heavy to Şengün late in the game because he's going to give you your most efficient looks. But I do think that it's going to be really tough for this Rockets team because they don't have the level of wins. Like it just hasn't happened for them to be confident to stick with the plan. And that's why Udoka, that's why you're going to have games like this. You get into hero ball situations, and hero ball's all they played the year before. That's why, in the 2 years before, that's why they would always falter in the fourth quarter. They couldn't. Kevin Porter Jr. would think he had to take over, or Jalen would think he had to take over, and it turned into bad shots. We don't see it as much this year, but it does rear its head from time to time.
Yeah, mentioned Jalen Green, a guy we talked about quite a bit yesterday. We had Roosh Williams on the show to discuss the potential future and maybe the more immediate present for Jalen Green. Had a nice night, 29 points like on 24 shots isn't great. Then that was not helped by the 3-point percentage, but 50% from the floor is good. The efficiency you'd like maybe got to the line more, shot better from three, but you can't knock the night overall as far as scoring. But I watched bits and pieces of his game, and you talk about it quite a bit. Where if he can be in a more free flowing offense, he'll get shots, and he got to his mid range pull up quite a bit on they weren't really plays. He would maybe get something off a screen and exploit that and get to a spot and make a shot. So these are the flashes that people see, and they think, okay, why can't we see that more often? And it may be simply a product of your theory about his lack of ability to play in structure. But him and Şengün, the two guys you would want to have good nights, did, but without Jabari, without Tari, without that defensive punch, they could not put away that Trailblazers team. The 41 points that Ime talked about is ridiculous, particularly for a team that you would think would be tired coming off no rest, coming from Oklahoma City. And whatever happened at halftime where the Rockets felt like they had control. I mean, they're only up by 6, but every time Portland kind of made a run, they kind of pushed them away for the first 24 minutes of that game. That third quarter changed it. And the shot is a shot. It's improbable. It's one that 9 out of 10 times Jeremy Grant probably doesn't make, and we're having a different discussion because they win the game. But Ime's, at least in his post-game comments, would have still been bothered by how they got there. And these are the things you're going to see. I would say a young team because of you have Jalen, you have Dylan, you have Şengün, but Jeff Green played 38 minutes.
Jeff was out there. Yeah.
Dylan Brooks played 30-plus minutes. Fred VanVleet. So you did have several veterans on the team, but that wasn't enough to overcome a bad defensive night.
Well, you call them veterans; they're called old heads. Well, Dylan Brooks isn't really
an old
but
head.
He's got he's not really an old head.
Uncle Jeff, you could call an old
Uncle
head.
Jeff definitely is. Yeah. VanVleet has the soul of an old head. He looks kind of old heady. There a little bit later, I want to get into the Rockets and whether or not they'll make a trade. And I want to take a look at some of the positions. There's a list the Chronicle had, and I think, they're in a weird place where you're 11th, and you're not ready to win any kind of championship. So you don't want to make any dumb trades, part-time, Band-Aid trades. Any trade that you make has to be for the good of the team moving forward for more than a year or two, or it has to be to position yourself, in moving a guy like Jalen Green who you don't want to pay contractually in the future. I do know this. Jabari Smith was out. If you missed it on Saturday, he came down with a rebound, twisted his ankle, and I don't know if he came down with the ball, but he twisted his ankle, and he is out, maybe out a little bit longer. Tari Eason, they say, is a week away. Udoka said he's a week away from contact drill. So we're still probably 10 days to 2 weeks away from Tari Eason being back. And that is, he is super valuable to this team. Tari Eason he's just such a good rebounder. Have you ever noticed his production per minute? When he's on the court, he's immediately tapping loose balls to teammates, grabbing offensive rebounds, getting putbacks, causing turnovers in the backcourt when they're pressuring. Just little things. He gets the junk baskets around the goal. He's just such an important part of what the Rockets do, he and Jabari Smith. And when they're both out, you sense there's just something missing when it's Londale and Jeff Green.
Londale.
Yeah. And he even had his best game as a Rocket. They were talking, it's funny, Craig Ackerman, and they even were brutally honest. He and Ryan Holland said, it hasn't been the best year for Landale, but this is probably his best game to date. He's having one of his best games. It still wasn't.
We still haven't learned his name.
Is it Londale or Landale?
You said Londale, and that got me saying Londale, but it's Landale. Then
it
you
is
corrected
Landale.
yourself to Landale.
Yeah, they say Landale. I think it's more Londale, and I have an Australian accent that I'll sometimes speak with.
Uh-huh.
So when they speak it, they don't say Landale. They say Londale. Lawndale.
Okay.
That's how if John says, if he says, he sometimes will speak Spanish names with a Spanish accent.
Sure.
Right? Gloria, or I don't know. I can't do. He did something the other day where I asked him about that.
What, he rolled an R or
so
something?
what? Yeah, he probably rolled an R. Why? Or Art? He called him Rascon.
Rafael? Oh,
Rascon.
Art Rascon?
Rascon.
Okay.
Gon. Rascon. So why don't we, if you do that, and because that's how you pronounce
Australian.
it, Lawndale. Why don't we say Jack Lawndale?
Well, most people.
I know you come up like this.
Well, most people don't break
oh,
it. Most
look
people.
At this. He got a rebound and didn't even turn it over.
Most announcers don't break into an accent that represents the country where the guy's from. They just speak in their regular accent. So they don't go, if John was calling a game of Eduardo Nahara, he might roll an R, but most people don't do that.
No, but if you're showing respect to the country, you should say Lawndale.
I think Australians would find that more insulting.
Not Landale.
They don't want you.
They definitely don't say Landale.
They don't want
Australia.
you butchering their accent.
No, they would appreciate that.
Like, you want Ryan Hollins breaking into an Australian accent? Then y'all need to stop
coming over and getting all of our jobs.
Our jobs?
Okay,
what job
Australians?
What job are they taking away from you?
They're taking away from good American actors. All these New Zealanders and Australianers need to stop. Some people call them Australians.
It's just Australians.
But I call them Australanders.
Australians,
all of you.
It's not a thing.
Stop coming over and taking our jobs.
What job do you think they took away from a great American actor?
I mean, Nicole Kidman took away
something from Julia Roberts.
Years.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think Julia Roberts was hurting for roles and Nicole Kidman
what
was
about
taking them
Demi
away?
Moore? We're watching her on TV right now. When's the last time you saw her in a movie?
Well, that's because
she's scratchy voice.
She's an older woman.
What about Sandra Bullock? She needs more work.
No, she doesn't.
She could have been. She could have played the roles that Nicole Kidman played. The Australians have been taking our jobs for years, and
you
now
think Sandra Bullock was struggling for acting roles?
Yeah, because the Australians and the English come over and play Americans all the time, and we don't say anything about them doing our accents. Why can announcers like Craig Ackerman and everyone else say, "Oh, it's a good shot by Jock"? They wouldn't say good shot, but he should have had that one. Lawndale didn't come up with a rebound there. That's what he's paid to do. Come up with rebounds, maybe show some type of rim protection, but nothing.
Because
mean,
there's
do
not
that.
there's not a requirement for an Australian to call Australian accents to call basketball games. Like if you if you come over here and do an American role, we want to hear the American accent.
Would John say, if there was a Mexican basketball player, would he ever say "orale"
Probably
in the middle of a game? Yeah, he would. John would.
And he get fired. Yes,
John
he
would get fired. Yeah.
Yes.
John could not do nationals.
Crikey, as Ralph on YouTube says. By the way, you can watch us on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you want to do that. Would you say crikey if Londell misses a
No,
shot?
because that's just, I don't even know if that's real. That's just, what was that guy's name?
They say crikey.
Is it real?
No, it's not. It's not exclusive to. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Shrimp on the ball.
It's not exclusive to that guy.
Yeah.
Paul Hogan.
What was his name?
I don't.
Crocodile Dundee.
Crocodile
Dundee.
I went with his real name, Paul Hogan, because I couldn't think of his
Crocodile Dundee.
character name. It's not. Crikey isn't specific to him or unique to him. All Australians say crikey. You know what Canadians do? Instead of saying holy S, they go holy. So they're polite, so they don't want to say.
They do?
Yeah, they go holy instead of saying holy.
Not Ryan
S.
Lashane
Well,
doesn't.
he's not a real Canadian. He's not.
He's super Canadian.
He's not polite.
If you
Isn't he French Canadian?
No, he's Manitoba.
Oh,
Like
Lashane
they
isn't
fight
French?
for fun.
Lashane
Well,
isn't French.
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Can't trust them.
No, he's Eastern European, he's Ukrainian.
Like they say, to be polite, holy, and the Australians say crikey.
I don't say crikey.
They
say
do.
Lawndale.
Lawndale.
This guy wasn't even worth his contract. Well, that's why they need to go after Clint Capella at the trade deadline.
You want Clint Capella back
Yes.
as a backup big?
More than this guy.
A real
'Cause then I could-
American.
Yeah, he's a real
Exactly.
American.
Yeah.
Clint Capella, real American. Played with James Harden. Nothing's more American than strip clubs, stuffed turkey legs, and
Can you guess Clint Capella's?
sitting out. Well, he doesn't really sit out
No.
for money.
Can you
He
guess
plays.
Clint Capella's nationality? Do you think you could guess it?
He is. He's from like Belgium, isn't he? Or Denmark, Belgium.
Switzerland.
Yeah, he's one of those tricky.
Don't. Watch
no,
yourself.
just tricky like.
Watch
No,
yourself.
no, I don't mean it. I just mean tricky like you don't know where he's from.
Well, the Swiss have
Tricky.
always brought in people from
Yeah.
different parts of the world.
well, for
And,
soccer teams, probably. No, they don't actually on their soccer team.
no, they do.
They do?
There are people of like Turkish and other descents yeah, it's a country that's very inclusive, and they bring in people from all over the world and give
Apparently,
them Swiss
we are
nationality.
too because Australians and the British are taking our acting jobs. But we just sit there and take it.
Oh, poor Eric Layden.
Yeah, we just sit there and take it. And then I watch somebody like, man, what a great role. This person's really good. And I hear him on
Would
an
you rather
interview.
have Christian Bale or an American in a role?
I mean,
There it is. You'd
in
rather have
American
Christian Bale.
Psycho, Christian Bale.
You'd rather have Christian Bale in most roles as opposed to an American. You rather have Christian Bale or Glenn Powell in a role.
Until I hear him, and then I hear, like, I'm just waiting to hear Jeffrey Wright say, well, this has been quite a ride for me. It's very difficult. I, of course, had the role where I was a robot, and then I, like,
On
no, I don't.
Westworld?
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
want Jeffrey Wright to sound. I don't want him to be British. He's not British, right?
No, he's from Washington, D.C.
But he looks like he could be British.
He's very refined.
Yeah, he is refined. All right, 7:18.
Crikey.
Crikey, I went way past that. Look what happens when you do. I was just kind of sleepy early talking about the Rockets.
I'm going to
losing to
give you a little
Portland,
credit.
but
I'm giving you a little credit
Yeah.
because you didn't devolve into your ADD nonsense until the second day. Yesterday, you were pretty on point because we had interviews. And by the way,
Yeah.
Robert Flores will join us at 7:45 talk about Josh Hader and other Astro stuff. But it took about 8 minutes into this show to dive into all the nonsense you normally get into.
this is what makes me great. And what people,
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
You just said it. What do you
No,
mean?
no, but I'm saying people say that.
No,
Is
people
that
don't
what
say
makes
that.
what makes it seem like fun is that they don't know. It's
By the way, he said break 3 minutes.
literally no idea where it's headed. The 7:19 here on the bench. All right, 7:23. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start opening up the phone lines because it might be an ADD morning for me. So I could
be.
Well, you don't even have sports on. We're watching A Few Good Men today.
You want to go back to Sports Center,
or
or you want to comment on Demi Moore?
I am actually looking at all these old acts like, hey, look at that's kind of regular Kiefer Sutherland. He's always been mean looking. Like he's got resting mean face.
He does.
There's never anything that even in 24 he looked mean.
He's got resting bad guy face. Like like if you just cast him as a villain and you're good.
Yeah, like at our station.
Who would you cast as the villain here?
I'm going to take a lot of crap for it. Joel.
Well, you're only going to take crap from
Joel's
Joel.
going to be mad.
You're only going to take crap from Joel. I think the rest of the lineup
Joel
would agree.
doesn't smile that often. I would say John's got some villainous things to him. He's got a little.
Yeah, you're right. I think John would be a villain too.
John for sure would be a villain. I'd be one of the good guys.
No, you wouldn't.
Let's see.
You'd be the comic relief.
Michael Connor and Josh Beard would be good guys. Paul Gallant would be a good guy.
What about Jeremy Branham?
Yeah, people think he looks like a Chat GPT character, like an AI character.
I've heard that. I think you're comic relief. They cut to you like two times or three times a movie for a joke, and
I want a catchphrase at least, but yeah,
I'm sure. Of course you do. Of course you want a
I
catchphrase.
want a catchphrase.
Like, no, your catchphrase.
Are you having a laugh?
Your catchphrase, I'm a numbers guy. And everyone would be like, that has nothing to do with numbers.
That's right. Don't look at me. I'm a numbers guy. And then I could just walk out of the room when things are getting hot.
And the entire room.
Guys, I'm a numbers guy. When I walk in, yeah, that's a good one.
The entire room would ignore you and go, he's not a numbers guy. And that's
a good one.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of villains here. John was probably the top villain.
Yes. I think John would fit as a villain. And I think Joel would be his henchman, though.
Yeah. Joel looks like he'd get after you.
Yeah.
Because in real life, he will.
He will
so
get
I
after
probably
you.
know too much about him. But, but the rest of the shows don't seem as villainy. He seemed like a villain. And Brad Kellner used to have a little bit of a he wasn't a villain, but he had like what could have been like a little bit of a devious kind of, his eyebrows went a certain way. He was a little bit potentially devious.
A supervillain type, like in a
just you gotta watch him. You just gotta watch him.
I think he'd be the guy no one expected in a Bond movie who
turns
turns out to be a bad guy.
Yeah, the good guy who turns on you.
Yeah.
He'll
turn on. Yeah. Now,
he would have deep-seated issues that we don't know about until it pops up.
D'Amico Ryan's D'Amico's in a Marvel movie.
Okay.
100%. That's not even close. Ime Udoka could be a bad guy. Look at his face. You want to talk about resting mean face?
Ask the people in Boston.
Well, I'm not even saying that. When you look at, Ime's got that look like he always looks like you're about to get in trouble. Like he knows he knows your grades. He got on your grade speed, and he knows what your grades are, and he's waiting for you to tell him. And he's got that. Now, D'Amico is definitely superhero.
He called the greatest American hero a soft-ass boy to his face.
Yeah. He did. He called him a soft-ass boy, LeBron James.
The best or second best player of all time.
He called to his face. He called him a soft-ass boy.
I mean,
yeah, he would. He does have that in him.
He's got villain vibes for sure. And then Dusty wouldn't have, and we don't have enough on Espada.
No,
we don't have enough on Espada. So
D'Amico's
Bill
such a
O'Brien's
good guy.
super villain, but he'll get killed early. Like he's one of the guys in the movie.
Yeah, he's not a super villain. He's the dumb villain who's like, you think he's the guy, but he's the guy.
He's at a meetup early on, and he's yelling at everybody.
But he's too obvious, and someone will just kill him.
Exactly.
In the first, in the action movie, in the first chase scene to start the movie, he's the bad guy.
Yeah, 100%. He sets the tone with, man, what an a-hole. Like, we got to come out of this. I need somebody that's kind of an over-the-top bad guy, like somebody
villain.
where we can really juxtapose the good guy, like somebody like a Bill O'Brien type. Yeah, actually,
Bill O'Brien.
Yes, let's get Bill O'Brien.
He's the guy, like, in the opening scene of Transporter.
But he is getting killed by...
Who Jason Statham kicks in the face a couple times and kills him, and then we go on to the rest of the movie.
Yeah, he falls off of a... he falls out of something.
Or who James Bond has to get, a disc from to start it.
Yeah, but he doesn't survive, he's a set-the-tone bad guy.
The credits are still
because
rolling.
in those James Bond movies, they always kill the exotic woman first as opposed to the real love interest. Bill O'Brien would kill her. James Bond would have to kill Bill O'Brien before James Bond finds the actual woman he loves.
Or the story arc, the character, what do they call it? Not the story arc, but the
character development?
No, the origin story. The origin story is they go back, they flash back, and Bill O'Brien has done something bad to this person,
Of course.
and now they're vengeance. Like he killed John Wick's dog or whatever. Like John Wick is who he is because of Bill O'Brien.
Well,
Like I could see that.
To be fair,
a bunch of Bill O'Brien.
John Wick was always John Wick, and he was out of the game, and Bill O'Brien killed his dog and brought it back in.
Okay, well that's what I mean. Then you could have used Bill O'Brien, but the origin story starts with Bill O'Brien being an a-hole, and then eventually,
he's a B
they
or
get
C,
rid of him.
He's a B or C villain who gets wiped out very early until you get to the main one. That's what
and
he
it's
is.
happening all. The Nick Saban story. He gets wiped out of that story. He gets wiped out of the Patriots story with Bill Belichick. Look at Bill Belichick in that movie. Bill O'Brien is the one who comes in, and it goes sideways because he's come in and he screws things up, and Bill O'Brien. Good luck, Ryan Day. I mean, you have added all these top tier at Ohio State transfer portal guys. If they don't win at the highest level, and I mean your number one, Bill O'Brien is destined to lose.
If
to
Ryan
Michigan.
Day loses a fourth year in a row to, I guess,
Michigan?
Sharon Moore, who looks
it looks
the
like
likely
he's
guy.
going to.
Oh, by the way, Jim Harbaugh, Chargers head coach.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh made it official yesterday. I think that was
It had to happen this year, right?
it had.
You win
it
a
had to
title.
happen. As a
You've
matter
been
of fact,
flirting for years.
nobody in Michigan seems upset at all.
I think they got what they needed out of him. He finally won. You do this flirting thing every offseason.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving us a title. Now bye. We appreciate it. Thank you. We're always going
I
to
think
remember you.
I think they're actually a little bit happy they don't have to deal with.
I think so
the
too.
flirting.
Maybe now the next hire will be very important. Apparently, it'll be Sharon Moore. But not having to deal with this every offseason, I think, is a relief because the next guy they hire probably is going to be around for years as long as he's successful. So he came. When did he get there? Like 2015? That's when he first?
Yeah, I think so. 15, 16.
Yeah, so
I think maybe 16.
It was not even that long, but the losses Ohio State kind of built to a point where they're wondering whether they're going to fire him coming off the pandemic year. He turns it around thanks to the cheating, I guess. They win their title. He's done flirting with other teams. He's out the door. He's in the NFL, and they can move on. Like it's not a bad 7-8 year period for Michigan football when it culminates in a title, and then they can go on to their next era, whoever that might be.
Before I get to a break, Childish Altuve says Jim Harbaugh is resting mean face. He's got resting confused face now. It's kind of morphed into where he's looking around like when you can't find something on a shelf and you're looking, and that's kind of what Jim Harbaugh looks like. He squints his eyes and he's not sure where something is. But Ime Yanez says, Ime reminds me of Logan Wolverine, a true anti-hero. I could see that.
Did you see Logan?
I think I did, actually. And I don't even like your little cartoons, as John calls them.
Well, that wasn't a cartoon, just a Western with a guy with metal coming out of his
Oh,
hands.
no, I didn't see that. I saw Wolverine, the movie. I'm
talking about Logan, old man Logan, when he's like decrepit and about to die and stuff like that. But
For some reason, I feel like I did. Maybe I went and saw it with one of my kids.
You took
I
your
feel
kids to a rated R?
Oh, no, I wouldn't have done
you
that.
wouldn't have done that, no.
That was a rated R movie?
Like I said, it's pretty much a Western, but with slight superhero influence, but it's not a traditional one where John would get all upset.
No, not like – so it's kind of like when the vampire killer was Abraham Lincoln?
No, that was much
like that.
That's much different. Shout out to Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter or whatever it's called. No, this is Wolverine as an old man on his last legs, but he's got one more fight in him. I got one more in me, is what he said, and it's all the, and they even talk about Shane the Western. That's a big part of a plot.
If you got knives in your hands, you can kill a lot of. It doesn't matter how old you are. You're still extraordinarily.
Did you know
dangerous.
that's not his mutant power? The knives. His mutant
It's
power.
healing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's our nerdy talk of the.
It's healing, but it's not superpower. It's a killing power.
It's a killing power. Yes.
Well, I've got these multiple knives, and at any point they can come out, and I can just do this and slit your throat.
And the strongest steel known to man.
Yeah. So I'm not messing with my dad at 78 right now.
Yeah.
I think that's what he is, or whatever he is, 76. I'm not messing with him still. He's a Marine and offensive line coach. You never mess with that combination. And you also don't mess with old men with knives coming out of their hands.
You think that's a
I don't
bad
care
idea?
how old you are. I'm not messing with you. 7:32 here on the show. When we come back, we will get into the coaching carousel. I think we're starting to get safe here. I think Bobby Slowick
It's the Commanders
is
or
coming
nothing
back.
for him if he doesn't get that job. And Boomer Science said there's a lock for someone else. So we can talk about that. Maybe it means, I don't know what Boomer Esiason knows, but he says the commander's job is a lock for a different candidate, not named Bobby Slowick, which would mean we're probably safe if Boomer's right. We can talk about that.
7:33 here on John, Lance, the bench, Dell, Sean, the whole 9 yards. 713-780-3776. I want to talk about QC Kinetics, what they've been able to do. Speaking of superpowers, one of the things that QC Kinetics does is, you think Wolverine heals quickly with his inside his own body. How about you when you go to QC Kinetics? How about they take the body's healing power, they concentrate it, they put it back into the joint. So what this means is, if you got a back or a shoulder or a knee, especially knees and hips, I know this works really well there too and is used frequently. They can take the chronic pain that you're having and they begin to regenerate and restore damaged and lost tissue. What does that mean to you? Well, it means inflammation comes down, and so you have better mobility. But probably most importantly, it doesn't hurt all the time. Doesn't it suck to wake up in the middle of the night? You hurt. You get out of bed, you hurt. You're sitting down at the office, you hurt. You can't get the same workouts in that you used to. You want to go play golf, but you can't. You want to go play basketball, but you can't. Or you can for a while, but then it starts to flare up and you don't move as well. I mean, that's really no way to live that life. How about you start to you begin to heal those issues within the joints with QC Kinetics? It really works. And they have 4 locations available. You don't have to get the surgery, the steroid shots, or even keep taking pain medicine for the rest of your life. There is an alternative, and it's one that has long-term success rate at a high level. It's QCkinetics.com, QCkinetics.com. Wow. You got your own little thing there.
The best attributes of you two make me. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm. I would say that's accurate. All right, 7:37. So Jim Harbaugh goes to the Chargers. What were you going to say about what are we looking at here from a coaching standpoint? The job's still open and what it looks like.
Well, we know the Atlanta job is open, and Bobby Slowick has been called in for a second interview there. So while that feels like a Belichick variable spot, Bobby Slowick is still in the running for that. We know about his connection with the Commanders because of the former San Francisco 49ers executive, now the GM there. Although Boomer Esiason says that job is a lock for one Ben Johnson. So if Boomer is right, noted newsbreaker Boomer Esiason, that means another job is off the table for Slowick. So if that were the case, we're only worried about the Falcons, even though that one seems destined. If Bill Belichick wants it, he'll get it. So we're at a point where if Boomer Esiason is right,
Well,
all we have to do is worry about Bill Belichick turning the job
Are we
down.
worried about Carolina?
You think no one should take that job?
Well, I don't think it's a great job. I think you got to be pretty strong to take it. I don't think you want to be. Look, you can if it's about Bryce Young, I get it, and I think it's easy to say it's about Bryce Young, but I think it's bigger than that. If you can you can bring a good offensive coordinator in and help Bryce Young. You're talking about head coaching job. Bobby Slowick has had 1 year calling plays, and you want him to go over there and take over an organization that's in a little bit of a mess with a very strong-willed owner. That would be horrible for Bobby Slowick. Just horrible.
Well, Mike Vrabel.
He's not ready for that. Vrabel's ready for
Mike Vrabel, after interviewing with Atlanta yesterday, will be interviewing with the Panthers today. So maybe Vrabel is maybe he goes and takes that job, and then we're worried about Atlanta and the Commanders. So to your point and your belief that Slowick isn't going anywhere despite John's irrational fears, it seems more and more likely you're going to be right. It certainly helps, as we talked about, that you have these – don't dab. It's embarrassing for everybody. That three major names became available, Belichick, Harbaugh, and Vrabel, all guys who are going to attract attention. Not that Slowick might have been in line for the Chargers job, but thankfully Harbaugh took it. And hopefully Belichick, for Houston's sake, wants a job, and so does Vrabel, because those two would probably be favored over Slowick, and that would mean Commanders are bust. And Ben Johnson is the likely winner because Boomer Esiason said so. So you may be right. Slowick may be here for another year, but in all likelihood, they're going to lose to Rod Johnson. I know he's in line possibly for the Eagles OC job. They're interested in him. So you still may lose an important part of that offensive room, but you don't lose the most important part outside of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I think it's important for the Texans to have Slowick here a second year, and I think Slowick does a nice job. But once again, when you look at his resume, he's been a dude 1 year. I mean, he still has stuff to learn. And selfishly, I want him to stay. I want him to stay and keep working on this offense. Keep working on have a second year of understanding what he has with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. We outlined yesterday pretty extensively some of the issues the Texans have in terms of deciding whether or not to pay their own guys or whether or not to unleash another barrage of free agents. Let guys walk and do the free agent game. I don't think they're going to be big spend. I think they'll be big spenders, but mostly on their own guys. I don't think we're going to see the headline wide receiver. I mean, big time, the T. Higgins type. I just don't think that's coming. I don't think we're going to see that. This is a pretty good year for wide receiver draft, so that's something to keep an eye on. And, man, I watched J.T. Sanders yesterday. I haven't finished him yet, from Texas. Holy crap, is he talented. I mean, Texas really screwed the pooch by not getting him the ball more. I think Quinn Ewers didn't get him the ball enough. He is super talented.
It's funny you say that, considering how great of a year they had, but they did have this weapon that they did not. I mean,
he had 600 yards receiving, and they had Mitchell, and they had. I mean, they're going to have three guys drafted in the first 3 rounds.
Is he a guy that if he comes on the field, everyone?
Well, 3 offensive guys. I mean,
is he a guy in the NFL when he's on the field, people know it's a passing situation because he can't block, or can he block?
I don't know. I'm only watching the pass pro, so I got to look at the blocking stuff. I know he's one of those guys who he was pulling on a play, and because I was watching Mitchell, and he blocked somebody who was like a cornerback, and he knocked him down, and he started immediately doing the flex
over him.
Like as the play was going on. He stood and started walking like this to the sideline. I'm like, dude, you're like 255 and you knocked down a guy 180. Stop walking to the sideline doing Hulk arms. That's not the move. That's just not the move. And
so a 70-pound difference doesn't warrant the Hulk arms?
You don't have to start flexing in the middle of the play. We got to break it here. I'm a guy who gets out on time. And coming up next, we've got our friend Robert Flores, who's going to join us from MLB Network to talk about Josh Hader, the great Josh Hader, and what the Astros are looking like this year, and where some of his concerns and where some of the areas that he's really excited about will be headed into the year. So if you guys want to jump in, 713-780-3776. Don't miss Robert Flores up next. Our old friend, Houstonian, proud Houstonian, Robert Flores, Roflo, joins us today. John is out today, Roflo, but Dell is in. Our producer is sitting in as a host, and we still want to talk Major League Baseball with you, and specifically, we got a new reliever. Now, I don't know if we've got a new closer, but, I mean, he does closer things. How do you see this playing out with left-hand closer Josh Hader and right-hand closer Ryan Presley?
First of all, good morning. I don't think you pay him $95 million to be a setup guy, so he's going to be the closer. And Ryan Presley, who you could make the case has been one of the best postseason closers of his generation, is going to be an eighth-inning guy. It does give Joe Espada some flexibility because, on the nights, obviously Josh Hader can't close every game, but on the nights that he is not available, and, he addressed when he was in Milwaukee, he was kind of hesitant to close on back-to-back days or pitch on back-to-back days. I don't know what conversations in that regard have been held, but whatever the case is, Josh Hader on most nights is going to be the guy that gets those final three outs.
Robert, it's very Houston-centric, but we're thinking about the 7, 8, 9 of Presley. However it breaks down, Presley, Abreu, and Hader as the most dominant, possibly 7, 8, 9 in all of baseball. Is that simply Houston-colored glasses, or do you go along with that particular thought?
Yeah, no, I think it's fair and accurate to put those three as the best trio in Major League Baseball. The thing that concerns me with the Astros is what is behind those three. Getting back to my earlier point is that those guys can't pitch every game. So I think right now the Astros lack a little depth in their bullpen. They're going to need Rafael Montero to look like he did in 2022, not in 2023. But they've lost a lot of innings. Maton, Stanek, Neris, et cetera. So right now they're a little top-heavy for me. But the thing about bullpen and bullpens is that they're very mercurial. So you can have unexpected seasons from guys that come out of nowhere. And also you can kind of work in the margins to find some arms to fill in the holes. And that's what Dana Brown and the Astros have to do now.
Well, and I think it's, the Astros are also uniquely suited with having some starters come back from injury. And now, when you really go through the numbers and you see, okay, Urquidy, Javier, Justin Verlander, you've got obviously Garcia, you've got J.P. France, Lance McCullers, Hunter Brown. When you go through these numbers, it clearly doesn't match a five-man rotation. You have excess. So one or two of those guys are going to become are going to end up in the bullpen. And how do you sell that to these guys? Because all of them have had success as starting pitchers. Do you see them dealing one of those arms? Do you see a guy like Urquidy becoming a guy who eats up 3 innings at a time? How do you see them handling that excess of starters?
Well, I view right now for this season, for 2024, I view, and I have a gut feeling that the Astros can view it this way too, Garcia and McCullers is basically one pitcher because both are coming off significant injuries. For Garcia, it's Tommy John, so there's going to be an innings limit on him. McCullers has struggled with his health in the past couple of seasons, and I read, I think it was in The Athletic, Chandler Rome writing, he's not expected back till around the All-Star break. So I view those guys as basically one person in terms of how many innings they can give you. I think for Justin Verlander, I think having a 6-man rotation is extremely beneficial. When they were using a 6-man rotation during the course of 2022, it kept everyone fresh, not just the starters, but the bullpen as well. And that's why they were so effective in the postseason. So I'm with you. There is a surplus, but it's to a point. I would not deal, and I don't think the Astros have any designs on dealing any of their starting pitchers right now because they know how important their depth is right now.
A lot of talk, at least in this town, about relievers. The present and the past. Billy Wagner doesn't make the Hall of Fame. If we're doing the on-pace guy thing, it looks like he might or possibly will make it on his last attempt next year. But my question was regarding how contentious these votes always are. I don't get the sense that the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and really the Basketball Hall of Fame, everyone makes it, so it doesn't really matter. But why are these things so contentious? Is it because baseball writers love to give their opinion of why they didn't vote someone in? Why do these things always devolve into the back and forth of people being really upset that one of their guys doesn't make it?
Well, bigger picture, that's where we are as a society. We're not happy unless we're fighting with one another. We're not happy unless we're angry about something. A lot of this stuff is performative. People like to get online and puff their chest and stuff like that. So I really, 99.9% of the voters take it very seriously. They're very, very knowledgeable. They know more about baseball than probably, I don't want to say no, but they've seen more baseball than probably all three of us combined. So I think it's just the nature of the beast. That's why First Take is so popular. We like to argue. We like to be angry for really no apparent reason. That being said, Billy Wagner should have been in the Hall of Fame years ago. Lance Berkman should be in the Hall of Fame.
Isn't that crazy? Lance Berkman's numbers. Jeremy Branham, a host here, took the numbers. And this isn't necessarily fair, but he took the home numbers away from Helton. He doubled his road numbers and showed that, which once again, that's not exactly fair. But then he put them against, transposed them or juxtaposed them against Lance Berkman's. Lance Berkman being off the ballot in 1 year, not getting 5%, and you look at what he did is a travesty.
Yeah, I think the better case head-to-head, if you want to look at a case-by-case basis, I think compare Lance Berkman to Edgar Martinez. I think that's the more accurate, for me, case-by-case or head-to-head basis, if you will. And also consider Lance Berkman for a while played a premium defensive position, center field. So, like I said, just big picture, 99.9% of the voters that vote for the Baseball Hall of Fame know what they're doing. There's but like with anything, there's a few that make you kind of scratch your head. But this Hall of Fame talk is just, like I said, it's devolved into really kind of performative, fake, online rage. And it's really kind of, it's a time of the year that I don't really enjoy. But that being said, it's a very important exercise. We obviously have to do it. And that being said, Billy Wagner should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame a long time ago. Gary Sheffield should be in. Andrew Jones should be in, and Lance Berkman should be in.
Yeah, and Sheffield fell off the ballot, and Lance Berkman only got 1 year, which is, once again, absolutely outlandish. You mentioned First Take. Who is the Stephen A. Smith guy at MLB Network? Like, who's the guy that's kind of the muckraker?
Thankfully, we
You mean the guy they overwork?
bully?
Yeah, thankfully we don't have any.
Okay.
We don't have any fake pro wrestlers in our building.
I thought you were asking the guy.
We're good.
I thought you were asking who they overwork and overpay, because isn't
you want to say that too? I'll let you throw that out.
I don't think he's going to answer that question.
Hey, before we let you go, we know you have a TV show to do. Dell was bringing up the dominant 1, 2, 3 of Abreu to
Presley
to Hader. As a Houston fan, as a longtime Houston sports fan, how do they compare, in your opinion, that big three to Dotel to Lidge to Wagner?
Yeah, that's a great comparison. People nationwide are kind of sleeping on just how good Duck Dotel was, and then Brad Lidge before he became Brad Lidge, and then to go to Billy Wagner. That's pretty filthy. Those guys were nearly automatic, and I think they kind of get slept on, like I said, nationwide, of just how good of a trio that was. We'll have to wait and see. Like I said, I mean, relievers can be mercurial, can be kind of up and down, but look, you definitely trust the body of work that those three have put together. Josh Hader is, I think, the premier closer right now in the game. Ryan Presley has been arguably the best postseason closer of his generation, and Brian Abreu, I think, is a closer in waiting. So I think it's going to be, like I said, if when those guys are right and the Astros have the lead in that seventh inning, you got to feel pretty good about their chances of closing out that game and getting the win.
Robert Flores, MLB Network, we appreciate you jumping in and talking a little Hader and Astros with us today. and go get them today. Are you on TV today this morning, or are you taking a
No,
break?
I'm actually on my way to a boxing class, so I'm ready to, my hands are lethal. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, you got to keep it that way when you're an Astros fan, just in case somebody wants to start something. Just in case somebody wants to start something,
no
Rofo.
telling who's going to come and run up on me.
That's right. That's right. All right, 7:57. Thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
You got it. Bye-bye.
All right, that's Robert Flores from MLB Network. When we come back, we will go over some of the stuff we haven't talked about. We'll hit on the Rockets again. If you're watching yesterday and you felt frustration at the end of that game and the way that it played out, jump in. Want to hear from you. Rocket fans, we don't get as many calls from Rocket fans, but while it's a fun year, it's turning into a little bit of a frustrating year. It started really fun, and now it's turning a little bit frustrating with how things are going. But there's a couple of interesting statistics that came out of the game yesterday that I want to get to that should paint the direction in a little bit rosier light. 7:57 here. You can watch us on YouTube. Go to the YouTube channel for ESPN 97.5 and watch us on YouTube. I'm going to pull it up, start chatting on YouTube, and we'll get going from there. But I don't have a spot here, right? Yeah, that's right. That must have been your computer that yelled something at me, Dell. 7:57, 713-780-3776. You're listening to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, 8:02. So it's going to be all game shows. Game shows and I guess some video game stuff. Did I hear Frogger? I think I heard Frogger.
You
there.
were worried about Frank using my words to come after me. He has his eyes dead set on you and John for the most part.
Yeah, I think that's true. We're having a little bit of a war between Twitch people who don't want to go to YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch also if you want, but we prefer.
You broke the rules.
Oh, no, we're not supposed to. Yeah, don't go to Twitch, right?
We don't even, rule? We don't even know that Twitch exists.
Oh, we don't?
No.
After all these years of knowing?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, you can go watch us on
we're
YouTube.
ghosting.
There's a chat room in there right now that
with Ralph.
Only Ralph is chatting, but I will jump in here in a second. And you can watch the show. It's been going on. We've had it on a different platform
since Monday.
And now we're going to YouTube. Now we're on YouTube. So you can go to the ESPN 97.5 channel and then do that.
Yeah, just type in ESPN Houston. It'll come up, and there's a live option, certainly. And you can chat with Ralph and Lance and
just
others.
hit live, yeah.
Yeah. Go to YouTube, ESPN Houston, type it in, and you're good to go. There's a chat and everything. It's much like that other thing we used to talk about, but we don't anymore.
Yeah. Do they see our chat? Yes, we do see your chat.
We do see your chat. I see you. I don't want to butcher your last name. You have the last name of Rodriguez. I don't want to butcher your first name, but we do see you.
Isahir.
And
see it. Dustin's here.
There's Dustin.
Here we go. Here we go. By the way, I heard. I think Love. Jordan Love said, "Here we go" before a snap this week.
I think he did it. I think
last week
at the end of the game to mock what was going on. I think on the kneel down. I think he said it.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yes.
Oh, maybe he was mocking. So he
was. I believe that was what he was doing.
He was just mocking Dak.
Yeah.
Why is Dak so hated by people? Why is he not?
Because he's the Cowboys quarterback.
Okay, I'll show you an example right here. Rockets lost. So,
by the way,
I told you I would tell you about the Rockets losing.
Yes,
they lost. They were kind of cruising against a bad team, not big lead, but it's a bad team to be sure. The Portland
coming
Trailblazers.
off a back-to-back.
Rockets are becoming they're not a bad team. They're just not a consistent team.
No.
But they're coming off a back-to-back game where they did get hosed. They were
Portland was in. I say coming off a back-to-back. It was the second night of a back-to-back for Portland. They were in Oklahoma City the night before. They believe they called a timeout on their final possession. Didn't get it. Possession didn't go well. Oklahoma City.
Well, here's what happened. They were
wins.
calling a timeout, and they called it traveling because it was one of those things where you're calling timeout and the play's over, and you know what I mean.
But they didn't get the timeout.
Yeah, but they didn't call. The referee said he didn't see it because he was focusing on the play, so he called it travel. And they're like, dude, what are you doing? Obviously, we've got multiple timeouts. There's 17 seconds. This is a time where you call timeout. What are you doing? So they are petitioning the league for a redo. And
it rarely happens.
I don't remember it ever happening. Apparently, it's happened 5 times.
It's happened. I think there was maybe a Heat Cleveland or a Heat Hawk game. I don't remember
Shaq
what.
Heat game was the last one where it happened.
Yeah, where the officiating error was so brutal, or the timekeeper error was so brutal that they had to do it. I don't know if a referee not seeing a timeout is going to get that done. But they were coming off a frustrating loss. They traveled from Oklahoma City on Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, came into Houston. We're down for most of the game. The Rockets had a bad third quarter defensively where they gave 41 points. Ime talked about it, about how their inability to get stops and the hero ball stuff got them in trouble. And really, the Rockets still had every opportunity to win the game. I don't know how the ESPN thing goes about probability, but I'm sure it was over 90% with 1 point whatever seconds to go, and Jeremy Grant banks in a 3 to tie the game, take it to overtime. The Rockets eventually lose.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking way to lose.
So a bad loss.
But how about this stat? The Rockets lost despite having just 8 turnovers. Now, we're talking about 8 turnovers in overtime. Only 8 turnovers, which is terrific. Houston has now recorded fewer than 10 turnovers 10 times this year after doing so a total of 5 times the 2 seasons prior.
Having a real point guard helps.
Does that mean that that combined they did that? Okay. After doing so a total of 5 times the 2 seasons prior. So that means each of the last 2 seasons they had 5 or less. Not combined, but just total in both the seasons, right? That has to mean what it means. But that's pretty incredible. We're not even to the halfway. Well, actually, we're a little bit past halfway point of the season. And you have 10 turnovers or fewer 10 times this year. That is great. I mean, you're maximized. They did get beat on the boards by 10 or 11 boards yesterday, which hurts. And Houston shot free throws well. Well, Portland shot it great. They shot 92% from the free throw line. They shot well from three, where the Rockets didn't shoot as well from three. That's where you lost, and you got beat on the boards by 10. But from a turnover standpoint, I mean, you show me a team. This is really impressive that they're taking care of the ball like this. Really impressive. Yeah, you're right. It does help that they have a true point guard, but they also have Jalen Green, who will handle the ball. They have Alperen Şengün, who typically does a lot of dribbling coming off the high post when he tries to make moves on the inside. Amen Thompson now is there, is a rookie who's going to have some turnovers, but that's that is a very, very positive statistic to build on.
Well, it's a team that has to lean into that and their defense because they're not particularly good at shooting the basketball. So limiting turnovers, getting as many possessions as possible, and playing good defense is their formula for winning basketball games. The playing good defense part hasn't been a part of the equation quite a lot the last couple of games, maybe the last couple of weeks or so, considering the injuries to Jabari Smith and Tari Eason. So you hope that stuff changes, you get those two guys back, and maybe it fortifies you defensively.
I haven't really talked about this that much, but the Rockets, we always talk about Fred VanVleet having a 2-year, $80 million deal. It's actually a 3-year deal. It's the 2 years is guaranteed. I think there may be, I have to check on what the option is on this contract. But Fred VanVleet, actually, it's a 3-year deal with the Houston Rockets, including $83 guaranteed and annual base salary, blah, 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 while carrying a cap hit of yada, 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 right? Of $40 million a year. So it's a little over $40 million a year. But it's a club option on the third year at $44 million. It's not crazy to think he'll be a 3-year option, right? That they'll pick up $44 million is going to be a lot, and Şengün is going to get paid by then. In 2025, 2026, he'll have been paid by then. So maybe you can't afford Fred, or maybe you try to extend Fred, but and maybe at a lower number. I don't know. It seems like it happens more. That happens more in football than it does in basketball.
I mean, yeah, particularly at his age, he probably won't be in for.
He's 31. He's only 29 now.
That's what I'm saying. When the contract comes up for the club option, he probably won't go in for what Chris Paul did, where we get you at a cheaper number, we extend your years, because he'll only be 31. And with the cap where it might be, will it be financially prudent for him to not? To say, sure, I'll take less if you extend my years. We'll see. It'll be about where the team is at that point and where his play is. But Fred VanVleet, if he continues to be kind of the guy who guides the ship and is a stalwart, is probably going to be someone the Rockets value. The question will be is if by the time that happens, will it be Amen Thompson season, as we used to say, where he's the starting point guard? That'll be a question. That'll probably determine what Fred VanVleet's value is where Amen Thompson is in his development. Because I imagine, I don't want to call Fred VanVleet a progress stopper, but he's supposed to be a steward until your point guard of the future is available.
Yeah, that's true. But Amen feels like a turnover guy. Well, Fred VanVleet feels like a don't turn it over guy.
Amen's a very young player who's trying to be a ball handler in the NBA right now.
Yesterday that they called a foul. Amen Thompson, I'm super excited about Amen Thompson. And I don't know if he'll ever shoot. Like, I can't have two guys on the perimeter who can't shoot, in Jalen Green and Amen Thompson.
The likelihood
That's not what I deserve.
Yeah, what you deserve? What? It's not about what you deserve. Why do you keep making it about yourself?
Well, because it's me, not we. I need to know what I deserve.
I thought yesterday was we, not me. Now it's me, not we?
Yeah, it depends.
Okay.
When it comes to the Rockets, it's me, not we. I don't want all y'all's bad shooters. I need good shooters. I don't want Dylan Brooks is historically not a good shooter. Amen Thompson's shot is broke as hell right now. Jalen Green ain't fixing that old crooked ass jumper. So let's just be real about this.
That old crooked ass jumper.
That's what it is, a crooked ass jumper.
Would you have put that if you were writing up guys for NBA.com? Would you have written crooked ass jumper?
Yeah, but they would probably take
your
it
editor
out.
would have asked you to write it some way.
Hey, Kim, I'm going to have to change this to
unorthodox
shot. No, It's a crooked-ass jumper. I said it because I meant it.
Lance, we can't write crooked-ass jumper.
I'm not putting stuff in my scouting report that I don't mean. I put a few more salty things in there this year, and I'm sure they're going to wipe it out.
Have you told people who Drake May reminds you of on the air yet?
No, y'all won't care here. Nationally, I don't want to say it.
But you are going to say. You ain't going to be soft. You're going to say it, right?
Yeah, eventually, and then people are going to get mad
Eventually. When's your first?
Drake May, the quarterback from North Carolina.
When do your write-ups go up?
Some of them are already up, but you can't you'll have to go look at a mock draft, and they're linked in a mock draft.
Okay.
I don't know when the whole thing goes up, but you can actually go see. I think it has. I'll go see. I'll go see in a second. But my comp on him is, my good comp on him is Carson Palmer.
Go with your actual comp.
The one that I see when I watch him is Drew Lock. I see a little bit of Drew Lock in his game.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
no.
people get so mad at comps.
Of course they do.
I don't care about
because
comps.
Drew Lock is not what people who think he's a generational player. No, you don't like that term. I get it. We don't have to get into it. But people who see him as a top 2 pick, a guy who can change a franchise, don't want to hear Drew Lock.
So let me tell you what happened.
Does he put on his backpack too?
I don't know. He's got some swagger. Both are really good college basketball players.
Swaggy white
high school.
boy.
High school basketball players. Both were really good high school
Swaggy white boy, I think is what.
That's the coded language that.
Yeah,
Gallant
but
is
he's
using.
not.
He's not as
J.J.
swaggy as Drew
McCarthy
Lock.
actually has more
Oh, yeah.
Drew Lock vibes.
Not the
vibes.
not the
even play
namaste
same.
guy. Not the namaste guy.
You mean the guy who sits
Yeah,
there with
that
Instagram
ain't-
pictures so he can show you that he's
That
looking
ain't
at
Drew Lock. Drew Lock wouldn't sit in front of the goalposts before games and let and see how locked in he is. Drew Lock is the backpack stuff. That's not Drew Lock. That Namaste McCarthy.
Well, that's not. Yeah, but that's also not. Yeah, but the whole fact that you're showing people your namaste means you are kind of.
Drew Lock is rapping dreams and nightmares, not putting on a back, not sitting in front of a goalpost, meditating.
No, I know, but I don't think Drake May goes that far
Not
with it.
Drake May, McCarthy.
No, I think Drake May. My comparison
Is Drake May rapping to Meek Mill?
no,
All right, then he ain't Drew Lock,
no, but you don't. But he plays like Drew Lock.
which is more important.
Yeah, which is big, talented, throws kind of wild, crazy, off platform, does things that I don't love, but then does things I do love. Like, I don't know. And Washington fans are so mad because here's what happens. When you decide that your team is going to get a certain player, when you make a certain quarterback or a certain coach or whatever, when you've made that decision usually it's before the draft. It could be basketball. It could be anything. Once you do that, you have to protect that player. Because that's your hope, that's your dreams. And so people become irrational. When I put out that, I said, why is Drake May anointed this quarterback 2 status? It caused a big fuss. And I found out as I'm looking at the negative comments to me, they all have Commander stuff in there. And I realized, because Commander fans have all decided this is, as a group think, they've all decided that this is their quarterback, and they have to protect their quarterback. And so that's what's going on. So I'm going to take some bullets for that, but I'm sorry. Maybe he'll be better. That's why I put 2 different comps. Carson Palmer.
You better stick with the Drew Lock
And
one.
I hate comps. Comps are stupid. I don't want to do comps. But, my editors like it when I do comps, so I'll do a stupid comp for you. But don't sit there and read, let's comp C.J. Stroud to Jared Goff. He you know why I did it? Because he throws accurately like Goff. He throws wide receivers away from coverages, and he has the ability to work from the pocket and beat you from the pocket. And I always start with height weight. Like they had the same size coming out of college, generally speaking. That's where I start with. But when people got so upset about Jared Goff now when they see that, but if you look at my scouting report, I say that grade the flashes with the Georgia game. I gave him a 6.7, which is very good NFL pro. Like everything in there I hit, but people hyper focus on, you said he was going to be Jared Goff.
Well,
that's not what I said.
All your scars from people yelling at you is fine. I need to correct myself. Drew Lock was rapping to Put On by Jeezy, not Dreams and Nightmares, Meek Mill. I need to correct myself there. You want to go back to whining about people yelling at you?
No, I don't. I mean, I've got John, I got you, I got a wife, I got kids.
I don't yell at you.
I got plenty of people yell at me. Sean Mapes the only person who doesn't yell at me.
I don't yell at you. I have disdain for you, but I don't yell at you.
John Daspit doesn't yell at me. Now, John Daspit gets fired up.
I feel like John Daspit would yell at you.
I think he would if the right thing happened, he would yell at me. But I think he would yell at some of his lawyers to get certain things done for his clients. I mean, if John Daspit, and he'll even tell you, hey, I'm not the easiest guy to work for because I'm demanding. I want you up there working for our clients on Saturdays and Sundays. Not all the time. But if you got a big case that you have a big case that you got to prepare for, John Daspit expects you to put in the work because the clients are important to him. He wants to make sure that he gets the best settlements for people who have trusted him and his law firm and his lawyers, his group of lawyers. And this is in any city where he's located. He knows that you're trusting him to fight for you. And there are a lot of injury lawyers, personal injury lawyers out there who they simply want to get a deal done as quick as they can. They get a settlement for you. They get a percentage of that, and then they move on. They're not out there trying to work hard for you and treat you like a family member. John Daspit and his law firm, they are trying to maximize what they can get for you in order to take care of your bills, your time missed from work, your physical therapy, surgeries that are going to be had, and even pain and suffering. He wants to make sure that you're taken care of if you've been injured through no fault of your own. And that's something that the insurance companies really don't care about. They care about their clients. They don't care about you. John Daspit cares about you. He doesn't care about the insurance company. He's fighting for you. Let John Daspit work for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. If you've been injured in an accident, John Daspit will fight for you. Go to DaspitLaw.com.
Now that we're all back nestled in between John and Lance in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, let's try not to make it creepy this time, okay? Eyes up here. It's John and Lance.
Okay, generational, they're having a discussion about what does generational means. It means the Hall of Famer. No, it doesn't.
Who's
There's
having
tons.
this discussion?
It's in Twitch.
What-
We're not. Where it's in a.
Why are you doing
It's
this?
in a platform.
No,
A video
you tell
platform.
People, you can watch this show and all the other shows on YouTube. That's where you should be having your generational
You've always
generational
hated-
quarterback discussion.
You know, you've always hated Twitch because they liked RJ, and they don't like you.
I didn't like Twitch before RJ. What are you talking about?
I know.
Why do you always try to pit us against each other?
You and RJ?
White man doing
No, that's
trying to
not
pit black
what it
people
is.
against each other.
No, I'm not pitting you and RJ. I'm pitting you against a video platform.
Twitch had that video platform.
They
had
loved it
nothing
because
to do
RJ
with
would
it.
play the music that they ask. You won't play the music that anyone asks for.
I don't even involve.
You're not a DJ, Dell.
Exactly. That's my point. I'm not a DJ. That's my point. I don't take requests. I'm not a DJ.
okay.
You're right.
Generational, I'm just going to say this again. I've said it before. Michael Jordan was a generations player. He's generational. LeBron James is generational. Victor Wembanyama, to me, has a chance to become a generational player. They literally are a generation of people. This is their player. Generational doesn't mean Hall of Fame, or there'd be tons of generational players. That's not what the term generational means. Generational is above all others. Is one above all others. It's a generation. You will rarely see these guys in your lifetime. There will be very few of these guys in your lifetime. Hall of Famers, there's tons of them. Todd Helton, generational baseball player. Nope, doesn't check out. Does not track. So let's be real. Like, you can have a generational baseball player, but it isn't going to be. Shohei Ohtani is going to be a generational talent. A pitcher and hitter at the highest order in both disciplines, forget about it.
I think there is a difference between a generational talent and what you actually become. Like, Wembanyama, generational talent. We'll see what he becomes as a player. Drake May isn't a generational talent even. He's not even a generational prospect.
And guess what? Caleb Williams isn't a generational player. Now, you could become, I don't see it that way. Now, he could become one if he becomes, Pat Mahomes has a chance to become a generational talent. I mean, he's headed in that direction right now. He does things that other people don't do. Tom Brady did things that other people didn't do. Primarily played a long time and won at a high level. Pat Mahomes does it physically. See, I don't think Larry Bird was not a generational player. He was generational in the sense that he was a great basketball player and culturally incredibly significant. And I don't say that as a white guy. I say it because Jordan and Magic and Bird ushered in basketball to a new era, and then, shortly thereafter, Jordan, who is truly generational, took it to another level. Now, elite talent, yeah, and that's overused too, by the way, but elite talent. So I don't like to use the word elite unless it truly matters. And generational, it's a very strict interpretation of a generational talent. And
so Drew Lock, not a generational talent.
Not a generational talent.
So the Drake May thing.
Okay. And see, J.J. Watt is...
Well, he was a generational player, but coming in, he wasn't described as a generational talent.
Well, what do you become? Ultimately, it's what you become,
Yeah,
not what you do in college. Is he a generational player when you have Aaron Donald do what he's done?
But Aaron Donald was after J.J.
Well, it doesn't matter. A generation, it's the same generation. J.J. came in 11, Aaron Donald came in 14.
So you can only have one player who can be a generational talent?
If you're generational, you're the guy.
Well, JJ was the guy for how many years?
Well, he was a dude. Like, he had 3 defensive player of the year.
How many people will do that in their career?
Not many. Apparently Aaron Donald, but not many.
Yeah.
Not many. I don't know. I guess you could argue that. I would argue that Jose Altuve, because of his stature and his performance in the postseason, potentially, like, he's rare because of his size and then his postseason play and then his overall play. Maybe you could make an argument for that, but I still think you're not generational if you got a bunch of them.
So you come into a time where there are just multiple elite, talented players who produce, you don't get the tag because there are other guys like you. But if there's only one of you, it just so happens that you come in where there is a lack of talent and you're just the one, then you get the tag, even though your talent's the same as the other guys?
Well, I mean, you tell me what.
Okay,
it's generational, relating to a characteristic of all the people born and living at about the same time regarded collectively. So I would say, obviously, Aaron Donald and J.J. Watt are that same. They're in that same classification.
So you have to be one of one, and no one can be as great as you.
I don't know. Do you have to?
I don't know. I
feel like in basketball, it's easy. In basketball, it's very easy. For me, I'd say it's Wilt, and then it's Jordan, and then it's LeBron. I think those are Wilt was a freak show athlete, high jumper, 400-meter guy. He scored 100 points in a game. We know what he did off the court. He could grab a ton of rebounds. He could get assists.
Why did you add that stat?
Well, because John's not here, and I'm just homage to John.
Okay.
Because he would have mentioned it. You don't think John would have mentioned that?
Probably.
He has the 100. Like, Wilt Chamberlain, for as good as I know, Russell won the ball, more rings and all that stuff because he had the best white guys around him. Okay? We know how that worked back in the 50s and 60s.
You think he won because of all the white guys around him, or they won because they had him?
Well, no, I think he had a better collection of white guys around him than Wilt did.
Okay.
I mean, they were the best players, make no doubt about it. But Tommy Heinsohn and
all those other guys,
yeah. But Wilt, I think, was generational. I mean, he was a freak. The guys weren't like him at all physically. And then you had Jordan. And then you have LeBron, who, by the way, I think there's a physical component to it as well. They're kind of freaky physically. And then now I think Wembanyama has a chance to because he's rare. There's nothing that looks like him, and he's got a chance to play at an incredibly high. Well, I say there's nothing that looks like him. except for Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
Looks like him.
A slightly
And-
smaller version
And there's
of
a
him.
good chance Wembanyama doesn't even win Rookie of the Year.
Because Chet got injured last season, so as a second-year rookie, he'll win it because his team's really good. You think they'll give it to Chet? They probably will because his team's playing well, and they got a chance at the 2 seed
That's what I
or 1
think.
seed. They'll probably give it to him.
I think the team's playing well. So we got some guys on hold. So
I'm not gonna lie. This generational talk drifts very close to
Summer
LeBron or Jordan stuff. It's
Well,
very close to
but
that.
I'm just saying that's my. I hate that word.
It's your bugaboo.
I hate that word because they just. You're talking about a generational talent in Caleb Williams. Did you watch his intermediate throws like I did? That dude's
course
not even
not.
Kirk Cousins.
Ooh.
Not from an accuracy
So
standpoint.
we've got Drew Lock and Drake May, and not even Kirk Cousins for Caleb Williams.
Well, I'm just
You are
saying,
killing this
throw
draft class.
accurately. Well, you can't just say generational talent and miss all these throws and work off
Ooh.
off structure all the time.
The NFL.
We got to stop saying generational. We just get that word needs to. You know what? That's the G word. Don't say it. That's a slur now. Don't say it. You're not allowed to say the G word.
What if you say it with a soft A?
Like Dion, generation nah?
Yes. Can I say generation now?
No, I can because I'm a draft guy.
Oh,
You
okay.
guys are
you're
not
the
allowed to
draft
say.
guy. Okay, you're
I'm
the
a draft guy and a numbers guy.
Okay.
I'm allowed to say generational, the G word.
So
you guys,
I
are
would
not.
say it with the hard L, and that'd be wrong because I'm not a draft guy. I'm not allowed to say
You
it.
just say the G word. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what
you
I'm
can
saying.
still refer to it. Just say the G word.
I say the G word because if I said it the full word, I'd say it with the hard L, and that's wrong because I'm not
Yeah.
a draft guy.
right.
Okay, understood.
You say, well, he's got a chance to be the G word. Although I would never do the other thing. But
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You can't do that.
All right, 828 here. When we come back, we will
We see the
get you-
calls.
yeah, we see the calls. We'll get you guys in. 713-780-3776. I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company and what they meant to me. I had a serious issue. So I had some pipe work done underneath the home, and they did all this stuff, right? And we started having a backed up sink. And then it would go down, and it would back up again. And I thought, okay, well, I'll pour this stuff down it. And it didn't work. And I called my friends over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and I thought, okay, they're going to have to snake something out of there. What happened was the grating of the sink, and when it was taking it out to the actual, the sewer line, the main water line of the city, it was not slanted and graded properly, and so it started to just sit flat. And so we would have things that would accumulate there in the middle, like grease or whatever you're running through that garbage disposal, and soon it became a huge issue where they told me, Aqueduct Plumbing Company said, this is going to be an issue for you long term. So we had to get out there, change the grading, and they did it all. And they were complete. They showed me everything. They showed me the potential to do a shortcut that might work, but we looked at it together and it didn't work. And I love that. I love, first of all, the cost is reasonable. Secondly, they're very transparent. Third, you could just trust them and they get out there quickly. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and make sure that you make them your plumber. aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
If you really want to keep listening to John and Lance this morning, I guess I'll allow it. Oh, wait. The true gatekeeper of the Veritex Community Bank Studios is here. That's Dell. Dell, what say you?
8:34. Okay, I said we get to the phone lines. We'll do that right now. 713-780-3776. Let's go to Robert, who's first up. What's up, Robert? How you doing? Robert, go ahead.
Hey, Lance.
Hey, how you doing, Robert?
Hey, Lance. How's it going today?
Good, good.
Hey, I got a quick question for you, man. Since I know you did a little bit of handicapping back in the day, what do you recommend is the best value? Is it San Francisco plus 140 to win the Super Bowl or plus 200 with Baltimore? Let me know.
Yeah, so obviously the Ravens, I think, are the best team, but the question is, the problem is you're matched up against the Chiefs. So the road there is a little harder than San Francisco with the Lions. So that's why the odds are longer. So I still think the best value, I mean, I'm riding with the Ravens. I just think it's their year. I just think the Ravens defense is too good. Lamar's locked in. They've got I assume Mark Andrews is going to be back. Is he back? Have they said he's back this week? Because he didn't play last week.
I haven't seen any definitive
I haven't either.
information about
but
that.
he will be ready by Super Bowl. There's no way he wouldn't.
Yeah,
be.
if he doesn't play on
So you have
on
Likely,
Sunday.
and so you have, Zay. As I expected, Odell Beckham has not been a factor at all, but Isaiah Likely's been a big factor. They have a kind of a sneaky good offensive line with the Ravens, and I just think the better value there. Now you could make the point. I mean, San Francisco, it may not be the toughest battle against Detroit, or it might be. I don't know. But do you feel like they have an advantage one way or another against either Kansas City or the Ravens?
The 49ers?
Yeah.
I think the Ravens, they'll see the better roster. But I think Patrick Mahomes can elevate that Chiefs roster to winning another Super Bowl even against San Francisco.
You think that?
I think so because I think the Chiefs have a really good defense, and I'm not sure Brock Purdy wants any part of either of these defenses. I'd probably pick either AFC team against San Francisco because I think their defenses will be enough to mess with Brock Purdy. Joe Barry just got fired and had Brock Purdy in knots. Like the Packers defensive coordinator, they didn't like him all year. The defense got better the back half, like the last 4 or 5 games, get them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they still got rid of him, and he had Brock Purdy in knots. So I like Spags and McDonald and their defensive rosters against Brock Purdy. I'm taking the AFC to win a Super Bowl either way.
Yeah, but I would take I would recommend Ravens.
Yeah.
Ravens plus 200. You're getting 2-1 with the guy who's going to be the MVP, a very good defensive
And we
coordinator.
saw what the Ravens, now it was a regular season game, but we saw what the Ravens did to Brock Purdy already once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Purdy doesn't have a strong arm. Purdy has to be on time. He has to be accurate. He wasn't accurate last week. He had a bad game. He was Iowa State Purdy last week. But he's been anytime I doubt Brock Purdy, he's played well, so I give him the benefit of the doubt.
You look what Mike McDonald's defenses have done to the Shanahan offenses or their
a lot of success.
or his proteges, what he did to Mike McDaniel. Now the Dolphins could have scored 14 points on the first 2 drives if Tyreek Hill doesn't drop a touchdown pass. But after that point, it was kind of over for that offense. Saw what they did to the Texans through 2 games, and then we saw what they did to the 49ers. So they've had their way with those type of offenses.
Yeah, so all they got to do is get past the Chiefs, and this is such a lesser version of the Chiefs that we've seen yet. Pat Mahomes win it, beat Buffalo. They still have good defensive players, but I'm still taking the Ravens. Let's get Chris in here. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Hey guys, good morning. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I had a quick question, Lance. You were talking about Ja'Tavion Sanders, and I love the Texas Longhorns. First of all, I hope we draft Devondre Sweat with our first pick in the 20s. I hope he's still there. But secondly, how does NFL draft medicals work? So I feel like J.T. Sanders is Vernon Davis, maybe not as big as him, but I feel like he's that type of tight end. My question is, I feel like every game something gets hurt, whether it's a hamstring or a knee or an ankle. Anytime he gets popped, medical staff's coming out at least once a game. Do they go back and look and say, hey, man, you played in 11 games, 9 of them medical staff came out, we need to do a deep dive? How does that work, like medicals on a draft candidate, especially with his talent potential, wasting a first or second round? I think he's first-time talent. I just don't know that he's got that it factor on the field when he gets popped. So I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Chris always asks really good questions. So what happens with that is it's twofold. The team, NFL teams will go to the training staff or go to the colleges, the liaison, and they'll find out all the injuries. They'll find out about concussions. Some things that aren't made public, they'll find out about concussions. They'll talk to trainers. How often is this guy in the training room? How often is he getting, is he missing practice because he's always in the training room? They'll go find out injuries they had in game and, of course, any time that they missed. So, yes, they actually do go look at that stuff, Chris. They really do. More importantly, though, are you missing time? Like how many snaps you're missing, how many games you're missing. If you're not missing snaps and games and you're not missing practices, they're not going to care as much. Now, the combine medicals, what happens is the entire team, this is really interesting. I found out how it works. So teams work in pods. So there'll be a pod of like 5 teams' medical staffs. And so they do the medicals and they work together. A lot of these teams will work together on these pods. But some of them is just, they've got different interpretations. So the pod of 5 teams will work on a player and the player will have to go to different teams to do different individual medicals. But you don't go take 32 x-rays. That's not how it happens. But you got to have x-rays, MRIs. They will MRI anything that you've had injured. They'll get MRIs on it. So they're doing, I believe, full body MRIs on you. So it's extensive. And the medicals in and of themselves are incredibly arduous. They take up a lot of the players' time. They're a grind. They're done early in the morning. Some people believe they're meant to challenge the mental toughness of the player because the next day they're typically out there doing it. Goes, I think it's combine. I think it's interviews with the media, then combine medicals, then interviews with teams or somewhere in there. Interviews with teams may be the same day you have interviews with media. Combine medicals, which takes up a lot of the time, and sometimes they send you to a separate hospital in Indianapolis. And then you have your performance. You got to go out and perform. So it's tough. It's a grind for players. But medicals, they turn over every stone. No stone is unturned. And they want to know if you're somebody who just sits out time. Like, are you just sitting out practice? Are you just saying you're hurt all the time, sitting it out? Because if you're that guy, a lot of teams don't like that guy either. I didn't realize that about JT Sanders. That's something I'm going to look into because, man, is he talented.
Yeah, that's the only thing someone who watched all their games would notice. Oh, JT's on the ground again. Yeah.
It was a lot of limping to the sideline after
It was.
after a
Texas
catch.
guy,
Yeah. Like you said, they worry about if you miss games. I think he got rolled up under one game and he missed.
So who do you think is
a game or two?
Who do you think is going to be a better pro, Mitchell or
Worthy?
Xavier Worthy?
I think some of it will depend who actually drafts them because I do think it's pretty close. I like Mitchell's game a little bit better. He's not as refined, I would say, as a route runner. He is more of kind of like a shifty type of route runner as opposed to these hard cuts that Worthy can make. Mm-hmm. But at the catch, I trust Mitchell more, and I think that we see with Kansas City.
He drops a ton. I have a joke. Xavier Worthy can't make contested catch.
I have a joke that Xavier Worthy would be the perfect Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver. He'd fit right in with the rest of those. The rest of those
he'll
guys.
drop them and
He's fast, but he'll drop them.
Yeah, but that's why I think
I would bet on AD Mitchell.
This is how I think it goes. I think the first player drafted will be Byron Murphy for just Texas. It'll go like this: Byron Murphy, T'Vondre Sweat, Sanders, Mitchell, Worthy. No,
Brooks.
Sanders, Mitchell, Brooks, Worthy is how I think it goes. I think Worthy's going to get drafted a little later. Jalen Hyatt went in the 3rd round last year. What makes people think that Xavier Worthy's going in a 2nd? And
he's 175 pounds.
Yeah.
If that.
Maybe.
Yeah. You think, Jonathan, where do you think Brooks gets drafted?
2nd round.
Even with the ACL?
Yeah, because it's supposedly a clean tear. He tore it in November. Should be ready for the beginning of the year. Okay. I think it might be toward the back end of the 2nd, but I think he'll go in the 2nd round.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Jalen Ford, I think, is day 3, their linebacker. And I can't think offensive line, Christian Jones will be sometime in day 3.
It's not surprising because of the season they have, but it's a Texas renaissance as far as draft
it
picks
is. It's rare that I've ever had to talk about this many Longhorn players. I've never had to. I've been doing this since 2000. Well, I've been doing it for the NFL since 2015 draft. This is the first time I've had this many Texas players I've had to focus on. Aggies. Edrin Cooper, linebacker. Who do I have up front? Isn't there a McKinley's just okay. I didn't think he was anything special. I gotta think. I can't remember that.
Aggies out here catching strays. Hey! You ain't gotta talk about us.
Whoa,
Just leave us alone.
Oh, I like Layden Robinson, but not early, but I like him a lot. Yeah, it's not a
Aggies like,
hey Jimbo,
hey man, leave us alone.
Like Jimbo did not leave a lot of NFL draft prospects.
That greatest
some of them also left.
Yeah, that greatest recruiting class ever. I don't think they'd be draft eligible, but a lot of them aren't even there.
Yeah,
they're gone. So it would, if the Aggies were trying to beat their chest, if those guys remained, it would be about the guys coming up in next draft.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of those guys aren't even on the team anymore.
Yeah,
you got some guys.
Some
in
of them.
Miami.
Oh, well,
one of them's overrated.
Leonard
defensive
Taylor
tackle, and then you got a couple DBs that will be in the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, Cam and James Williams.
Uh-huh.
Cam with Kitchens and James
I think
Williams.
there's a running back, maybe. Maybe not. I'm thinking Florida State.
Yeah, you're probably thinking Florida State.
Benson.
I don't care what Miami has on their roster. We still got Chris Paul, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Sorry. Thoughts and prayers for your coaches.
Nah, you should say thoughts and prayers to Cam Ward.
That's where he ended up, right? Yeah, he ended up. Congratulations, you got a new quarterback.
Whatever Cam Ward thinks about his draft status, you're not
Speaking
gonna like it after a year in Miami.
Did you see the news? Speaking of, and then we'll get to a break. Big soccer news. Kylian Mbappe is considering. Did you see this?
He's always considering something. What's
He's considering
now?
offers from Real Madrid.
Oh, that's new. It isn't at all.
PSG and Everton. So there's
You
three.
mean Everton?
Big three.
He made that up. Shut up. No, Everton. He just threw in Everton. Everton's never signing a player of his quality.
Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is here for you.
Remember when you guys had Wayne Rooney? No, you weren't even a fan when they had Wayne
I
Rooney.
wasn't even a fan. I remember when we got him back, and I was like, this guy stinks.
Well, he's old.
What's the big deal about this guy? He sucks.
You mean one of the greatest Premier League goal scorers of all time? You got him back when he was old?
Yeah. The only Wayne Rooney I know is like, terrible ginger. Big deal.
Big deal anyway.
Big deal anyway.
Washed Wayne
ginger,
Rooney.
Fantastic. I will say this, though. Gulf Coast Chevrolet is not wash. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I'm going to focus on the Chevrolet, the Chevy Traverse. That's what I drive. That's what my wife drives. The Chevy Silverado. I had that pickup truck when my wife had work being done on her car. We switched. She drove mine. I drove the truck, and I was like, wow, the Chevy Silverado is great. I had no idea. You truck guys, I get it now. I get it with you truck guys. It's the power. It's the smoothness they handle with. You've got great carriage space. You've got, a plenty of interior space, really cool features. But the Chevy Traverse, I'm not backing off my Traverse because I love the Traverse. As somebody who's driven a lot of SUVs over the years, that's one of the favorite SUVs I've ever driven. And it's at a very reasonable price with the the crossover SUVs that are a little lower to the ground, that are the shorter versions. They still have great space and they cost a lot less. You definitely want to check it out. Great safety features, great interior features. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Make sure that you go to the website to start the car buying process at LandseatCars.com. Chevy, we are professional grade.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Are we calling for Cabo Cup?
We're going
update
to do
with
that
John?
in the next hour. We're going to try to get a Cabo Cup update from John in the next hour. We tried yesterday, but he texted us back and said he was going through TSA. And then he said something about, if you want content, call me now. I was like, just because of that insult, we're not going to call you. We don't need you, John.
But TSA is also, even if you've got the pre-check, you still have to go through. Like, you can't be on your phone.
Sure. I'm not.
Would John be one of those people that they pulled over for a random check? Probably not. White guy with beard, with vest.
Yeah,
they're gonna let he's just here with his buddies. Just, they're not gonna do anything.
The TSA thing wasn't what I took issue with. It's him assuming that we just needed him for content. I just wanted to see what was up. We don't need you, John. That's why. But we'll call him in the 9 o'clock hour because people have actually asked for a Cabo Cup update. So we'll see. We'll see. And also, I learned that because people are chatting in YouTube on our YouTube stream. Yes, we're now on YouTube. ESPN Houston. Just search that on YouTube. You'll see the live video. You might even just see it come up once you type in ESPN Houston. You might not even have to go directly to the channel. So you can watch us live on YouTube now, chat with people. The chat's kind of moving right now. People are in there. We got people watching. So it's not the barren wasteland it was at like 7 when Ralph was there by himself looking around like Will Smith from that meme. People are there talking to people.
All they're doing is saying it.
Generational? Who's generational?
That's all it is. Yeah, Gilbert's generational.
Well,
Charlie P is generational.
Who,
Now
Charlie
was generational.
He was generational at Astros Talk.
Houston Sports Talk, he was generational. I came up listening to Charlie was generational.
Yes.
I'll give it to him.
So if you have a generational thought, whether it be you think Lance is generational or you think Sean Mapes is, whoever it might be, go to YouTube, ESPN Houston. You can talk about who you think is generational. But also, we got some callers.
Yeah, let's get Todd in here. Todd's up. What's going on, Todd? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I wanted to throw in from a lawyer's perspective. I'm going to tell you the legal definition of what a generational player is. And you stole a little bit of my thunder because Gilbert is a generational caller. But it's basically somebody that transcends their sport, their area. And there's actually a legal test that helps you to decide what it is. And I refer to it as the wife test. Now, it doesn't work for everybody. It might not work for you, Lance, but like my wife knows who LeBron James is. She doesn't know who Joel Embiid is. She probably doesn't even know who Nikola Jokic is, although he might become one of these. But you got your Joe Montana, your Tom Brady, that everyone in the country, whether they watch the sport or not, knows that player. And you don't usually know that they are a generational player while they're playing even. It's usually like late in their career. Like when Jordan was playing, probably wasn't until after the Rockets won their 2 that people started thinking that. I mean, I was a Magic guy. Magic and Bird. They're going to have to be one. It can be 2 or a few, but it's got to transcend the sport. And so, yeah, that's basically what the legal definition is.
That's the legal definition.
What I'm trying to say here.
Does it come up often in court where there are certain lawsuits involving the definition of generational athlete?
It doesn't come up all the time, but every now and then you got to do a little research on it. You got to pull out your law books, or you look on Westlaw or something like that. But
Plessy versus Ferguson, Brown versus the board.
It's not Hall of Famer.
Todd, do you have to go up against generational lawyers on occasion?
Ooh, Rusty. Is Rusty Harden generational?
I don't know. Todd's the expert.
When you're actually maybe, but when you're actually in the sport, at least if you're good at it, I mean, it's like, I mean, if you're a baseball player, you don't mind going up against Nolan Ryan, but I may have, but
he's like Vernon Maxwell.
I don't consider
he goes after everyone. Doesn't care who you are. He's like the Vernon Maxwell of lawyers.
Todd's not backing off of a lawyer. I mean, if he's hired to do a job, he's doing a job.
That's a great one.
Exactly.
That's a great one. You can be, You can be like the Pat Beverly or the Vernon Maxwell. Yeah, that's
The
true.
Pat Beverly of lawyers.
Pat doesn't care.
Is that Tony Busby? Thanks for the call, Todd. Is Tony Busby the Pat Beverly of lawyers?
I don't know. No, I feel like Tony Busby.
You know him.
Yeah,
He rubs some people the wrong way.
I feel like
Is he the Draymond of lawyers?
Yes.
Ooh,
That-
there
that-
it is. We had to go
Draymond's-
above.
Yeah.
We had to go
Draymond's a-
above Pat Beverly. He is the Draymond
He's
of
a
lawyers.
generational Pat Beverly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tony Busby's the Draymond of lawyers, yeah.
Well, lawyer just said it. Do they transcend their sport? And I think that's where you get consideration. Well, maybe Bird and Magic were generation. Maybe I guess you can't have. Maybe you can have more than one generational talents.
Look at Todd arguing you off your
Well, I'm just
point,
going
just
off
like
a
a lawyer
legal-
would.
Well, no, I'm just going off a legal discourse. You know, I mean, if it's in the law books and if there's precedent, then yeah. I mean, I don't know the court case where there's precedent, but okay, that's fine. I can see that. It's not Drake May. It's not Caleb
Yeah, you
Williams
can't be
until it becomes him, and after it becomes him, then
Sure.
it becomes him.
But what you're seeing on film tells you that he's more Drew Lock.
And Gilbert was generation. Gilbert is
Still.
generational.
Still.
Yeah, he's a generational sports talk caller
He is. I mean, I think
and collector of free stuff.
I don't want to give you guys so much credit, but I don't know how many shows would have seen the genius coming from Gilbert and decided to feature him.
I'm very well aware. It's turned. Well, here's the little tip for you, Dell. It's turned into restraining orders before, more than one, from people.
Sure.
You know how many calls we get. Just imagine if you're a weather person or a news lady.
Yeah, but they don't have the outlet for him to actually talk where he provides content. You can't put Gilbert on the evening weather report. It's not going to go well. But other radio shows, I'm going to say, wouldn't have seen what you guys saw.
Yeah,
and they would have immediately dismissed him. Like,
I'm a talent evaluator.
Like for a lot of
I'm
people,
a talent scout.
Like for a lot of people who have a radio dying wish, I'm not sure that Gilbert would have been someone they featured on their show.
No. Don't. That's bad radio. Don't put him on. That's what?
Yeah, exactly.
Bad radio.
Exactly.
That's great radio.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's great radio. When we come back, we got one more caller, Keith, and then I want to get to. So I asked you why Dak is so hated.
He's a cowboy. He's the cowboy quarterback.
But is it go more? Is it deeper than that?
Well, he's hated because Well, we'll talk about it on the other side.
Okay. On the other side, we'll get to that because I've got an interesting litmus test for you. It's 8:58 here on the bench. You guys can jump in 713-780-3776. All right. It's time for the update. Find out how the Cabo Cup is going. Cabo, some of you may know, a very dangerous place filled with cartel members. And John is braving the danger to go play golf there. And now we're going to get an update. We're hoping the Cabo Cup comes back to Houston. That's everyone's hope right now. John, how's the people have been asking, what's the update on Cabo Cup?
Well, yesterday was a practice round. Today's first round. And the big matchup is matchup number one with me and Martin going to be taking on Shu and Justin. So everybody, Cabo is a buzz. I can tell you that. Practice round yesterday went well. It's important for Team Trauber to jump out this year. Every year, Team Trauber seems to fall behind early, but then comes back. Would like to set the early pace this year and come up with some big wins today in Cabo Cup action, and then cruise to yet another victory, fourth straight victory. Looking for this year, a four-peat this year for Team Trauber, hopefully.
How's the Cabo Cup fashion? Do people hate the shirts you guys came up with this year, the hats? Whose wife picked the fashion for Cabo Cup?
I couldn't. I'm sorry. No one understands what you're saying. Okay?
I assume you guys are like the Ryder Cup, where you have team shirts designed that you wear. Sometimes people like them, sometimes people don't. Whose wife designed the shirts and hats you guys are wearing this year?
Actually, this year, blue and gray with a white hat for the blue shirts and a gray and then gray. It actually is looking pretty good this year. Not nearly as bad as years past. So none of the wives. I think Chu designs the shirts. No, there's a guy actually. Guy who works for FootJoy, Lovey. He brings all of the shirts, and that's his contribution to Cabo Cup. So Lovey, not Gilligan's Island Lovey, but a guy named Lovey, as in Lovey Smith. But it's not Lovey Smith. But he designs it, and he's responsible for a really nice looking shirt.
So it's not Lovey from Gilligan's Island. Thanks for clearing that up. Yeah. And it's not Lovey Smith designing your clothes.
Retired.
Thanks for that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
No, good.
I'm glad for that clarification.
There's another Lovey out there.
Yeah, great.
So is anyone did anything happen either on the trip there or maybe after the practice round that will have one of the teams maybe ill-prepared for today?
Ill-prepared for today?
Well, is there anyone who's struggling this morning?
Well, there was quite a bit of alcohol consumption yesterday by some surprising people, actually, if you want to know the truth. Obviously could have an effect. There have been in years past where I think strip clubs have come into play. So I don't think that's going to come into play at all this year. But you never know. I mean, high winds, strip clubs, alcohol poisoning, it all could play an effect and have a great effect on the outcome of the Cabo Cup.
So did not participate. Alcohol poisoning is a possibility for someone on the injury report?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It could happen, and if it does happen, then obviously it's going to affect the team. And you you're gonna have to be careful about stuff like that. Obviously, our team is in a little bit of a danger with that with me. So
okay, hopefully you fight through it.
We have to be careful. We have to watch and it could affect the betting line as well. So you never know how this is. You never know how a Cabo Cup is going to turn out. Although Team Trauber has dominated.
How does the betting work there at Cabo Cup?
Well, actually, the team that loses has to buy dinner the last night, which is big dinner. A lot of wine and champagne flowing, and a lot of it's a great expense. So if that happens, but individual matches have there are also there's bets like today. The bets will be flying between in that first group because it's a group very familiar with each other. And we will definitely be throwing multiple dollars at it.
So basically you guys treat the other team like a bunch of NFL rookies who have to pick up the tab.
That's right. Correct. If you lose, you have to pick up the tab on the final match. So, and it's not too.
Do we have
Yeah.
any insight on who the final pairings will be? Is that already decided, or will that be
No,
determined by
it's,
play?
it's much like the Ryder Cup. You have no idea who's going to be playing on the final day.
Oh.
All I know is that Team Cobbler has, although behind, has dominated the final day. The singles matches, much like the Euros with the Americans, the singles matches have been dominated by the Team Cobbler. So it's, but we're looking forward to not having that pressure, that kind of pressure on the final day. That's what we're looking for in these first 2 days.
Will the residents of Cabo be out? Will it be a raucous crowd?
Oh yeah. Well, there wasn't a parade yet. We'll see, but it looks like everybody's really excited about it here. Everybody. Well, everybody that I've seen in this.
Everybody in that house.
Around.
Everybody in that house is excited about it.
Yeah, I was just wondering who would be the fan favorites. Like, when these things are played overseas, obviously the Europeans have their crowd back. I just want to know, will Cabo get behind a particular team and root them on to victory?
Well, I probably speak the most Spanish, so our team would be probably the one that
is Manny there?
Locals would look to. Pardon me?
Is Manny on that trip? Your friend Manny?
Manny's not on the trip. No. But he's a Spanian too, and they don't like them here.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
so that would
they're
be...
haughty.
So how many people in total? How many people in total are participating in the Cabo Cup?
16.
Okay, and how many guys are wearing On Cloud shoes? Over under 10.5.
On what?
On Cloud, those OC shoes. They're going to be hot in the Cabo. I guarantee you. There's my number 10.5. It may not be golf shoes, but they're wearing them around Cabo.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Sweater vest? You don't wear On Clouds.
You're not talking about Gucci, so I didn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, sweater vest. Is there any vests? Are there vests
no.
there?
Well, at night, it was 75 during the day, and then it was, it got breezy, and maybe about 65.
So you wore vests. So they wear vests.
So, well, I didn't. Yeah, they're sure. There's. I brought mine. I brought one of mine.
Yeah, vests and On Clouds.
Yeah. I mean, it's classy.
It's
classy and it's effective.
Is there? I don't know how if the sun is out right now, how bright the sun will be. Will there be a guy if he takes off his hat? Will he look like that golfer who's got that giant red face and the top of his
Stuart
hat?
Sink?
Yeah, Stuart.
Yeah, there will be some Stuart.
There will be some Stuart Sinks there. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't need.
Yeah. We've got a couple of Stuart Sinks on our team. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, because if you're gonna send pictures, I don't need them of the golf course.
Joel and Kenny both are clean shaven of their head.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility there will be some Stuart Sinkage. Yes.
John will try to make us jealous with where he's at. I don't need pictures of that. I need your Stuart Sink friends. I need pictures of those guys after a round.
Yeah. Are you? And by the way, people want to know: are you drinking or is this a really serious thing? Like, are you drinking during a Cabo Cup?
It's serious, so I am drinking.
Okay. Are you going to have Canstead or Dublin? Are you also dipping Canstead or Dublin during the round?
No, I do not dip Canstead or Dublin. I'm not a dipper. But I do know people who are, and I would appreciate if they would all participate with Canstead and Dublin. But yesterday, as a matter of fact, my guy, Martin, who I rode with in the cart, at one point said, "Boy, you sure do drink a lot of beer." I said, "Yes, I do." Yes.
Does he know you? What do you? What kind of question is that? Or observation? What is he not seeing?
We rarely ride together, so I don't think he realized the ability, my proclivity.
Ooh.
So
that Renee
is
wants
this all
to
we have to talk about? Is this how the show has been going?
No, we've talked.
Since I've been gone?
No, we talked quite a bit, but we've got enough people asking about what you're doing. So
we've done a lot of good sports.
We talked to Robert Flores earlier in the show.
Yeah. I told you.
Yep, Mike Mayock joined our show. So a lot of really
I heard Mike.
High-end. Yeah, a lot of high-end sports talk. High-end, elite. Today,
have we gotten to Jordan versus LeBron?
Well, no. Today it's generational. Like, what does generational mean?
Yeah,
and
Lance
we
can't leave it alone. Yeah,
I killed off a couple segments with that. They want to know: are there any awards at the Cabo Cup? Like most drunk, most obnoxious?
There's a trophy.
No, but do you have individual awards?
Individual awards. It's a team playing to put our name on the trophy. That's what we're doing. And so far, it's
Okay, so much like the Duke Mayo Bowl, will the captain be doused in like ranch dip as tribute for winning, like they do with Mayo at the Duke Mayo Bowl?
we break open champagne.
Okay.
We break open champagne and spray it all over. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Does anything happen like with the Rangers minor league team?
Oh no.
No, we're going to do it with the Rangers.
Who was the,
No, there's no towel celebration.
who was the Micah Parsons of your team?
No Micah Parsons. No Rangers minor leaguers. No,
Who treats their team? John, do you treat one of your teammates? John, do you treat one of your teammates like Micah Parsons treats his Penn State teammates after you win?
Oh, I'm a good teammate.
Okay. He thought he was too.
Who's the Josh Christopher?
Who's the Josh Christopher and who's the Jalen Green of that team?
Do the winners get to go Jalen on the loser?
There's no Jalen Greenism going on. Okay.
All right. This is devolved.
There's none of it.
We gotta go.
Thanks for nothing, John.
Thanks,
Look,
John.
You ruined it all. We were trying to have a serious
conversation, and then you called yourself Jalen Green. Thanks for that.
Oh my gosh.
No, never says I was Jalen Green. No.
Martin's
Nope.
I guess Martin's Josh Christopher.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to be either.
No, I don't.
Well, good luck.
Martin
Bring
is
that.
not Josh Christopher.
Go
Nope.
get on Team Jalen Green. We don't want to see you lose.
All right. Goodbye.
Bye.
We've got today's matches. We'll tell you how it goes tomorrow.
Great. We'll hear from John. We'll get another update on Cabo Cup tomorrow from John. Thanks to John Granado of team. I don't know. I don't know the name of the guy's team, but good luck, John. And don't be a Josh Christopher is all we're saying.
Yeah. Win.
Just
baby.
win, John.
Just win.
All right, that's it. Done with John.
There's no more of that stuff. That's out of pocket. That whole.
How
segment
dare he
was.
ruin our segment like that?
We were going fine, and then he made us say things like that. It's 9:14. All right. When we come back, I got Keith, and then I want to get into. I want to ask
Why
you a
people
very
hate Dak
serious.
Prescott again?
I want to
You wanna
ask
ask
you a
that
very.
question?
I want to ask you a quarterback question. I'm going to do a compare and contrast quarterback question when we come back. 9:14 here on your home for the Cabo Cup updates, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
One is currently taking advanced classes in thermocryptonucleotides. The other takes remedial classes in buoyancy. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
918 713-780-3776. I'm not going to save this for News of the Weird, but Britney Spears got banned from the Four Seasons after going topless by the pool. There was probably a time where that would have been like, whoa.
Britney Spears
and now
topless?
it's just like, come on, Britney.
Now it's just like a crazy
well, I know
middle-aged
she's
woman.
dangerous. Yeah, and she's a
doing
dangerous person.
I don't know if she's dangerous.
Well, did you see the knives?
But was she threatening anyone?
No, but if you had been there, she could have easily stabbed you.
Yeah, at points in my life, not that I was a giant Britney Spears fan, but the thought of Britney Spears being naked, like, oh, wow, look at that. But now it's like, oh, you're just an old lady who's naked. Not an old
In
lady,
the past
but a
year-
middle-aged lady who's crazy and naked.
Yeah, this year she's been banned from the hotel.
It's bizarre and annoying.
I just don't. Yeah, the thought of her, like, just get her out of here.
Where do you want to put her?
She tried to knock down. Remember when she tried to?
Just get her out of here.
Hey,
beat it.
She's banned again. I mean, you know who'd never get banned from a swimming pool right now?
Who?
Ever? Okay, Taylor Swift would never get banned from a swimming pool.
Of course not.
Beyonce's not getting banned from a swimming pool.
Of course not.
Dua Lipa's not getting banned from a swimming pool if they go topless.
Oh, you mean
any
if
of those three?
You mean
Well,
if they?
I've added the wrinkle.
I
Yeah.
thought they would never be in a position where they would do that and go. You think if they were decided to be Britney
Now,
Spears?
right now, men would be saying, "Hey, you got to get her out of here.
That's
This is making me feel uncomfortable." But if it's Dua Lipa, no one. It's going to be the wives who like get her. Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yeah. Of a mad wife when Dua Lipa's topless. Get out of here. I don't need a kid. And my husband's in this.
Well, do the wives have a point if a naked woman is strolling around while their children are there? Don't they have a point?
Yeah, no, if kids are there, absolutely.
But
if they're not there, then look, I've seen the video for WAP, W-A-P.
yes,
It's a little rough.
it is. But what does that have to do with Dua Lipa?
Well, if you can do that for millions and billions of streamers,
But are any of them naked?
Dua Lipa can't be topless in a pool?
I don't know why you're
Leave her alone.
I'm not pretending this is odd because I know where this is coming from. It's your obsession with Dua Lipa to potentially see her
Not
naked.
It's my obsession with freedom of expression.
So
For
you're pulling,
right
you know you're
people.
pulling the John here. What does she look like? Is what you're doing.
this
This is your elevated version of what does she looks like? What does she look like?
Yeah, you're kind of catching me there, but I
Yeah.
also have plausible deniability because Britney's dangerous and has done knife stuff
But
publicly.
if Britney was dangerous and did nice stuff, but you found her attractive, would you mind so much?
Yeah, I'm not big into knife.
But
people.
she only did knife stuff like once. She doesn't do it all the time, does she?
I'm just not a.
Look, Dua Lipa, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. I don't know who your third would be.
Well, I mean, listen, we can also go down. Of course, I love my wife and all that stuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
This is just a bit on the radio.
Understood.
But
yeah.
but
caveats,
what about
caveats? We get it.
Yeah. But what about but still, Selma Hayek is now. See, when we talk generational, Selma Hayek
She's
is
the generational.
generational.
Yes.
That's generational. Selma Hayek started when she was pouring tequila down her leg in another Robert Rodriguez movie, and then to this day, Instagram. Hey, look at me! I just turned 50. Look at me in this bathing suit.
Mm-hmm. Is Jennifer Lopez generational?
She's generational.
I notice your generational bar gets a little lower depending on not like the women don't reach
Lower.
Gets wider, I guess. Your range of who can be generational gets wider.
As opposed to athletes?
Yeah.
Jordan and LeBron, and that's it.
That's it.
And I'm like, well,
Salma, Jennifer Lopez.
J-Lo, but that's two. That's Magic and Jordan. I mean, that's Magic and Bird. I mean,
I got to think of more.
I didn't see that. John might say, well, you know who started it all?
Raquel Welch.
No. John might say Vita Guerra. She started it all.
Started what all? Being attractive and Latina? Stop pointing to your backside. I don't want to ever see you do that again. Don't do that again. Stop pointing because it draws my eye. Stop doing that.
That's when it started. Vita Guerra's like, all of a sudden people like me and John started saying, hey, wait a minute. Maybe some other people are onto something.
So what other people? You think those
my
guys
friends, my friends in high school who were on basketball?
Those guys had the right idea?
I really don't care. I'll say it right now. when we were in high school, riding on a bus to the game, or either before the game or after the game.
Or you're giving pumps to guys.
No, I'm not on that team.
No.
Yeah, on your bike.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I never gave
pumps.
anyone a pump on a bike.
Did you get pumps?
No, I never got or gave pumps on bikes.
Okay.
That's how you gave somebody a ride on a bike. That's all it is.
You said give a pump.
It's called a pump.
That's
you
what
and
I'm
John
saying.
made a big deal because y'all never heard of it because you're not from here.
So you never gave a guy a pump?
No,
on a bike.
No, I didn't.
Then why are you so up in arms when we didn't know what it meant? And we thought it was weird that
Because
was
you
said.
didn't know, and everyone in Houston knows, and you guys are speaking for an entire city when you don't know.
So you never.
That's why it bothered me.
So you didn't get pumps from guys.
This is what I want to talk about. I'm not going to let you just play this game on me, okay? I'm going to switch it.
Okay.
So when we were, no, I'm not. You know what? Now that I think about it, I don't need to do this.
Which one? The
I've
Dak
gone
Prescott
too far.
question?
Let's get to the
Or
Dak Prescott.
are you going back to your generational?
No, but like me and my friend Rodney would have a discussion like, why do you guys like this? And we say, why do you guys like that? And then over time, it started to become, hey, now I get
So the this
I
and the
get
that.
it.
So this and that were white guys who like breasts and black guys who like butts. Okay, I'm clearing it up for everyone just so the this and that. He didn't want to talk about it, but we'll talk about it. So Vita Guerra was the one that kind of alerted you that the butt is actually something that's pretty cool to look at. I don't get it. You guys didn't know that?
No. You're trying to be reductive.
I'm trying to ask you.
No, you're trying to be reductive.
What did Vita Guerra alert you to? Stop pointing.
But more of it. More of it.
Oh, the size is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not out. I don't.
You
making
brought
me
us
sound,
here. I'm just trying to ask
You're
you.
making me sound creepy.
You
I'm
are
just telling
creepy.
You,
I'm
no,
not trying to do anything.
I'm just telling you that it was like, hey, wait a minute. I remember John very vividly in 6'10". I said, look at this. Probably was a Maxim magazine.
Or stuff.
Look
one
at
of the
this.
two.
He's like,
yeah.
whoa.
So she opened your eyes.
Who is that?
So the shroud of ignorance came down when you saw Vita Guerra?
We just became more open-minded.
A couple guys just being more open-minded.
Generational. Yeah. That's
Trying new
a weird
stuff.
thing to be open-minded about.
Trying new stuff. Being open-minded
exactly.
about a girl with a nice backside. Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, and I like my wife's too.
Stop.
Big deal. Big deal anyway.
You can't clean it up at this point with, I love my wife. It's too late now. You're done for.
Latinas.
I know. You have a
see,
certain,
I always go
You
there.
mentioned Vita Guerra,
Jennifer
Salma,
Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez, and your wife. All Latinas. Yes.
Yeah.
You have a certain
I got a type.
type. Yes.
I got a type. And my type, I'm married to my type 21 years. As I told that
And
small
yes,
table of
you're
girls who are on their thing that y'all thought was creepy.
You're
And I was saying
yes.
love is love.
Lance is happily married, everyone, just so
That's
you
right.
understand. So no matter what else he says, just remember, happily married.
I have to live with going to Rhett Miller concerts and Old 97 concerts twice a year, 3 times
Do
a
you
year.
have to go?
I'm not going to not go.
What do you
because I
think's
know
gonna
how
happen?
much she likes the lead singer.
Just let you
Probably nothing, but I'm just going.
So, do you like the music?
It's all right, yeah. Rhett Miller's pretty
okay.
good.
So I hope you're not torturing yourself.
No.
because you
I
believe-
like Old 97s.
Okay.
I like Rhett Miller, Old 97s. Yeah, I like the music.
And
fine.
someone said they thought you like pretty feet, which is actually a point that should be pointed to as well.
Yeah, so. What?
Generational feet, do you like too? Do you have generational feet?
No, I'm not going to. See, Sean, what happens is if Dell goes unchecked in this room, he can try to take you down a path that you don't want to go down.
So
This is what he does. You're a human ship starter.
Am I?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
generational.
You set traps nonstop.
So generational Latinas, generational quarterbacks you don't buy, but you won't talk about generational feet.
Because there's no such thing.
All right.
There's no such thing. You're trying to make it a thing. I'm doing this now. I don't care.
Is it the Dak Prescott thing finally?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
finally the Dak Prescott thing. And now I got to find it on Twitter. Where was
What
I?
is it? Why people dislike Dak Prescott so much?
No. It's not that. Here it is. Andrew Siciliano had this tweet yesterday. Reporter, what do you like about competing against Patrick Mahomes? Lamar Jackson, I don't like competing against him at all. Here are the comments afterwards. Lamar always with the no BS response. Let's see. Please don't play lights out against us. You read this, and how can you not like Lamar? Dude is great.
He's the people's quarterback.
This is the kind of answer that endears you and makes you normal. Good for Lamar. Damn it, that's why I like Lamar so much. This is the anti-Russ BS corporate milquetoast answer. As a Chiefs fan, I like dude, just not this Sunday. We got this. Even if let's see, as a Browns fan, this is my least favorite team. That said, these Ravens are going to destroy the Chiefs. Took a perfect quarterback. I don't care about that one. You got to love to compete against the best. Isn't that what this is all about? Ooh. I give this young man a ton of credit for being honest, okay? This is such a good answer by him. He was laughing while saying it, but being honest. I mean, who doesn't want an easy win? Usually don't get that with Pat, though. I love Lamar. Dude is a baller and relatable. Now, I like my quarterback better that he's a Chiefs fan, but I have to respect Lamar and the work he has put in. So Lamar is such a likable dude, such an honest answer. If Dak Prescott had said, what do you like about competing against Brock Purdy?
It's Brock
say
Purdy.
That. Well, okay, let's make it. Yeah, let's make it.
Say, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers. He played against him.
Okay, Aaron Rodgers.
When he was with the Packers.
I don't like competing against Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
He would have been bludgeoned, yes or no?
Of course he would have been.
Even if he left, I don't like competing. And this is why he doesn't have winning DNA. They would hit him with winning DNA. He didn't have championship DNA. There would have been shows like, should we be concerned about his competitiveness? Lamar said it, and it's what a breath of fresh air. The honesty. What a perfect answer. If Dak Prescott had said the same thing, and I know he's a Cowboys quarterback, but like if Dak had said that, he would have gotten murdered.
Yes, he would have.
Right?
Yes.
I'm not wrong on that.
No, you're not.
Because as I'm reading these, I'm like, okay. I mean, it's not that I don't think I think it is an honest answer. I don't really care. If Dak had said the same thing, though, it would have been considered a sign of weakness.
It would have, because, as I said, Lamar is in a nice little pocket for him where he is the people's quarterback. People love Lamar, whether it be analysts who maybe for reasons they don't want to put out there are siding with Lamar on things because they don't want the heat of what comes if you don't like Lamar. Mm-hmm. And he's cool, I guess. I don't use the word cool very much, but that's where that's the lane he is on Twitter. He's the cool quarterback. People like Lamar. He's different. He's a different type of quarterback than we've seen, and people are rooting for him to win. If Dak says it, is partly it's the Cowboy thing, partly it's past failures, despite Lamar's issues in the playoffs before last week. He's had similar issues to Dak.
Dak's never been considered cool. You know who Dak is? Dak really has a lot of his game is Warren Mooney. Where Warren was cool. I mean, there weren't a lot of black quarterbacks, obviously, when Warren played. But I was here for Warren the entire time. Warren was a great quarterback. He wasn't the most, he was not a dual threat runner. He could. Dak will run when he needs to. Both are good from the pocket, both of them. But there was something like Lamar is, people will just say, I mean, this is like the realest dude, right? He's really real. But you don't get the same with Dak. Dak is just people just consider him kind of corny, I guess.
I don't know. I think if the word, I guess people would say, some people, Lamar's authentic, whatever that might mean to people. They like Lamar. They think he is who he is at all times, and you just got to deal with it, and that's what they appreciate. Dak, I don't get the sense that Dak is fake. Dak certainly probably buttoned up. That's maybe part of that is being the Cowboys quarterback. You have to have a certain image, but I think a lot of it has to do with the team he plays for, the playoff scars, and the narrative, right or wrong, that he's a guy who doesn't show up when it matters. Now, Lamar should have had that narrative around him up until last week, and he has another chance to disprove some of those thoughts about him. But it's been that way since they've entered. Dak had...
It's not fair, but it is the way it is.
It's the way it is.
It's the way it is. Let's break it right here. When we come back, 5 Star is going to give us his thoughts on the big championship games, AFC, NFC championship games, when we come back with our guy 5 Star. You can watch us on YouTube, ESPN 97.5. Go to the YouTube channel, hit live, and you can watch us there and chat with us there. And when we come back, 5 Star is going to give you some winners right here on the big show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. It's The Bench. 9:34. Lance and Dell. John is on vacation. Joining us right now is Mike Tannenbaum. He joins us right now. 5 Star is going to be tomorrow. We'll take a look at the AFC and NFC championship games by the numbers tomorrow with 5 Star. Mike Tannenbaum breaks it down for us actually on the field and what we're going to see from ESPN. Mike, thank you for joining us. And right off the bat, I know you guys do a lot of narrative TV on ESPN. That's just the way TV is. And I saw Louis Riddick had a comment that I reached out to him in direct message because I really did. I liked that he said this. He said, can't we just watch? And I know he's frustrated with some of the stuff that was going on with Josh Allen. He said, can't we just watch games and every game is not a decision to be made on this player is great or this player is the bad guy or the guy that's no good. I wonder, do teams inside a building, I know it's a lot different. What are your thoughts on everything being so consequential, where every game, at least publicly and with the media, is so consequential for especially every quarterback that plays? And I know we'll have some of that for Lamar Jackson if he loses against Pat Mahomes. And then Pat, on the flip side, the consequences of winning would be, phenomenal for his legacy. How do you feel about all this consequential stuff that goes on the media as it pertains to guys in the building?
Yeah, no, it's totally fair. It seems like it's either like euphoria or disaster. Both things can be true. Josh Allen can be a great football player, and they lost. And there was probably 6 or 7 plays in that game, Lance, that if any of those 6 or 7 plays, obviously the field goal, Stephon Diggs' drop, the game would have been different. So that's the nature of pro football nowadays. And you're right. We don't need to have a referendum every 10 seconds on the greatness of these players.
Mike Tannenbaum joins us. Mike, okay, so let's get to that game. This is a Kansas City team that is unlike most that we've seen. It's really not. The firepower offensively is not the same as it's been, at least not consistently. We don't see the same firepower, although they were going up and down the field. I mean, they didn't punt until I think it was the 4th quarter against the Buffalo Bills in the last one. But this is a way different defense. And my partner here, Dell, made a point. Boy, Mike McDonald from Baltimore has done a great job against the Shanahan-style offenses. He goes up against a very good offense in Kansas City. How do you think the Kansas City offense, as it relates to right now versus what we're seeing from Baltimore this year, how does that pair up? Can Pat hit a switch, flip a switch? Can Andy flip a switch, or is this just Baltimore's year defensively?
Well, I think one of the keys to the game last week, guys, to be candid, was I thought Buffalo struggled stopping the run, which, to their credit, they were decimated on injuries. I think we're going to see more of that this week, I think. And then, in those high leverage moments, yeah, of course it's going to be Kelsey. But I think Isaiah Pacheco, guys, is much more a factor in this game than maybe, the narrative heading into it is.
So when you look over at the matchups in terms of outside, you've got very good cornerbacks, obviously, and they're playing great from a coverage standpoint. And you can slow down, I think, on the outside. Kelsey, you talked about Pacheco, but Kelsey, obviously everyone's waiting to see the same Kelsey at full strength and playing the same way he has in the past. Do you expect Kyle Hamilton to be a kind of a one-on-one defender a whole lot? How are they going to employ and how are they going to utilize Kyle Hamilton in this matchup?
Well, he's a great tackler, guys, and yeah, he could certainly handle Kelsey one-on-one. But I think the other thing is when we see a lot of those short, quick passes, those wide receiver screens, Kyle Hamilton is a great tackler, and I think we've seen him make big plays, and those are tempo-setting plays because look, I've worked with really good play callers in the past, and they've talked about breather plays for the quarterbacks, and even guys like Peyton Manning or Patrick Mahomes wants to get in a rhythm. If you can take away some of those short, quick passes the way Hamilton can, that hurts the opposing offense from getting into a rhythm.
We're here with Mike Tannenbaum. You see him all the time on ESPN, and we're discussing, obviously, the playoffs. Moving to the other side with Lamar, I've seen Lamar Jackson have issues with zero blitz in the past. He did pretty well last year, particularly with the Dolphins and Josh Boyer's defense, and before him, Brian Flores. Sometimes they gave him an issue in 2021, 2022. He was fine. How do you attack him? Like, we saw the Texans didn't get much pressure, particularly in the second half. Baltimore ran away with it. If you had your choice, attacking Lamar Jackson, knowing his how dangerous he is, when he gets out of the pocket. What's the best way to contain him and kind of contain that Baltimore offense?
Yeah, I think that Steve Spagnuolo, typically he wants to blitz a lot. I think you try to pressure Lamar before. I think Kansas City has a fantastic tackling secondary, McDuffie, Jarrett Sneed, even Justin Reed. So to me, like what you want to do there is keep Lamar in the pocket, and then you really got to cover now because of the development of Rashad Bateman and the drafting of Zay Flowers and obviously OBJ and, seeing Isaiah likely come on, with Mark Andrews' injury. So to me, you really want to keep this team one-dimensional. If Lamar could run and throw it, nobody could stop this offense, and they're going to win the Super Bowl. You got to make them one-dimensional and then try to hold up on the back end.
What is Todd Monken? Have you talked to football people who have told you what Todd Monken has done? What has he meant for Lamar Jackson from an X's and O's standpoint?
I think getting the ball down the field more, Lance, consistently with accuracy, and that was the one missing piece to this offense because they had Mark Andrews. They've always had the good running game. We knew Lamar with his legs, but as Lamar has developed, and Lance, you cover the draft as good as anybody, and I do believe, the tape sets the floor and the character sets the ceiling. That's what we're seeing with Lamar Jackson. His football character, his, working at his craft, we're seeing the ceiling with him, Todd Monken. It's like the perfect storm of the acquisition of these players, Lamar continuing to evolve and making this offense really, really hard to defend.
I think that's what frustrates me the most is there's an assumption that when a guy comes out of college, that's who he's going to be. And then sometimes there's an assumption that they're going to ascend to these great heights. Really, probably unless you talk to NFL people or you've actually been in one of those buildings, you just don't recognize that the work ethic, and that gets into the football character that you're talking about, your willingness to put the time in to do what's necessary, the desire to be great. I mean, that is such, and that's probably, Mike, from an evaluator like you were, and you had to make the draft picks. I can watch it all I want on tape. I can't know who these guys are. How hard is it to know that Lamar Jackson's going to be that kind of worker, or another guy is not going to be a great worker? You don't get a ton of time to talk to these guys. How hard is it for you to know that quarterback and these teams that are going to draft quarterbacks this year, how hard is it to know what kind of football character guy you're getting?
Yeah, it's something that you're working on your whole career, and you're never quite sure. I mean, like I like to put it is, look, you want to cut these people in half and see what oozes out. Like, are they a world-class competitor? Are they in it for money? And there's nothing wrong with trying to make a lot of money. Like, everyone has families to feed, but why do you pursue greatness? Like, what is your why? There's a lot of stuff coming out about Tom Brady more and more, and the content to me is riveting. But saw something recently about the walkthroughs on Saturday night without the coaches, players only. And you want to know why Tom Brady was great? He took no shortcuts. And I have no idea what Lamar's schedule is, but I don't need to, because what I do see is a player that is getting better and better and better. And the only way you get better at anything, guys, is you have to work your tail off at it.
Mike, you've made decisions regarding hiring people, and it's hiring season. We have the playoffs going on, but also guys are taking jobs and interviewing for jobs. Here in town, we have Bobby Slowick, who would be considered an offensive guy who's done it for a short amount of time. I don't know what he is as a leader, and you have Vrabel out there who would be considered a leader of men. Do you try to find a balance? Do you have a preference on guys you want to hire? Do you want them to lead by expertise or lead by guys who can command a room? Is there a perfect formula in hiring a head coach?
There isn't, and I think DeMeco Ryans is a great example. Like, the narrative is going to be hire an offensive play caller and draft a quarterback and develop. And look at DeMeco Ryans, where rookie head coach, rookie play caller, rookie quarterback. They had a great year by any stretch. So to me, we were trying to hire somebody. We want somebody that could lead, build a culture, scale leadership. That's really the most important part of the job.
You got the other side, and San Francisco, Brock Purdy, who I didn't look great last week. The Detroit Lions, and we don't know what's going on with Deebo Samuel. That's a big weapon that could be missing. How much of a chance do you give the Lions? This feels like a special ride, but maybe not quite good enough to get over the hump. You give them a legitimate chance to go in there and win in San Francisco?
It's funny. I think when we talk about possession sides of the ball guys, and like the excellence in the game. I'd say San Francisco is excellent on both sides of the ball. I would say Detroit has an excellent offense, and I love Aaron Glenn, but that defense isn't the same as those other three units, and that's why I would give the edge to San Francisco.
All right, that's Mike Tannenbaum. Mike, we're going to let you go. Sorry about the delay previously, but love talking football with you and appreciate it and look forward to watching you on ESPN.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
9:45 here. We come back, news of the weird. I'm going to tell you right now, something that's not weird is Underdog Fantasy is treat. Now, it's not weird, but it's something noteworthy, and that's that Underdog Fantasy is giving you an opportunity to win a lot of money, and it's completely legal right here in the state of Texas, and you can do it while you're watching your Houston Rockets. It's a fantasy game. Do you know it went higher on points, rebounds, or points and assists went higher for my good friend Alperen Şengün yesterday. So if you had played higher on Alperen Şengün on points or assists, you were going to get the win there. And in a pick'em challenge is the best way to play. You pick between 2 and 5 players. So here's the best thing to do. Download the app if you haven't already. Download it to your phone. Use promo code Lance when you sign up and make your first deposit. They're going to match your deposit up to $100, but you must use the promo code Lance. But also, you got a special pick. They're going to give you the special pick of higher than 0.25, total points, for example. They had one yesterday for Steph Curry, for example. I was looking at the lobby yesterday. They had 2 different opportunities for you to have higher, 0.5. That's a win. That's an automatic win. Let's be honest. You're going to get a win there. So they're giving you a win, and yet you still have a chance to win 20 times your original play if you play on fantasy with Underdog Fantasy. But you must pick 5 players to win 20 times, but even if you pick 2, you're still winning 3 times your money. So this is a great chance for you for the games to be even more fun, and you're involved with the games as you're watching the games, but you must use promo code Lance, and you must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Well, Dell, you're a Gen Z. So Gen Z shoppers admit that
I'm not Gen Z. You just make stuff up about me. I'm not Gen Z.
You
Your
made
kids
stuff
are
up-
Gen Z.
You made stuff up about me in
No,
that
what-
segment saying I wanted to. What did you say?
What did I
Generational
say?
feet and all this stuff. And
no,
I want a pump and all that stuff.
No, I said, have you ever given a pump? And you said no. You don't give guys rides on their bikes, not even when you were a kid.
A whopping 1/3.
What's the problem with that question?
1/3 of Gen Z shoppers admit that they prefer self-checkout kiosks
I'm not Gen Z, but I do prefer it.
so they can shoplift.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
wow.
not-
You just self-snitched, Dell. Good job.
No, I prefer it because
I do too.
to pay, but there's a limit to how many you can take in there. So a lot of times I don't.
No,
get
I
to
don't
use
want
it.
to if I got the
Yeah,
big basket.
obviously. But if I got a small basket, a couple things, it's much easier and more convenient to go into self checkout. But I don't do it to shoplift.
More than half of Gen Z said they prefer self-checkout lines and would even switch their store of choice for the ease of self-serve kiosks. I might actually
Oh,
too,
so
but
you
not
made-
to
you-
shoplift.
Did you make up the shoplifting or that part of the story?
No, that's actually part of the
Okay.
story.
Yeah, I don't need it for that.
We have so many companies that don't care about their customers, only making money. One sticky-fingered teen dish device. So if we can punish the
punishing the
look
corporation.
at you out here making the world better
Oh, look, I took
by
it.
shoplifting.
I took some toothpaste that they won't ever notice. You're not punishing the corporation.
This is just news of the weird to me. Brock Purdy has a brother. Do you know what Brock Purdy's brother's name is?
Chuba Purdy?
Chuba Purdy.
I knew that. He's been a vagabond quarterback who can't find
I
a spot
know.
to play.
I know, but his name is Chuba
I knew
Purdy.
that. He was at Florida State for a little bit.
That's not appropriate. Chuba Purdy.
Is that his actual name or is that a nickname?
No, I think it's his real name.
So it's Chuba Purdy. That is his name.
Who's Lexi Love? Who do you think
I'm
Lexi
going to go
Love
by
is?
a name that I'm assuming a porn star.
You would make that assumption. Paying subscribers in 30 different languages 24 hours a day. The AI model business is booming, and Lexi Love is only the latest example. She is, let's see, UK-based startup Foxy AI claiming she has generated around $30,000 in monthly subscriptions and that she has already gotten over 20 marriage proposals despite only being active since June 23. Apparently, Lexi owes her success to the fact that she was designed as more than just a pretty face and amazing body. She can flirt, laugh, and adapt to different personalities, interests, and preferences. So here we have it. The movie Her was not that wrong.
I don't care about any of that. I'm looking at the new trailer for Roadhouse that just came out.
Patrick Swayze Roadhouse?
Yeah, but Jake Gyllenhaal is the Patrick Swayze character.
Nah, I'm not buying that.
You're not buying it?
Not buying
He's
that.
slapping some dudes around right now.
You don't have to leave your home. You get to be
I don't want an AI model. I'm not
$30,000.
a real woman to marry me. I'm going to ask a fake person to marry me? Why am I doing that?
Why can't I invent
So you
something
don't
like
buy
this?
the
I would
fact
make
that
so much money.
Didn't Jake Gyllenhaal wasn't he in a movie where he was a UFC fighter?
Yeah, I don't buy Jake Gyllenhaal.
Well,
doing
in
anything.
in this movie, he's a washed up UFC
was he
fighter.
Spider-Man or no?
No,
was he one of them?
He was a villain in one of the Spider-Man movies.
Okay.
Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
Nightcrawler. Yeah.
I don't care about
Ironically,
Jake Gyllenhaal.
worked from place
No,
of,
he had to
from
take his car.
from crime scene to crime scene. No,
Are you afraid of bad weather? Does bad weather scare you?
it doesn't scare me.
Does thunder scare you?
Thunder in itself, if it wakes me up from a nap, sure, but it doesn't scare me.
Have you ever called 911 and reported a
No.
bogus burglary so that they would come over in Genebria?
Obviously not.
Because she's from Johnson City, Alabama, and she called emergency dispatch in her hometown of Dothan on January 9th, claiming there was a burglary in progress. When the officers arrived at her house, they quickly determined no break-in took place. She reported that in order to get police to respond to her residence quicker due to her being afraid of the weather.
Would it surprise you that McGregor's the villain in this Roadhouse movie?
We keep going back to this Roadhouse.
Because I'm
movie.
watching the trailer while you're
keep
talking.
going back to the trailer. Now this is one that I feel like I feel like John's done this one
I'm
in
sure he
different
has.
varieties.
I'm sure.
Well, it's just different varieties. Excessively farting passenger forces American Airlines flight to turn around.
I think he
We
has
had
done
diarrhea.
that. He did do that. Was it? He did the diarrhea one.
Well, this is January 25th.
I think he. Well, then I guess he didn't do it.
I got news for you. Beat the hell out of that passenger. Don't turn around. If I'm on a plane that has to turn around and I get jacked up on whatever I'm supposed to be doing and going because somebody won't stop farting, let that guy sit in the toilet
Wait
the
a
whole
minute.
time.
Is that reason enough to turn around a plane because someone won't stop farting?
That's what I'm
How
saying.
does that get a plane turned
I can
around?
promise you Spirit's not turning around.
What
Under any circumstances. Spirit has in-flight fights.
And they got to get to their destination. I respect it.
Yeah, I do too. American Airlines, like, well, that's just because disgruntled passengers, smelly farts.
So farting is worse than the baby crying the entire flight?
No,
it isn't.
Before most people had boarded, I observed that this man was audibly disgruntled about something, maybe hungover, rough day, I don't know. But as soon as he sat down, he was grumbling about something under his breath, like bleeping hell or something. After the majority of the passengers had boarded, the man reportedly exclaimed, "You thought that was rude? How about this smell?" and proceeded to gas people up.
Ooh, to know that you got one in the chamber.
I do that to my kids, but you don't do that on a plane.
Don't admit to that. You fart box your kids. Don't admit to that. You punish your kids with your farts.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's what you do. You don't know that you're not a dad.
You're
As
right.
a dad, you do that. You just don't do it in front of your wife, but you do it to the kids. And then when they tell your wife, you go, "What?"
That's a lie.
The man who just purposely farted moments ago decides to loudly and condescendingly say, "Yeah, everybody, let's just eat the smelliest food possible all at the same time," the Post wrote. A guy in the row over replied, "If you don't like it, you can fly private." To which the fart man says, "That's so effing rude." And another person nearby chimed in, "I think we'd all agree you're the rude one here." Why are y'all having a conversation with this farter?
So a guy was upset.
That's it. We're turning it around.
A guy was like a dad would. So a guy was upset about the smells. The food was the smells emanating
he didn't like
from
the
food.
smell of food, so he goes,
So he
yeah,
farted.
watch this. No. Sounds like something John would do coming back from Cabo Cup. That's got to do it for us. Paul Gallant is up next. Thanks to Sean. Thanks to Dell. Thank you, Mike Tannenbaum, for coming on the show. And thank you for those of you who participated in said show or listened. We will be here tomorrow. 5-Star joins us tomorrow, and you guys can check all of the shows on YouTube at ESPN 97.5's YouTube page. Just hit live, and you can watch and go back and forth with all the different hosts right here.
And Paul Gallant's up next. He's very interactive. He will talk to you guys, so stick with the YouTube.
Yeah, go ahead and stick around.
I was a believer of the Niners for most of the season with the best team in football. I was looking forward to that Niners-Baltimore game, and on their home field to get destroyed the way they did, that made me...
Hello, and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Thursday, January 25th, 2024. Not a good sign that I'm already forgetting the days of the week. I am Paul Gallant. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. By phone, 713-780-3776. By text, that same number. On Twitter, at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes Behind the Glass. You can also join us on our brand spanking new YouTube live stream at ESPN Houston. You got comments? I'm going to bring them aboard. Now, I wanted to open the show talking about Conference Championship weekend. Obviously, there's no Houston Texans. It's going to be in the AFC, the Kansas City Chiefs and Baltimore Ravens. In the NFC, it's going to be the Detroit Lions and the San Francisco 49ers. I've been having a lot of fun over the last couple of days trolling Ravens fans. It's all I have. And it's been helping with our social numbers. If you say something that you don't 100% believe in, you just drop a big old fart on the internet and just let it waft all over and drive people insane. That's how you become a star. So I'm going to try to do this with something I heard from Lamar Jackson talking about this upcoming matchup with Patrick Mahomes.
I don't like competing against him at all. But yeah, I mean, he's a great quarterback. Definitely a Hall of Famer. It's not even it's a no-brainer. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. But it's just, I believe it's just two greats, up-and-coming greats, just going toe-to-toe. You know, like a heavyweight fight, heavyweight matchup. That's just what I see.
Lamar Jackson doesn't even want to compete against Patrick Mahomes? I mean, pathetic. Soft. Now, if you're watching on our ESPN Houston channel, I'm about to put on a prop. I've been told by my friends that these sunglasses make me look like I'm a Make America Great Again guy. And I think if I continue this take necessary clicks and views to make this show the afternoon show. Now, a wide receiver or running back, I 100% believe him. This man don't have the compete level of someone like a Nathan Peterman. He don't have the compete level of Brock Osweiler. This is the kind of guy that ain't no A.J. McCarron. This man don't want to play. This man don't want to ball. And that means on Sunday, he's going to fall. So there you go. We're cosplaying here. Sean Mapes, grade that. Grade my anti-Lamar Jackson take. Add a little Southern twang to it. I've got the Make America Great Again looking sunglasses on as well. You know, I look like I'm effusing racism. I should have worn a Celtics jersey to really get into the character for it. What do you think?
The Sonics jersey and then also doing a Southern voice, I think will throw some people.
Right. But we're just gonna put it on social media and we're gonna see what Ravens fans do because they've been on my ass over the last couple of days.
Oh yeah, because you think he sucks, yeah.
I don't think Lamar Jackson sucks, but now I feel like I'm just gonna lean into it, even though I love Lamar Jackson. He's been one of my favorite players since he was playing at
Yeah, I do wonder what if the Chiefs win, what the Lamar Jackson narrative is going to be. Because
it's coming too. And it's unfortunate because Mahomes just beats everybody.
Yeah, or is he going to get the Josh Allen, I still think he's better than Patrick Mahomes love that Josh Allen sometimes gets?
I mean, from some people he might, but if he was, this would it be if he was going up against, let's be honest, because there is definitely a racial component to the most dedicated Lamar Jackson supporters, right? I think there is. And hey, whatever. I like Lamar Jackson, truly. But if it was Lamar Jackson losing to Josh Allen or something like that, Like, yeah, I think there would be more of a pushback. Where with Mahomes, everyone's just like, yeah, he's the GOAT.
Yeah. I mean, or at least he's the GOAT right now. You know, respect Tom
right.
Brady, Paul.
Well, that's true. But the funny thing about
it just means I like this person.
Right.
It just means, Paul George, one of the GOATs.
And it used to mean that you sucked. If you were the GOAT, you were the reason a team lost. It's funny how that has just transformed over the last, honestly, like 20 years or so.
Yeah,
Growing up, GOAT was you effed up, bro.
It is funny that it's just an acronym. Like,
Yeah.
it is just an acronym
That's
like, all right, I guess, I don't think acronyms are ones you pronounce. I forgot what the word is for the acronyms that you pronounce. But anyway, yeah, it is such a weird thing that now I feel like it's kind of died down. I feel like a few years ago, it was all GOAT this, GOAT that.
Yes.
Especially, I guess it was just when Tom Brady was really in the mix, where it was just all GOAT, put a GOAT head on Tom Brady's body, just...
Yeah. Have a picture of Tom Brady modeling, holding a GOAT.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Man, that picture's over the top of my bed.
Also...
What?
Also, when LeBron was making the finals, I feel like we got a lot of GOAT stuff out of that.
A lot of him, right.
Yeah. So
Michael Jordan not called the GOAT that much, but these days, Tom Brady and LeBron get called GOAT the most.
Yeah. I think Jordan still gets it.
But it's not as much as he would have had Michael Jordan come up during this.
Oh,
era.
Yeah. He just never gets... I mean, he doesn't win it. He hasn't won a basketball game in 20 years.
Right. Great point. Great
Loser.
point. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Morris Ramirez asks, what's up with the Sonics jersey? Sorry, I identify as Gary Payton, and the Rockets sucked last night. So I'm wearing solidarity with the PNW today because the PNW took our beloved Rockets down. And, sometimes you just got to give a shout out to the Pacific Northwest.
I know you weren't there when the Sonics were in Seattle, famously.
Correct.
You were only there like 2 years ago.
2 years, yes.
Is there a Blazers-Sonics rivalry?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not an intense one because the Blazers have largely sucked for most of their history.
And the Sonics haven't existed for 15 years.
Exactly. I think if it came back, it would be good, but I don't think it would be great. Because I think for Rockets fans, like Rockets Sonics in the playoffs, Rockets Jazz. Yeah. For the Sonics, it's Sonics Jazz. What a surprise. It's almost always the Jazz, the Lakers for every single team in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I mean, basketball rivalries are more about who you play.
Right.
And specifically at a specific time who you play. So that's why I was wondering if, like, there was a lot of Blazers fans. Like, when the Sonics left Seattle, are there
people
some
just stopped
Blazers
caring
fans?
about basketball altogether, right? So that's the way that it goes. Okay. But with conference championship this weekend, I have a question for you guys on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Also, ESPN Houston on YouTube. What bandwagon are you jumping on this weekend as somebody living in Houston? Hopefully a Houston Texans fan. What bandwagon are you jumping on? I got to say, I've said this before. I'll continue to say it. Bandwagoning should not be shamed the way that it is in sports. It shouldn't. Now, if you're doing it a lot, I can understand somebody calling out your character or something like that. But professional sports teams are corporations, sometimes run by bozo billionaires. If that corporation or product sucks, you're supposed to remain blindly loyal to it? I mean, it would be like driving a car that constantly has recalls and saying, no, I'm just going to keep on buying this car. And then next thing you know, you're driving, all of a sudden, oh no, honey, we're driving off a cliff, and the whole family's dead, But you were loyal. And it's funny that today that we have so many people that get mad at people who choose to jump on another team's bandwagon. I mean, don't 50% of marriages end in divorce? So you're willing to leave your wife and possibly ruin your kids' lives, but the New York Jets, you're not going to leave them. Just think about it from those two perspectives. And I think it'll give you a whole new way to look at the idea of bandwagoning. And Look, you can bet on sports. Some people do to keep their interest. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. How about that? Nice plug. If you ever want to gamble on sports. But for me, I like to pick a team to root for, even if there are just 4 teams left and I have reasons to maybe not like any of them. So what bandwagon am I jumping on? The easy one for all of us is the Detroit Lions. The Lions have had a miserable existence. Their fans don't even know what they're doing with their hands being in the playoffs this far. I heard somebody, an NFL reporter, who went to go watch a Lions game with a Lions fan, NFL reporter. They watched it at a bar, and Lions fans just kept on chanting playoffs because they didn't know what to do. Like, they're very cute and adorable, Lions fans. So you want Lions fans to win. That is the easy choice. But I would say that of all of the entities in these playoffs, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, juggernaut. Lamar Jackson, but also the Ravens defense. And Kyle Shanahan and all those 49ers weapons. They're probably the ones that of the 4 that are likely to win the Super Bowl right now, the least likely. But the other 3 aren't exactly the most fun teams to choose. If you choose the Chiefs, you're cheating. You can't jump on the Chiefs bandwagon at this point. You better have already done it.
You have to be a Texas Tech grad, I think.
Yeah, that's a great point, Sean.
Or a Taylor Swift fan.
That, I guess, you can also add in. Look, there are a lot more Chiefs fans now because of Taylor Swift. Yeah. That's true. So if you identify as a Swiftie, or if you want to be like the Swifties, I mean, you could jump on the Chiefs bandwagon. Then you've got the Baltimore Ravens. I'll be honest, I want to jump on the Ravens bandwagon, but there's too much bad blood between my Patriots and the Ravens from back in the day for me to do it, even though I like Lamar Jackson. And on top of that, there's too many Ravens fans in my mentions that don't understand that I'm kind of messing around by saying, like, CJ Stroud actually was a better passer than Lamar Jackson on Saturday. But, I mean, he did throw for more yards, like 50 more yards. Lamar Jackson ran for 100 yards. Maybe you should play another position.
No sacks either.
That's true. Lamar Jackson, 3 sacks.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Do some running, buddy.
Couldn't even adjust to DeMeco Ryans' blitzes, which were every single play. Huh. What would Patrick Mahomes do? What would Tom Brady do? Interesting.
What would Josh Allen do?
Great point. Now, one last thing. One last team. The San Francisco 49ers. Here's why I don't want to jump on the 49ers bandwagon. 49ers fans are sneakily the worst. Now, I know this having lived on the West Coast for a little bit of time, going back to me wearing this Supersonics jersey right now. San Francisco 49ers fans are low-key a-holes. They are. But the problem is they have been so bad for much of the last 20 years that they've become very, very quiet. A little blip on the radar with the Jim Harbaugh years, right? And now, very quiet because they're going to Super Bowls with Jimmy Garoppolo. They're hoping for Brock Purdy's to lead them all the way. Like, they're quiet. But 49ers are very, very underrated, the worst. So, in terms of bandwagons to jump on, I believe, Sean Mapes, you will also be jumping on the Lions bandwagon, right?
Yeah, they're the easiest one to jump on because they're just not just historic underdogs, but it feels like underdogs of the 4 teams remaining here in 2024.
Yes, 100%. So, 1, Lions. Easy to number 1 choice.
Dan Campbell.
Number 2, I don't want to do it, but number 2, Ravens. 3, 49ers. 4, Chiefs. Because the Chiefs is cheating.
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably hate this, but they're kind of in the Patriots zone in whichever one of the Patriots runs you want to choose. Where they've made 6 straight AFC title games. The Patriots obviously made 8. I want to say towards the tail end of Brady's time there. So they are in that point of like, yeah, they're always here. I would just like it to be someone else's turn.
Yeah,
I don't distinctly dislike the Chiefs. It's just, I don't know, give me Lamar.
What bandwagon are you jumping on? 713-780-3776 to call and to text. And we also continue our Astros countdown to pitchers and catchers reporting with 1, a controversial clip of audio on our show yesterday. 2, an update on the always, what the hell's going on, injury status of one Astro. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
What bandwagon you jumping on for conference championship weekend in the NFL? Some comments on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston. Ev HTX says the Lions, because they're the king of the jungle. He believes that ravens are a nasty bird. Now, ravens are very smart. I don't know how many people have seen videos of ravens, and I don't know what the difference between a raven and a crow is, but I've seen videos where ravens have gotten two cats to fight.
Picking up like nuts that are hard to crack, flying them over a road and dropping it and letting cars drive over it to crack the nuts.
Ballsy.
Yeah. Also, for the animal kingdom, pretty genius stuff.
Yeah. Honestly, of all of the mascots left, if you're, someone who picks based off of that, if you pick Chiefs, I mean, you're racist.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Or paint your face like
right.
a little kid.
Even me. I'm 1% Micmac Indian. That's an Algonquin tribe that is from Prince Edward Island. When my family, my ancestors helped settle Prince Edward Island back in the 1500s or 1600s, yeah. May have been a little controversial marriages going on. Listen, you can't control the past. But the 49ers, every 49er, for the most part, people that rushed out to the West Coast in search of gold was a loser. Definitively was a loser. No one struck gold. No one. And the people who did strike gold while they were doing their prospecting and stuff, they were going to have somebody probably cap them in the back of the head, and then a railroad would steal their land. Yeah. And next thing you know, everybody was out there destitute, just working on the railroad all the live long day.
That's a good song. I just put it together, or I'm still kind of working on it, but was panning for gold in the 1849ers, was that basically the equivalent of cryptocurrency in 2020
yes.
and 2021? Isn't that the same thing?
Exact same thing, except for
you actually had to move.
You had to move thousands of miles west, and
you might get Donner partied. Yeah,
you either could get dysentery or killed by Comanches on the way. So you did all this to get out to the west, only to find no gold. I'll give them credit; they tried hard.
Yeah, they definitely have more dog in them than crypto guys. But yeah, okay.
And if we're talking about lions too, male lions, I mean, low key suck because they don't do anything. They're lazy,
misogynist,
100% misogynist. Yeah. All right, so who are you jumping on? A texter says, this is Hawk Lee Dan. I'm jumping on the Lions bandwagon because they've been in the basement for so many years. I would love to see those terrible owners lift up the trophy and say, this one's for Barry. Well, better them say that than what their ancestor or great-grandfather, the original Ford, would say. Do you know who he would dedicate
Henry
the trophy
Ford?
to?
Oh, I know he was a big fan of some certain.
He was a
certain dictators in the.
He was a massive fan of Hitler and wrote an anti-Jewish piece of propaganda that he did not sign by his name in the 1930s. It's really funny how so many car corporations are either ex-Nazi or have some real Nazi sympathizing,
or loved them.
Right.
or they either made cars for Nazis or they idolized them.
Exactly. Right.
Or they're Japanese cars.
Hitler had a giant portrait of Henry Ford in his Munich office. I'm not kidding. That is historical fact. Another texter, go Ravens. I'd rather listen to John McClain's podcast than see Taylor Swift, Brittany Mahomes, and Jackson Mahomes during the Super Bowl.
You know what? That touches on a good point. The second part is the you have to keep in mind the Super Bowl week, the lead up week, and all the stories from that. I think I would prefer. I'd prefer anything over. Oh my God, is Taylor Swift gonna be at the game? Oh my God, what is not interested?
Yeah.
I think the Ravens would have to be the AFC choice based on that alone.
I agree.
And then same thing in the NFC, or a different version of the same thing in the NFC, where I'd rather it be, hey, Lions, and just have different Lions fans crying on camera about how much it means to them, as opposed to, like, does this mean Brock Purdy is awesome? All the haters said Brock Purdy couldn't do it. Now look at him. Like, that week is going to suck.
More texts about what bandwagons people are jumping on from the 832. The Lions, a girl I'm trying to hook up with is a diehard Detroit fan. Smart play.
Great.
And you're right. They have no idea what to do with their hands. That is TMI, sir. That is TMI.
But that's the best reason we've gotten so far.
He says they have a fight song, so I agree. From the 618, I bandwagon the Ravens. I like rooting for the team that beats my team. Makes me feel better for some reason. I actually hate that, but I understand that line of thinking. You're not alone in thinking that way. I hate that line of thinking.
Yeah, not for me, but I get it.
It'd be like rooting for the Mongols after they just, like, destroyed your village. It'd be like, I hope this empire keeps going. The Nazis just overran our village. You know what? Let's see how much further it goes. Obviously, there's violence versus playing a game, but I don't get it.
I hope we got beat by winners. I hope we got conquered by winners.
Right. Post-Revolutionary War in an alternative universe where the English win. I hope that the English get their manifest destiny. I can't wait to drink tea, like for my ancestors to drink tea hundreds of years from now, like little bitches.
I mean, a lot of Native American talk on this segment, but I don't think
history.
I don't think they were rooting for. I don't think they were rooting for the settlers.
Definitely not.
Afterwards, I don't think they were.
Definitely not. 100%. Paul Camacho, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll push our Astros countdown a little bit further because do you really want to hear Lance McCullers talking about the latest in his rehab process? We probably don't. Up next, we got the 10-minute drill. Guess what? A Houston Texan is finally being recognized, and the Chargers have themselves a head coach. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You can jump on the bandwagon for all of these games this weekend. You could do that, or you can make the game interesting by just going there and gambling. So you got the 2 conference championship games, and tomorrow we're going to have some fun prop bets for you in those games that are more likely to get you paid than the actual game itself. But yesterday we told you that the Ravens 3.5-point favorites on the Kansas City Chiefs. Does seem like a lot, even though the Ravens are at home. But this one is really a lot. The 49ers don't have Deebo Samuel yet. We could see them have Deebo Samuel on the field. But with that injury that he suffered this past weekend, do you expect him out there? He wasn't at practice yesterday? I don't know. The Lions are 7-point dogs against Brock Purdy, who has not looked good. I don't know that the Lions are going to win. 7 is a lot, though, for the way that the 49ers have been playing of late. I mean, they got their doors blown off by Baltimore not too long ago as well. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you want to bet on the conference championship games, they got an awesome deposit bonus. If you use that promo code, you can refer a friend, get another bonus. And on top of that, you can also play like blackjack, casino games as well. MyBookie.ag, bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Reasons to jump on bandwagons for conference championship weekend. Jared Goff's pretty likable. Do I base that mostly off of his interviews with Pardon My Take? Yes. But during this visit with The Ticket in Detroit, which is one of the most successful sports radio stations in the country, shout out to them, Jared Goff was asked about what fuels him. He had a great answer.
Hey, does bulletin board material matter to you guys at all?
It depends what it is. What do you got?
Skip Bayless, after your game, tweeted out the
No,
following.
I don't care about anything he says. You can stop now. That's not.
I love it.
No. Yeah.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah. No. Anything those guys say on daytime TV, you can skip over that.
Wow. All daytime television, not just Skip Bayless. I would say I would listen to Stephen A. Smith, but Sean and I, we put the Pat McAfee show on mute in the bullpen, the area where we prep after the show, and we just talk about the show while it's on mute. So we have no idea what is actually said. I think I'd like Pat McAfee, honestly. I feel like there's way too many people on that show.
Yeah.
It's the Pat McAfee show, but here's AJ Hawk's face, and here's 5 other co-hosts, and then there's 4 producers that also speak. It's just a lot of voices.
Yeah. Darius Butler's there.
Sometimes it's Chuck Pagano.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of people. And then they have a guest.
Exactly. It's a little confusing. But yeah. Would I listen to Chris Mad Dog Russo? No, not anymore after he wussed out on that bet.
Yeah,
where he said he would
Diamondbacks.
go right. Both he wussed out twice on Diamondback bets, and you're the baseball guy. Sorry, you got to keep the game alive. He ain't doing that. Who else on daytime TV?
Notice that he didn't say daytime radio, so we're good.
That's really good.
He values our opinion.
Honestly, I mean, our show is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I feel like we were at least more fun than the majority of midday television shows. Now,
Yeah.
I got to say, my girl Kmart, who apparently is named Kmart, when she's on
Kimberly Martin
talking about the Cowboys culture issues yesterday, I mean, that made me sit up and watch. I like Nick Wright because he's a friend. I'd watch Nick Wright's show.
Yeah, and I also feel like he's good. He's a good person to have as a hater, and I don't say that with any disrespect to Nick Wright. It's just he's so dedicated to his cause, whether that be the Chiefs, whether that be LeBron, whatever his cause is, that he'll always find something to dig up on you. So it's a little bit of like I always know I can depend on one hater, Nick Wright.
Yeah.
And I get like the Bills. The Bills can have endless amount of bulletin board material
Just from Nick.
Just from Nick.
Right. 100%. So, yeah, most of the Speak for Your Pizza television shows, I would imagine, are shows that are ignored by
Emmanuel Acho. Do you ignore that one?
I mean, I saw Emmanuel Acho's book on display at an airport when I was flying back from a wedding in Puerto Rico.
That must do numbers.
And the hangover that I had just shook off came back. And I got COVID. Did I get it then?
From the book?
I think it made my immune system just die for a second. And then I got COVID. So did Emmanuel Acho give me COVID? I can't say. I'm just telling you what I saw and what happened.
Yeah,
Continuing
cause and effect.
to go around the NFL. Guess what, guys? Will Anderson is a Pro Bowler because Max Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders is not attending the Pro Bowl. Wait, do not want to mention that game ever again. But Will Anderson, Pro Bowler. How about that? CJ Stroud will probably end up being a Pro Bowler as well. Does it count when you're a Pro Bowl alternate? I suppose when the check's clear, yes, it does. But when it comes to who is and who isn't, Pro Bowl's dumb. All Pro's the only one that really matters, I think. And even that one is getting a little bit weird because a lot of guys get it based off of name brand recognition. I would point to a guy wearing a Seattle Sonics jersey right now, guy who has paid attention to the Seattle Seahawks. Bobby Wagner being a second-team All-Pro is proof that people just are like, oh, yeah, Bobby Wagner. Just give it to him.
Yeah, it does. Especially, I feel like especially defense and offensive line. That's where you get the like reputation vote. It's a little bit like the all defense teams in the NBA, where it's like you'll just get a couple reputation. If you're a good defender when you come into the league, you'll get like 3 years of being a bad defender where you're still on the all-defense team or thought of as a good defender. So, yeah, I mean, it's huge for Will Anderson, though, to be able to play dodgeball and flag football.
Year. I could be wrong on that front, but it was like a minor injury.
Or I thought he was in the Celebrity All-Star game.
One or whatever it was.
I forgot what it was. But
Myles Garrett got hurt in some sort of Celebrity All-Star thing in the last couple of years. Anyway, continuing. Jim Harbaugh, officially the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, leaves Michigan after winning a national title. Very curious as to what the NFL does because the NFL, remember, threatened a suspension for Jim Harbaugh for what allegedly happened at Michigan if the suspension wasn't long enough at Michigan. I'm very curious as to how they handle this because they did suspend Jim Tressel when he joined the NFL as just a minor assistant with the Indianapolis Colts not that long ago.
It would be so stupid if they did that. You know why?
I think it would be funny, though.
It would be funny.
I'm rooting for the chaos.
And they go like the Chargers go 0-4 without Jim Harbaugh, and then they go 11-1 with him.
Watch them win games with Jim Harbaugh and lose them when he's back. When they win without Harbaugh, they lose when he's back.
Yeah.
Even better. I like that.
Also, Antonio Pierce was a assistant coach on Arizona State before he joined the Raiders. And he, like, Arizona State also got, like, bowl banned and committed recruiting violations. And guess who wasn't suspended at all for any of it? Antonio Pierce in the NFL.
Hell yeah. Good for him.
I just like the fact that because he came in, I think, he was the linebackers coach, defensive coordinator.
Something like
for the Raiders. So it, like, flew a little bit under. Also, it's Arizona State.
Right. You know, party school.
Yeah. Their football team committing violations. Everyone reads that and goes, yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Honestly, they would have the best violations, I would think. That is a talented university. Not
Pitino,
on the field.
Rick Pitino would have #1 recruiting classes every year.
Oh, 100%.
Remember the Louisville?
What a place. We're not even talking about Rick Pitino cheating on his wife in a like Italian diner.
Yeah.
Bottle of red.
It was only 15 seconds, all right?
Bottle of white. Oh, no. I thought I was going to last all night. I got it all over your dress.
Nick Sirianni,
I made myself a mess. Great Billy Joel song. All right, fine. Nick Sirianni. He is still the Eagles head coach. He believes hiring a new offensive coordinator will make their offense less stale. Two of the guys he has interviewed, Gerard Johnson, Houston Texans quarterback coach, and the sexy man himself, I can say that, Cliff Kingsbury. Jalen Hurts, meanwhile, might not be happy about the firing of his offensive coordinator, Brian Johnson, and per a very weird and vague report, has been very standoffish this year in the Eagles locker room. Huh. Interesting. Also, Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator, is scheduled to have a second interview with the Falcons today. More coaching interview news. Mike Vrabel interviewed with the Atlanta Falcons, who are just interviewing everybody. How have they not interviewed us?
I put zero stock in who the Falcons are interviewing because, yes, they've interviewed the entire NFL.
I took the Chiefs to a Super Bowl in Madden with Terrell Pryor at quarterback. So why am I not getting an interview request by the Falcons?
Young offensive mind.
Very young. Very crazy. Mike Vrabel also interviewed with the Carolina Panthers. I want that to happen. Mike Vrabel versus control freak David Tepper. Would Vrabel throw Tepper out a window? Would he go defenestration of Prague 1, 2, and 3?
He would definitely set the all-time record for saying "shut the bleep up" to an owner.
Yeah.
He would whatever the record is, a head coach telling his owner to leave me alone and shut up, he would break the record.
If you're Tepper, I think you have to hire Vrabel mainly because everyone thinks you're a control freak. And if you hire Vrabel, people will think that you're not the most control freak, and that you're maybe learning.
If you don't fire him after 1 year. If you hire Mike Vrabel and let him coach at least 3 or 4 years,
yeah,
then you will not get hit with control freak.
That's fair.
And your team will be better.
It will be better. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are 18 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting. We will continue our countdown with some interesting news on a Houston Astro player and his status for this coming season. And what bandwagon are you jumping on for conference championship weekend? You tell us. I know the bandwagon I'm jumping on. It's a bandwagon I jumped on in the middle of our watching the Houston football team live stream and then post-game show. It's Pendleton Whiskey. Guys, Pendleton Whiskey, founded at the Pendleton Roundup, one of the oldest rodeos in North America, is something that honors the enduring legacy of the American West. It's also the official whiskey of the PBR Tour, which is coming to town tomorrow and Saturday. You can go to PBR.com if you still want to get tickets for that. Get yourself ready for the H-Town Rodeo. Guys, Pendleton Whiskey is cut with glacier-fed spring water from Oregon's Mount Hood for an uncommonly smooth, rich taste and complex flavor thanks to being barrel-aged in American oak. Pendleton Whiskey, it carries the legacy of the American cowboy, which is forged into every single bottle, along with true Western tradition, a heritage that inspires us to live boldly, never lose sight of the values we believe in, and taste the moment wherever we may be. This stuff is great, guys. It's smooth. It's refreshing. It's great stuff. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We were talking about television of the sports talking head variant. And Key from LA says, we watch First Take for Molly. Sir, that is sexist. That is sexist. Hashtag canceled, hashtag disavowed. Okay? Unless you're talking about her opinions. But that's got to be the worst job. It really has to be the worst job. People got on Carissa Thompson's case for saying that she made up the occasional sideline report. But I look at it through this prism. If you're Carissa Thompson, like the majority, I would imagine, of women who get into sports broadcasting would like to do more than sideline reporting, which is a thankless job. The coaches don't want to do it. You're on for 5 seconds. You barely get to talk. You want to host. You want to actually talk a lot. And if you're Molly or insert random woman who is the, I guess, system/game manager quarterback for a hot take show, like it sucks. You just say, all right, next topic.
Brock Purdy.
Right.
You're Brock Purdy.
Not even Brock Purdy, Sean. We're lower than that.
Oh no. Jimmy G?
Lower than that. Well, I guess it would make sense because Jimmy G's hot.
Yeah.
So, I feel bad for women who are in that spot because I actually know like a couple of ladies who are very good at talking sports. That sounds condescending and perhaps patronizing, but like one of my good friends in Seattle, Stacey Rush, she's awesome at it. But generally in this industry, you are kind of like not able to get over a certain point. And for some, you're stuck like sitting in the middle of a Scream for Your Pizza show. That sucks.
The Undisputed takes it to another level because at least Molly is on the desk with Stephen A. and whoever he's debating.
Right. The Undisputed person, we don't even know where they are.
It's off to the side, and they're
not even in the same room.
Yeah, they pop them in like she's AJ Hawk for Pat McAfee. She asks her question, and then unlike Pat McAfee, they take her away when she's not talking.
Right.
It's like literally just parachute. She could pre-record them. Like she doesn't interact with the show at all.
We might be getting a little too inside sports media here, but those shows are interesting because the only time I ever see them are on mute in the bullpen here or on mute at my gym. That is it.
Gym, airports.
Pretty much it.
Food court in college.
Almost always on mute.
Yeah.
Interesting strategy. Paul Gallant Show. It's time to continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting. Give me that trombone.
It's always Astros time in Houston. Are you ready to play?
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
We're counting you down to the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach.
The Athletics' Chandler Rome joined us on yesterday's show, and he made some waves with a comment that I have cut down for the sake of time about someone who may not have actually weighed in on his feelings about the Astros signing Josh Hader for 5 years and $95 million. You give Josh Hader that kind of money, probably a safe assumption to believe that he will be the closer. Lots of discussion about how the Astros talked to Ryan Presley about this move. No one has their feelings hurt.
Well, it's kind of funny, Paul. You mentioned all those quotes. Who haven't you seen quotes from?
Ryan Presley.
Correct. Everyone is saying he's on board, but I think until he actually speaks, Ryan Presley, by all accounts, he is a consummate professional, team-first guy. I don't think this is going to be a big deal, but he's a human being. You like to feel appreciated. I think Ryan Presley, since he became the closer in 2021, has really gone underappreciated. I mean, this is an elite closer. This is an elite reliever, one of the best postseason relievers in baseball history. Maybe feel slighted, feel underappreciated. I don't think the Astros signed Josh Hader because of that. I think they signed Josh Hader to make the team better.
One, Chandler wouldn't say that without a reason to say that. So, something to keep in mind. There's always ego and hurt feelings when it comes to specific titles. Who's shortstop on a baseball team? Who's the de facto closer? And, of course, it's also something that you can get over that won't be an issue at all in the clubhouse over the course of the year. I thought what Chandler said that was most interesting there is the way that people look at Ryan Pressly. Is Pressly underappreciated? Now, he's got that ridiculous build-up for when he comes out of the bullpen, where everyone starts lighting their cell phones as they play Johnny Cash as he slowly walks out. I don't know if Billy Wagner had an entrance like that, or Mariano Rivera getting Metallica's Enter the Sandman when he came in, or an Edwin Diaz playing the trumpet or something like that. I really do not know what Wagner's entrance was. But Chandler said, yeah, this is probably the second best reliever in Astros history behind Billy Wagner. And because of his postseason success, I guess you could argue he's been better. Yeah, I think it's fair to say he's been underappreciated. I think it's also fair to say at the exact same time that I'm not sure Pressly is going to be the same dominant reliever that he's been recently in years to come, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Hader, I think Josh Hader's 29 or 30, and Ryan Pressly's 34 or 35. So, that's just part of it, is the aging curve you expect these guys to be on. But as far as him being underappreciated, I do think he is. Because he has the nickname Ryan Stressley, and he is a guy who is literally, I think he's 24 for 24 in postseason save attempts.
Really? That's insane.
So it's like people complain about it being stressful, but not about it, like the actual results. Like no one thinks about him as, having like a 1-something ERA in the postseason.
Baseball casuals like myself, I think we all believe that relievers are stressful because you're expecting them to come in and for everything to be automatic, which is an unfair expectation.
Yeah, it's you could have 9 straight clean ones, and then on the 10th one, if you give up 1 run, it's like, the next time that guy comes in, you're like, oh my God, this guy's in?
Exactly. And look, I mean, Montero had a good 2022. The contract, good for him getting that contract. Last year, good God. And there would be stretches, though, where people like you, Sean, and like me would be like, oh, well, he's put a couple together. Maybe it's back on track. And then there's others who would be like, oh, this is never going to last. And it's funny because this is something we only do with relievers. And I really do think that every single fan base is secretly terrified of their own bullpen.
Unless you literally have Mariano Rivera. Like, only Mariano Rivera I think got.
And even then, the Red Sox beat him in 2004, like twice.
Yeah. It is the most thankless job in sports, probably. Like, especially if you're not the closer. If you're the 7th, 8th inning guy, that is the most thankless job because all you can do is blow it. It's the only and then you don't get credit with the save.
By the way, interesting to note, and guys, I'm sorry, I wasn't here for Billy Wagner. Enter the Sandman. Billy Wagner had it first, and Mariano Rivera took it.
Ooh,
is that true?
I don't know.
Now I'm wondering if Mariano Rivera had Enter the Sandman.
Yeah.
Man, he just ripped it straight off of Billy Wagner. Oh boy!
Surprised Lars Ulrich didn't sue him.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about stealing signs. Well, why aren't we talking about Mariano Rivera stealing Billy Wagner's entrance music, huh? Why aren't we doing that? I wonder what someone texted in. Brad Lidge had a good intro. This is on the Twitch.
Yeah, they'll do the lights out. Lights out Lidge.
That's nice. Yeah. Did Chad Qualls have
probably not
entrance? How about Ken Giles? No?
It was this. It was just a trombone.
But played by a student. One last thing. As we continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting, we are 18 days away. Shout out to former Astros manager Art Howe, who also played for the Astros from 76 to 82, 269, 39 homers, 266 RBIs, had a big home run, and a one-game playoff for the Dodgers, against the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. Didn't get stabbed on the way out, too. Credit to him. In 1980. Here is Lance McCullers talking about his rehab from injury.
I'm back to about 80-ish feet throwing. Throwing multiple times a week. Feel really good. We all want it to go faster than it's going, but That's just the nature of, I guess, rehab. Last year before I had surgery, I think I was hopeful that I'd be back sometime in the April, May. But when I actually had the surgery was a little more extensive than we had thought. So we're hoping. I think my goal would probably be to at least be in the conversation for a summer rehab schedule, and then get back here at Minute Maid.
There you go. That's Lance McCullers. Hopefully back by the All-Star break. Hopefully. I like Lance McCullers a lot. I think he gets a lot of grief, too. That's unfair. He didn't sign himself to that contract. The Astros gave him that contract. It's one of the worst contracts that they have given out. I'm happy McCullers got that money. I like that we every now and then hear McCullers talking a little bit of bleep. And I think that he's going to be very good in media eventually whenever he's done playing. I know that because we used to do, when I was over on the flagship, we used to have him on for like 30, 40 minutes in studio. Me, Mike, and Seth, we would have him on. And he was great. I liked him. Liked talking with him, too. It just sucks that these injuries keep popping up. And it doesn't feel like it's going away anytime soon. And now you're at the point where, we're talking about, is Lance McCullers going to be back this year? You almost expect him not to. We're also talking about Forrest Whitley being a bullpen arm this coming year because he threw 98 in a bullpen session. Like, that's going to finally happen. Forrest Whitley. How long have we been saying Forrest Whitley's coming up through the pipeline? Feels like we've been saying that since 2013.
Yeah.
Like, since before they won a World Series.
It hasn't been that long, but I distinctly remember him being like a top prospect who got popped for PEDs. Or no, was it PED? Or no, it was like some sort of amphetamine thing. It was like some whatever. He said he had to make a long road trip and he had to stay awake, and so he took like some gas station speed basically.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
And he got popped for it. And I think that happened when I was in college. That happened like 2017.
It did happen a while ago.
That was so long ago.
Like, I was still in Houston when it happened, and it feels like it was so long ago. It feels like it was during 2016 or something like that. Yeah. A couple of comments. Someone says Chad Qualls, his intro should have been failure by breaking Benjamin. Yeah. Junior Broncos says that Roberto Osuna came out to smack my bitch up. That did not happen. Good God.
Why'd you read that? You knew that was misinformation. You just Ron Burgundy that?
Now, I've actually met Junior Broncos, but if I hadn't met Junior Broncos, I would wonder if that was Brandon Taubman making that comment. What?
It's his type of humor.
I know Brandon Taubman. I had dinner with him once.
Wow.
Yeah. Did not think that would be thought that would be the last time I heard Brandon Taubman's name. That's for sure. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A couple of people are talking about what your intro song would be if you were coming out of the bullpen. I guess if you want to do that, you can. Up next, man, I love basketball. I love basketball more than I love baseball. But basketball players make it so hard to root for them. 2 examples of that from yesterday. Next, Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. One you can jump aboard at 713-780-3776. It's how you call. It's how you text. We're on YouTube now at ESPN Houston. You can watch me and my very pasty white face with massive eyebrows and all the facial gesticulations you can handle. You got Sean Mapes behind the glass with his glorious, luxurious mane of hair. No headband today. He's letting it rock. Looks good, Sean. Guys just supporting other guys.
Yeah. No, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that.
Yeah. It's a good hair day for both of us. We both look great. So subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already.
Yeah, see for yourself.
See for yourself. We're hot. We are hot, ladies. Fellas, we're hot. All right, so things on the table if you want to bring it up, because it is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And now that we're in a bit of an off season for Houston sports, the Rockets, they suck. They are not making any progress. They lost last night. We are a little bit more interactive than we've been the last couple of weeks. So on the table, what bandwagon are you jumping on for the conference championship weekend? Also, entrance music. What would be your entrance music? You know that my entrance music for the Paul Gallant show is Harder Than You Think. In case you didn't know that. Yeah, little Flavor Flav, little pop. Some people like trombones, others like trumpets. Names Tim said on our comments section, he said the entrance song that he would use is Roll Right by Rage Against the Machine. Is that the Bulls on Parade song?
No, that one's Bulls on Parade.
Oh, okay. No one's sending Pantera, so shout out to no one sending in Pantera thus far. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, I love the NBA. I do. Celtics are my second favorite team in sports. First Celtic game I ever went to, I met Larry Bird before it, and I've always liked the NBA because of it, even though there's been a lot of change over the years. And we've gotten to a point now where players truly have all the power. In a way, it's cool, but it has its drawbacks. And over the last couple of years, we've really gotten to a ridiculous point with NBA players demanding that fans get ejected. And we never know 100% the reason that fans get ejected. We just hear the player's side of the story afterwards. We don't usually hear the fans who were kicked out. We don't usually hear from the fans who were sitting around. Notable people who have had fans ejected: LeBron James, Russell Westbrook, and after the fact, you generally hear blah, 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 blah. He said something about my family. And that's a great shield. Trying to gain sympathy, whether justified or unjustified, by bringing up your family or mental health gives you a carte blanche to essentially say what I'm feeling is right and true. Be on my side. It's the way it works in 2024. I don't write the rules. It's just an observation I'm making. But Luka Doncic took it too far last night in an area where it already has been taken too far. Luka Doncic, during a Mavericks-Suns game, with the Mavericks really struggling, heard a fan say, "Get your ass on the treadmill," per the reporting of ESPN's Tim McMahon. And I guess there also was some profanity directed at him from the crowd. Profanity at a sporting event where people are paying hundreds of dollars to sit that close to the point where you would actually be able to hear the profanity? Freedom of speech, not a thing in the NBA. But Doncic had this fan removed. Then after the game, ESPN's Tim McMahon asked him about the incident, and Doncic got very, very salty.
When you said about the fan, that was not true at all. That was not the only thing he said. But I knew you would be the first one to point out something like that. I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you were going to be the first one to put out something like that, so I just saw it, man. It's just funny. You always seem to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
First of all, 99% of the stuff I've written about you has been good.
Oh, I don't know.
I was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right? Or you didn't hear anything?
He was definitely hollering.
Okay, there we go.
Acted.
But you put out something that was just the only thing, but
What was the final straw?
What was the issue?
What was the thing that?
it's not the issue. I'm just seeing you seems to be the first one to always put something bad about me.
Several of us actually tweeted that.
It's fine. It's all over.
Why did you ask for the fan to be ejected?
Because he was cursing me the whole first half, too.
You would think someone from the Balkans would be a little tougher given what happens at games that take place in Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia. You ever seen those? There's flares being lit, flares being thrown on the court. I'm not even sure if they're allowed to drink at these games, and they're still having a rowdy old time.
Yeah, those go viral. Like, it feels like twice a year we get a good video of like, look at this.
Yeah, their basketball fans go harder than hard. And, you know, as someone who used to participate in a little thing called Yacht Week, the captain on my boat in Croatia was an ex-hooligan for a Croatian soccer team called the Great Whites. He had 4 stab wounds on his chest from that. Like, these people, like, don't F around. But now all of a sudden, someone's saying you need to get on a treadmill. Probably true. Someone saying that is enough to make you want to kick that guy out. Profanity, there's profanity all over the place during an NBA game. Sometimes it's a profanity shouted in exasperation. Other times it is directed at players, and that does suck. If you're sitting around that, do you want to hear that? Like, forget about the players. You know, that does ruin the fan experience a little bit if it's not creative. Creative trash talk, though, is great. And saying that the guy needs to get on a treadmill, that is one way to get under the guy's skin. That's how this thing works. Fans are supposed to be allowed to do that. But we've gotten to a point where all of a sudden this isn't the case anymore. And it makes basketball players so unlikable. And it's not an isolated incident. If it was an isolated incident, great. But it's not. It feels like this happens once a week where a player gets a fan ejected. I hate it. And it makes them almost impossible to like, these players. Hell, totally different subject, but how about Giannis Antetokounmpo all of a sudden doing a bit of a heel turn? I saw a report on ESPN about the firing of Adrian Griffin. They've hired Doc Rivers, paying him 3 years, $40 million now, straight out of the broadcast booth. By the way, can we get Jeff Van Gundy back in the booth? No, we're not going to do that. We were fine with Mark Jackson, but no Jeff Van Gundy. Giannis he orchestrated this. And look, there were some issues clearly with the Bucks to open the year. I know the record is good, but ask any Bucks fan and they will tell you the defensive issues were many. And trying to get Damian Lillard to care on defense, and also trying to get Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo to take Budenholzer because he was perhaps a little bit too intense. Now they bring in this guy and they fire him as well. And Giannis Antetokounmpo is saying he's surprised that he was fired, even though not too long ago, 20 days ago or so, Giannis, after a 112-108 loss to the Rockets, asked this: what is our strategy? Are we going to give a lot of open threes? Are we going to let them get in the paint? When they go in the post, are we going to stay with ours and play one-on-one? What is our strategy? Right now, we are giving everything. We are giving everything. We are giving the threes. We are letting guys play in the post and get comfortable. We're giving offensive rebound, blah, blah, blah. He's calling out coaching there. He's calling out coaching. And then you see this giant piece from Ramona Shelburne and another ESPN reporter, this expose of what was really going on in the Bucks locker room less than 24 hours after the firing happened. How do you think they got all this information? Where do you think they got it from? With all that, it's a long piece. How did they have all of that ready to go with specific moments highlighted where Giannis was frustrated with coaching? But Giannis is acting like he's surprised by this. In the same year where he's getting mad about scoring 62 points and not getting to keep the ball from the game after it. These guys are such spoiled babies to the general public. And even if we got to know them, I'm sure we get to like them. Giannis has always seemed so damn likable, but even he's starting to wear thin. This act that like you didn't know that the guy was going to get fired. You made it happen. Just be honest and say he wasn't good enough. We need a better coach. We need to head in a different direction. No NBA player will ever do that. And now, on top of that, they're throwing fans out left and right from the game when they're paying hundreds of dollars to go. It sucks. I love the NBA. Players are becoming more and more unlikable. Tell me I'm wrong. 713-780-3776 to call in. To text in as well. You can join on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston if you want to respond to that. Up next, this radio game that we're in, it's a cutthroat business. And I think I need to open the kimono and reveal some of the goings-ons here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Here's your host, the Draymond Green of Houston Sports Radio, Paul Gallant.
Well, I haven't kicked anyone in the nuts. No, I haven't kicked anyone in the nuts, Sean. I haven't punched anybody in the face while flailing wildly and then acting like I wasn't punching the person but still apologizing. That has not happened at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, okay. There we go. At 97.5 and 92.5. I just would like to see the game tapes of these flag football games. That's all. I just like to see if there's any.
There is a highlight montage on my Instagram.
Yeah, I want to know about the extracurriculars. I need to see the all 22. I need to see what you're doing after the whistle.
Listen, you can't control momentum. Sometimes you just
there we go.
Absolutely blast through somebody. But I'm not. That's not dirty. That's just playing hard. Sorry.
Till the end of the whistle.
What whistle?
There we go.
The Panthers are hiring Buccaneers offensive coordinator Dave Canales as their new head coach, which is proof that David Tepper is 100% running the show, and this is the only person that they could get to do it. I will say, Canales had a pretty damn good year with Baker Mayfield. Mayfield is a short. Bryce Young is a short. Perhaps it'll work out. With any coaching hire, you never know if it's going to work out. The only thing I know is that the Titans hiring Brian Callahan is boring. That's really my only take on it. Any of these hirings could work. Any of them could be disasters. But I will assume that if David Tepper is running the show and that they hired the offensive coordinator of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a post-Tom Brady world, that this is not the top choice for Carolina.
Yeah, it also tells me that this was not, we all from the outside said, ugh, Carolina job. Good luck to whoever takes that. And it looks like that's kind of what this hire is. It's
100%.
someone who's like, hey, get some head coaching experience. And I don't know if is it Dan Canales?
Yeah, or Dave.
Whichever. Dave Canales. It's on TV.
His name is now Tepper's bitch. Let's be honest. That's what it is.
But if you're him, it's your first shot at being a head coach. Maybe you take it. But I can see why when we talked about Vrabel interviewing there, I had a hard time seeing Vrabel or Belichick or Harbaugh taking that job.
Yeah. It's just if you're a control freak, you can't help yourself. That's not behavior that changes, especially if you're a billionaire.
I was going to say, especially after you're super successful.
Right. Like, this is a totally new world for David Tepper, and he still doesn't understand it. Maybe eventually he will. He probably won't, though. The big thing is just don't do what his predecessor did, Jerry Richardson. Oh, why don't you wriggle in them jeans for me? Or go Daniel Snyder and have weird cameras backstage recording cheerleaders getting changed, among many other things that Daniel Snyder did. But that is the creepiest, in my opinion.
Yeah, like you can blow through coaches, you can blow through first-round picks.
You can blow through blow, like Jim Irsay. Oh, wait, my bad. That is allegedly. It was just a bag that he had. He was holding it for a friend, a garbage bag of it.
It was just in his trunk.
Yeah.
Pounds of it was in his trunk.
A lot of pounds.
But you could just don't do any bad stuff. Don't do any actual criminality. Just be a bad owner. Who cares?
Exactly.
We need more bad owners.
Be fun.
Yeah.
Don't be a control freak. If David Tepper was fun,
exactly.
Maybe he should have jeans Friday. Oh wait, no, that's Jerry Richardson.
No.
Can't do
Casual
that.
Friday.
Casual
Friday. But don't comment on what people are wearing, please.
Don't do that. Hey, guys, there's something that happened last week on one of our sister stations, ESPN Milwaukee. I don't know how many people remember Green Bay Packers tight end Mark Kimura. But before the Packers and San Francisco 49ers showdown, Mark Kimura had a very, very hot take on what he wanted to happen to 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
A 15-yard penalty for a late hit on Brock Purdy is not a bad thing as long as it's worth it. I'm just saying, this is the mindset you go into when it's battle, and it's kind of like the reverse of hockey. What don't they do in hockey in the playoffs, Joshy?
Shave their beards?
That and one other thing.
They don't fight.
They don't fight.
Correct.
They don't fight, right? This is kind of like sometimes a 15-yard penalty is worth it early in the game if you knock the living crap out of the guy. And then he kind of like sticking your helmet in the ribs of Nick Bosa is like, but that I'm hearing ghosts.
Now, would that have been an effective strategy for the Green Bay Packers? Well, based off of the 49ers-Eagles game last year, maybe. And maybe the Packers would still be alive if they employed that strategy. Honestly, Brock Purdy seemed like he was trying to help the Packers out. Maybe Brock was a little scared of Mark Kimura's hot take and thought to himself, you know what? I don't want to be the subject of a bounty, so I'm just going to help them out. I'm going to help the team I'm playing out.
Gonna try to throw a couple to Darnell Savage. Oh,
Yeah.
he dropped it again?
Oh,
Come on,
man.
catch that.
But Sean, look, radio's a cutthroat business. Mark Kimura is a former NFL tight end. He's not going to get canned for something like that. But
yeah, and he's been on the field of battle. He knows what it's like in a playoff game.
He's also done some interesting things off the field. I want to look that up. But hey, let's shift it back because I think it's time that we expose some of the things that are going on here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's true. Radio is a cutthroat industry. A lot of backstabbing, a lot of killing, and lots of bounties being put out by radio hosts. I don't know if old Jer Bear Branham of the Killer Bees heard Mark Kimura and felt inspired to put out a hit on Lamar Jackson. Classic Friday news dump by the Killer Bees. But this is Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham hoping that Lamar Jackson would not play the entirety, to put it politely, of Saturday's game.
I was a believer of the Niners for most of the season with the best team in football. I was looking forward to that Niners-Baltimore game. And on their home field to get destroyed the way they did, that made me a true believer in the Ravens. I mean, yeah, the only thing that's going against them is Lamar's playoff record. But not just beating the Niners in Santa Clara, but whooping their ass. And just completely putting it out of reach early and pounding them was a shock to me. And it sent a message to the rest of the league. That's the best team in football.
I agree with you. I like this team a lot. 8807, you signed Kareem for a reason. Go light Lamar up, even if he slides.
That's brutal.
Is it a hit? Is it?
They're calling a hit on Lamar Jackson.
That's brutal. I would absolutely. I condone this. I want this to happen. Absolutely. It's a football game. Like, you're trying to win a football game.
Yeah, but
Houston Texans
that's a heat shot, man.
So what? Sportsman-like 15-yard penalty? Absolutely. Light him up. This isn't flag football. If I had the option of lighting Lamar Jackson an AFC championship game and I'm one win away from a Super Bowl, absolute no-brainer.
Well, yeah, Lamar Jackson won't have a brain if Jeremy Branham gets what he wanted there. Jeremy taking a shot at flag football there, uncalled for. Jeremy Branham calling for a hit on Lamar Jackson, uncalled for. And look, Joel Blank didn't push back enough. Joe George didn't push back enough. They essentially co-signed the death of Lamar Jackson on the air on Friday, and I was forced to, Sean, as a result yesterday, to block both Jeremy Branham and Joel Blank as a result. And I blocked Brian McDonald.
Guilty by association.
Right. Even though Brian McDonald wasn't producing on Friday, I didn't block Joe George. I blocked Brian McDonald. Had to. Yeah. Had to do it. Okay?
Couple, Jeremy just, he got to call his shots. He got to,
Ad King is accruing more and more power. These are actual texts I got this week. I'm not making it up. Within 24 hours of each other. Actual texts. So is Branham a moron or what? What's his deal? Legitimately a text that I got from a friend. He said he gives off vibes of another Houston sports host.
Not who doesn't play the game of ESPN 97.5.
No, but he would do well in it, I think. Another text. I think Jeremy is an ill-informed buffoon hot take artist, and I have zero respect for him. Honestly, it gives me more respect for Jeremy Branham that he's eliciting these strong reactions, and maybe that's why he's in afternoons. But I have been forced to block all three of those people because of this. I'm just upset and embarrassed that I work with these people. And speaking of Joel, Joel was blaming me for a tissue that he found on the floor. And then he also, I think, blamed Josh Beard and Michael Connor. And you know why he did that? Because Lance Zierlein, Littlefinger Lance Zierlein, told him that, yeah, both Paul and Mike and Josh, that they were the ones who left the trash in the studio. When we all know that Lance is the biggest slob at the effing station. But here's Littlefinger Lance here.
Ever since I was a boy, Joel, ever since I was a boy, I've never put trash on the floor. Ever since I was a boy.
I mean,
Lance Littlefinger here.
He did pointing the finger at literally everyone who's been inside the
Legitimately.
studio.
And here's the thing.
Caused a lot of chaos, and chaos is the ladder.
On the way out of studio one day, Lance said, I love gaslighting people here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That's not taking out of context. He legitimately said that. And then I got like an angry text from Joel saying, like, did you put this there? Yeah. Now, he might not have been angrily texting it, but it did sound accusatory. And that's another reason, Joel, that was strike 2. So that's why you're double blocked. Because I'm going to have to go back to, because I'm addicted to Jeremy's takes. I'm going to have to go back, like, after a week of disavowing him for calling for the death of Lamar Jackson. Speaking of calling for death, that's the new thing here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Michael Connor called for the death of America's first family on Connor and Beard. Huh.
I am so sick of seeing Travis Kelce's brother and Taylor Swift.
We're going to talk about that later.
I'm so America's sweethearts.
Yes,
To
they
be
are.
perfectly
They
honest with you,
absolutely are.
I hope one of them is still in Buffalo today and they choke on a chicken wing.
Wow.
That's what I
what?
really hope for.
Wow. That's not okay. They could die, Michael.
And I would never do any of these things, you know. The great Paul Gallant and Sean Mapes, we only get 2 hours a day. Meanwhile, the rest of our station is calling for death and spreading discord. Like, John Granato's the only person who's innocent here. My hero, John Granato, who's on vacation in Cabo. But everybody else...
Which is part of the reason he's your hero.
The other part is because he's the reason that the station makes the money that it does for the most part. Like, this is the John Granato baby, you know? But, like, John Granato's my hero. We got to have him back on the show again. And everybody else is a bunch of sniveling liars, and it does feel like I'm on Game of Thrones often here.
Yeah.
I said sniveling, yeah. And liars, yeah. And death seekers. Murder seekers. Huh.
Is there something about having a third hour that you become
yeah, I think so.
Violent?
Very violent. I know. I got called the Draymond Green of the station coming into this segment. And I mean, again, I've never called for the murder of Lamar Jackson or Travis Swift Kelce.
Yeah. You just think Lamar Jackson sucks. That's the only thing.
Right. Honestly, we'll just lean into it.
You think he's a running back. That's
wide receiver. Nothing wrong with being a wide receiver. You get paid. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. That is the game of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, guys, you thought we were done with cute, recurring segments? There is a lot of yelling and whining going on right now about referees. And some of those refs are hurting Houston sports teams. You'll find out who next. Is the Paul Gallant Show.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
You can also comment on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston. Curious as to what bandwagon you're jumping on for conference championship weekend in the NFL? You still have any thoughts on that? You can also join us in our Twitch chat too. But guys, it's time for another segment that I think will be recurring. It is difficult to be a referee or an umpire. It's a hard job. Someone's got to do it. Would you want a job like that when you're constantly being told that all refs are bastards? All umps are bastards? Would you want it? Would you feel like you are being appreciated for what you do? Lots of referees aren't. Lots of umpires aren't. So, to highlight a couple of stories about shaky calls in sports, it's time to introduce a brand new segment called The Ref Show. Referees, sometimes they blow your whistle. They make the game a little bit more enjoyable, just like the blowing of a whistle can be rather enjoyable because of the noise that it makes, because of the ears that it perks up. This is not a euphemism. This made me laugh. Ben DeBose is a Rockets reporter here in town. Talks about the Rockets a lot, but watches Houston sporting events, Astros, Texans as well. He hates referees more than anybody alive. I don't even remember this moment, but with 8:33 to go in the second quarter on 2nd and 3, the Texans were spotted about a full yard short and had to punt. DeBose said, NFL officiating corrupt to its core. This was also something that D'Amico Ryans was criticized for not challenging a ball spot. Those challenges never work. It's a first half challenge as well. But I got to say, I don't think that the NFL officiating is corrupt to its core like so many. My client here, he is a man who, listen, he does not have eyes all over his face. He is not, as you would say, a Medusa with her hair of snakes and all their many eyes. He can only see one thing at a time. He may be older in age because of all the trials and tribulations he has gone through at a lower level of refereeing to get to this point. How is my client supposed to see 100% where the ball is spotted when the technology that we see in tennis for where a ball is and isn't, or in baseball for where a ball is or isn't, why, that's not in the NFL, I do declare. My referee client here is innocent. It is not his fault that he marked the ball short. Mr. Mapes, do you have any retort?
No, I just would like to hear the Southern lawyer, because I imagine he would find himself defending this guy quite a lot.
Yeah.
Can you just say the name Carl Sheffers?
Carl Sheffers.
No, in the Southern
Carl
lawyer.
Sheffers.
Yes, thank you.
My client, Mr. Carl Sheffers.
Sean Hockley.
There's more drama in the NFL because now there are some conspiracy theorists, like I'm sure Ben, among others, who are freaking out about the referee who was in the rotation for the AFC championship game. I believe this man is named Sean Smith. He's going to be the head ref for the AFC championship game. Warren Sharp put his tinfoil hat on and wrote this. Road teams win at the number one highest rate with Sean Smith. he penalizes home teams in ways no other ref does. And he's calling the Chiefs' road game. He's got a thumbnail image with Roger Goodell, Taylor Swift. The NFL wants to get a Super Bowl involving Taylor Swift's boyfriend, even though Taylor Swift is going to be in concert somewhere else at the same time as the game. I don't think she's going to cancel her concert to go to the Super Bowl, which does make you wonder about how this relationship is going to last. But I feel like this is just random. The NFL is going to bring in Sean Smith to make sure that the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl. Do you really believe that? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. My client, Sean Smith, he is innocent here. This is nothing more than fake news and tomfoolery by Warren Sharp and his mustache, which shows that he is trying far too hard. Someone trying too hard with a mustache must be trying too hard with this clickbait article about my client, Sean Smith. I do declare, Sean Mapes.
Yeah, I won't defend Sean Smith too hard because he doesn't spell his name the right way. But, yeah, I do think that a lot of these, you know, the Chiefs have X record with this referee. It's like, well, they just win a lot. They're really good.
It's funny.
I think the one from last week was they're 8-2 with whatever ref was reffing the Chiefs Bills game, and then you go and you look at the winning percentage, and it's whatever that is. That's like 70.
But they played the Broncos every other game.
Yeah,
you know.
Oh, that's an 80% win percentage. The regular season win percentage with Pat Mahomes as the starter.
Pretty consistent.
80%.
Right.
They're pretty good.
Now, this is going to be a little bit more difficult for lawyer Paul to defend, but Monday night, the Charlotte Hornets Minnesota Timberwolves game that featured Karl Anthony Towns setting the Timberwolves franchise record for points with 62 in a loss.
Night. Oh.
Right, in a game where he was also
forever.
he was ripped by his head coach afterwards. But this is a pretty bad self-report by the NBA. Wolves Hornets had 10 missed calls in the final 2 minutes. 10. That's literally every possession, I think.
That's like several per possession. There's probably like 3 fouls on the last play with Karl Towns going to the basket.
Yeah. 3 favored Minnesota, 6 favored Charlotte in those last 2 minutes. I don't know where the other one is.
One was just chaotic neutral.
Honestly, the refs might have just miscounted based off of that.
Whoops.
Also, as we continue to talk about referees, the Trailblazers, who beat the Rockets last night. Oh man, did they do this on the second? Did this on the second night of a back-to-back?
Yeah.
They beat the Rockets. Oh boy. Well, the Trailblazers are filing a protest with the NBA to challenge the result of a 111-109 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. They are contending that coach Chauncey Billup was clearly calling a timeout on the sideline before a referee whistled a double dribble on Malcolm Brogdon with 15.1 seconds left. In response, Billups reacted angrily to what he believed was a failure to honor his timeout request. He was assessed 2 technical fouls, including a second after marching onto the floor to argue and ejecting the final seconds of the game. Honestly, I got to say, though, if you're in attendance for that game and if you're an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, isn't this what you signed up for? Like to have a ref just toss Billups out of the game at the end and everyone just gets to laugh at him? Like, does that not make for a more memorable game-watching experience? My client, the referees for this game, made the game better. They made this game a memorable one when in January, everybody would agree that the NBA season hasn't actually even started. My client is innocent here, and the Portland Trail Blazers are a bunch of, as I would say, mark-ass little bitches. Your Honor.
There is something fun about a guy getting, on the other team, or even your own team, getting ejected at a game that you're at. Like, there is something where you get to go, yeah, get out of here. Get out of here, Chauncey Billups. Hit the road, Jack.
Chauncey Billups. It's good.
But I can also see why he's upset. But these protests, like, they never get.
They've never.
Honored.
I would love one of them to actually like succeed. And what happens? You play like the last 15 seconds of the game.
That's exactly what happened. That happened. It was like in 2008 with the Heat. And what happened? There's some missed call with Shaq. But the thing is, when the protest like was filed, and between when it was filed and got approved, basically, and they had to replay it, the Miami Heat had already traded Shaquille O'Neal.
So they couldn't do it.
No, they did. They just
They
played
did it
without
without Shaq?
Yeah.
That is
They
hilarious.
just had Sean Marion on their team instead of Shaq.
He got traded to the Nuggets there, right?
Suns.
Oh, it was the Suns. You're right. Okay. One last text. Someone wants to contribute to the ref show. Take a look at the last play of the Rockets game. That sent it to overtime. The guy took 4 steps before the shot. My client sees 5 and 6 steps taken from time to time. It was just a gather step, as all the nerds online say. My client is innocent here. Paul Gallant Show, stick around.
Welcome back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here is your ambiguously gay host, Paul Gallant.
To pick up on the ref show talk, we have all established that we are firmly on the Detroit Lions bandwagon for conference championship weekend. First hour of the show, you can check out the podcast or earlier in the YouTube stream at ESPN Houston, where I said that we are a little bit too harsh on bandwagoners. Now, part of that is because I am a man that you could argue over his life is without a city. I've lived in so many, or metropolitan areas, Boston, Tampa Bay, upstate New York, Houston, Seattle. So for me, it's a little bit easier to pull off being a bandwagoner, or as I like to call it, hashtag following the strong. But I think we all agree that we find the Lions to be the easiest to root for of all the teams playing this weekend, unless you're a Lamar Jackson fan or a Patrick Mahomes fan or something like that, or a Taylor Swift fan. But this was an interesting comment about referees by Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone, who was playing for the New Orleans Saints back in the NFC Championship in 2019, the infamous one. The one where the Rams went on to win after the Saints did not get a pass interference call. I will, to my death, say that the Saints should have won that game handily with how poorly Jared Goff, now interestingly, the Lions quarterback, teammate Alex Anzalone on the other side of the field for the Saints. I still think that the Saints should have won that game. They had many opportunities the first couple of quarters. If you watch that game, like it looked like the Saints were going to run away with it. Like Jared Goff couldn't hear what Sean McVay was telling him in his headset. It looked like he was peeing his pants out there. But they settled down. And also, Drew Brees threw an overtime interception. They could have just won the whole thing in overtime. So I still think the Saints could have won that game despite that call. Alex Anzalone, or Alex Anzalone, I don't know how to say it. Alex Anzalone. When asked about that game by Jim Rome, he said, the biggest thing that I've learned from that experience is don't leave the game up in the hands of the referee. And I agree, to bring our ref show conversation to a close. Refs are going to screw things up. Generally, over the course of the game, I believe that these calls even themselves out. Yes, there have been examples in regular season basketball games in particular where referees have done nefarious stuff. Tim Donaghy, go watch that Untold Stories. It's the only good Untold Stories that they have, that documentary series about sports. Stuff was happening in the NBA, no doubt. I hope it wasn't happening in the playoffs. Maybe it was. Honestly, probably wouldn't have been that hard to do. Now with sports gambling legalized everywhere, I suppose that it's possible for the refs to actually change the result of a game. But it's very, very hard with the players that are trying their hardest on either side of the field, either side of the court. These calls even themselves out, and I think blaming the refs is soft boy material. Don't be a soft boy. Don't be bitching around Ime Udoka. Though I am bitching about the Rockets' lack of progress of late. Another 130-plus point performance against that defense. Yikes. That's all I got to say about that. Time for a little garbage time. Junior Broncos comments, my disdain for the Aggies kind of wants me to see Dan Campbell and the Lions lose. Yeah, but Dan Campbell doesn't seem like an Aggie. No offense to the Aggies out there. I don't think Dan Campbell's ever gigged him in his life. Now, I could be wrong. Someone might send me a picture of Daniel Campbell, a younger man, doing that. But yeah, he just doesn't strike me as someone who would like give the old thumbs up. And I'm not judging anyone who does or anyone who wears the ring. I'm just saying it's very different and kind of cultish. Hey, remember that really annoying TikTok theory about who was going to play in the Super Bowl based off of the colors in the Super Bowl logo from this idiot on TikTok? A long, long time ago, at the start of the year, some girl decided to put together a conspiracy theory about who plays in the Super Bowl based off of the logo colors of late. My God, it's the worst. But since I want you to suffer, here she is again.
Every year, the NFL releases a Super Bowl logo. They do this like pre-playoffs. No one knows who's going to be in the Super Bowl. However, the NFL logo has two colors in it. In 2022, the logo had orange and yellow, and the teams that played in that Super Bowl were the Bengals and the Rams. In 2023, the logo had green and red, and the teams that played in the Super Bowl were the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. So I'm just saying. The logo this year is purple and red. It's giving San Francisco 49ers versus Ravens.
I hate the saying "it's giving" with such a passion. Everyone says it these days. But a television station on January 18th, while showing the weather, also announced who was going to be performing at the halftime show. Reba, Usher, Post Malone are slated to perform at San Francisco 49ers and Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl matchup on February 11th. So people were bringing that up and bringing up this dumb broad on TikTok. And they're saying, yeah, this is going to happen. And I want to die. I just hate the tinfoil hats that some people believe. The content creators, you know what? The game is the game. There's a lot of people who will believe a lot of stuff out there, right? Russian meddling, Pizzagate, blah, blah, blah. But the people who fall for it every single time, like, what is it about you that makes you such an easy mark? Is what I want to know, because that's what I think you are if you're falling for this stuff over and over again. And I would like to sell you an NFT or some crypto.
The best part is that the Super Bowl logos every year are like 4 different colors. And guess what? A lot of them are reds that fade into oranges and blues that fade into purples, which is most of the NFL.
Yes.
most of the colors.
Most teams in the NFL have a little red or a little bit of blue. It's the absolute effing worst. Anyway, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everybody who tuned in on our YouTube channel, the text line. Our Cheerful Thursday, Connor and Beard are up next from The Decoy. Stick around.
It's giving San Francisco 49ers versus Ravens.
Oh, you heard that right. Non-stop sports talk. Sports on a Thursday from the Decoy here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sports!
Now I don't want to do any sports.
We're with you here until 3. Sports!
No.
It's all kinds of sports.
No, I'm not doing sports today now. The more you say sports, the less sports I'm talking.
Sports! Come on out. Say hello this afternoon. The station is out here until 6 because the Killer Bees will be following us after at 3 o'clock. Hi, Josh.
Hey.
Hi, Andrew. I am Michael Connor. 1222 Whitty Road is where we are at for the Decoy today, so come on by. Play some Look, the sun is out today. It's not raining. You could play volleyball. You can do all kinds of cool things. Drink some beverages this afternoon. You're not going to work tomorrow, so come on out to the Decoy.
And most importantly, people know how to drive without being absolute morons again, without the rain, and that's wonderful.
Sort of.
It's back to normal at least.
Normal-ish, yeah.
Normal-esque. Normal adjacent.
Congratulations to everybody on that. But, yeah, lots of sports today, Josh. Sports. I don't know if you've known that. That's what we do on this show. And speaking of sports,
the more you say it, the less I want to do it.
I think that's the theme of the show today. Sports.
I'm in a really defiant mood today. I think that's the best way I can describe it. I'm not necessarily in a bad mood. I'm just in a very defiant, stubborn mood today.
I'm gonna get there if I find out that my lovely wife, who's supposed to be here towards the end of the show, misses her flight to get back home, and then Uber's here. So I'll be driving to Bush after the show if that's the case, because she'll be on a later flight. So we might just fight somebody today.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Okay, it'd be a good day.
Who would you want to fight out of anybody in the world right now? If you had to channel your energy into verbally fighting somebody, who would you choose?
Adolis Garcia.
Yeah.
I'd probably lose, but you know what? I'd still fight him.
That's okay. You know what? Me and you
get on a roid rage.
Me and you verbally fighting Adolis Garcia. I think me being there would at least give him a little bit of pause. I don't think it'd stop him, but it would give him pause. Which any hesitation in a fight like that, that's a losing mentality.
You know who I don't want to? Actually, maybe I do want to fight right now. It's Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick watch season. Sports. Bobby. I don't know why I keep doing this. I'm sorry. Bobby Slowick watch, guys. The wrinkles continue to play out. Feels like he's gone. It feels, or shouldn't, like it's not a guarantee at this point, clearly, but it feels like we're creeping closer to the possibility. Now, there have been other head coaching jobs that have filled today. Obviously, Harbaugh yesterday. We'll talk about all these during the rundown at 12:45. But the Panthers job is now filled with Dave Canales, the OC from the Bucks.
God, I can't wait to talk about that one.
That leaves the Commanders and the Falcons jobs open. Everything else is filled but those two. And the latest is Bobby is having his second interview today with the Atlanta Falcons. He is doing it at the home of Arthur Blank with their GM and president and all those people, which I think is hilarious that Arthur Blank did. But I guess when you're that rich and you probably have this massive Buckhead estate or whatever he has over there in Atlanta, it's probably pretty easy to do that. And why the hell wouldn't you do it when you're that rich? He's going to go to Arthur Blank's house today and have an interview. And from Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated for, again, who knows how long with all that mess, he said, the word is that Bobby really impressed in the Zoom interview that he had for interview number 1. Now, the Falcons have casted a wide net with this coaching search. They've had second interviews. They were going to have a second interview with Harbaugh, but that did not happen because he took the Chargers job yesterday. They've done Belichick. They've done a few other guys as well. They had Vrabel in town yesterday as well. But apparently he's impressed in that interview process. Are you officially concerned that this is where he is going to end up now? It's in Atlanta with the Falcons.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, yesterday Andrew and I both, our percentage chance, our fears of Bobby Slowick leaving lessened because that Titans job got filled. And it really did seem like with the filling of the Titans job, it made it less likely that he was going to leave. But this is waking up, going about my day, having a good day. This is my first day back on the schedule that I haven't been on in a while. The holidays ruined it. Went to bed at 9:15, woke up at 4:30. Man. Yeah, dude, I was feeling great. And then I saw this tweet about Bobby Slowick, and it just came everything. It feels like he's gone. I think I was down to like 15 or 20% yesterday. I'm back up to in like 65, 70% sure that he's gone because this guy we've all heard him talk. We've all heard him talk about football. I don't think I've ever seen anybody get excited about someone talking football the way we've seen Andrew get excited when he gets to listen to Bobby Slowick talk about football, and I think he'd be the first one to admit that. He really, like, Bobby Slowick is a fun person to listen talk about the game of football, and so I can imagine being Arthur Blank. You're talking to this guy, you're interviewing him, and he just blows you away because he is impressive with the knowledge that he has, and I think this would be a good move by Atlanta because typically what you see with NFL coaching hirings is if a team just got rid of an offensive coach, they lean more towards bringing in a defensive coach because they want to mix it up.
Hasn't Atlanta kind of had a run of defensive coaches before Arthur Blank?
I think so, yeah, or before Arthur Smith. I think so.
I said Arthur Blank. Before Arthur Smith, the other Arthur.
But I think that shows that Arthur Blank understands that by and large, for the most part, unless you just really hit on the guy, offensive-minded coaches are going to give you more consistency in a game that leans more towards offenses. So
and you're less likely to lose an offensive
exactly,
line that matters.
Exactly. So then you don't put yourself in the same boat that teams like the Texans have been in, or the Texans are in right now with Bobby Slowick, with potentially losing the guy, and then you're constantly moving between offensive coordinators, quarterbacks, coaches. So it does feel like he's gone. By the way, there's one more job that's available that we didn't mention, the Seahawks job.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Well, I keep forgetting.
So Falcons, Commanders, and Seahawks. The Seahawks.
The Sea Jobs.
Falcons, Commanders,
Can I get
and
a Sea Job, please?
Seahawks are the three jobs that are still available.
The Sea Job, I'll just preview again the rundown, is that they're interviewing Dan Quinn again today.
Yeah. That one
obviously
feels like it's already filled. I think that's why we keep forgetting about it.
I do.
Because it feels like it's Dan Quinn's job to lose.
Yeah, it really, really does. I will say for the Falcons, if this is, like you said, the hire that they make, which is Bobby Slowick, instead of going down the Bill Belichick route, I really did think, and Andrew, you brought that up yesterday, if Belichick was going to be the guy, they would have hired him by now.
Yeah.
Like, you don't hold up on that one. And it's amazing. This is one of the best coach. I know that there's he's older and the control thing, but, like, he has gotten no run for any of these jobs.
All of a sudden, it feels like maybe he's like the odd man out in the coaching search right
Yeah.
now, which is crazy, right? When you think about it and the resume that he has and the legacy that he has as a coach. He's the greatest NFL head coach ever.
Yeah.
And right now, it's looking like, where the hell is Bill going to land? Because all the most likely destinations are probably filling up with other dudes.
And he hasn't interviewed with the Commanders, correct?
No, not that I know of.
I haven't seen anything lately on the Commanders. Have you got anything that's
no?
It's just they're going through the process still.
I think it leans into more credence of what Andrew was talking about yesterday, where maybe what Belichick is asking for is just something teams don't want to give up or owners want to give up. He's asking for too much control.
To a 71-year-old man, especially.
Yeah, he already has specific guys that he wants. And then there's that aspect of it. If you hire him, how long is he going to be your head coach? 2 years, 3 years? Maybe 4 years. Like, this doesn't feel – it's not the same thing with, like, an aging player where you can sign him to a short-term contract. When you're going to hire a head coach, someone brought this up. I heard somebody talk about this the other day. I think it was one of the national shows on our station. One of the national ESPN shows was talking about Bill Belichick. Somebody brought up the idea of only hiring him for 2 or 3 seasons. Why would you want to do that?
There's still the perfect spot for him.
There is. There is the perfect spot for him.
You know where I'm going.
I know where you're going.
When they get rid of Mike McCarthy after next year,
it does
you
make
can still
sense.
go hire Bill Belichick.
It does make sense, and especially for what's there. But that to me made a lot of sense in the world. But the argument now is you say, oh, he's the greatest he's the greatest coach in NFL history. Well, it doesn't matter if you're hiring him for 2 or 3 years, because when you hire a head coach, when you hire a person to do the head coaching job, you're hoping that they're going to be there for an extended period of time. You're hoping for a long-term cultural change and long-term winning, and not a guy who's only going to be there for a cup of coffee before he's gone.
Well, and I think you're looking at him. If you're hiring him, it's going to be a win-now situation.
Yeah.
And which of the jobs that are currently open would you classify as we are trying to compete for a Super Bowl next season?
None.
Arthur Blank thinks that.
Well, Arthur Blank can go be a delusional old man if he likes, but...
Wow, age shaming.
Ageist Andrew.
Ageist Andrew.
Ageist ass Andrew.
But, I mean, realistically, I wouldn't have even classified the Chargers as Super Bowl contenders. But now that they're out of the mix with Harbaugh gone, and they weren't really even sniffing around Belichick all that much, I don't see any of these jobs being a win-now type scenario where you're bringing Bill Belichick in to compete for a Super Bowl in the immediate window.
Yeah.
And we're looking at it, too, from the team standpoint. What if he's not actually as interested in these jobs as we think?
I mean, that's a whole other wrinkle in it. He maybe
he is just honestly. What if he's sitting around saying, you know what? I'll just wait on McCarthy to get let go of
Yeah,
Dallas.
that could have been the job that he
Jerry
wanted.
Jones.
That could have been the job that he wanted all along. And when they decided to stick with McCarthy, maybe he's just like, nah. I mean, that might be the only place where I could see him being willing to not have full control. But to me, it feels like I think Jerry Jones would have enough respect for Bill Belichick.
That relationship would wear out in 2 or 3 years. It's fine.
But you only need like 2 or 3 years with Bill
That's why
Belichick.
It's perfect.
But it would that relationship would turn toxic so fast. But they would collaborate in the beginning.
Yeah, I think there is credence to the idea that maybe he just is not interested in the jobs that are currently open, because you look at some of the coaches that are on thin ice or potentially thin ice that have winning teams currently.
Yeah.
Sirianni with the Eagles. There's a lot of talent on that team. Obviously, there's going to be a little drain this offseason with the free agents that they're going to have to let go. But still, I think we would all admit that's a very talented team with a pretty high baseline currently. We talked about the Cowboys. McDaniel down in
Miami.
Miami. If things don't go well this next season,
the Bills.
could he be out of a job? The Bills potentially. So there are a lot of openings that could all of a sudden pop up over the next year or so that maybe Bill Belichick's taking a look at and saying, I don't want to tie my wagon to any of these.
You know what? The other one, too, he could finally go be the Jets coach.
Oh, that's true. He could be that.
Yeah, it's a party here at the Decoy.
We love it when you call us Big Papa here on Connor and Beard.
I do love it when you call me Big Papa.
But that brings us full circle to what we were talking about. It brings us full circle to what this whole beginning of the segment was with losing Bobby Slowick. Like, you talk about all those great jobs that are going to be open. If you're Bobby Slowick and you're looking at taking the Falcons job or the Commanders job, and you're thinking about next cycle, you could be the number one guy like a Ben Johnson type, and you could be looking at the Eagles and the Bills and all these other jobs. Would you want to wait? I say no, but it would.
You don't wait when you're 71 years old.
Well, no, I'm talking about for Bobby
Slowick.
Slowick.
Yeah.
But even with Slowick,
Bobby, you don't want. I mean, like, that's why Bobby. To me, the Atlanta situation, you're right. The Atlanta situation is perfect. You go build.
Yeah.
Go build there.
Yeah, and I mean, this sounds ridiculous to say, and everybody says they are literally a quarterback away from being a serious. A team that can turn it around in a rebuild the same way the Texans did.
Well, we'll see if we can find out what's on the menu today at the Blank House for the Bobby Slowick interview. And, if he's going to end up getting that job. Taking a big leap next year, the Texans are going to need that out of a few players to get themselves to the point where they are a Super Bowl contender. But I have 4 choices, and I want to quiz all of you. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to call or to text us. Who of these players that I'm going to give you after the break needs to take the biggest leap for the Texans to have even more success next year? We'll do that next. Connor and Beard from the Decoy here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at The Decoy. Here now is the dynamic duo of Connor and Beard.
Cash rules everything around me. You know what I'm saying? Dollar bill, yo. From the Decoy, we are at that was really good wording by me right there. Really good.
Let me tell you, you're making it even better right now.
I was going to go to the address, 1222 Woody Road is where we're at for the Decoy. You can come on by.
You almost
and
said
then I just completely screwed up.
You almost said the Keydoy, too.
Yeah,
but
you know.
Changed it after saying key.
It is what it is. We are out here today until 3 o'clock. Killer Bees will follow us after. I'm sitting here looking at it. You know, today is $100 bottles on Thursdays. Come on out and get yourself a $100 bottle. Get your drink on. Play some volleyball. Great weekend out here at the Decoy. It was just up on the screen. That's why.
What does that consist of? We need to ask them.
I don't know.
Maybe
it's whatever bottle you want.
Do you get $101 bottles, or do you get a $100 bottle?
I think it's a $100 bottle.
How much drink do you get? Is it Courvoisier?
We'll find out.
Dom Perignon?
We'll find out. All right. Why don't you come out to the Decoy and find out?
Well, we'll find out together.
Plenty of great things to do out here. They're going to have all the games on all the TVs, of course, this weekend. Great place to hang out. The weather's not going to suck, which is great as well. We're going to get into a lot of Texans today. We got some Astros to discuss. We have a lot, really, across the board. Even the Rockets in the next segment because they stink. But I want to ask you guys this. I was up early I wasn't up as early as Josh this morning, but I was sitting there on my computer about 6 a.m. this morning. I was like, things we could talk about today. And I want to know from you guys, who is going to take the biggest leap next year? And if you'd like to weigh in, 713-780-3776. Who's going to take the biggest leap for the Texans next year? And I've narrowed it down to 4 players. C.J. Stroud, the 2 on offense, 2 on defense. C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, defensively, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley. And I put Stingley on the list because this feels like I don't want to disrespect Nico. I guess you could consider – but Nico's been in the league 3 years already, so he's not for this. But, that's like a core 4 there. They have a core 5. But of those 4 – who do you think is going to take the biggest leap next year?
Of those 4?
Or who needs, on top of it, take the biggest leap?
Can I add
biggest
one?
League.
Can I
the biggest
add one
leap.
to this list?
Sure, you go ahead.
I think Christian Harris will. And I think he needs to. But to me, the improvement that we saw mid-season with Christian Harris was night and day from some of those games, especially the last bad game that we saw from him, in my opinion, was the Jets game, where he was objectively terrible.
Yeah.
And after that, he played. It's almost like there was. I have to imagine D'Amico, especially the way he coaches those guys up, especially the linebackers. He got into Christian Harris. He's like, "Hey, these are the things you need to fix," and you saw a completely different player from Christian Harris after that game. An entire offseason to work on that stuff, an entire offseason working with D'Amico, an entire offseason getting better with all these guys on defense. I would add Christian Harris to that list and say he's going to be the one that needs to make the biggest leap, and I think takes the biggest leap. From the list of 4 that you gave between C.J. Stroud,
thanks for ruining my game.
Well, I just want to add. I want to add a little juice on top of it, man. You put the whipped cream, I'm adding the cherry.
I don't know about that.
Would you rather like peaches and cream? I brought the
no.
You brought the peaches. I brought the cream.
I don't want to do anything with cream with you.
Peaches and cream. You love it. You want me to sing the 112 song to you, or
no? You can just answer the question.
Oh, I'll answer the question. Out of the 4 that you gave between C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Will Anderson, and Derek Stingley, which one of these takes the biggest leap? I think the answer to me is Tank Dell. We saw some awesome plays from him, but we didn't see a ton of consistency all the time, and we didn't see consistent health. That's why I think he ends up making the biggest jump. Will Anderson, I think, would have been my answer if not for Tank Dell, because we need to see him take that jump from rookie of the year edge rusher type guy to dominant takes over the game on defense edge rusher type guy. I just don't know if we see that from this year to next year. He'll eventually be that, probably year 3 and beyond, and I hope he takes a big jump. But to me, I think Tank Dell he's the guy who has the opportunity, if he stays healthy, to not just go from really interestingly talented young wide receiver to, oh my God, he's one of the best wide receivers in the league because of his athleticism, his route running, his hands. That's the guy to me that has a real opportunity to take a huge jump.
Andrew, who would you go with?
I think it's going to be Will Anderson, and I like the call of Tank Dell, Josh, but I do believe that if the Texans bring in a wide receiver, even though Tank Dell may improve to a level of play significantly above where he was this past season, which I expect him to with just another off-season plus year to grow and have increased chemistry with C.J. Stroud and just improve all the aspects of being a NFL wide receiver, the opportunities may not be as significant this upcoming season just because of the fact that CJ is going to have more reliable weapons to spread the ball around to versus just him, Nico, and Dalton Schultz, and then occasionally Noah Brown. I think that the Texans' arsenal of weapons is going to be significantly greater for CJ to use and to utilize this upcoming season. And just because of that and that alone, I don't think that Tank Dell is going to take that step forward from a production standpoint. Whereas with Will Anderson, I fully expect him to have a really big year next year. And you see it a lot with defensive players where they sort of get their feet wet in the league and they come to terms with what it is to be a pass rusher in the NFL. And then that second year, they go. You know,
Yeah.
they pop off and they really become and blossom into the players that we expect them to be. And I think Will Anderson's going to have a huge year next year.
I would have picked Will Anderson for mine. And I would have picked C.J. Stroud, of course, but I think that one's just so easy that he's just automatically going to do it. I actually was going to go with Derek Stingley. And I put him in there even though he's a third-year player compared to those other two because what we saw from him this year is the start, to me, of the lockdown corner. Now it all depends on health. If he's out there, I think we'll get through a season and say this is one of the 2 or 3 best corners in the league at the minimum. And I do think he has a chance based on – and, look, we knew that when he came out of LSU. When you watch him at LSU – that he was a guy that has a chance to be the best corner in the league. Like, his skills are just phenomenal. He's such a freak of an athlete. So I'm expecting the biggest – I mean, I expect a big year from all of them, clearly. But I think that if I'm picking one, I'm picking Derek Stingley. And speaking of those guys, by the way, guys, the award finalists were officially named today for the NFL Honors Show. Will Anderson is – what a shock. Will Anderson's up for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Oh, let's go. It's the one sticking point to a clean sweep.
What a shock. C.J. Stroud up for Offensive Rookie of the Year. What a shock. D'Amico Ryans up for Coach of the Year. What a shock. Bobby Slowick up for Assistant Coach of the Year. Could you imagine if they clean sweeped it, seriously?
Oh, man. That if they got Coach of the Year, Assistant Coach of the Year, Executive of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Offensive Rookie of the Year would be insane. Absolutely insane. Do you think Tank Dell has a chance at Comeback Player of the Year next year after breaking his leg?
No.
Because he wasn't out.
Who died on the field.
Tank Dell, 2,000-yard season, wins MVP. They go ahead for the first time ever, also give him Offensive Player of the Year, and he gets Comeback Player of the Year. All 3 awards.
I don't think it's a bad idea. Tank Dell for everything. Then you can just make him the mayor of Houston.
Tank Dell Coach of the Year.
Everything.
Yeah.
Literally
I'd be
everything.
fine with that.
I expect a big year out of it, but that is the other awards, or I should say the other nominees that are up against those guys real quick for Rookie of the Year offensively. Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Puka Nacua. Bijan Robinson is a finalist. I don't know why.
Poor Bijan.
I mean, he probably should have been.
I think in name only.
Yeah. The other defensive players were Jalen Carter, Joey Porter Jr., Kobe Turner, Devin Witherspoon. Comeback Player of the Year, you mentioned they're not on there, but this year's Comeback Player of the Year was Joe Flacco, DeMar Hamlin, Baker Mayfield, Matt Stafford, Tua. We all know who's winning that one. Coach of the Year, Dan Campbell, John Harbaugh, D'Amico Ryans, Kyle Shanahan, Kevin Stefanski. And Assistant Coach of the Year, Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald, Todd Monken, and then Jim Schwartz with Bobby Slowick.
2128 on the text line just started. He gave the Comeback Player of the Year. It's going to be Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah, that's not even.
Didn't even think about
40,
that.
Was he going to be 40 years old?
Yeah, 40 years old. He's going to come
Off
back and
Achilles.
make the Jets' offense be at least kind of good.
He's going to have survived another offseason of
maybe another
mushrooms
darkness
and,
retreat.
Yeah,
ayahuasca.
darkness retreats.
He'll be good.
He's such a warrior.
Yeah,
He's such a warrior. I mean, when you think about the biggest warriors in the game, you think Aaron Rodgers probably number one.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, either number 1 or number 2.
I'm hoping he comes back and wins 4 games. That's just what I hope for the Jets. They're so much like the Mets. It's stupid. Hey, the Rockets last night, they played a lot like the Jets or the Mets as well. We'll discuss the Rockets and another loss when we return to Connor and Beard. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Connor and Beard have been released into the wild and have been cornered in the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at the Decoy. Set phasers to stun. Spock, you must be out of your Vulcan mind.
I bet Spock makes about 4 more appearances today. What do you guys think? Or at least 2, right?
I'm going to say 3.5. Because he's insane in the membrane.
Yeah, they are. Well, the Rockets are making me insane in the membrane. Speaking of them, Connor and Beard from the Decoy, 1222 Whitty Road. Do you love sand volleyball? Well, why don't you come on out to the Decoy? Do you love drinking at the bar? Why don't you come out to the Decoy? Great place to hang out. Weather's finally good again, so come on out this afternoon. We're here until 6 with the station. Killer Bees will follow us from 3 to 6. So last night, guys, Rockets and Trailblazers. And look, Josh, I missed. Go to the guarantee list. I guaranteed the Rockets win
that's
last
right.
night.
You did.
I think I've snapped my streak. I think it's over. I think I was on a winning streak.
Let's see. In 2024, yep, you are now 3-1.
Damn.
Oh no. I'm sorry. My bad. You are 4-1.
Well, look,
because your guarantee before that is that you wouldn't say the word. You wouldn't say the beat up word on Monday, and you didn't, so you won that guarantee. I have a question. I never said it yesterday. I need rule clarification.
You can use it
from
twice
Andrew.
today.
Can I use it twice today since I didn't use it yesterday?
If you could go,
do we have a banking? How many am I allowed to bank?
You are allowed to bank up to 3.
Okay, good.
Ooh.
Okay, up to 3. I'm good with that.
So that way you could use 1 per hour on a show if you wanted to.
That's
okay,
smart.
Up
that
to 3.
Smart.
So
I almost used it in the first
segment
segment when Josh was talking about you, Andrew. I almost used it.
Wait,
when
why
he was
were
talking
you
about you and Bobby?
You were going to use it about Andrew?
No, when you were talking about him liking to listen to Bobby Slowick talk.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say it makes him, you know what?
You know what? That would have been like an A+ usage.
I should have done
of the phrase. That's okay.
I didn't want to use it that early.
But you didn't use it on Monday. You guaranteed that you wouldn't use it on Monday because of what Monday was, and so now you're 4-1 so far in the year on guarantees.
Yeah,
so that's good. I mean, that's good.
I used it last night. I used a guarantee last night on the Rockets because they were 10.5-point favorites against a god-awful Trailblazers team who entered play last night with 12 wins on the season. The Rockets have been elite at home.
Yep.
I don't care that, you've got some injury issues here and there. They should have won that game last night. And guess what happens again? Defense, ass. They don't score. I mean, they score, but then they get to the overtime and they don't score enough. It's the same. It's becoming the same story. And I know that there's growing pains, and this is a little bit of the Texans effect to me as well. We didn't have an expectation for them to be great this season like the Texans. And the Texans got out there and they started to do something, and then your expectation level raises. I had no expectation for the Rockets to win more than, 32 games this year.
Yeah.
And then they stormed off to the early part of the season to a great start in the year. And it's just coming back to reality a little bit to where, I'm a little bit upset about it, but they can't continue this spiral. They can't keep losing games, especially against teams at home, too, that are not good. They have to beat those kind of teams. They want to be a play-in team this year, which Ime Udoka does, and the team wants to be. You can't do this. You can't keep pulling these games off.
Yeah, they just let so many different guys dominate them on the perimeter. You're never going to win or you're very rarely going to win a game as a team that relies on defense if you allow another team to shoot over 40% from 3.
Yeah.
And Anthony Simons is he
only 33 last night.
Beat the crap out of them. But this is a team where Jeremy Grant is one of their best players. And that's not to take away from Jeremy Grant, but he's a very good role player, a very good scorer, 6-man on almost any other team in the league. And he had a good game against them. The most frustrating part is Fred VanVleet looked awful shooting threes, but I thought that he, by and large, had a pretty halfway decent game.
They weren't good shooting the three.
No,
overall.
they were better than they have been, though. That's the thing. The most frustrating part about this is I don't know how many more times I can watch Jalen Green have great games in losses.
You wasted Jalen Green.
Especially losses against teams that they shouldn't lose against. And he looked good, especially compared to other games that he's had this year. How he's been by and large this year, he looked good. He looked aggressive. He looked like one of the quotes that he had after the game was he just took what the defense was giving him. And he did a good job of taking what the defense – he wasn't forcing too many shots early in the shot clock. He looked good and he looked efficient. But guess what? When they go play a good team or they go out and have a good win, he's going to try to play hero ball. He's going to do the same old Jalen Green stuff that he does. He's going to go 1 for 9 from 3 and have 8 points. It's so frustrating to watch this guy who should be the star of the team only have good games against bad opponents when they lose.
And obviously, not having Jabari matters.
That's a big deal for them defensively.
You know,
that's why DeAndre Ayton had such a freaking big game in the paint.
It just sucks.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not good enough to overcome the losses of players. Like having Jabari and Tari both out, like this team is not deep and just simply not good enough to consistently win games when multiple key players are missing.
You mean they can't win with 13 minutes of Jock Landale?
Maybe we need to make that trade from yesterday, guys. Maybe that's the key. Jock Landale and a first-round pick for some middling pieces.
He actually played. That might have been one of his best games in a row.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
He had 6, 3, and 2 in his 13 minutes. He was perfect from the field, 2 of 3 from the line. And he was a +8 and a plus
yeah,
minus.
I was about to say, like, look, I remember them winning his minutes, which I haven't been able to say very frequently whenever Jock Landale's been on the
only
court.
3 guys in the box score last night that had a plus category. Him, Amin Thompson was a +4, and Aaron Holiday was a +4. He played 30 minutes.
Cam Whitmore had a good game, too, at least offensively. All these guys look bad defensively.
Cam Whitmore is going to get his. I love him.
He's
gonna
so
come in
fun
there,
to watch.
and he's going to score. It doesn't matter.
12 points in 14 minutes, man. Like, there are very few the players that can pull that off. The players that can come in 14 minutes of play time and get double-digit points are the types of players who become all-stars every single year. The types of players who become like the stars or superstars of a team. He's going to be a star scorer in this league at some point.
If there is one thing we should give Rafael Stone some praise for so far, he's actually found a few players in the draft. I mean, Alpy was later in the first round, and right now the Cam Whitmore pick looks really – I mean, look, even Amin Thompson has had some really good moments. He played some really good defense at times last night. You see all the reasons why people were hyped about him. The question with him is always going to be, can he shoot at any point, which I don't think he's going to. But, like, I guess if there's one positive to having this run of bad basketballs that we've seen the minutes for Amin and we've seen it for Cam Whitmore to this point, and they've shown a little bit of something to, I guess, give you a thought that you got to, of course, I mean, Whitmore for sure is staying in the rotation. He's not getting out of the rotation at this point. I can't imagine. He's just scoring way too much when he gets in. With Amin, who knows how that works.
It's tough with him because Fred's in the way, and then and Holiday's there too. So it's the minutes.
I feel like Holiday's
more difficult.
A trade guy.
Yes,
like
absolutely,
for sure.
But the path to minutes right now for Amin's just not quite as clear with Cam. And with Cam, the just the nature of the role that he needs to play, and B, they need more of what he does, and Amin's still a project, which. I mean, there are still moments where you watch him play in any given game, and Amin Thompson, you can see what he could become if he really starts to grow. I've been thinking about what's the one biggest need to you guys for this team? Like, if you were looking at this is a team that needs to solidify their spot in the play-in. What is the one big need for them?
They definitely need more size.
More shooting. They just simply they do not have anyone, and maybe Jabari ends up becoming this guy. But they do not have anyone who is a consistently reliable shooter from distance right now. And in the NBA, you simply can't win at any sustainable level if you do not have consistent shooting on the team. And I think Jabari is the best shooter on the team. And even then, he's been good this year, but he hasn't been super consistent.
Why is it that we keep having – and it's not just the Rockets' problem. There's a lot of – you see these teams that draft these players high in the draft, and none of them can shoot from distance anymore. Like when they come into the league. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Some of them can, but it's so specialized now.
It's just it's a sport that's literally threes and shots in the paint, and it's like I don't know. Maybe it's just the Rockets' luck. They've just got this run of, and they've never. And you think about it, so even when they were good, like they've never had runs of like having a bunch of really good shooters. They've always been a volume franchise.
Honestly, that's the way the game has become that because that's the most efficient way to score points, either in the paint within 6 feet or 7 feet, and then outside of the 3-point line. If you look at like some of the splits of guys who are shooting mid-range shots, there aren't a lot of guys who shoot over like 15%. From anywhere from 7 feet to 16 feet, just because it's not where you look at a player like Luka Doncic, where he has a bunch of floaters and he has a higher mid-range game. He shoots like 17% between 7 feet and 16 feet. 43% of his shots come from outside the arc. So that's why Jalen Green tries to play the game that he plays, because that's where the NBA should be. It's attack the paint or shoot the three. But to Andrew's point, they just don't have the guys who can hit them consistently. They need to get
They
Tari
miss him
Eason
when
back
he's gone,
because
big
he at the very least can shoot this season he was shooting above 35% from three, I think, and he is the best perimeter defender. And so having a 3-and-D guy like that is huge. So if they can get him back and be healthy, that is a major rotational piece. But if they could get up to your point, a guy with size who can rebound, play a little bit of defense, and I don't know if you can find this unicorn, but also can stretch the floor a little bit and shoot, that could be absolutely massive for what this team's trying to do this year.
In theory, that's supposed to be Jabari, though, right?
It absolutely is,
so,
yes.
I mean, and he's improved a lot on the glass this season. He is still going to get out-muscled by guys just because, he's young and
he's thin.
He hasn't developed that part of his game yet. But he's taken the steps forward that we have wanted to see from him. We just need to see it more consistently because he's missed a decent amount of time.
I think the one thing that I'd like to see them add is another big who just defense and rebounding focused. That way, Jabari, if you can kind of take that guy and work him with Jabari and with Alpi and at any rat in this offensive mastermind, or you can bring Jabari in there to stretch the floor a little bit, but then you take minutes away from both those guys.
This is where it gets tough because – I mean, Alpi isn't a stretch player. Alpi's not
No.
playing out on the perimeter at all. And then you have Jabari, who's lengthwise should be playing as a power forward. We all know that.
Yeah.
It's a tricky situation. They got to figure out how to win some damn games, though. Charlotte and Brooklyn on the road. I'm gonna do it.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Don't do
I'm
it.
gonna do it. Put it down. Put it down. I guarantee they're gonna right the ship. They're gonna win 2 games in a row. They're gonna beat Charlotte and they're gonna beat Brooklyn.
All right.
God willing, please. Guarantee, Lords, please give me this one. I need a win.
Okay, Rockets beat Charlotte
and Brooklyn.
And Brooklyn
on the road. They'll be
on the road.
That's a back-to-back. It's a dangerous guarantee on my part,
it is.
Friday, Saturday. But Houston, I'm willing to put it on the line for you. That's what I'm here to do. And I think the Rockets are going to do that. Let's do the roundup when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We're out here at the Decoy, 1222 Whitty Road. We'll go through all the coaching stuff going across the NFL next. I'm not going to do what I did yesterday.
Count them up, write them in.
No, I did.
You want me to do it for you?
Yeehaw really loud. Remember, to torch my voice.
You want me to do it?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeehaw! Baby, the roundup.
Yeah, that's right. It's the roundup on Connor and
My
Beard.
voice is already so messed up, it doesn't matter if I mess it up more.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're at the Decoy, 1222 Whitty Road. Get out here this afternoon. Killer Bees will follow us at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Guys, it's official. Jim Harbaugh is back in the NFL. He does take the Chargers job, as everybody expected him to. Does this, now that we have it official, is this the right fit for Harbaugh to make the return, and do we expect the Chargers to finally get over what feels like it's been their history of just falling on their face or not being tough enough, whatever it might be, to get over the hump?
I think so. I mean, Jim Harbaugh is a very, very good football coach. It is the one thing that freaks me out about him, though. Have you seen pictures of him the last time he coached in the NFL to now? Like
he looked a lot younger because he was.
I get it, but man, that guy did not age well. Some
he's
people
like
age
60-something years old now.
I get it. He
He's
did not
not
age
young.
well. He is a carbon copy of his father, and it kind of freaks me out. But the thing we talked about the Chargers yesterday. We talked about Justin Herbert and what he's been as a quarterback, and I feel like if there's anybody who can help Justin Herbert kind of get over the hump as a quarterback, where he was really good to come in, but he hasn't really taken that next step to be one of the top elite guys. I think Jim Harbaugh can help him get there. The biggest thing is they need to give him I think one of the biggest misnomers with the Chargers is everybody saying, well, Justin Herbert has all these weapons around him. He has
old and
Austin
about to be
Eckler.
gone, yeah.
But yeah, it's Keenan Allen, who has had one fully healthy season, maybe two fully healthy seasons with Herbert. Mike Williams, who gets hurt every single year. And then they drafted Quentin Johnston, who I still have faith can become a good wide receiver, but there was work that needed to be done, and he didn't quite put it together in his rookie year. That doesn't bother me, though, because everybody looks at Jamar Chase's rookie season and Justin Jefferson's rookie season, and they all want these rookie wide receivers to be the best receiver in the league as soon as they come in, and that's just not historically how it works. So he does have Quentin Johnston. They need to get a little bit younger at those weapons and in some of those spots, and I think Jim Harbaugh can help Justin Herbert and some of those weapons get a little better.
I think it's going to be a good hire. Like a lot of people have pointed to, just the physical. All of Harbaugh's teams have always been physical. We know that. It's going to be interesting to see what he does with an actual quarterback, because you think about it. I know that he had Andrew Luck at Stanford, but when he was at Michigan, he never really had. I know everybody's all over like McCarthy's the best Michigan quarterback ever. I was not impressed. There's nothing about him that impressed me.
Yeah.
When he was in San Francisco, he had Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick. This is the best quarterback he's had, and I would be surprised if he's not a success with the Los Angeles Chargers there.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of Harbaugh, 2:30 today, I put together a little special game for us that we're going to play between the two of you, Andrew and Josh. It's going to be Who Said It? Jim Harbaugh versus Zach Greinke.
Ooh, I like that one.
Because both guys are pretty famous for some quotes that they've had in their careers, and
Yeah.
I find their quotes to be very similar. They're out there. So that just came to me this morning, and I was like, okay, that's what we're doing.
Like that.
We're doing Greinke versus Harbaugh. That's at 2:30 today.
You know what blows my mind about Jim Harbaugh is he's never had a coordinator job at either level of football.
Really?
He's only ever been.
Does he call plays? I don't even know.
He was an
Does he
assistant.
call plays?
He was an assistant coach at Western Kentucky. He was an unpaid assistant coach. Then he was a Raiders assistant coach, the quarterback coach for the Raiders, and then he immediately went on to become the head coach of the University of San Diego, then went to Stanford, and then on from there. But he's never been anything but a quarterback's coach or an assistant or a head coach. He's never been a coordinator.
Have you seen? Did you see that story? You guys see that story about him meeting his wife when he was at San Diego? That popped up on the internet.
Nuh-uh.
He met his wife in a parking lot at a P.F. Chang's. It's the most Jim
Solid.
Harbaugh thing ever.
I don't know. I need to hear that story. How do you go about meeting somebody? See, look, you know what? If there's anything to give Andrew hope for the future, you can meet people anywhere. So, like,
Hang out in a P.F. Chang's parking lot.
I know you're happy right now with your unlabeled, unsullied snack attack, for a lack of a better term for the situation.
That's not what we're going to call it.
Okay.
Snack attack.
But let's say maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. You just go to a P.F. Chang's and maybe meet somebody that you could get along with. So Why are you mad about that one?
No, I just don't know if hanging out in parking lots is the most productive behavior to
Why?
participate in 2024.
What are you doing in this P.F. Chang's parking lot, sir?
I was hanging out in the parking lot here for 30 minutes today.
True. That's
waiting.
true. I was here for about 20 minutes. I kept looking over at Michael, hoping that he would look at me, but he was looking down the entire time.
I was on the computer.
I kept looking
and
at
I was
him
on the
making
phone
faces.
at the same time.
Yeah.
Sorry. I saw you pull up, and I was like literally working on stuff and talking on the phone.
Andrew one day might find the future Mrs. Carlson in a P.F. Chang's parking lot, or any parking lot that you want to. Just go to any parking lot, hang out, wait for some women, and see how it works.
Yeah, I've heard there's some good ones over off the Beach Nut area.
Yeah,
Go hang out over there.
Over off Beach Nut or Bissonnette. I think Bissonnette's got
maybe
some good
Airport.
ones, yeah.
One of those two.
Airport.
Telephone Road.
Telephone Road's got some. Yeah, there's some good parking lots over there.
Some really good parking lots for you to hang out in. Maybe the Richmond Strip as well. In that area, right over there by the station. There's a good little area. That's there you go. Harbaugh's got the Michigan, or he's got the Chargers job. They, by the way, Michigan are apparently going to. It sounds like they're going to hire Sharon Moore. We don't have to spend a lot of time on that. I think we expected that.
No, that seems to it's the move that makes the most sense for them to just move on to Sharon Moore and name him the coach.
Yeah. Let's go to the Bucs. Now, we didn't talk about this at length earlier at all because it just broke before the show, but Dave Canales, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive coordinator who had the job for 1 year and fixed Baker Mayfield, I guess is what some people are saying.
Yeah.
He is already leaving the Bucs. He is going to be the head coach of the Carolina Panthers.
I think this hire is hilarious.
Why is that?
Because this shows everyone. This is what every single person nationwide is going to be talking about. This shows us all that David Tepper is 1,000% in full control of everything that's going to happen.
Is
with that
that
team.
true, or is this a guy that he worked with Dan Morgan, the GM now of the Panthers? He was with him in Seattle for like 8 years. They have a relationship.
Fine. That's cool that they have a relationship, but
why is that any different than if Bobby Slowick went and got the job in Washington?
In fairness, it's not that much different. But I would be looking at Bobby Slowick being hired by the Panthers as just a mouthpiece head coach as well. This is a guy. David Tepper is not somebody who wants to hire a head coach with any kind of backbone whatsoever. I'm not saying that Dave Canales doesn't have backbone. This is what it feels like. All I said is this is what everybody's going to be talking about. This feels like a hire by David Tepper to bring in somebody that he didn't want to have to worry about, he didn't want to fight with, somebody that he could control. This is 100% a young, first shot head coaching type of guy that you would bring in if you're somebody like David Tepper. He is going to be Jerry Jones 2.0 and beyond.
He is 42 years old. Here's his coaching career. He coached at Carson High School in California, then El Camino College, then a year at USC as the assistant strength coach, straight to wide receivers coach with the Seattle Seahawks. I guess he followed Pete Carroll there for 7 years. Was the quarterback coach for a couple years, then became the passing game coordinator for a couple years, then went back to quarterbacks coach for a year before leaving for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers job.
They had a good offense.
He's basically a Pete Carroll disciple. That's what he is.
He was.
And look, if he turns into anything like Pete Carroll, well, then they've done a pretty good job.
He was a nails hire. They nailed the hire with him an offensive coordinator. So you kind of feel bad for Bucs fans where it's a one and done, kind of like what we're gonna hopefully not see from Bobby Slowick and the Texans.
That's another team to watch now.
It
the
is.
Buccaneers with Gerard Johnson, I'm sure.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I hope not. This hire just stinks of this guy needed to take the opportunity when he could get it, and he's not going to be long for the job because David Tepper is going to run this thing into the ground.
No, you know who the Bucs could bring back to be the offensive coordinator? Byron Leftwich. He's available.
Oh, easy. He'd want to go back there for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
It didn't end poorly at all. It went really well, actually. The other nugget that we mentioned earlier, Dan Quinn interviewing for the Seattle job a second time today. That's basically his only option now. He's interviewed. Of course, he didn't interview in Atlanta. He's already been there. I don't believe he interviewed with the Commanders. So it's either Seattle or go back to Dallas. What does he do?
I think he goes to Seattle. It feels like a done deal to me at this point. It feels like this is going to end up being this is his job to lose, and I just don't know that they go with anyone other than him. His track record as the defensive coordinator in Dallas is pretty strong. I mean, that last
Except
game
for that, yeah, but say
was
except
a
for that
stinker.
game against Jordan Love.
Last game was
where
a
they
stinker.
lined up with nobody over the center or the two guards and just let Aaron Jones run right up the middle every time.
But I'll be honest, like if you look at the talent, now they've got talent at the high level of the Cowboys defense, but if you look at the overall talent level of the defense, they have some nice pieces, but I really, really truthfully believe the last 3 years he has overachieved with his defenses with the amount of talent that's actually there, where, Diggs got a lot of interceptions. He's not always the best cover corner. He lets a lot of big plays happen, but a lot of the talent that they had or lack of talent that they had gets masked by the way he schemes with the talent that he does have on there. And he has nice players. Not to say that he's devoid of talent, but I think he's overachieved with that defense over the last few years.
I think he is completely overrated, and he is going to be the classic retread that's going to go in there and get fired.
I don't disagree with that.
Years.
He's a great coordinator. I just don't feel strongly about him as a head coach.
Yeah. I think he's got a little bit of that Wade Phillips effect to him, too, where
Yeah.
he goes in and is really good early and then it starts to slowly get away. So we'll see. That feels like that's a lock at this point to happen there. But that's the roundup. Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, what's the least talked about big need for the Texans this offseason? We'll discuss it when we get back to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We are live from the Decoy this afternoon on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're looking to come out, hang out. Man, the weather looks awesome. It's so nice to not have rain. It's not good for my backyard. That's completely a mud pile, basically, of grass and mud. It's terrible, but you know what? It's okay. We'll want that rain back when the summer gets here in like a month and a half and it's 105 degrees outside. So it is a nice day to come on out to the Decoy. 1222 Whitty Road is the spot out here. Great location. The volleyball courts are going to be ready for your use. The bar is getting prepared for the day. It's going to be a great day at the Decoy. So stop on by. Whether you're doing nothing today on your way home from work, come out, get their specials on across the board on all kinds of happy hour fun out here at the Decoy. Josh and Andrew, I have a question here to kick off hour number 2, which you can answer if you'd like to at 713-780-3776 to call us or to text us on the show today. We are available to be streamed on YouTube. Head over there and search ESPN Houston, and you will find our live stream. Now, look, you don't get to look at our beautiful faces today, but we are here. I promise you that we are not AI today. This is all 100% actual people.
You may not be able to see us, but you can hear us, and honestly, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, it's always.
Well, look, you guys are tops. Like, looking at you guys, I'm sure people enjoy that, but I'm like the bridge troll of the show, where it's better, as my dad always said, better heard, not seen.
Yeah, there you go. The Texans' biggest need this offseason, I think we've all talked about it as, and D'Amico said it the other day, the front of the defensive line and everything. That the defensive front is a big, massive issue. We saw what happened against the Baltimore Ravens. They got absolutely got. I saw some of the Brian Baldinger does his Baldy's breakdowns or whatever, and he was doing some of the Ravens just absolutely obliterating the Texans. I mean, the Ravens' offensive line's great, and they just torch them all game long. So that's been one that we've talked about a lot. But what is their biggest offseason need that we're not talking about? What do you got first, Andrew?
I was going to say this one that I don't think we've touched on at all, and maybe isn't something that they can address because it's further down the priority list, but safety. Like, Jimmy Ward was in and out of the lineup basically all season long, and given his track record, I don't think that you can expect that he's going to stay healthy. Jalen Petrie took a massive step back from being a bad team, good stats guy in his rookie year to what we saw where he was exposed for the majority of this past season. And DeAndre Houston-Carson, he filled in great for a guy who they picked up off the scrap heap, but I don't think he's someone you want to rely upon for a significant number of snaps over the course of the whole season. So all of a sudden you look at that safety spot and it's like, okay, maybe you think you have the answer in Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie, but I think that that's a lot of hope if you're running those guys back out there again next season.
I 100% agree with that. And on the defensive side of the ball, that's the one that I would say. So there's one on the offensive side of the ball that a lot of people aren't thinking about. And I keep thinking about this every day. We've had conversations about.
I swear to God,
should
if
they
you
keep
stole
this
my
guy?
answer to this question.
I hope not. I hope I didn't. I think tight end.
Oh, you didn't. Okay,
I think
good.
tight end is that is.
I was about to walk over there and slap you.
Because the immediate conversation becomes, just re-sign Dalton Schultz. Okay, what does that mean? You're going to commit money to Dalton Schultz long term? Was his production good enough for you to want to commit that money to him long term? So then if you don't do it, what's your answer? Like, do you go out and sign another tight end and hope that he works out? Do you let Brevin Jordan take it? Or do you go to the draft and draft a guy and try to find your Sam Laporta, your Dalton Kincaid? Now, it's going to be a little bit tougher because I don't think you're going to be able to find the Sam Laporta and the Dalton Kincaid necessarily.
Bowers will drop all the way to 20. What are they, 23? Yeah,
but
he'll fall all the way to 23.
Yeah.
Speak it into existence,
I will.
Josh.
Well, you. Every time I try to do that, you call me. You say that I have my head in the sky and that I'm being stupid and that I shouldn't do that.
That's not true.
I try to speak things into existence all the time, and you make fun of me.
I want you to be
because
positive,
you hate me.
Josh. I want you to be Padge.
Well, no, I am being positive. I'm positive that I think the Texans need to make a move for another tight end. I'm not sold on Dalton Schultz long term. I'm really not. I think he had some nice moments, but he was inconsistent, and I think that if you're going to spend money, I'd rather them spend that cap space and that money somewhere else. And honestly, I think if you're going to say that we need to figure it out at tight end and Dalton Schultz isn't the answer, I don't think Brevin Jordan is either. So they need to move on to somebody else, and I think you find that in the draft.
I guess my only other question for the both of you before I give you my answer is, would keeping Jonathan Grenard be considered the biggest need? Is that a possibility of being your biggest need? Keeping him just based off of how good he was last year, and I guess you'd like to build with him and Will Anderson as your guys on the edge.
Here's where I'm at. This is why it's tough for me. I'm in this mode of you know what I am? I'm Paul Gallant with pass rushers. I'm being Paul Gallant with Jonathan Grenard. Jonathan Grenard, he's nice. He's a nice pass rusher who has some really great stats, but I can't help but wondering if there's something better out there for the Texans. And that's the problem. And I know that's a problem. So I think, yes, I think you're right. I think one of the least talked about sneaky needs is Jonathan Grenard, because they shouldn't play this game of hopefully you can draft a guy that gives you that production. Hopefully you can sign a guy that gives you that production. Why not just keep the guy who you know is giving you that production? While Will Anderson's on a rookie deal, you can afford to pay a passer, another edge guy, a little bit more money. So I'd say yes, it might be up at the top.
Andrew, what about you?
I wouldn't put it at the top just because of the fact that there are going to be other pass rushers available on the market who are probably and look, Josh,
this is the problem with Andrew's no, not a Hinge. This is Andrew's Hinge lifestyle. There's always something else hinging. There's always another parking lot.
Look, I could open up a box. What's in the box? It might even be Jonathan Grenard. Who knows? We've got Jonathan Grenard. Maybe we can get a new Jonathan Grenard. But no, seriously, like I think that the pass rusher market is deep enough this offseason to where if he goes, you 100% know the Texans are still going in for a pass rusher. So even if it's a slight step back potentially from what Jonathan Grenard gave you this past season, it's not, replacing him with a Jerry Hughes or somebody else, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Jonathan Grenard walks, the Texans are spending a massive amount of money in free agency on someone to replace him.
Now, I guess the biggest question out of this is, like, when we fill these needs, do you prefer them to do it free agency or the draft? And I guess it's just depending on your specific need. For me, I would go towards the draft for my answer. I've mentioned this before, and I'm just going to keep going with it because I do think it's the biggest need. It's the running back position. If they went through the draft, and I'm not sitting here saying they're about to do this, I really would be shocked if they go through the draft and don't take a running back. But if they did go through the draft and didn't take a running back, I'd be mad.
Yeah.
You can always find guys that are system fits here and there. Like, we see these guys all the time pop up.
Yep.
I'm not asking them to take one in the first round, obviously. I'm not asking them to take one in the second round. Third, fourth round, like they did with Dameon Pierce. Find somebody that fits what you do from what you've seen on film with whoever is the offensive coordinator, because I honestly don't know the answer who the hell the offensive coordinator is going to be. Like, I feel like it's going to be neither Gerard Johnson or Bobby Sloan.
I feel confident it's going to be one of those two guys, but there is a pretty decently high percentage chance it's neither.
And I would assume that the system, no matter who they bring in, whether it's one of those guys from San Francisco that's been getting interviews, whether it's Brian Greasy or Clint Kubiak or whoever it might be, I'm just going to assume that it's going to be somebody that's of the similar thinking. They're going to try and keep a very similar system in place for C.J. Stroud and this team because it worked, and it was something that he was clearly comfortable in and you wanted to continue to grow in.
Yeah.
But you have to – and we heard D'Amico talk about it enough, too. Like, they recognize it. They loved Devin Singletary. It was a great story all year long. We know he's not the primary guy. So I think it's not getting enough love from people. And I guess that's because when you do address it in the draft and it is a mid-round pick, it doesn't feel as important, right?
Yeah.
But it's still massively important.
See, I guess maybe it's just personally I think it's one of their top priorities, so I didn't even think about it on the list. But you're right. It needs to be one that they address. For each of our positions, for me personally, running back, I'd like the draft. Pass rusher, I say free agency.
Yeah.
I say go out and pay a guy that you know is going to give you high-level production. And then for tight end, draft. Again, I think they should draft another tight end where Aura Storm on YouTube in the chat says Brevin Jordan had some flashes this year. I like those flashes, but I want somebody that I feel comfortable is going to be able to take over and be able to do a lot of
There's got to be a reason that he's not
things.
getting a lot of run as it is.
Yeah, what is this? This was year
is it 3?
3 for Brevin Jordan?
He's a smaller guy that's going to get manhandled on the offensive line.
Right.
So he can't play significant snaps in the line because you're worried about how he's going to hold up as a blocker.
Draft-wise, there's guys like Jonathan Brooks and Blake Corum at running back, Trey Benson, are all names are guys that could potentially or should fall to the third round. The tight end that I think of in the draft where I think they'll be in position to get him, and I hate saying this, and I know BMAC is going to hear this back in studio and be like, ugh. I like Jatavian Sanders from UT. Like that kid, he's like 6'4", 246, 250, somewhere around there.
Did you just admit to liking something from
UT? I think he would fit what the Texans need at the tight end spot. They need a big guy. He's got the body of a Dalton Schultz with blocking ability, and he's really athletic. And he has production. In the last 2 years at UT, he's had really, really good production. Over 600 yards in both years, I think. And so this is a guy where I think if you could add let's say a Blake Corum and a Jatavian Sanders in the draft, you feel really good, especially if you go out and spend money on one of these pass rushers.
I don't know if I can wait for the NFL offseason to get here, guys.
It's technically here for us.
Well, I know, but when's free agency start? Is it early March?
I think it's either the end of
Mid-March?
February or early March.
I think it's March. The legal. Remember, we'll have the legal tampering period, correct? And then you'll be able to sign guys after that. The whole thing's silly.
March 13th.
Let's go. I need March 13th to be the Texans go crazy. That's what I need. I'm ready for it.
Yeah. It's going to be fun to watch because they're going to have what was it that we saw after all of the future signings and everything? They're going to have about $61 million in cap space to work with.
Let's hope that they spend it wisely.
See, and that's why, Dalton Schultz, if you're committing a bunch of money to him per year, I'd rather them use that money to fill in other spots.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Unless the Dalton Schultz contract is $7 million.
If it's $7 or $8 million, that's way more doable. But if it gets close to or around the double digits per year in AAV,
it's not good. Connor and Beard, ESPN. Sorry, I was looking at what we're doing next segment. Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's a peel the curtain back. We forgot about the 116.
No, we didn't. It's there.
No, it's there now, thanks to Andrew's kind
No one has to know.
It's okay. So when we return to Connor and Beard from the Decoy, 1222 Whitty Road is where we are located this afternoon. The Killer Bees will be out here after us from 3 to 6. We're going to talk about the grades that people have given the Rockets on their first half of the season. Is it a good grade? We'll find out next.
Connor and Beard have been released into the wild and have been cornered in the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at the Decoy. Set phasers to stun. Spock, you must be out of your Vulcan mind.
Well, there's number 2. Spock's been out twice today. I bet he'll make a third appearance in the next hour because we are at the Decoy. 1222 Whitty Road is where we are at. Great place to come and hang out. All the TVs are on. Josh is being pained with having to watch the Mavericks lose earlier.
Oh, I stopped paying attention after the first quarter of the replay.
They've got the Australian Open on, which I that's not live for sure.
No.
Right? Yeah, I don't know what time it is in Australia right now in Melbourne.
You know, secretly, peel back another layer of the Josh onion real fast for you guys. Secretly, tennis is the sport that I really wanted to get good at.
I like playing tennis.
I'm awful.
I play tennis probably once a month.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to play a little bit more. I got to a point where I was like, okay, but it was just my legs and my hips could not handle the change of direction that much.
I love it. I think it's a great workout.
Oh, it's an incredible workout.
That's why I love it.
It's an incredible workout.
I'm not saying I'm any good at it. I'm good enough to get the ball over the net.
It's an incredible sport. That's why I want to do pickleball. It's like less athletic tennis, I think. I feel less moving.
That's not good. It's not for me.
Yeah,
I want to move. I want to sweat.
I'm fine with that. I mean, we'll have to play. You'll have to help me get better at tennis at some point.
Dude, I can't give you any tips. I
don't need tips. I just want to play.
I just go out there and hit it.
That's it. That's all I want to do.
All it is my years of having to play baseball forever. That's the only reason I'm able to hit it.
I don't want you to teach me. I just want to play. I've
Okay,
never had
well, we
anybody
can
to
go
play with.
Andrew, do you play?
I played a little bit at various points growing up.
Of course he did. He was from the Carlson estate.
Yeah, his main sports were golf,
Don't
tennis.
do that to the microphone.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He probably
Golf,
has a white sweater
golf,
that he
tennis,
wears over his.
and fencing. Those were his top 3.
But you played some?
Not like consistently. My dad played tennis in college, so at Purdue. So
that's actually cool.
Wow.
Yeah, so I got to play with him a little bit growing up, but I never did like club or team or anything like that.
So
it was
basically,
very much just
you'd go out there. You'd already
I'd go
our
out there
ass.
and hit balls with him. Yeah.
You'd wipe the floor with us.
No. This is over like 15 years ago.
Me and Michael on one side. It's like doubles, but you don't get a partner, right? That's what we're gonna do.
I'm not nearly good enough to take on 2 people at once.
We would run into each other the entire time.
That's true.
That'd be the problem
I would
there.
trip over my own feet and run into your shoulder, and you'd hurt your other shoulder.
Yeah, for sure. My shoulder today is not feeling great. And I didn't even do anything to it today. It's just stupid. My legs, on the other hand, they're not good as well. Hey, the Rockets' first half has been done. The ESPN grading system is out, guys, for the first half grades for all NBA teams. And guess what the Houston Rockets got? They're 20-23, but guess what they got?
7th.
What? I said what grade they got, Josh. What is 7th?
Oh, I thought it was like a ranking system.
A, B, C, D, F.
You know what grade Josh gets for his response there? F minus.
Okay, I thought it was like a ranking out of. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna say they got like a B plus.
No, they got an A.
Oh, they got an A.
There is a minus. Excuse me. There are only.
He made it seem like I was so far off. Well,
there were 3 teams that got an A: the Timberwolves, the Thunder, and the Sixers. The A minus category is the Celtics, the Rockets, the Clippers. And that's it. For the Rockets, it says Houston's transition to phase 2 of the rebuild that started when Harden was traded a little over 3 years ago. That's crazy how long it's been. Has gone faster than expected. New coach Ime Udoka and veteran perimeter players Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks, who were added to the roster this summer, have transformed the Rockets' defensive culture. Not lately. While young front court starter Alperen Şengün, who has emerged as an all-star candidate, and Jabari Smith Jr. have taken steps forward. One quibble, 2021 number 2 overall pick Jalen Green hasn't made progress as Houston had hoped.
I would just like
Jalen Green can't escape it, man.
I would like to point out that per their rankings, the Rockets are 5th, so my guess of 7th wasn't that far off. Thank you very much.
It was bad.
I may have guessed.
Bad guess.
It was. I guessed the wrong grading system. Thank you. I think this is right though. Like being in that A minus range, I'd probably give them a B plus, and drop them down a little bit farther, just because I think the results also have to be there a little bit to have them higher on the list. But nobody thought that they were going to be. Nobody thought that they were going to be close to the play-in tournament, or very few people thought they would be close to like play-in in the middle of the Western Conference. And this much better than they had been. To me, it only made sense because they were just continuing to add talent, and some of these guys had to shine through and grow and get better. And when you add guys like Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks to already young talent that's there, did I think that I thought Alpe was going to be awesome. Did I think he was going to be the cornerstone of the team? Probably not. But I think an A- is fine. I just dropped them down to like a B+ because they haven't had that one guy step up and be the superstar yet.
Yeah, A- is fine. I'm just interested to hear from you guys if you feel like the start the Rockets had to the season has sort of warped our expectations on where this team should be. Because if you told me at the start of the season that this is where they'd be, I would absolutely say that an A- is a proper grade for where the Rockets are currently. But if you asked me a month ago if the Rockets were now 20-23 and the vibes around the team are what they are currently, I would probably not give you the same response in terms of like how I would grade their first half of the season. And I feel like just looking at it from those two different perspectives is interesting because if you're doing the long-term thing and looking at it from the beginning of the season, absolutely, they have blown expectations out of the water even though they're only 20-23. But whereas they were, 3 or 4 games above 500 at one point, and now they are where they are, things look a little bit different.
I think maybe that's what drops me down from that A- to B+, is I'm looking at it from the full season grade, but it's hard. It's hard for me to separate that from how they got to where they are right now. And so I think that is the part that drops me down is I'm trying to look at it objectively from preseason expectations and what they've done, but it's so hard for me to just only look at it that way when you're looking at this rock. At one point, they were the number 1, number 2 defense in all of basketball, and it looked like they could have been a team that could continue to grow. As long as they could figure out their scoring, they could continue to grow and be one of the better teams in the Western Conference, and they were close to that. And now all of a sudden the defense has fallen apart and the offense is still not there. So it's tough, but They are one of the they're one of the more exciting and fun teams to watch grow this year from just an NBA fan standpoint. A lot of people are looking around the league, are falling in love with Alperen Şengün. They're falling in love with Cam Whitmore and the way the Rockets are playing. But I just don't think they're going to be a team that makes any noise until maybe next season if they make the right moves.
Yeah, I mean, I think A-, it's probably a little high for me. I probably would have gone B, just solid B, and it absolutely is warped, Andrew, by what's happened recently, where they've fallen apart. Now it should have, and that's me being greedy as a sports fan, right? Like I said earlier with the Texans, I got greedy with the Texans because they got really good all of a sudden, and their record was better than Jabari Smith earlier. Seeing Jabari Smith take a leap in the second half of the season once he gets healthy and gets right. Offensively, from the scoring standpoint, his shooting numbers have been so improved this team on the season. That'd take a lot of growth for players, more Cam Whitmore scoring, whatever it might be. Like that's the only way they keep their grade at this point. Because I got to stop looking at the results.
Yeah.
I think, and in terms of how I grade what they've done this season.
The frustrating thing is like it could potentially be a turning point for Jabari Smith. He just needs to keep doing this. This is awesome. And now you're looking at a Rockets team who has a two-headed monster in the front court moving forward. And then he just took that step back again. So you're right. It's at some point, I don't care who it is really, but outside of Alperen Şengün, at some point, one of these guys on this roster of youth has to step forward. The Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore, Jabari Smith, Jalen Green. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is, but it has. Wow, you got
He's
muted.
muting me.
I don't care who it is.
Muting ass Andrew.
It has to be one of those guys. If at least two of those guys can step up and really take over a little bit more, then you're talking about a completely different team in the back half of the year. But at least one of those guys has to step up.
There's only
and
one
help.
option that's doing that.
It's Jabari.
I shouldn't say one. There's two.
It's Cam and Jabari would be the two that I would choose.
I would not choose the other two.
They
wouldn't even be on my radar.
Cam
Amen is a total project.
Yes.
Total project, which I'm fine with.
Cam, I just don't. He could be that guy, but he's not going to do it until they give him the right minutes.
He's a project, though, too. Don't let it get it twisted. Like, I don't want him to get pigeonholed into this, we just want you to come in and be a chucker thing. Like,
right.
He is so good scoring and so good shooting that he's got to develop as a full player because, like, he has the skill set. And everybody talked about that when he went to the draft, and then he fell like crazy. His skill set is good enough to be one of the better scorers in the league.
Yes.
Like, he has that kind of skill set.
He needs the minutes. And he's not going
That'll
to get
happen. I mean,
he's not going to get those until Jalen's gone. He's gonna get
Which
a lot of minutes.
I think is fine this year. If
he
he's
can get up in the 20s.
If he's like a 22 a night guy as a rookie, that's fine.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But that's why That's why I wouldn't choose him as the guy who's going to really have the opportunity to step forward and really take a big jump because the minutes just aren't going to be there for him. So in my mind, the only guy who I think legitimately has the ability to do that is Jabari. And if Jabari does that, then this team becomes a little bit more dangerous because he's been great defensively this year. He just needs to step it up offensively and really be that guy who stretches the floor for Alpi and can consistently score on the perimeter night in and night out, and then get a little bit bigger in the paint too.
Cam Whitmore, All-Star in year 2. You heard it here first. I'm not putting the G word on it. I didn't
man,
put it.
I was ready to write it down.
I didn't put it.
Cam Whitmore, 7th. Just gonna start ranking everything. 7th. I don't
Thanks,
know in
Josh.
what, but just 7th.
Thanks, Josh. Hey, Government Mule is live in concert with their 30 Years Strong tour. Right now, caller number 3 at 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see Government Mule on February 25th at Bayou Music Center. Don't miss Government Mule live. Get your tickets right now at livenation.com. Again, caller number 3, 713-780-3776 to see Government Mule at the Bayou Music Center. When we return to Connor and Beard, let's talk some baseball. Do the Astros have enough starting pitching going into the year? We'll discuss it next from the Decoy here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Connor and Beard have been released into the wild and have been cornered in the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at the Decoy. Set phasers to stun. Spock, you must be out of your Vulcan mind.
Now I know B-Mac's just messing with us on purpose. Spock's out again. That's the third time. We're out here at the Decoy, 1222 Woody Road.
Only half a more time. I said 3.5.
I said 3 was going to be it, so my number's hit. I can't have Spock show up again.
I know.
Hey, we had a winner for our ticket giveaway there, but they disconnected in the middle of BMAC taking the call. So if you're still looking to go see Government Mule at the Bayou Music Center February 25th, call in 713-780-3776. First caller, since we lost our winner there during the break. We lost their phone call. So, again, those tickets are still available. Hey, guys, let's talk some Astros. Spring training is, good Lord, I mean, it's creeping up on us real quick. I'm not Paul Gallant with your daily countdown. I guess I could pull up my calendar real quick. They've got all of this, the rest of this week, all of next week, the following week, and then they're in spring training.
Well, Paul's a real baseball boy. That's the problem. You're not a real baseball boy. Paul is a real baseball boy.
Paul's not an Astros insider.
He is he's an all baseball insider.
I'm an Astros insider.
He's inside all of the baseball.
I know what Jose Altuve is going to eat for dinner tonight.
What's he going to
have? Salmon.
With what?
Broccoli.
And what? You can't just have salmon and broccoli. There's got to be at least
brown rice.
Nice, solid.
I only said that because
it's
probably going to be my dinner.
Why were you looking at Andrew when you were saying that?
Because I got to get his approval.
He's
the healthiest eater here
That's
of the
true.
three of us.
Well, when it comes to meals being cooked at home,
yeah, I cook a healthy meal.
The meals that we cook at home are very healthy. You've met my wife and kids. Both my wife and kids, they do not look like they come from my gene pool. My wife, of course, doesn't. That's a good thing because we're married. But my kids don't look like they come from my gene pool because they're both skinny, in good shape. It's because we feed them healthy things. The problem in my household is not the things that we cook being unhealthy. It's the things that I throw into my mouth whenever I leave the house that's really problematic. But
yeah, to me, it's the snacking. It's always the snacking. That's
snacking and well, there's a reason everybody on YouTube and everybody in the text line calls me Tooth Sweet. And it's because I like my sweets.
Yeah.
And it's a problem. It's been a problem for a while.
I've cut my sweets down to make myself a smoothie at night. That's what I go to.
See, that's what I need to start doing. It'll keep me from eating all the other bad
strawberries and everything. It's just fruit, basically.
I'm Michael. I can afford smoothies and strawberries.
It's frozen strawberries.
Because you're an Astros insider.
Yeah, that is true. And there's what Jose Altuve. If you're wondering what Jose Altuve is eating for dinner tonight, there you have it.
Salmon, brown rice, and what'd you say?
Broccoli.
And broccoli.
Big night.
It's a solid dinner.
Big night of the Altuve family.
Basic but solid.
Yeah, he doesn't live too far from here, actually, where we're at. Astros rotation, guys. We got a lot of questions to get to with them as they head into spring training. But where are we at today? Do they have enough starting pitching in for your comfort going into this? Now, of course, the rotation's set, at least in terms of the top of it. But starters that are going to be available for this team from opening day. Now, they're not all guaranteed, I guess, to be on the roster. But Verlander, Fromber, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, Hunter Brown, J.P. France. I think J.P. France, Hunter Brown are the real question marks in terms of what their roles are going to be throughout the year. And, of course, you have Lance McCullers, who's apparently eyeing a return for July, which to me means September. And then Luis Garcia should be back mid-season, June, July-ish, from the Tommy John surgery that he had that knocked him out last year. Do they have enough for you, Josh, to where you feel comfortable at this moment a couple of weeks out?
I think so. Yeah, look, there's a lot of questions. What's Verlander going to look like for the entire year, being 1 year older, being a little bit up there in age? Fromber and Javier, will they have utilized the offseason in the correct way to get past some of the issues that they were dealing with, where especially Fromber mentally? And honestly, like, the big thing for me is I like the idea of Hunter Brown having another offseason and another spring training and another year where he can have a full season of watching Justin Verlander work. I like Justin Verlander being in Hunter Brown's life because he looked up so much to him growing up, and there's so many similarities in the way they pitch and the way they deliver that I like the idea of Hunter Brown continuing to learn from him. And J.P. France was a really, really nice surprise last year, and I think he can at least continue being a plus starter for this team. Does he replicate what he did in 2023? Maybe not. But he can be a plus starter, and if he's like your legitimate, wholehearted back of the rotation guy, you don't need him to be an absolute stud. I feel mostly good about where they're at with their starting rotation, though.
I'm not going to lie. This is the most uncomfortable at the top of the rotation I've been at any point during this Astros run.
Yes.
If you think about it, I shouldn't I guess I would eliminate 2017 from the conversation here because the rotation changed so much with Verlander coming in. But really from 2018 on, I mean, that rotation had Verlander, Cole, Keuchel, McCullers. Who was the fifth in that rotation? Was Wade Miley, I think, was in it? Was in it in that? Or 2019. They were always stacked. And I think that my biggest reason for not feeling comfortable right now is Verlander turns 41 next month.
Yep.
He's older. He was a little bit more hittable last year, really, than he's ever been.
And he's seemingly you're the most solid guy in the rotation.
Yeah,
too.
And he got better once he came back to the Astros. Like his stuff improved. From what he did with the Mets, like his performances improved overall, and he started to pitch like. And look, we don't even talk about it. He was actually solid the postseason.
Yeah,
like thank God they had him in the postseason when they did, because they didn't, they weren't going to win as many games. The Fromber question's massive. We know that.
That's the biggest one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, him and Javier both. If those two guys don't show back up and do what they did in previous years, they're going to have a problem.
Is it
like
weird?
You could have Urquidy. Urquidy's a fourth or a fifth starter on any good team.
Yeah.
Like at best, is he here all year? Who knows? They could trade him at some point. Massive year for Hunter Brown.
Yes.
I don't know what his role is going to be, but if he's in the rotation getting starts. Like, this is a big, big year because he looked good early last year and then fell completely apart. I'm hoping it's just a usage thing last year.
Yes, he has to take a very big step forward this year. Am I weird for not being as concerned about Christian Javier being able to come out and have a strong season versus Fromber? Like, I'm more concerned that Fromber is going to come out flat and have another bad year than I am with Christian Javier.
I'm more worried about Javier because he just didn't look good until the postseason. Like, his stuff didn't look good. Fromber's stuff always still looked good. He just lost control of it.
See, I guess the thing with Christian Javier is I felt like it was less mental with him and more just mechanics. Like, it looked like some of the mechanics weren't quite right. But with Fromber,
I was worried about his weight too. Like, I think everybody else was. He looked from the TV side of it.
A little heavier.
He looked heavier.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like the Hunter Brown thing. Like, he pitched the most innings of his life the year before. Some guys just hit the wall at some point.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the performance issue, probably.
Yeah, that I think I feel better about Christian Javier being able to fix those things than I do Fromber being able to consistently keep his head right. That concerns me way more than any of the stuff with Christian Javier. And that's where if they can have Fromber be the Fromber of old, the guy that they thought that they were getting for a full season last year, then that completely changes what this team is. Like, imagine Fromber getting past some of the mental stuff, getting being able to have better control and fix some of those control issues consistently, and be that ace pitcher. I not only are we talking about, hey, this team has a chance to make it to another World Series. You look at Fromber being an ace, Verlander being an innings eater ace, and you have that bullpen now. Good luck to any team trying to score any runs ever whatsoever in games where they pitch. And so there's more of a concern with Fromber because him being on point and fixing his issues turns this team from, man, I hope they make it to another World Series to who are they going to play and beat in the World Series.
If they can have those three guys at the top go back to being the 22 versions of themselves, they're going to win the World Series.
Yes. Yeah.
I will comfortably say that.
Well, I think all three of us will guarantee that on the show if that happens.
Probably.
We just need to see one start from each. I'll be all in.
Let's check in with Mr. Fields over here and see how Mr. Fields feels about it. How you feeling, Fields?
I'm with you, Michael, where this is the most concerned I've been about the Astros rotation probably since they started this run. I mean, the talent is there. I don't think that's really the question, though. It's more, can you get the bounce back from the guys that you need? I think not having the WBC this summer or during this offseason is going to be a massive part of that, where you will have guys who get a full offseason, especially when the Astros have so many dudes who have been pitching late into the season and have been putting more stress and more innings onto their arm, to finally get a legitimate offseason where they get to rest, recuperate, and come back fresh again is going to do them a world of good. And Hunter Brown, I'm expecting a bounce back, frankly, because if you look at his numbers, he was a really unlucky pitcher last year. The batting average against him on balls in play was obscenely high and much higher than league average, much higher. And I understand that we're diving into the nerdy stuff in the realm of, like, expecting batting average and all that stuff. But honestly, like, Hunter Brown was unlucky last year, but some of it I do feel was his own making, where he tried to pitch to contact more as the season went along because he realized that he wasn't going to be able to just consistently punch dudes out all the time. And successful pitchers do pitch to contact. That's something that Justin Verlander
He's a great ground ball guy.
Has gotten really good at over the course of his career. So that's something that Hunter Brown, I felt like, was trying to develop last season and didn't necessarily perfect it in the way that he wanted to. I'm hoping that there's some regression to the mean in that aspect this upcoming season.
Is Brown 20? Is he 25 yet? I mean, he's still super young.
Especially for pitching.
Yeah, he just turned 25, right? So he's 25 years old. Like, he does have a lot of, and this is still a guy that, I mean, he went through the minor league system fairly quickly. I mean, there wasn't a lot of pitching down there, and he pitched at a small school. I mean, like, the jumps that he's had to take. So, like, I'm not saying I'm worried. Real quick, I guess, before we go to the break, where would we put it in the AL West? Is it the best rotation in the AL West? I think it's them or Seattle that has the best rotation right now.
I would probably.
I say that because the Rangers, they've got Scherzer out for until July. They've got DeGrom out probably. I'd be shocked if they pitch him this year. Like even if he does, he's coming in relief in September. And then they haven't brought back Montgomery. They're basically pitching John Gray. I don't even remember who the hell else they have at that point. Evaldi.
I'd say yes. I feel stronger. I feel more strongly about the Astros starting pitching than I do any other team in the AL West. I would even put the Astros starting rotation against the Rangers if those guys are healthy. I'd give the Rangers the edge and put them number one. If Scherzer and DeGrom were fine, but I'd still put the Astros right underneath them.
How would you take it, Andrew?
I think that I'm with you again, Michael, where I believe it is the Astros in Seattle given the current injury status for the Rangers. And I'd give the edge to the Astros because their top-end talent to me throughout the rotation is the best in the division still, in my opinion. But the question is going to be, are they able to reach that ceiling, or are we going to get more of the inconsistencies that we saw from last year? But even with the inconsistencies, that top-end talent's too enticing for me to not put them at the top.
Yeah, going into camp, the Mariners still have Luis Castillo, George Kirby, Logan Gilbert, Bryce Miller, Brian Wu. I mean, they've got some real arms now. If they're not going to put it all together because they don't know how to put together a team when it comes to the other stuff. So I think it's between those. And then, the Rangers, right now they have Evaldi, Heaney, Dunning, John Gray, Tyler Mahle, who's actually hurt as well coming back later in the year. So they actually have some concerns up there in Arlington when it comes to the rotation, how it's going to perform this upcoming season. When we come back to Connor and Beard, we'll actually stay up in that Dallas area, and we're going to talk about a soft-ass boy whose name may or may not be Luka.
Should I go put my Lukas on? I'll go grab and put them on for this segment.
That's next on Connor and Beard.
you are back live at The Decoy with Connor and Beard. They've barricaded themselves in the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios and refuse to leave until you've been thoroughly informed and entertained.
Connor and Beard from The Decoy, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 1222 Whitty Road is where we are located this afternoon, and the Killer Bees will be out here after we get done, taking you until 6 o'clock, talking about your Houston sports all over the place. Now, right now, we're going to talk about some Dallas sports. Not good stuff. We only bring up bad stuff for Dallas because nobody wants to talk about good Dallas stuff.
All the good stuff, it's just for me anyway. I don't want you guys to talk about the good stuff.
You don't have anything good.
Oh, there's some good
Cowboys stink.
Yeah.
Dak's terrible. All of his teammates and their families hate him.
That's fine.
The Mavericks have the flat earth boy, and they've been sold to a crazy person. And then on top of it, last night, Luka Doncic.
Crazy people rule the world, Michael.
Luka Doncic went complete soft-ass boy.
He did.
Could you imagine Luka Doncic trying to play for Ime Udoka? That would be a failed experience.
No, I think it'd work.
No, it would
I
not.
think it would work.
No, it would not.
I think it would work.
You really think that Luka Doncic, who can't handle a fan heckling him, could handle? I've already heard some stories from people about how Ime handles the halftime speeches for the Rockets. Apparently, it's a scene like you've never seen before.
I think Luka would be fine.
I don't think he would. I think he'd crumble.
He'd
try and get him fired.
Here's why I think Luka would be fine. Because he already had a coach that was similar to Ime Udoka, and it didn't go well. But as long as he had a coach that had a winning acumen, now that he's a little bit older and been through that, I've heard him talk about his relationship with Rick Carlisle when he first came into the league and how he would do some things differently. It wouldn't have worked if he hadn't had that experience. It would work now. Look, I love Luka Doncic. I mean, he's
an incredible talent.
I think objectively, as an NBA fan, you should just enjoy watching him the way he plays basketball. But he has a streak of being a soft ass boy. I mean, he is one of those players that have you ever gone and played pickup basketball with a guy who thinks he's the best in the entire gym? He might be the best in the entire gym, but as soon as he starts losing, he just kind of like mopes and his body language changes. That happens to Luke every once in a while. And last night they were playing the Phoenix Suns. There's a huge rivalry between the Suns and the Mavericks now since the Western Conference Finals a couple years ago. Devin Booker and Luka Doncic do not like each other. The last time they played, they beat the Suns and loved it. So they were in the middle of getting blown out. I mean, the first quarter went really well for the Mavericks. The next three quarters were awful. They were getting blown out. We're watching the replay right now. They're losing 122-99 with 3.5 minutes left in the game.
They were up by like 12 at one point in the second quarter.
Yeah. The whole
14,
second quarter was Phoenix just systematically tearing them apart, and then in the second half, nothing changed. And so I think it was just this horrible world because Lucas, when everything's going well, he's laughing, he's enjoying life, he's smiling, he's lovable. But in a moment like this,
defense.
Well, he's a better defender than people give him credit for. This is not like James Harden defense. He actually gives effort and plays defense.
But it's not good because he's not very fast.
His defense is average. He can get blown by, but he does have good change of direction and he has good length. So he's a better defender than people think. But last night was this perfect storm of getting blown out by a big rival, not wanting to get blown out. You're at home, and he's just frustrated. And I think is it a soft-ass boy moment? Absolutely. But this is more of an out-of-character thing for Luka than anything. And I know he went on afterwards, and he said, hey, there was more to the story. The guy was cursing the entire – even if that guy's –
but all the reporters went back at him saying that was basically – so Luka – basically,
the reporters don't know. They don't sit anywhere near where the guy was talking.
They are. Tim McMahon took the video of it.
McMahon took the whole video.
Yes,
I
he said the guy was sitting two rows behind them. They
Oh.
heard the whole thing. It wasn't just Tim McMahon. It was multiple reporters you hear in the room say. So Lucas,
don't trust him.
The fan said to Luka, you're tired. Get your ass on the treadmill.
That was the one thing that he said that led to him kicking. But the entire first half, Lucas says that guy was chirping.
Apparently, he wasn't kicked out of the game. A staffer from the arena came to speak with him, and he voluntarily left. Is what they're saying.
Okay.
Calling BS on that one.
I don't know. I trust that.
This NBA move, though, where we're working to get
yes.
Could you imagine these guys playing in the 90s in
Oh,
Utah?
They'd get
You ever heard those stories
destroyed.
from Rockets players when they would go into Utah and the things they'd get called? And those guys were tough.
Imagine playing on the same court with a guy like Vernon Maxwell. Like you wouldn't be able to handle the things he's telling you. But the fan stuff, it's
getting chirped by a guy who's
who's
sitting in a seat who can't even sniff your level of talent,
Yes.
dude. Move on.
Even if that guy was just talking crap and cursing at him the entire game, who cares, dude? Tune it out or use it. Like, go and, I don't know, start winning the game. Score some more points, and then when you do, look at the guy and smile. Like, there are so many other ways he could have reacted than to get mad. But he let an emotional moment, instead of taking it out on the players of the opposite team, instead of taking it out on the refs like he normally does. I'll be honest, if there's one thing, there are times where Luka annoys the crap out of me. And it's mostly whenever he chirps at the refs. There are very few players who chirp at the refs in an annoying way the way Luka does. But he just took it out on the wrong person this time. But it is soft. And the more NBA players do this, I think the worse it looks for the league. And there's a reason why viewership and patrons of the NBA, it's down. It's been down for a couple of years now for a multitude of different reasons, but that soft mentality from players is a huge, huge reason why.
I mean, their biggest – look, this isn't a political statement at all. The NFL went through it as well. All these sports leagues, going as political as they did,
yes,
it hurt their product. It's just a fact. It hurt their product from the standpoint of you made there's a certain faction of people that stopped watching.
Yes.
And there is a certain faction of people that stopped watching the NBA. But then when you add all these other things that keep going on, like you mentioned with stuff like this, like this isn't endearing to fans. Like it's a fan of the game. Are we all human beings? You don't want to get chirped at and hear those things? Of course. But I think when you take that stage in that sport and you're as big of a star as he is, you have to know that that's just part of the job, unfortunately. Could you imagine? And you have to be mentally tougher to get past that. And listen to that. Like, that's a weak one to even be worried about.
Yes.
I don't know. We're going to do a segment, I think, now that we're not going to have picks on Fridays, a soft-ass boy of the week.
He would have won this one.
He's going to win. Yeah, he'll win. He'd win the first one for sure. This is one of the softest things I've heard in recent years. Like, it's a soft league. And this is getting softer by the day.
Could you imagine Luka trying to interact with our Twitch chat?
Oh, he'd
get
cry.
torn apart. Yeah, he would have cried. First show.
And this is
first
why,
hour
like,
of the first
just
show,
from
he would have
the
cried.
basketball standpoint of it, the further along he's gotten into his career, he's still only 24 years old, which is absolutely insane.
He's still really young. But the thing is, he's been a professional for a really long time.
He has time, but there's all the other little things. Like when he shows up all the time, and he's never looked like he's in shape. He
That's
clearly
not
doesn't.
true. That's not true either. This year,
but he's a pudgy guy. Like to me, like
he's just not. He's not like a super crazy fit guy. But this year, he showed up skinny and in shape.
I don't look at him and all the habits that you see and then the way that he handles himself. He doesn't look like a guy that takes all the other work seriously. And I don't know if he has that mentality to get over the edge to get the best out of his talent. What it is.
But see,
he's a lot like James Harden. He is the guy on the team that dribble, and like he's the centerpiece. And I get it, he's an incredible talent. But like I just don't know if they're ever going to win.
He plays differently than James.
But I don't know if they're ever. But
he plays
his use like their offense is run like where he's it.
Are
they ever going to be better?
There are a lot of
what they are.
There are a lot of similarities, but he's a way better passer and has way better court vision than James Harden does. And Harden was good at passing. Luka is just on a different level. Luka also knows how to play off the ball really, really well. He plays off the ball. It's not like high level, but James couldn't play off the ball at all. Luka can do that, and he's shown that this year with Kyrie. They've done a good job of sharing the ball. The other thing too is Luka has done. People don't watch it because they don't. It's not the sexy thing to report on, but he works all the time during the offseason. There are constantly videos and clinics and all sorts of stuff that he does during the offseason.
Everybody can do it for the gram. James Harden does it for the gram.
But that's not what's getting reported. People don't see that stuff. It's not just about the gram. It's the work that he puts in with all the other players where he is constantly working during the offseason. But nobody talks about it because
I just don't.
It's not entertaining. It's not entertaining to talk about. It's more entertaining to talk about Fat Luka than it is.
I don't think he's a winner.
About.
I just don't. I don't think there's anything about him in his NBA career so far that screamed this is a winning franchise piece of a player. Talent-wise, sure. I don't like a lot of the things.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong there. He's going to end up being one of those guys like it's. I mean, it's anybody. You're not a winner till you prove it. He has to prove that he can win. I mean, they made it to a Western Conference Finals, and they didn't have anyone
James Harden
around
made it
him.
to 2 of those.
I know. That's I'm not saying that makes.
Or was it 3?
It was 3 of them.
If you count his time in OKC.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
So that doesn't make.
Hey, James Harden made a finals.
Yeah.
That doesn't make you a winner necessarily. What I will say is he is a guy that until Kyrie Irving, they've done nothing to really put anything around him. And even after Kyrie Irving, they've still done nothing to put anything around him.
Yeah, they don't have
and
a very
he's
good
saddled with Jason Kidd as his head coach. Jason Kidd might be – we talk about coaches like Josh McDaniels, coaches that luck into – for some reason they have some kind of blackmail info on people around the league that keep getting head coaching jobs. Jason Kidd is that guy in the
Jason
NBA.
just
to me.
has it because Mark Cuban had a love affair
Yeah,
for him.
and he's fully safe in his job. That is a team where they brought in a GM. They need to bring in other guys. But I don't think you're wrong in saying that he may not be a winning piece. I mean, there are times where his body language and his attitude, when things don't go right, he shows a lack of resilience.
Yeah.
And that, if you're talking about a guy who knows how to win, you have to have full, undying, wholehearted resilience against everything that happens.
I mean,
and if you show that you're soft in any way, you're going to constantly be labeled as a guy that can't get it done.
I just think it's kind of sad from the standpoint of the talent level that he has.
Yes.
That you don't get the most out of it because he would be a lot of fun to watch and to root for the casual fan if he was that.
He already is. He is. Just jump on board jump on board the train. Just watch him.
No, thanks. Hey, what would be the biggest loss for the Texans this offseason? We've narrowed it down to 3 candidates. We'll give those to you when we return for hour number 3 of Connor and Beard from the Decoy on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, look, Michael thinks that you guys might think Luka is soft, but I tell you, Luka goes hard when it comes to prize picks. If you like doing NBA projections and NBA entries on daily fantasy sports, you need to take that action to the next level on prize picks because Luka and other players and NFL players, if you want to do some NFL projections or if you want to do combo projections across both sports, they're going to help you win up to 100 times your money. They're going to put you in sports heaven just like me. The NFL playoffs are in full swing. Basketball season is heating up. There's no better way than to turn all these big games into 100 times your money than with prize picks. All you got to do is select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few easy taps. And when I say a few easy taps, I truly, honestly believe that. The prize picks app, it's the easiest gameplay, quick withdrawals, and it has a huge selection of players and stat options. Download the Prize Picks app, and I promise once you use it, you will realize there are no daily fantasy sports app that are as easy to use as the Prize Picks app. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up. I'm one of them, so join me and watch your favorite players and get paid for doing it. Right now, Prize Picks is going to match your first deposit up to $100. Just download that Prize Picks app and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
It's the final hour of Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're live at the Decoy this afternoon. The station's here until 6 o'clock, 1222 Whitty Road. To come on out and say hello and, well, get your drink on. Get your volleyball on out at the Decoy. Great place to come and hang out. So come on out and come and see us this afternoon. Guys, we've talked a lot of Texans. We've talked some Astros. We've talked some Rockets. We even talked about a soft-ass boy named Luka. That guy did that?
I'm ignoring you. Anytime you say that name and it's not a part of a segment,
yeah,
you're getting fully ignored.
He is as soft as that boy Luka in the Disney film. Have you seen that one?
I have not because I watch.
Disney?
It's Disney.
I
yeah.
watch grown person films. I don't watch little kid
Andrew,
films.
don't doubt me on this one. It's on
It
Disney.
is Disney.
Plus. Yeah,
it absolutely
Disney.
is Disney. Yeah.
My wife loves that movie, and we also went to those
I'm just
towns
kidding.
that's based off of.
I've seen the stupid movie.
Yeah, he's as soft as those little kids who turn into sea
he's as
monsters.
soft as you and your dumb shoulder.
My
you
shoulder's
and your
not
soft ass shoulder.
It's hard.
Your soft ass shoulder. You
just,
can't even.
It's just hurt.
What'd you
a
do?
little bit.
Open a door? Aw.
No,
You pulled your shoulder opening a door.
I had 225 on the chest press.
Bench press and 100. 225. Don't believe it.
I did.
2 plates on each side? Never.
It's really what
Prove
I did.
it.
That's what I really was.
I got to see you do it. I don't believe you can
I can't
bench
right
that.
now.
Well, so then there's no way to prove it. I don't believe you can bench that.
I wasn't benching it. It was chest press.
I believe. Oh, chest press. Oh, chest. Of course you were doing 225 on chest press.
Yeah,
That's easy.
It's easy.
Yeah, that's like squats on a Smith machine.
You know, well, I'm trying.
3,000 pounds on a Smith machine.
What?
See how easy it was to turn that around?
Josh.
That was so easy to
Naj
turn
over
around.
Here. A man just tries to live a fit life, lift weights every day.
I'm just being bitter. That's it.
He's
Let me
just
be
upset
bitter.
we had a bad Lucas segment,
Yeah,
and he got
I
real
did.
defensive.
I did.
You know, for
Let me
15
be
minutes.
Let me be badge. Let me be bitter ass Josh. Okay.
Okay, badge.
Or Padge, petty ass Josh.
Or
By the way, I got home. I got home last night. I was sitting at home on my couch, and my kids were doing things. It was just everything they were doing was bothering me. Okay, my sleep schedule hasn't been great, and they were just bothering me. And finally, I was like, guys, you all have to stop. And my wife looks me dead in the face. She's like, hey, why are you being gadge right now? I was like, what?
Grumpy
ass Josh. I was like, I'm real mad at you guys.
I'm happy.
This is a thing that is now it is pervasive and has entered my household.
We need to think of a word for every letter.
Yeah.
To describe.
Yeah, that was
Josh.
her idea too. I'm real mad about this. It's okay.
We've got the easy ones. But
Yeah.
Like, what would be a Z?
Zesty ass Josh. Zash.
That one would fit. That's fair. That's fine.
How about X?
X. Xylophone ass Josh. No.
I don't think that works.
Extreme ass Josh.
That's not how you spell extreme. There's an E in
yeah,
front
but you
of
could
it.
you could just say X.
No.
X Games. They pulled it off.
X Games, Josh?
X Games.
Is that what you call yourself?
X Games mode, Josh.
I'd like to see you on a skateboard.
It won't. Would not look good anymore. I tried to do a kickflip on my son's skateboard about 6 months ago, and it was not pretty.
How did that go? I mean, there's no way that was any better than you falling down the stairs.
No, it was fine. It's just not. It's not good. It's just I barely landed. It's awful.
It sounds like a terrible idea.
It was.
You won't catch me dead on a skateboard. There could be a zombie apocalypse. My only way away is either run or skateboard, and you won't get me on a skateboard.
Don't worry.
On a skateboard downhill. Nah, I'll just take my chances running.
I got on it. I did one kick or tried one kickflip, missed. Did one kickflip, hit, and then I was like, yeah, I'm never getting on this. I'm like, I was playing with fire. I was playing with a lot of fire.
They have
there.
a ripstick, which I trip over all the
yeah.
time in our garage because they just leave it laying all over the place. I don't know how they do it. They get on it, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? This
Which one's the ripstick?
The one where you wiggle. Like,
oh yeah,
you
no,
know,
I can't do that. That's
it's
weird.
Stupid.
That's weird.
It's the dumbest. It's the most dangerous looking thing I've ever seen in my life. Let's get back to the Texans. The Texans have a very busy offseason ahead of them. There could be some losses, and we've knocked it down to these three guys. Which one is going to be the biggest loss for the Texans this offseason if they are to lose them? Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson, or Jonathan Grenard?
I honestly, truthfully believe that this is all based. Potentially the biggest loss is Jonathan Grenard. I feel if losing Bobby Slowick wouldn't be great, but I do think that as long as they stay within that offensive system, there will be enough continuity. And with C.J. Stroud at quarterback, they're going to be fine because there is that element of we don't know how much of it was Bobby and his system and how much of it was CJ or if it was just a 50-50 combo. And I think the percentage chance of the Texans defense taking a huge hit and losing Jonathan Grenard and not replacing his production is higher than the detriment of losing Bobby Slowick potentially. So for me, I think losing Jonathan Grenard could be the biggest loss for them this offseason if they don't replace that production. I feel much better about the ability to replace an offensive play caller than I do a high-level edge rusher in the NFL, which is why edge rushers get paid as much as they do. It's why paying Jonathan Grenard is so worrisome, because it's hard to find guys that put up that kind of production.
Andrew, which way would you go?
I'm probably going off the beaten path a little bit with this one, but I think it could be Gerard Johnson, to be honest with you. And
those sound bites got you.
Yeah, no, the way that CJ talked about him in such glowing terms and how much Gerard meant to him in this rookie year. And he talked, CJ's alluded to in press conference throughout the season to just how tough this year has been on him, not just on the field, but like mentally and off the field as well. And it seems like Gerard Johnson has almost been a rock for him of sorts, the way that he's talked about him. It's not just a player-coach relationship. It seems like it goes much deeper than that. And beyond that, too, like Gerard Johnson clearly was doing a really good job from a coaching aspect. If we're just going to take away the emotional aspect, the emotional part of everything, Gerard Johnson was clearly doing a really good job of teaching CJ how to be an NFL quarterback. And maybe he's learned all the lessons that he's needed to learn in his rookie year, but while he's still so young and still so young in the league as well, I would not want to take away the guy that has essentially been CJ's rock for his entire time in the league as we've known him thus far. And I agree with you, Josh, to where I think that CJ's been good enough that if you take Bobby Slowick away, some other offensive coordinator will still be able to come in and design an offense around CJ in which they have success. But just from a behind-the-scenes perspective, I would be a little bit scared to have Gerard Johnson leave this early in CJ's lifespan in the NFL.
Yeah.
I wanted to go that way just because of what you're saying, the level of comfort that he has, and clearly they've known each other. He mentioned that in that soundbite. They've known each other for a very long time. So, like, that one was one that went across my mind. But, I mean, I have to agree with Josh. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Wow. Is this the first time you've ever agreed with me on anything?
I think so.
It's close to.
It feels.
I can't remember another time.
It feels wrong.
But does it feel so wrong it feels right?
No.
Oh,
it
dang.
just feels wrong.
Dang. Dang. I was really hoping.
I think it is Jonathan Grenard because I'm terrified. You've mentioned some of the names that have been out there. Like, I don't love all the names that are out there.
Really?
I mean, I like them, but I don't love them.
You like Chris Jones, Justin Matabike. You don't like those as names to potentially replace them?
I don't love them from the standpoint of I think they're going to be so overly expensive.
That's a absolutely fair point because they're going to be more expensive than him.
Yeah, I'm not saying Grenard's not going to be expensive. He's going to be expensive to keep.
Matabike is probably going to be somewhere, and Jones too. They're probably, if I had to guess, it's going to be like
20 a year,
18, 19 plus.
Yeah,
and Grenard. Thinking around like the 15 to 16, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I'm hoping no more than like 17 and a half for him.
See, that's too much for me. That's a no for me.
Okay, what if it's 16 and a half versus 17 and a half? You're really going to squabble about that much?
I think 16, weirdly, if it's anything over 16, I'm saying no.
I think the difference of like $1.5 million is enough to where I just say I'll keep Jonathan Grenard.
In the short term, yeah, but you got to think about like whole team building. You got to think about who else you want to pay, who else you want to bring in. $500,000 can mean a ton.
But then you can manipulate your cap.
Well, that's fair, and they could always like backload, front load, whatever they need to do.
I'd front load them.
Yes, everything
hard
should
right
be
now.
front loaded.
They should. We'll see. I would assume. Like they got cap people. They'll figure that out.
Can they just go the Shohei Ohtani route? Can he just like defer?
Defer single penny of it until after you're done playing.
Defer until you know what? I'm going to defer until when do we think C.J. Stroud's last year is going to be?
I told you he's going to play until he's 45.
All right,
so he's 22.
He's 22 right now, so that's 23 more years. So defer for 23 years, and then you just pay it after that. I think that's solid.
Pay everybody after that.
Sign everybody. Sign T. Higgins. Sign Mike Evans.
Give
sign Chris Jones and Justin Matabike.
Give C.J. the entire. Or you know what? Have C.J. take the huge deal.
Yeah,
and defer
and defer that. Yeah.
He defers it.
That's the path. That's
the
good path.
He's the Texans Shohei Ohtani. Congratulations to C.J. Stroud. You are that great.
Yeah.
Next up, he's going to play safety and corner.
To your point, those names, I like those names, but yeah, they are too expensive. And so if you go the cheaper route than those guys, are you going to get better production than Jonathan Grenard? And that's the question. I'm so confident that he's gone now after this morning that I'm preparing myself for the inevitability, and so I'm making it seem like I'm not as worried.
I say the reason – I'm not saying that Gerard Johnson's an enabler. I don't know the situation. That sounds so wrong. Wow.
What?
Well, no. No. Okay,
Yeah, he enabled him to be great.
No. Here's what I should say. Let me get my point out first.
A
damn
catalyst, maybe?
No. I think Bobby pushes him.
Mm.
Like, based off the way that we've heard. You know what I mean? Like, he pushes him to maybe places he's not comfortable.
Oh, so you're saying it's almost a little good cop, bad cop in the sense that
Yeah.
Bobby is pushing. It's like continually being the guy that's, hey.
Well, because if you listen, Lance has told the story multiple times on the air, and look, Lance is connected. He knows this, that Bobby and CJ kind of got, like, back and forth in the first interview process. Like, they didn't really like each other because he challenged CJ Stroud. I guess that's what scares me. Like, I want somebody that's always challenging you.
Somebody that got
I'm not saying that I don't know if Gerard Johnson does that. I honestly don't.
Right.
I'm hoping he's that way, but
to
if
have
he's
the
such
guy
a
that
if he's such a
pushes-
friend, is this where business and
Yeah.
friendship mix? I don't know.
Yeah, it is. There is something to be said about having that person that pushes you, that gets you to go past what you.
Yeah. Like Andrew
that's
does for
fair.
us.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. If it were up to us, we would just be talking about snacks and telling fart jokes all day long.
Yeah.
But he's like, no, guys, you need to talk about sports at some point.
I'd be breaking down this rerun of the Farmers Insurance Open, second round from last year. That's what I'd be doing right now. Or calling Granado, get the latest update on the Cabo Cup.
I actually don't think that that's a bad idea. I would like to try to get Granado on the phone
He's
at
not
some
calling
point.
this show.
Look, the morning show, I understand why they get Granado because it's his show, so it makes sense. And I don't want to listen to a hungover Granado.
He was hungover this morning.
I want to listen to a live in action John Granado. That's what I want.
Well, I'm guessing he's in action on like hole 10 or something, probably about 15 Coors Lights.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Do they have Coors Lights in Cabo? I don't know.
Coors Lights with lime, probably. I
Probably.
think. Yeah.
It's probably
They got something fancy like that.
a Coors Latte.
Yeah,
I don't
latte.
know. I don't know.
Coors Limon.
Is that what it is?
No, I don't know.
I don't know what the Spanish word is for light. I'm sorry, I don't know that one. I'm guessing. Hey, Will Anderson got another award to an extent. We'll tell you about it, and if you should care, next here on Connor and Beard.
Back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at the Decoy. Here now is the dynamic duo of Connor and Beard.
I mean, we're as dynamic as it gets.
I'm a very
Connor
dynamic person.
How so?
I'm a jack of all trades because my ADHD has led me to never be very good at anything, but kind of good at a lot of things.
Okay.
So I'm dynamic in that regard. Also, I'm just kind of weird.
Does that make you dynamic?
Yeah, I think it makes me unpredictable, and I think a lack of predictability makes you dynamic.
Okay. Andrew, would you agree that we're both dynamic?
Yeah, most of the time.
Oh, that's good. I actually thought he'd say no. I'm just glad
You know what?
agree
Do you know?
for us.
Hold on. Do you know what the definition of dynamic is?
No. No. I'm just pretending I do.
Dynamic is it's like constantly changing, full of energy, full of ideas.
Yeah,
I think
well,
we're
I come
that.
into the show with energy
I think
most
we're that.
days.
Yeah, I think you
every
guys are
day.
that most of the time. You
Yeah.
guys have moods every once in a while, but who doesn't have moods? You know?
Hold on, wait.
I had a
hold
mood on
What?
Monday. I had a mood on Monday.
Who has moods?
Yeah, you, moody-ass Josh.
No, we already have Madge.
Madge.
So now we have two versions of Madge.
Yeah.
I'd say all three of us are dynamic. We're the most dynamic show on. You know what? We're the most dynamic show in Houston, but definitely the most dynamic show on the station.
Far more dynamic than.
Well, Paul might be more. If you're thinking about like energy and constantly changing, I think Paul might be slightly more dynamic than us. But that's just because he yells a lot.
He does yell a lot. I don't know how his voice handles it.
I don't either. He's done it for years, and he's never changed. Hold on. If he's never changed and he's always full of energy, that makes him less dynamic than us.
I don't think he's very dynamic.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
He's a one-trick pony. Paul Gallant, one-trick pony. We'll talk about Paul in the final
Yeah, we are
segment.
going to talk about Paul because apparently you want to do fight everybody at the station today.
That is absolutely not at all what I want to do. Has nothing to do. Actually, most of the station I'm cool with.
No, I think that's a lie. So, guys, Will Anderson, it's official. He's part of the Pro Bowl games. Who did he replace?
He replaced Max Crosby. So Max
that's right.
Crosby's out. Will Anderson is in.
So Will Anderson, where are they this year? Are they in Orlando?
I thought they changed it to somewhere else now.
Well, last year it was in Vegas.
Yeah.
This year I don't know where it is. It is. I'm sorry. I'm trying to open.
What are you
I'm
doing?
trying to open the
What are you
trunk
doing
while we're
in your
doing the show
pocket?
here.
Oh,
it's not going
I
to
see.
open. I'm literally. She's going to have to come get the keys. This is going great.
It's at it's at Camping World Stadium in Orlando. Yes, so it is at Camping World Stadium in Orlando, Florida. And Will Anderson will now be in the Pro Bowl games. Here, how much do we care about this? I think I kind of care, but not a lot. And I think it's because it's gone. It's not a Pro Bowl anymore. It's just these Pro Bowl games, which are going to be fun. I'll watch them, but.
No, I care from a narrative and legacy building perspective.
That's
in terms
fair.
of him actually making it.
And the players do care.
I don't. It doesn't bother me in the slightest whether he does or doesn't. But if I, as someone who wants to talk about Will Anderson and try and build a narrative, it's important for him to make the Pro Bowl.
That's
right?
fair.
Because at the end of the day, whether it matters or not to us, when you look back upon someone's list of achievements, the number of times they made the Pro Bowl is going to be on there. And so that is a big deal for him from a legacy perspective in terms of in his rookie year, he's able to put that down, check that box, and say, I'm a Pro Bowler, and it's only going to probably continue from here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because if you're looking at 4, 5, 6 years down the road or at the end of his career, you're like, hey, you remember when Will Anderson made the Pro Bowl his rookie year?
Yeah, and no one's going to remember that
Yeah.
it's because Max Crosby went out. They're just going
Right.
to say that he was a
that's
Pro
not
Bowler his
true.
rookie season.
The teams will when they try to bring that up in negotiation tactics.
Oh, that's true.
No, sir. You were an alternate to the Pro
Yeah.
Bowl games.
You were an alternate. It wasn't even a Pro Bowl game. It was the Pro Bowl games. Thank you very much. What did you do? Tug of war, Will? Oh, thanks for helping the
I don't
team with
want
your
him in a
tug
tug
of
of war.
Well, I don't know how many of these competitions I don't know which ones he's going to do. I think he is the type of guy to me, and I think we'd all agree on this, that he's going to go out to something like these Pro Bowl games, which are just silly, fun, barbecue backyard games. And he's going to go.
Tug of war is not a backyard.
It was like a barbecue type game.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've done it at family barbecues and stuff. We had a tug of war when we had at the end of basic training. We had this big. We did the obstacle course. We did all this stuff, and then we had a bunch of competitions against other units, and we did a tug of war thing. So it's like a fun outdoors game against another group of people. He feels like a guy who's going to go 110% in everything, and The worst thing that could happen is him like, what if he goes and does tug of war and tears an ACL while doing tug of war?
Don't, Josh.
I'm just saying. What if he does? That would be awful. That'd be absolutely awful.
Why are you putting that in the universe?
I'm not putting the universe is putting that in the universe.
No, you did.
I did. Because I'm worried about it. I could talk about the things that I'm worried about.
This is why I don't want him.
I'm
in
not
that
the
damn.
I don't either. I'm not the only one worrying about this. Thank you very much.
She just locked our keys in the car, guys. In the trunk.
The keys that you just gave her?
Uh-huh. This is great. This is great radio. My wife is here. She came to get the keys to put her bag in the trunk, and she has locked the keys in the trunk.
Where are your extra keys?
They're at home, Josh.
How are you going to get in the trunk?
I don't know. This is great.
Do you need a ride home, or
no?
Andrew can
you've
give
got
you one.
no. You've got.
He can wait till 6 because I'm here for the killer bees.
No.
So here's real quick the games. Precision passing. He won't be.
He
involved
won't be in
that.
that one.
Best catch. He won't be in that. Closest to the pin. Does he play golf?
I don't know.
It says it'll feature 6 players from each conference.
Probably not.
I'm gonna guess he doesn't play golf. He's a football guy.
Yeah.
High stakes.
Which
whereas,
one's the high
attempting to
stakes
catch
one?
punts off of a jug machine.
I think he'd try that one.
Dodgeball. He'll definitely be involved in dodgeball.
He'll do dodgeball. He's absolutely going to be in the tug of war. We all know it. Like, that just feels like strength, size, athleticism. That just feels like one of the main events that he'll be in.
Kick-tack-toe's not him. That's for the kickers.
Yes.
And then the final games are, playing Madden head-to-head. He could do that.
Yeah, he could do that. Although, like, low-key, a lot of NFL players are really bad at Madden.
Of course they have
really
to play
bad
football.
It
I
makes
used to
me
play
want-
against Bryce McCain.
Oh, really? Was he any
not
good?
good.
Yeah. It makes me wonder if you're a football player and you're not good at Madden. It makes me wonder about your ability to understand the game of football. Is that fair or unfair?
No. I don't think it's fair.
You don't think it's fair?
Gridiron Gauntlet, full field relay race. I guess he could be involved.
Maybe.
I don't want him involved in that after what Josh said. Tug of war, we don't want that.
Well, that's
He'll
gonna
be
happen.
involved in this one, the move the change, the offensive and defensive lineman strength and speed
Oh,
competition.
he'll definitely do that
Take
one.
strategy and teamwork. Each team of 5 players must work together to move 3,000 pounds of weights off of a massive wall and
you
be
know
the
what?
first team to pull that 2,000-pound wall across the finish line. What are they doing?
See, that's the one that concerns me. That really concerns me because he could separate a shoulder or something doing that one.
I'm not talking about this anymore.
Why not?
You're going to kill Will Anderson Jr. live here on the air.
Why is it going to be me killing Will Anderson Jr. when talking about the things that they shouldn't be doing?
You could also say that he may hurt himself. You don't have to specify like these really terrible injuries, like, oh, he's going to tear his ACL, he's going to pop his shoulder out of socket. Like, you could just say, oh, maybe, he strains a muscle or something. It doesn't have to be some potentially season-ending injury that you're putting out here, Josh.
Full-on AC joint sprain. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Either doing tug of war or doing the weight pull. It's going to happen. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Not to Will Anderson, but to a player. Players are going to get hurt in this Pro Bowl games thing.
Yeah. I hope Josh is wrong and we can get rid of negative Nash over here. We don't need Nash taking over the show. Let's play the game that I put together for us when we come back. Who said it? It is Jim Harbaugh versus Zach Greinke. We'll see if these guys can figure it out next.
You are back live at The Decoy with Connor and Beard. They've barricaded themselves in the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios and refuse to leave until you've been thoroughly informed and entertained.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're live at The Decoy. 1222 Whitty Road is where we are at. Killer Bees will follow us out here. The weather's a lot better today, so come on out and say hello, guys.
It's a nice spot.
Yeah, it's a good
It's a nice spot out
Spring
here.
Branch area over here. If you're in this area, you live out here. Of course, you drive by here on your way home. Whatever it might be, just stop on by. It's not even that far from I-10. I can see I-10 right here. So come on out and hang out. Good spot to hang out. Jim Harbaugh yesterday was hired to become the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. And I saw this story. Now, I swear to you know what, if either one of you looked at that story and read it.
I didn't. You actually
Did you do it, Andrew?
I did not.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
He was so concerned.
The
that you did.
accusations
Yeah.
over here.
Well,
Wow.
the look you gave made me feel like you might have.
You
I
specifically.
just look guilty all the time.
Yeah, that
Well,
actually
you
is
usually- that's my
true.
default setting.
That is
One of
true.
you usually spoils the matchup predictor when I try to get the matchup predictor.
No,
guess.
we only spoil it I'd say 62% of the time. So it's not all the time.
Just
That's
like the
pretty
matchup
good.
predictor.
That's pretty good. Yeah,
That's not bad.
You did put on the rundown. I am not putting quotes down so you can't see them, and don't cheat on this ahead of time with 3 exclamation marks.
Yeah.
So I took that very seriously. I did not read this.
I appreciate you not reading it. So I put them on a different one. I have quotes from Jim Harbaugh and Zach Greinke. So I did this because I read this story that ESPN had with some of the memorable quotes that Harbaugh's had throughout the years. He's a quote master. And another quote master that we have had here in Houston was Zach Greinke. And I just, for some reason, my brain clicked when this happened.
Just the
I
two
don't
of them,
know. Yeah,
two
just-
peas in a
just I
pod.
think of weird quotes like that when that happens. I remember who's done a lot of. Zach Greinke has. So we're gonna do a game.
I'm so
of
bad at games like this, by the way.
Who said it?
We
Zach
remember
Greinke versus Jim Harbaugh.
We remember real bowl game, real fake
Yeah.
or dead. That did not go in my favor
I did
all.
pretty
you did well.
Yeah.
I forgot military bowl. It was bad.
Some of them did sound like fake,
They
really
did.
fake. Some of them were fake, of course.
Yeah, I should have
Okay.
just guessed everything you guessed, so we would have at least tied. I should have played for the tie. Oh well.
So let's just go ahead. Jesus, that's a loud motorcycle. Let's start here. Brad Pitt has something about him to where he's played different characters in all his movies, and every single time after he's done, I want to be him. Who said it? Jim Harbaugh or Zach Greinke?
Oh my God, that I have a gut feeling about who it is, and I'm going to go away from that because my gut feeling is almost always wrong with games like this. I'm going to say Jim Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh.
Zach Greinke.
Oh, no! That felt like such a Zach Greinke thing to say.
I'm telling you, sometimes you got to go with your gut. All right, let's do another one here. There's more people to ignore in Boston or New York than there are in Milwaukee, but I would still ignore them probably.
I feel like that's got to be Greinke talking about that, right? He's mentioning cities like Milwaukee. I don't. Maybe Michael's tricking us here.
This feels tricky.
But why would Harbaugh be mentioning Milwaukee? I'm going to go with Greinke. I'm locking it in. I'm going
he
Greinke.
could be mentioning Milwaukee because of Wisconsin.
Good.
I'm going to go Jim Harbaugh.
Andrew gets a point. He's
Dang
on
it.
the board. He's up 1-0.
Your reasoning was spot on. I just thought I could maybe separate. It did feel like
yeah.
a trickster one.
Greinke played there in
he did. He played for Milwaukee.
In Milwaukee. I take a vitamin every day. It's called a steak. I truly believe the number 1 natural steroid is sleep, and the number 2 natural steroid is milk, whole milk. 3 would be water. 4 would be steak. It goes with everything.
Jim Harbaugh. It's instant.
This
Jim
is an
Harbaugh.
easy
That has to be
This
Harbaugh.
This is an easy
This is
one.
the most Midwest thing I've heard in my entire life.
I take a vitamin every night, and it's steak.
No, he takes a steroid.
A steroid
every
every night. Oh.
Or no, it's the number 1 natural. No, the number 1 natural steroid is. So yes, that was a Jim Harbaugh quote. So you both have one. Andrew's up 2-1.
All right.
SpongeBob attacks each day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Ooh.
Jim
okay.
Harbaugh. Locking it in now.
The SpongeBob reference makes me think Greinke, but the attacking life, the way he does, makes me feel Harbaugh. I'm gonna go. Do I separate or do I want to stay close? I'm gonna go Harbaugh.
You're both right. It is Jim Harbaugh.
Okay,
so
good.
It's 3-2 in favor of Andrew. Avoid chicken because it's a nervous bird.
I'm going with Zach Greinke.
Yeah, not to be lame, but that just seems like something that Greinke would say.
You're just mad that he attacked chicken, okay? You're just mad that he talked trash about chicken.
Well, you're both wrong because that was Jim Harbaugh.
What?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I'm loving the Jim Harbaugh quotes.
I'm glad my brain worked this way.
Yeah.
That I woke up and thought of this.
I like your
morning.
brain
This is
right
fun.
now.
All right. You're comfortable at home. You wake up in your bed. You don't have to go anywhere to get your breakfast and coffee. Sometimes in the hotels, they have bad coffee or something, so you have to go do other stuff. Then you come to the stadium in your car. Who said that?
I'm picking Zach Greinke.
Yeah, this sounds like a MLB player thing, so I'm definitely going Zach
You would
Greinke.
both be right on that one. Damn, I thought that one was a good one. Then it was too lengthy. I should have cut it off at bad coffee or something. Some of them I did cut off a little bit to not get the full quote because you would get it at that one. So it's 4-3.
Yeah.
Andrew still has a slight lead here.
I don't even care if I lose. I'm doing much better than the bowl game one, so I'm happy right now.
Well, you only have 2 choices, so it's a lot easier.
I hate you.
I was like in pig slop. Man, you guys are in shape. I love being around you guys. That was a fun day.
I'm going to go Harbaugh.
I'll go Greinke.
We're tied up, people.
Yes! I'm noticing a trend.
That was Jim Harbaugh.
Let's
on
go,
the quote.
baby.
That was Jim Harbaugh. So let's continue here with our Harbaugh versus Greinke. Some of you guys have been doing number 2 and not washing your hands. It's not good. I noticed it even happening earlier today. So if you guys could just be better about it, that would be great.
I'm going Zach Greinke.
I'm going to go Harbaugh because I feel like he would have more interactions with the media where he would make a joke or crack a joke like this.
Andrew, I'm so disappointed in you right now. This is one of Zach Greinke's most famous
Yeah.
quotes.
Yeah, I
Talking
remember
to his
this one.
teammates during a serious conversation in the locker room in Los Angeles, he broke the silence with the poop talk and washing your hands.
Oh, my goodness.
So what, you taking a 5-4 lead? Is that
5-4,
right?
yep.
All right, we have a couple more here on our Greinke versus Harbaugh. I'm a big fan of the Judge Judy show. And when you lie in Judge Judy's courtroom, it's over. Your credibility is completely lost. You stand no chance of winning that case. So I learned that from her. It's very powerful.
I'm going Jim Harbaugh on this one.
I'm very confident this is Harbaugh. I think I saw this on Twitter at some point recently.
This is a Harbaugh quote. Big Judge Judy fan, Jim Harbaugh. Who would have guessed?
I just need more motivational speeches from him. Could I get him to speak to me every morning when I wake up?
Sure.
I need
You
that.
probably have to pay him.
Could I pay you to record his quotes for me and put it on a Spotify playlist?
You want me to record his quotes?
Yeah, he'd be too expensive. I feel like you'd be a little cheaper.
I mean, yeah, I could probably do some more research for you.
Thank you.
There will definitely be flying cars, but whether there are okay, let me start again. There will definitely be flying cars, but whether there will be flying cars for most people to use, it'll probably take a long time to straighten everything out, all the rules and hassles. It'll take a while to figure out how to keep people from crashing into each other. Harbaugh or Greinke?
I'm going to go Zach Greinke on this one.
Well, I'm behind, so I have to go Harbaugh because, I mean, for the sake of the game, I have to try and catch up here. We only have a couple left.
It is Zach Greinke talking about flying cars. I have a couple more available.
Separators, baby.
We're going into a submarine. You won't see us for a while. You won't hear from us. You won't see us. We'll be working. We'll be in the bunker until we decide we're not.
I'll let you pick first this time.
It's got to be Harbaugh.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh.
1,000%.
Yep.
That's a Harbaugh one. It's the going into the bunker, I think.
That's
gives
some
it away
football
on that
coach
one.
talk.
Yeah, 1,000%. That's some football coach talk. All right, I have one more that we can use here. I think I have one more here. Sorry, I'm scrolling as I do this. Oh, yeah, last one. Sometimes there are people standing on third base that think they hit a triple, but they didn't.
Oh, this feels like a tricky one.
I'm fairly confident in my answer because I believe I saw him say this recently. So go ahead, Josh.
I'm going to say Jim Harbaugh.
I believe it's Harbaugh as well, yes.
It is a Jim Harbaugh.
You tried to throw that baseball reference in there.
So there's our game, guys. Harbaugh versus Greinke.
Do you want to know what the pattern was? Anytime it was anything completely outlandish outside of the world of sports, it was Greinke. Anytime it had even anything remotely motivational, it was Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, so I tried to find the Harbaugh. That's why I thought the Judge Judy one could throw y'all off. I didn't know if
Yeah.
you'd seen that one before. The steak one, like I said, was I didn't know if you'd get the SpongeBob. Who got the SpongeBob one? Did y'all get the
I got the
SpongeBob
SpongeBob one. Oh no, I got the SpongeBob one wrong. You got the
Yeah.
SpongeBob. That one threw me off, but
Yeah.
that's what tipped me off to the pattern because he brought up SpongeBob, but then he talked about how he attacks the day. Everything about Harbaugh and the Granky one about some days you just want to get up and eat in your own house. No, Harbaugh seems like a guy who'd wake up at 3:00 in the morning and want to go grab coffee somewhere before he starts working a 16-hour shift.
The Grinky stories. I mean, they're both, but the Grinky
The
stories.
poop one's great. The poop hands is good.
It's great life advice. Some
Yeah,
of you
it is
guys
good
have
life
been doing-
advice.
I really want to put this on, like, you get like to those like houses that have a bunch of inspirational quotes all across
Yeah,
their house.
just that
the
great-
housewives that got way too much going on. I'd get that one in my bathroom above the toilet.
I
Some of you
think-
guys have been doing the number 2 and not washing your hands. It's not good. I noticed it even happening earlier today.
I feel-
you guys could be better about it. That'd be great.
I feel like if I brought this up in a normal setting, it would maybe be a possibility, but I feel like it's going to get vetoed. But I think you should have the ability now within your house to fill your house with nothing but inspirational Zach Greinke and Jim Harbaugh quotes.
That would be, honestly. I mean, the signs would probably be a little big. but
Yeah,
you know
it'd
what?
be real long.
or, or really small writing to where you have to get up in front of it and look
Especially
at
the Greinke ones.
it. But there we go. My brain was working in a weird way
Oh, that
this
was
morning.
good.
So we got Harbaugh versus
Your brain was dynamic this morning, Michael.
You know what? It was. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Let's talk about the true villains of this radio station, guys. This is a Josh thing, so I don't know where we're going with who the true villain is. We'll do it next on Connor and Beard.
You are back live at The Decoy with Connor and Beard. They've barricaded themselves in the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios and refuse to leave until you've been thoroughly informed and entertained.
We hit the under.
Oh.
Spock didn't make another return.
Dang it.
Connor and Beard. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure Spock will come back when we get back
No,
out
you know
here.
what? Did BMAC just Keyshawn Butte us?
You never know.
Did he just make a bet? Because he's the one who got to decide. I think he just messed us over.
You never know,
Because we
Josh.
made our bets, and then no, I don't like this. I want my money back. He's juicing it.
Hey, we have an update, guys, on Bobby Slowick and the Falcons. You want to guess what it is?
I don't even want to hear it.
Don't worry. It's not that he's taken a job yet. He's
interview went
completed
well.
his interview with the Falcons. He has officially left Arthur Blank's house.
Bye, Bobby. It's been nice. Should we do a tomorrow first segment? It's been nice knowing you, Bobby segment?
Yeah, sure. Has anybody been tracking planes between
some-
Houston and Atlanta?
That's what,
I'm sure there's not a lot of those flights.
First hour of the show could be tracking planes.
Yeah.
Tracking where Bobby might be going next.
We're going to hit flightaware.com.
Did you guys know? Did you know there's a lot of flights from Houston to Atlanta?
Like every
day?
15 minutes, there's another one. Delta, Southwest,
it's crazy.
United.
He could be on any one of those.
You never know. Does Bobby? No, Bobby will fly private back to Atlanta if he gets that job.
Oh yeah,
I would assume
absolutely.
he probably flew first class on the way over there.
Probably.
Not
I'd be
private.
surprised if he didn't fly private on the way there. He was doing an interview
It's
at
an
Arthur
there's no-
Blank's house.
Arthur Blank has interviewed like 45 people. There's
Private,
no way.
private flights for all of them. He has more than enough money to be able to pull that off for all potential head coaching candidates. That's what I would do if
Too
I
many,
were him.
No, like his plane had to be too many places at too many times. Then he's been doing like 1 or 2 interviews a day.
Just have him flying nonstop.
Just
Back
rent
and
PJs
forth,
out
back
for
and
other
forth.
people.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys think that? How do you think rich people stay rich?
Money grows on trees,
They
Michael.
can get that $500 flight on Delta.
Check this out, Andrew. Michael doesn't
Atlanta.
know. Michael doesn't know how money works. Money buys everything.
Oh yeah, I don't know how money works.
Money buys all the private
says
jets.
the man who thinks that. What was your number again?
I don't remember.
$5,000 was like.
I don't.
You're gonna get us to wish the Astros lose.
It was like 10,000.
It was like no. It was like $1,000.
It wasn't
something.
$1,000. Okay, it might have been $1,000.
It was $1,000.
It might have been. I think it was probably closer to 1,000 than 10,000.
All right, Josh, that makes you the villain of the station.
No, I'm not the villain of the station.
Tell us about the villain. Who's the villains of the station?
Look, man, I know we've had our jokes. We've had our taking jabs at people before, but I was listening to 2 shows today on this station. 2 shows. I mean, we listen all day long. And I was listening to Lance and Dell this morning. John Granado's off at the Cabo Cup, doing Cabo Cup things. I was listening to Lance and Dell, and then I was listening to Paul Gallant. And Lance and Paul spent all day trying to tell everyone who the villains of 97.5 are. But we both know who the true villains and heroes of the station are. I was listening to Lance and Dell, and Lance, you know what? He said that John Granado and Joel Blank were the villains of this station. That's right. Lance called Joel the villain of this station. I don't know why.
We know who the villain of the station is.
Joel has been nothing but awesome to me since I got here. He gave me a Starbucks cup. He dabs me every time we walk in the studio. Not the villain at all. John potentially could be a villain, but he seems more like the villain that smiles at you and then sends somebody to you. I don't think he's the villain. Truly, honest. And then Paul, on Paul's show, he spent an entire segment throwing Jeremy under the bus for Bountygate, throwing you under the bus for saying that you wanted the Kelseys, the entire Kelsey family and Taylor Swift to choke on a chicken bone.
They were in Buffalo. I was just hoping they didn't have a good time.
I know, but he's trying to villainize all these people. The true villains of this station are the 2 guys who have been trying to make everybody else the villain. It's Lance, who we all once heard say he loved gaslighting everybody at the station.
It's true.
And it's Paul, who has the audacity to spend entire segments trying to make everyone else seem like the villain so he can prop himself up. I'm sorry, Paul. Paul called Lance the little finger of 97.5. Littlefinger, for you Game of Thrones fans, the guy who likes to try to pull all the strings behind the scenes. If there's any Littlefinger at this station that I have ever heard of or seen, it would absolutely be one Paul Gallant, who studied Littlefinger, and I've heard him say on many occasions in his Littlefinger voice, chaos is a ladder. So Paul and Lance, and we both know them very well. Mm-hmm. You know Lance very well.
Yeah.
They're both nice guys. Absolute villains. They are the villains of this station.
I think the villain of the station is Jeremy Branham.
Why do
he
you
got
think the
Dusty
villain-
Baker fired?
He did not get Dusty Baker
Yes,
fired.
he did. What's wrong with Dusty's lineup? Every day he bullied Dusty into retirement.
I'll be honest. I think Jeremy is in the realm of you either die the hero or live long enough to become the villain.
I hope
territory.
Jeremy's driving over here still and hears that.
Probably.
Jeremy, you're the villain.
You
forced that old man back to
Yeah.
California, and I'll never forgive you for it.
He's definitely one of the villains. I'd say he's in. So it'd be Lance. Lance and Paul are at the top for top villain. Jeremy is like a new fledgling. He's a new villain on the villain scene, so he hasn't quite earned his villain stripes yet. I'd say Dell has villain tendencies, but he's more anti-hero than he is villain because he is kind of heroic. He's definitely the heroes of all the ghosts of the world.
Yeah, he loves to help the old ladies that are falling over in the middle of the street.
I think Joe has
I
a
think in
villainy
large part because
streak.
he like to take them home.
I'm going to ask Joel. Joel, would you say Joe is a villain or a good guy? Would you think Joe has a villainy streak? Yeah, so Joe's in that villain category.
Is he?
Yeah, I'd say a little villainous,
Okay.
maybe mischievous, like a Loki kind of guy, where he's going to do the right thing at the end of the day, but he'll definitely throw some wrenches in the cogs every once in a while.
I guess I don't see him because we were room buddies one time.
Yeah, he just put on a great mask for you. That's the problem. He knew how close you were going to
We
be,
were
so
road
he had to put on a
dogs.
mask. This show obviously has no villains. There's no villain here. You're not a villain. I'm not a villain. Andrew's certainly
Yeah,
not a
you
villain.
are.
I'm not a villain. Why am I a villain?
Villain ass Josh.
No, don't.
You go ahead and say it.
I'm not going to do
I'm
that.
not going to say it.
Villain. I don't think. Andrew, you say it. Well, Andrew, say it. Villain ass Josh. What does that stand for?
I'm not saying that one.
I'm not saying that one either. You
Everybody-
can spell.
VAJ. Everybody can sound that one out while you're driving in the car.
Villainous
right
ass
now.
Josh.
No, we're all good guys. I'd say that Joel is a good guy. I would say that Sean Mapes is a good guy, and I'd say that Dell and John Granada are good guys. The rest are all villains. The villains of the station are the ones who are trying to make everyone else to be like the villain.
The true villain of this station is probably, though, to be honest with you, probably Sean Mapes.
Why?
You can't
Andrew
tru-
looks
you
like he's
can't-
kind of on board
You
with
can't
that
trust
one.
anybody with that much hair.
That's true. Wait, is he one of those like newfangled
His hair
like
is too nice.
Gen Z villains?
Yeah, his
Would he
hair's
be
too
Gen Z
nice.
or is he still millennial? I think
Isn't there one in between?
Is there? No, there's
Gen Z
I
is
don't
the one
know.
in between.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Gen Z, and then Gen Alpha's the
I don't
new
pretend to
one.
know any of these things.
Yeah, I could see Mapes being a little villainous, but he hasn't shown it to me yet, so I don't know.
Why is everybody wanting to make everybody at the station villains? We're
I
all a
don't-
big happy family.
No.
Didn't they see the TV commercials?
713-780-3776. Who are the biggest villains at ESPN 97.5? And if you think it's me, that's fine. I'll take it.
I'm about to say your name's somebody.
why would my name
You
be-
got a text that says you're the anti-hero.
Oh, I'm fine with being an anti-hero.
Yeah.
I like shenanigans, but at the end of the day, if this were Dungeons and Dragons rules, which I know y'all are gonna make fun of me for, if this were D&D
Yeah,
rules,
just a little bit.
I am chaotic good. That's what I am. I'm good at heart, but I like chaos. I love chaos. But I don't view chaos as a ladder like Paul does. I'm just saying.
I just think, why can't we have peace and love and harmony
Because in
2024?
when people don't bring peace, you can't offer peace because they will destroy you.
We have
when
peace
people
here.
bring war, you answer with war, Michael.
I like everybody. ELE is my motto.
The look that your wife just gave when you said "I like everybody" was the most telling thing I've ever seen.
She knows the one person.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that one person. I don't hide it.
I need
used
her
to do a
here
radio
during
show
every
with him.
show.
Yeah, she's over here working. We should have put her on.
Well, yeah, we should have.
We should have given her
Oh,
that.
I
headset
forgot. I
and
was going to
forced
ask her 20 questions about you, like the learn more about
Yeah,
Michael segment.
You could do that after the show because we
Yeah, I'll
can't go
do that.
anywhere. 'cause
That's true. Well,
our mom is on the way with our spare car keys.
I have to leave her, else I would. I would have taken you, but I just didn't want to.
No,
I didn't want to do
I
it.
don't want you to take us that far. You live too far from me.
I don't live that far. It's
You
not
live
that
like
bad.
45 minutes from me.
It's a trip down 99 away. I'll just listen to my audiobook on the way.
99 sucks in Katy right now.
Oh, 99's awful in general, everywhere.
But in Katy,
it's really bad.
It's one of the worst damn things
But I would
ever.
do that for you, Michael, and then you call me the villain. That's why I'm the anti-hero.
You are the villain.
I'm not. I'm the anti-hero, which I'm totally fine with that moniker.
No, it's okay. We're
I'm like the Punisher of the station.
We're doing positive things in 2024 here at the station, and we're going to have positive things to talk about all year. Whether it's the Astros doing positive things, not villainous things. Maybe they'll be villains against the Rangers or something.
Yeah, we're
That'd be
absolutely
fine.
villains. I'm a villain for all my Rangers fans.
The Rangers
right now.
are villains.
I've spent the entire offseason so far talking about how their team is one and done, and they were lucky that they got it while they could.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I can do right now, and they hate it.
The Rockets, we have the ultimate villain in Dylan Brooks.
That's true. Dylan the villain, but he's an anti-hero for us.
Dylan the villain.
Yeah,
Dylan
Dylan
the
the
villain.
villain. He's the ultimate villain, but
Yeah.
he's our villain.
He's our villain, which makes him an anti-hero. That actually makes him a hero for us.
We love our villain.
For a villain for one person is a hero for another person.
It's very true.
One person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. That's all I'm saying. So he is our freedom fighter.
He's out there
while he terrorizes other teams.
Hopefully he can freedom fight.
Andrew did not like that for a second.
Whatever you say, Sean McDermott.
I didn't say a specific organization. Thank you very much.
You just said one man's terrorist is another man's hero. Okay, Sean.
No, I did not say that. I said one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter. Thank you very much.
Damn thing.
It is not the same thing. Do not change what I say.
Coming
I have a
up
military
next
background. Sean McDermott doesn't. I'm allowed to speak on it.
Coming up next segment, Josh tells you about Al Qaeda. No, that would be a bad thing. Well,
Inshallah.
Yeah, no. We're just going to talk. Remember the theme of the day, Josh? Sports.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's what we
Dang
did.
it.
We did sports for 3 hours.
I talked
guess
way
what?
too much sports.
Sports talk is about to continue because that's going to do it for us out here at the Decoy. Thank you to them for having us out. But don't you go anywhere. The fun continues out here at the Decoy as the Killer Bees are with you from 3 to 6. That's Jeremy Branham and Joel Blank next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? He's blank. I'm Branham. Andrew Carlson's out here, on-site engineering. Brian McDonald behind the glass because Joe George couldn't be bothered to work past Monday. This way he did all his work on Monday. I don't need to show up Tuesday through Friday. But we're at the Decoy, so it's good for us. The Decoy out in Spring Branch. Come on. It's a beautiful day outside. Andrew, why didn't you set us up outside? I wanted to do it.
I wondered the exact same thing. I was like, oh, this is the day we should be outside.
Could work on your tan. Could have the sunglasses on.
The sun scares me, Jeremy, to be honest with you.
I could see that. A Pell man like yourself. That makes some sense. Which, I mean, rightfully so. What are those little things that they're not really like, they're not swings. They're kind of like half eggshells. Like, I don't know what you would call that. The little chairs that you sit in. It's a swing of
it's
some
almost
side,
like
it's
like a basket chair.
Yeah, it's almost like it's too small to be like a love seat. But I always call it a swing. We'll call it a swing. Part of me would like to do the show from that swing.
That'd be pretty cool.
Part of me would like to do the show from that swing. So maybe next time, Andrew, instead of being in the confines of the indoors with the climate control, brave the sun. It's been ugly the last, 4 days?
Yeah.
It's been raining. There's been parts of the city flooding. Hope everybody's safe. And we're trapped inside when it's beautiful. I brought my sunglasses. I was ready to go. Ready to go, Andrew. Andrew, you made the list. Today is Bad Take Boulevard, and you know what? I wasn't planning on putting you on the list. You've made the list for having us inside. But come on, hang out with us. We are inside, but it is beautiful outside. Love to have you. But this is your spot for the conference championship games on Sunday. $3 Fireball, $19 100-ounce Love Street Tower. That sounds like a good time. $100 Don Julio bottles. That's awesome. $10 court and cornhole rental all of February as well. Daily specials every day of the week. Today's Thursday, so it's a throwback Thursday. $2 off all tequila cocktails and shots. $100 bottles of Tito's Fireball. Some more stuff as well. So 24-foot indoor TV wall, 185-inch outdoor giant screen. This is a great spot. Love coming out here. Happy to be here today. We would love for you to join us. Can't make it today? Come watch some football here this weekend. Come take part of their daily specials. We'll get to a lot of stuff today. A lot of accolades for the Houston Texans coming out. A lot of finalist stuff. D'Amico is named the National Football Writers Coach of the Year. I've always hated how the National Football Writers just don't get as much love as the AP. The AP gets all the credit for all the big awards, but the National Football Writers, they don't get any love. This is just kind of like a minor trophy. That's unfair to the National Football Writers. Not that I care a whole lot about them. We'll get into, is this the final chapter of Astro baseball? Like, that notion's been going around. We got to get to the Rockets' loss yesterday, too. Ooh. Worst loss of the year? Some people are saying that about the Rockets. It is Bad Take Boulevard Day today as well, so what bad takes need to make the list and join Andrew on that very illustrious. It is an illustrious list today, though. It isn't. My wife made the list today. So Andrew, my wife, very elite company. No one's off limits. We don't discriminate against anybody, including our wives. All right, the Texans, I think, raised the bar this year. No doubt. Like, no one was expecting them. I always say no one. I say in these, like, totality statements, a lot of people didn't expect them to win double-digit games, win the AFC South, win a playoff game, all of this. But the Texans have now raised the bar where anything less than a playoff performance going forward with C.J. Stroud will be a disappointment. Is that a fair statement?
That's very fair.
If they miss the playoffs next year, even with a terrible schedule, if they go 9-8 and miss the playoffs with a very difficult schedule, I think they've set themselves up where the fan base would be disappointed with them.
Yeah, very fair. And I think that realistically, we've already tried to kind of prepare people for, hey, this isn't going to be the same schedule you saw a year ago. This is going to be where you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And that's what comes with a first-place schedule. That's what they're going to have to do. But regardless, the way they've played and kind of hung in there with the majority of the teams that they played, you want to believe that they're ready to be on that level with those teams. But because you play so many of them, one thing to say to win the division again, but if you don't even make the playoffs, no matter what and the reason why, and you can point to injuries or this or that, people are going to be disappointed.
There's no doubt about it, because that's what happens with expectations. Part of what made this year so good, like you went 10-7, you won 11 games in the previous 3 years, but why was this season thought of as this like giant win? Because of expectation. Look at what the Astros did. The Astros clawed to a division title win barely. They got back to, 7 straight ALCSs. They finished a game shy of the World Series. And what was the outlook or the feeling about the Astros season? I'm not going to quite say that it was maybe some people feel this way, that it was a failure. I don't feel like it was a failure, but it's kind of like, it's a little bit of a letdown because you expect to be in the World Series. You won, 3 games on the road, like win 1 home game. So a lot of people that are, Houston sports fans, Astro fans, they felt let down not going to the World Series. They went farther than the Texans. What's the difference? Expectation is the difference. So the Texans have put themselves to the spot, and deservedly, like they earned this right, to where now the expectations for them, C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryan's great first years, they've put themselves where they've raised the bar to where if they fall short of the postseason, we're going to feel like it is a disappointing season. Is that fair? Is that fair after just 1 year of D'Amico Ryan's, after C.J. Stroud's rookie season? Let's be honest.
So,
it was a
end of the season. In doing your end-of-the-year press conferences and getting ready to look forward, do you feel like it was a fluke? Do you feel like in any way, shape, or form this was a team that just caught lightning in a bottle, lucked out in a few games, and then got everything to fall into place to go their way to where they got where that they sat at the end of the year? Because I don't. And I think that as much as I had tried to have realistic expectations going into the season, I have more realistic expectations coming out of it that this team is well on its way to a good run of success and continuing to get better. And if you feel that way, then you rightfully feel like anything short of progress is going to be a disappointment, and anything short of at least doing what you – and maybe Division is unfair, but maybe it's not. Just getting to the playoffs alone, that would be the last resort. At least you get in, and then it's not a disappointment, and maybe you make some hay again. But if you don't even get in and you don't have the success you had of a year ago, people are no doubt going to call it a disappointment.
So what is the bar going forward? Now that they've went 10-7 on a last-place schedule, now that you have C.J. Stroud, who we've debated this. I've seen people debate this. Not really interested in having the debate right now. But we've talked about how C.J. Stroud's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. So you have that guy. You feel confident with the leadership capability of D'Amico Ryan's and calling plays. You have the cap space. You still have a full arsenal-ish of draft picks coming up. So you're not shorthanded at all like they were in the early years of Nick Caserio. You're coming off 10 wins. You have $50, $60 million. Some people have say up to 70. Maybe you can create up to $70 million in cap space, and we'll try to get to that a little bit later. You have your own first – well, you don't have your first-rounder, but you have a better first-rounder, actually. You have a second-rounder, et cetera, et cetera. What should the bar be for the Houston Texans going forward?
I mean, going forward is how far can you go in the playoffs? Going forward is this is a team that is chasing, the next ring on the ladder, and that would be getting to an AFC championship game. And from getting to an AFC championship game, it's going to be winning that. It's going to be getting to their first Super Bowl. It's knocking first off the list. It's kind of what we did with C.J. Stroud, but on a grander scale. When you start taking the list, when we looked at C.J., can you lead a team down, a drive and get points? Then when he progressed on that, can you lead a 2-minute drill and get your team points to go ahead? Or can you lead a game-winning drive at the end of a game? Check, check, check. We kept checking boxes. The next thing was, could you win a big game like you did in C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryan's their first playoff win, and you advance to the divisional round? It's can you get by the divisional round and get to an AFC championship?
Hard postseason. To me, it's postseason or bust. And those are certainly the ladders that you want to climb and go up each rung, and who knows when you get there. Now, I don't subscribe to the theory that you always have to get incrementally better in sports. I think the Astros are an example of that. They went to the playoffs in 2015. Some people think ahead of schedule. Everybody was ready for them to just take off, win the American League West year in, year out, year in, year out. They missed the playoffs entirely in 16. They took a step backwards and then took 18 steps forward and won the World Series the following year. And we've discussed, could the Texans be the 15 Astros? Ahead of schedule, lots of young players that you are building around. They taste success ahead of schedule, and then maybe they take a step back that following year, only to take 4 or 5 steps forward the year after that. I think it's plausible, especially with the schedule. But if they miss the playoffs, that's where are the Texans are they in that plight that we thought they were? Are they in this championship drive like we thought they were? Is the window open like we thought it was supposed to be open? Because I think the window opens this offseason. I think the window's open for the Houston Texans with the cap space. But would it stun me if they missed the playoffs next year in a very competitive AFC? If they go 9-8? It really wouldn't. That's a one-game difference than this year.
See, the schedule to me, because what we're talking about here is the difference between what's a disappointment? Well, the expectations of the fan base and who makes the judgment on the disappointment. I think from the fan base's perspective, they're going to think of anything short of what they did a year ago as being disappointing. I think you're right. The biggest thing is going to be if they make the playoffs or not is going to be that bar of acceptability in terms of disappointing or not, but the schedule to me weighs heavy for me because as easy as this one was this year, you are facing a gauntlet next year. And that means you already know that you have the makings of a good team. You had a great first year, but you have to get better, and you have to get better across the board. You've got to have another great draft. You have to hit free agency right, and you have to continue not only just from a roster perspective, but from a results perspective. And so I think that when you look at what's acceptable from the fan base, it's going to be different than what we can realistically say was a success or a failure, disappointment, or reached the approval status of a team for next season. I think we can honestly say if they fight tooth and nail in every game next year against a first-place schedule, and either they just miss it or they just get in, but let's say they just miss it, we at least can rationally see enough progress to say they busted their ass. They were in every game. They had a chance, and coach and quarterback and guys didn't take a step back. From a fan base perspective, if you don't make the playoffs, you're right, it's a disappointment.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to derail your plight, but certainly it'll be a disappointing season because you think, oh, they're back to being a playoff team. That's who they're telling you they are. They're AFC South champion. That's who they're telling you they are. They defended their home turf, won a home playoff game. That's who they're telling you that they are. So I do think that the Texans have established that bar. And I would also say I think it's a fair bar. I think it's a fair bar for the fans to have. Because the division, I think the Colts have a chance to be good. I think the Jags still have a chance to be good. They kind of collapsed down the stretch. So this division's not chopped liver like, many people thought it was at the start of the year. Some even still think it's chopped liver. I really don't think it is. I think it's a competitive division. And it's certainly the superior conference when you're talking about playoff depth. Right. You get to some of the teams in the NFC that were fighting for a playoff spot. They're pretty mid. You look at the AFC fighting for the playoff spot. It's like, hey, these teams have some pretty good traits and pretty good even the Browns. You might think Flacco sucks and was off on his couch 6 weeks ago. Well, they have the number one defense in the NFL. So the AFC,
and they have
I find
a veteran
more
quarterback that can step in too. A lot of teams.
I thought he was overrated though.
Well, and I've been very, very anti Deshaun even reaching NFL, and they've got Amari Cooper, and they've got Chubb coming back, and they've got weapons. The fact that if the quarterback that you were relying on at the end of this season isn't your quarterback, most teams have to go searching. The fact that at least you plug and play a guy that has experience, that has at least got and knows the offense, is at least a feather in their cap to say, hey, we got a chance to at least go as far or further because we have a guy that can step right in. Whereas we look at Indy and teams like that had everything else, and then they kept playing musical chairs with different options at quarterback that failed.
713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube now. If you don't know, now you know. You can just search ESPN Houston
Ari.
on YouTube. What's that?
Thanks, Ari.
Oh, does he just say that?
Ari Alexander does his morning news reports, and when he finishes, he hits them with that line.
I can promise you that it's not an original Ari joint.
I can promise you I know where it came from in the song that it was, yes.
The fake Tony Stark is on the YouTube, ESPN Houston. He says hammock chair. A hammock chair? Is it a hammock chair?
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
But it's not as long. It's more like it's boxy.
Yeah, a hammock would be more not supportive, it just kind of like
a
hanging.
hot dog.
Yeah, but at the same, or just like a, I don't know, like hanging in a blanket as opposed to this is a basket.
It's almost like an egg shell. Like it's a half egg to me. It's like you sit in the egg. I don't know what you call those things. I'm just not sophisticated enough. You get the sophistication here at the Decoy in Spring Branch. All right, very busy show for you today. Jam-packed. I really like what we have planned today. The final chapter of the Houston Astro era. Some people were saying that. Got to get into the Rockets. Lots of people were sounding off on this loss yesterday. Worst of the year, people were calling it. Andrew Carlson makes an illustrious list of Bad Take Boulevard. Maybe his debut on Bad Take Boulevard as well. Also, where's the Slowick leaving percentage at now with the news of Carolina, but also maybe the news of Belichick in Atlanta? We've talked a lot, too, about the Houston Texans having a lot of cap space, and we've talked a lot about spending that money. Well, how about creating more cap space? Some Houston Texans that could be on the short list of being some cap casualties to create even more room under the cap for Nick Caserio. But what is the Texans' bar for you now that they went to the playoffs this last year, won the AFC South? Is that a fair bar for the Houston Texans. 713-780-ESPN, our HRP listener line. On YouTube, search ESPN Houston. We haven't forgot about the Twitchers, twitch.tv/ESPN975. I wouldn't suggest going to hang out with them, just haven't forgot about them. He's at Pac-Man Joel on the Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham on the Twitter. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, let's.
Back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, live at the Decoy, and your favorite drive time sports talk, the Killer Bees. Here they are, Joel and Jeremy.
Yeah, that's us, Blank and Branham. It is a throwback Thursday at the Decoy in Spring Branch. Come hang out with us. Get off work a little early. And maybe you get off work now. Come have a $2 off all tequila, cocktails, and shots. That's outstanding. If you're looking to entertain, maybe a group of people, $100 bottles of Tito's and Fireball as well. Your spot to watch some sports like the conference championship games on Sunday. They'll have Sunday specials as well. $3 Fireballs, $19 100-ounce Love Street Towers, $100 Don Julio bottle. That's a good deal. 24-foot indoor TV wall, 185-inch outdoor giant screen, 3 sand volleyball courts and cornhole lanes as well. A $10 court and cornhole rental all of February. Another really good deal. VIP boots and bottle service available for rent, probably sitting where we're sitting right now in this really nice booth. Top Houston DJs, which is really cool, perfect for happy hours, birthday parties, corporate events, and team building. Granato's birthday's on the Super Bowl. This would be a perfect spot to have his birthday party on the
Can you imagine us
Super Bowl.
doing team building as a station?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can imagine it. I'm not saying that it would be like highly effective or efficient, but I can imagine us doing it. Like us all out there playing volleyball and Beard stumbling on his legs.
Okay, good. That's okay,
and
right?
Lance spraining his ankle.
Have you ever
can
been
imagine
through
it.
any of them? Have you ever been through any team building?
No, I've never done. No, I haven't. No,
I've done a couple with the Rockets over the years, and one of the ones that's frightening is the one where they put the employee that should never be the one standing on top of the table, and then you all have to catch them.
A little free fall?
Yeah, the free fall thing. And I guarantee you that there were a lot of people that thought when we did it about dropping that person.
What?
We had some not so fearless.
Who was it? James
leaders.
Harden?
No, but similar traits in certain ways. But yeah, there were a few times where the overzealous instructor of the team building was like, "Hey, let's put your CEO up on top of the table and then have all your directors and managers get ready to catch said person." And everybody was looking at each other like, "I will if you will."
Yeah, a little trust fall, Donna says on the YouTube chat. 713-780-ESPN. And search ESPN Houston YouTube. Yeah, I don't know how confident I would be doing a trust fall. There's certain people I would – if I could pick who I was falling into, I would feel much better about it than if I couldn't pick who I was falling into. Like there's some certain people I wouldn't want to fall into.
No, I agree with you.
For like mentality point of view, and then also just like strength, like I want some strong burly dudes catching me, and I also want to trust that they wouldn't drop me because of things I've scorned them in the past.
Beard would catch you like
said.
catching a newborn baby.
Well, I mean, if Beard's as strong as he thinks he is, he could catch me by himself.
Right
Yeah, because he thinks he's very strong. 713-780-ESPN. What's the bar that you have for the Texans? Is it a fair bar, the one that we just established as well? That it's playoffs. It's playoffs for the Texans now that they've reached the playoffs. 1483. The bar depends on off-season pickups. I can see that because now that's the expectation thing, right? Because if you sign, which I think the Texans have a bunch of they have 10 starters they have to fill, by the way, in the offseason. I was looking at that today. We'll get to that tomorrow, but. If you go into the season feeling really good about your roster, and they've made some really good free agent pickups, you like what they did in the draft, it's like, okay, well, I expect you to repeat the performance that you just had, even though the schedule's a little bit more difficult, where I don't really anticipate this happening, but let's say Caserio goes really frugal, really cheap, doesn't spend any money for whatever reason, and you're not in love with what he did in the draft. And then you start looking at the gauntlet of the schedule, and you're like, it might be tough to get to 10 wins again.
Yeah, I think that it's overall. I know the Twitch was a little bit vague or a little bit abbreviated with it. I mean, the text. The big thing to me would be the overall, right? Did you make the roster better? Did you make, like I said, you had a hell of a draft last year, and you're not looking for a franchise quarterback this time around, but there's still holes to fill and places where you could really make a lot of headway if you made the right pick and you got the right position group upgraded. I mean, so you look at it just straight from D'Amico's mouth yesterday. We were talking about he wants to upgrade the defensive line. He wants to upgrade the running game. Okay, well, is he able to do that with a combination, and Nick available to do that with the draft and free agency? Are you spending money wisely? Are you going, which I don't think Nick's going to do, but are you going crazy and overcommitting to a bigger name or two and then limiting how much other stuff you can do? So it all has to keep coming together, but because you made such a quantum leap this year, everything is on the table, but you have to be able to keep that success going by not taking a step back.
Alex says, Hannah, open up the checkbook. I imagine Hannah likes to spend Cal's money a little bit. Now, I fully expect the Texans to be near the cap. Now, Caserio, whenever he was talking to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer Rock and Roll the other day on their YouTube channel, Caserio said you have to leave yourself some wiggle room for in-season moves. So I wouldn't expect them to go all the way. Like they have $0 left. It's probably going to leave them $1 million or $2 million. But hey, get within $5 million of the cap. Get within $5 million of the salary cap.
Yeah, no doubt. But I think, first of all, by the way, Hannah, I think is spending Cal's money already because I think she helped get Cal those baseline season tickets at the Rockets.
Well, Dre was there. Did you see that? Not Dr. Dre, but
Trap.
Well, Andre Johnson was there last night.
And so was Trap.
Oh, was he?
Trap was right next to him.
I saw the tweet. They didn't mention Trap.
Yeah, because I texted Trap, and I was like, hey, big fella, slow down on all that popcorn, because he was hammering some popcorn next to Hannah. But, no, I think that when you look at what they have to do, they have to spend wisely, but they have to take it up a notch. You always called them the Fighting Rex Burkheads accurately. They've upgraded a little bit from that so far. They have to continue to upgrade in that direction. Younger, better players, longer contracts, guys that are going to be here as part of this progression going forward. And the draft is so hyper important to everything that they do because you get so many guys on such very, very team-friendly contracts that are going to be hyper important to taking this thing to the next level. And we've already seen hints. We know what they're going to be kind of looking at. But let's not also take D'Amico's comments for what they are, but let's also not second-guess the fact that safety, wide receiver, there's other positions where you can upgrade through the draft and you can make substantial impact on your squad.
Junior Bronco says that Hannah's spending Carrie's money. Wow. Carrie probably thinks so. That's probably why Carrie has that lawsuit that's held up in court right now or whatever. Urban 89, King of Twitches, and Virginia all had the same thought. Texans should win division every year now. G. Lawrence, not a franchise quarterback. If he was, they'd be a perennial playoff team by now. Richardson would be plagued by injuries in and out of the league on first contract. Already a concussion and shoulders, a rookie doesn't bode well. Now, I think you're onto something with Richardson's injury woes. Like, to be out of the league before your first, after your first contract, though, I don't see that happening, especially with the talent that he has. Like, Anthony Richardson, I mean, that's a hot take. If you turn out to be right, I'll buy you a drink, Urban 89 and King of Twitches and Virginia, for all having that same take. Now, the Trevor Lawrence conversation's always interesting. I think Trevor Lawrence is talented. I do think that he is underachieved with the roster that he has. And Jacksonville's facing some, significant personnel decisions too. I know their general manager talked today and said that Josh Allen's going to be a Jaguar. Okay, that you can do that because you have the capability of franchise tagging somebody. But Calvin Ridley's also a free agent. So, are both of them going to return for Jacksonville? I'd kind of be interested in one of those guys if they didn't. But they're still well coached. I don't think Jacksonville is going to be like a 6-11 team. I think they're at minimum always going to be in the hunt with the AFC South. I think Lawrence has underachieved, but I don't think he stinks. I don't think he's lousy.
No, and I think that again, to the highest level, Josh Allen is again getting hyper scrutiny that you and I have gone back and forth on, just based on how good do you think he is. I think a little lesser than that because of the fact that he hasn't gone as far. But you and I have gone back and forth on Lawrence, too. There's no doubt he has talent, right? There's no doubt that he was the number one pick for a reason. But I think he really has come up short since he's been in the NFL. And, yeah, he's had some injuries, too. But that all goes part of the process where you still got to prove it, and you got to continue to prove it. You got to continue to get better, and you got to continue to prove you were worthy of that number one franchise quarterback pick in the NFL draft. And so far, he still has a lot to prove.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. This 3780 says, I believe you were correct. Those chairs are actually called eggs.
Eggs?
I didn't know that. Those chairs outside that
rock,
I know,
look
like
but
eggs.
I can see the shape.
I've never heard of
would
that.
It be an eggs in a basket? Because it looks like a basket.
It's like an egg basket.
Wicker? It's kind of wicker.
It's kind of wickery. It's kind of like those things that it's not a whisk. I'm not good in the kitchen. But whenever
I know what you're talking about.
Something you have in the fryer.
It is a whisk or a wisp or something like that. Yeah.
It might be a whisk.
Yeah.
I'm not. We're showing our ignorance here that we don't belong in the kitchen. 1565, screw it. Super Bowl, the hog game. If you can't say that, okay, I'm not going to say that there. I almost had a Charles Barkley, Ron Burgundy moment there. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Is this the final chapter of a certain era of Astro baseball? It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy in Spring Branch on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, tell you about the good people at Doc Linville's office. Doc Linville's making a game-changing decision for you if you are going to go with him because he has the NeoGraft procedure. He's the best in the business at doing it. If you don't know what it is, but you're losing your hair, you've got pattern baldness or worse, and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, there absolutely is something you can do about it. You check out the NeoGraft procedure. As a listener to our station, you can check it out for free. You can get all the information, see if it's right for you. It normally costs $150 to have a consultation with Doc and his staff. You get it free just by going to 975hair.com. Go to that website. Sign up for an appointment. No money out of pocket. No signing on the dotted line. No commitments. Just you getting your questions answered, them explaining the process to you, and you figuring out, hey, is this right for me? Because this is a legit solution, not just masking the problem. If you don't know, it's taking your hair where you're never going to lose it. Genetically, you're never going to lose it on the sides of the back of your head, no matter how bald you go elsewhere. That's what Doc told me. I was not aware of that. And the other key that he told me was 95 to 99% of the follicles he's going to move are going to stay, grow, get longer, stronger, be with you for the long haul. That was the game changer for me. I did the procedure. I couldn't be happier with it. You could be next in line. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com and sign up for an appointment to see Doc Linville.
killer bees have relocated their hive. It's at the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, which is currently located at the Decoy. Let's join the boys, Joel Blank and Jeremy Brenham.
We'll get into the Astros in 2 minutes, but first I got to address something that Andrew did just moments ago. And, Andrew, you can defend yourself here. We're not going to silence you. We're not going to just poke fun of you and expect you to have a muzzle and not talk. He, right next to – we're the Decoy Spring Branch. Great spot. Come out, hang out with us. Great drink specials. Your spot today. Everyday specials as well. So right next to us there's an Underbelly Burger spot. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
And Andrew was hungry. He's a hungry boy. He just ordered a quadruple patty burger. And that's a story in itself.
In retrospect, a mistake.
Was it?
Yeah. Didn't
he
taste
ate
right.
it all. It didn't. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, just like the
There goes their chance
the
of being a
ratio,
sponsor.
the ratios are off. The ratios are off. The burger tasted fine, but the ratios,
bread to meat ratio,
the sauce to meat ratio, the onion and tomato to meat ratio was all off with the quadruple.
Homie over here ordered a quadruple patty burger.
I think
have you ever eaten a quadruple patty
yeah.
burger? I've never done that.
Heck yeah.
I think triple patty is the most I've ever done, and I've done it once.
Oh, that's right. I thought you did say a three.
He's
three
going
patty.
4.
Yeah, a
No,
quad.
we went
quad.
It was
I
a little
would,
much.
but I never have.
You went quad burger.
That's really huge.
It's a lot of meat.
And so that's a story in itself. Impressive, disgusting, you choose. It's certainly on that spectrum. But he ate it in 2 minutes.
Oh, did you see me not start the stopwatch? I have witnessed on these remotes over time Andrew's prowess in going after food with a vengeance. And so when he started unwrapping it, I started the stopwatch. I'm like, this ain't taking long. I have seen him go like absolute
Did you get a time on it?
sprinter. He is a legit sprinter eater.
If Michael Phelps with burgers.
It's unreal.
He ate a quad patty in, how long do you think it was? Less than 5 minutes?
I would say a minute 45.
I was going to say less than 3.
45?
Oh, yeah. I've seen him over time at East River 9 hammer chicken sandwiches in under 2 minutes.
I don't know to be impressed or disgusted. I really don't.
Why not both?
I think I am.
You don't have any digestion problems later on for just eating that fast?
No.
Wow, good on you.
He's a specimen.
Do you even taste it?
Sometimes. Sometimes it's better not to.
He gave us a pretty good rundown of the flavors and the ratios. You're a robot. You're a robot. All right, anyways, Josh Hader signed with the Astros the other day, $95 million for 5 years. That'd be a long time. Fox put an article out there. It was Shusterman. Have you ever heard of him? Good for you. He says the Astros, this is the headline of the story. The Astros is actually the tweet for a story. The Astros boasted one of the best late-inning duos in baseball before giving Josh Hader a record contract, so why did they add the relief ace? So, okay, why did they already have Abreu, they have Presley, why did they add Hader? Hader talks, the article talks about what Hader adds to the bullpen that was depleted. There was one thing that stood out to me, though. If you get a couple paragraphs down, this gentleman says there's a chance, however, that this upcoming season is the final chapter of a certain era of Astros baseball. Fair? Foul? What do you make of that statement from Shusterman?
So I'll focus it on the word era, because I think that the window is still going to be open no matter what. If the era is ending, it's just because we've talked about the core 4. We've talked about how this core of all these players, and some of them have changed or some have departed, but others have still been around, to where it went from the original core 4, which involved guys like Springer and Correa, and then went down and was changed until now you have a core 4 that's a little bit different. The era is going to change because it's probably going to mean the end of Alex Bregman's time with the Astros. It doesn't mean that the golden era of Astros baseball is going to stop, because that's going to stop when you start missing the playoffs and you're not winning as much, and you're not being favored in the top 3 or 4 teams in the league to win a World Series. And I don't think that's going to stop. I think that they'll find another player or players to replace a guy like Alex Bregman, who isn't like a world beater right now, as opposed to where he was when he was a couple years ago when he was in the discussion for top 3 in MVP voting. The fact is that they're going to continue to make smart decisions. They're going to continue to ration their money, in such a way, and the years that they're willing to give it out, to make sure that this team continues to sustain winning. And they just showed you with a 5-year deal for a Josh Hader, with a year or 2 left on Ryan Presley. They already have an answer in waiting with Abreu, and then either or. And if you continue to keep all 3, all the better. But this team is going to sustain winning. The era, as it relates to another guy maybe possibly leaving in Alex Bregman, changes.
I think this is a bad take, and I think that we spend a lot of time talking about who's leaving. which, I mean, I get. You're always a little worried about who's starting to go. I'm not saying this is like it's not appropriate for you to start like being fearful of certain players walking out the door, and that's always existed. Like you're fearful, well, what's going to happen when Garrett Cole leaves? What's going to happen when Carlos Correa leaves? What's going to happen when George Springer leaves? So like we've lived it, we've experienced it. The Astros have reloaded, and I can understand. Well, they can't always do this. They can't always reload. They've been drafting further back in the first round. They've had picks suspended. They've had picks taken away from them. They can't always sustain this. They've traded from the pipeline. So like I understand. It's very like. I understand. I'm not even saying that you're wrong. But we don't spend enough time, in my opinion, talking about the foundation of what's going to continue the golden era of Astro baseball. Yes, Bregman's up in a year. Altuve's up in a year, although I expect them to re-sign Jose Altuve. Yes, Fromber is done in 2. Tucker's done in 2. I don't expect either one of those two guys to sign. But if you look at the pieces that you have for this foundation going forward, these are the players that you have under club control for at least 3 more seasons. And I would argue that there's not many teams in baseball, it's a very small list, that would have this type of core across the league. Like the Atlanta Braves have it. They locked in their guys forever. The Rays are always going to have a young core. It's just the way that they do business. The Dodgers have kind of, like, they still have some pretty good prospects, but they spent a lot of money and have gotten much older. And then other than that, like, I'm not sure that there's many teams around maybe like the Reds, because they're like super young and coming up. Maybe like the Pirates, but the Pirates always screw things up. This is the foundation that the Astros have, that they have under club control for at least 3 more seasons. Offensively, they have like a new core for Yordan Alvarez, who's locked up, and Yordan Alvarez, when Yordan Alvarez isn't hurt, now it's a big if, is the best hitter in baseball for my money. To me, he is the best. He has great plate discipline. He doesn't strike out all that much for a power guy, and I think he has top 5 power in the entire sport. You have him locked up. That's a great piece to have. There's not many teams in baseball that have a talent like Yordan Alvarez. How many teams in baseball have a catcher that can hit? Very, very few. I think Yainer Diaz hit 20-something home runs last year as a rookie, as a part-time player. I think Yainer Diaz is going to be a top 3 offensive catcher in baseball starting next year. And if I'm being a homer here, 713-780-3776. I know that Jeremy Pena has been dogged on a little bit for his offense, which wasn't a great offensive season his rookie year. Hit for very low average, not much on-base percentage. Last year he hit for more average, and he got on base more, but lost all of his power because he wasn't lifting the ball. But Jeremy Pena is a everyday shortstop for most teams in baseball. He's got a really good glove, and there's not a whole lot of great offensive shortstops. Jeremy Pena, at minimum, is a quality average to above average everyday starter. Chas McCormick, where are you at with him? He's under club control for 3 more seasons. And then if you look at the pitching staff, now you need some of these guys to develop and or bounce back. Christian Javier, you would like to see bounce back. If he can bounce back, you feel good about having Javier, who you signed to an extension. Hunter Brown. If Hunter Brown's first half of the season, Hunter Brown, you think that you have a potential ace. Luis Garcia is a middle-of-the-rotation starter, I believe.
Yep.
You have Brian Abreu, you have Josh Hader, all under club control for at least 3 seasons. How many teams in baseball have that foundation? I would argue very, very few.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that you take it a step further by saying maybe not all 3, but you should have Tucker for at least 2 of them, right? So you add Tucker to the mix.
Yeah, I was going 3 or more, specifically because of the Tucker counterpoint.
Even at a minimum, 2 of the 3 gives you the next 2 seasons where you see, your bookend outfielders, if Yordan plays outfield regardless, in the lineup, to have Tucker and to have Yordan in that middle of that lineup is better than most teams could imagine putting out there, and you have those going forward. And if you don't have Kyle Tucker, again, because you understand kind of the organizational philosophies, they're going to replace him with 1 or more players that you would think maybe they're not Kyle Tucker, but maybe they help another position across the board, because we've seen that happen as well. When you take a guy that everybody loved in Maldi, who was just absolutely nothing at the plate, but now you're taking one of the best offensive catching possibilities, and you put him in there, and now you upgrade that position in another way, plus you have more money to spend other places. The fact of the matter is that you have, whether you include pitchers or not, you have another core 4. I don't know that I put Chaz in there, but I know that there's enough quality right there, and you have the ability to be flexible enough to kind of plug and play other guys or look in other directions if you choose to move on from Bregman and then eventually Tucker.
That's the other part of it, too, is it's going to, like, you're going to, you're going to get money opened up.
Yep.
So, I don't think that Crane, unless the team's poor, and I don't expect it to be poor with that foundation, he's going to try to find the free agents to fill in for guys that he's losing. I don't think that there is an heir apparent to Alex Bregman in the system. I believe he's going to sign a veteran third baseman that can be decent until they find that third baseman of the future. I feel like they've done that in the past at certain positions. Like Michael Brantley was somebody like that. They've done it in the bullpen, of course, which is a little easier to find some relief help in free agency than it is offensive help. I just don't think many people we look at who's leaving and we get fearful of that because we love this Astro Golden era. But if you look at the foundational pieces that are here for 3 or more years, you got something good.
Plus, Jeremy, think about what we heard Hader say and what you and I have talked about when it comes to the Texans as it relates to the Astros, even more so. Players want to play here. Hader said, he went way in depth about not just on the baseball field, but the fact that they care about each other. He loved the locker room vibe. He loved the culture. He loved the fact that this was something he wanted to be a part of. I think there's Abreu said the same thing. The minute I saw this team in the World Series, I said, that's where I wanted to be next year. That's what Abreu said. When you see guys that are saying that, they're going to make the effort to come to you as much as you are going to come to them. You're right. They're going to find a solution for Alex Bregman. Maybe it's short term, maybe it's not. But I fully, wholeheartedly believe that between the guys that want to play here and the guys that they identify, you'll find a guy that's going to be able to fill in at third base and probably do it quite admirably. So I love the fact that they have the ownership that still wants to win. You have a general manager that seems to be a very good evaluator of talent. And you still have a ton of resources to pluck from, especially when you look at the starting pitching. You go 7 or 8 starting pitchers. If you have, half of those guys turn out, that's absolutely fantastic. If you use 1 or 2 of those guys to go get something that you need, even better. But the fact is the resources are aplenty. When we talk about if a guy leaves, you still have the financial resources and so much more.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I would love to play for the Tigers if they pay me $19 or $19.5 million, though.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. But you Lance today featuring Dell, and he talked about the Astros rotation and a strategy that he expects them to deploy this season. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5.
And you're back with the Killer Bees inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at the Decoy. Here are the bees knees themselves, Joel and Jeremy. Now behave.
Thank you, Spence. Brandon Blank. We are broadcasting live from the Decoy in Spring Branch. How about these conference specials coming up on Sunday? Conference championship specials. $3 Fireball, $19 100-ounce Love Street Tower. Carlson could probably knock that out in 5 seconds. $100 Don Julio bottles. VIP boots and bottle service always available for rent. There's 3 sand volleyball courts and cornhole lanes. Those are only $10 a court to rent all of February. Great deal. Daily special. Today's a Throwback Thursday. Yesterday was a Western Wednesday. Tomorrow a Ladies Night Friday. Big Sip Saturday. Treat Yourself Sunday. So great spot to always hang out, especially to watch your football. 24-foot indoor TV, 185-inch outdoor giant screen. And I know there's not UFC or boxing this weekend, I don't believe. But always your spot for those events as well. Never a cover charge here at the Decoy in Spring Branch. Great spot to spend your Thursday happy hour after work as well. 713-780-ESPN. Is this the final chapter of a certain era of Astro baseball, opines Fox Sports? We think no. You have guys that are under club control for at least the next 3 years of Jordan, Yiner, Pena, McCormick, Christian Javier, Hunter Brown, Luis Garcia, Brian Abreu, Josh Hader. 2 things we didn't account for. One, I expect them to re-sign Jose Altuve. I guess there's no guarantees in life, and Jose Altuve's current contract expires at the end of the season. But I would expect him to stick around. I would be stunned if Jose Altuve ever plays for another baseball team.
I agree, and I think that he's basically stated that, which is key when you have an agent like Scott Boras, because Scott's going to go out and chase every last penny he can get for you. But the fact is if you go out and tell him, your desire is to stay here, and he said that he wants to stay here, and I think that the organization and ownership feels the exact same way. And you put this along the lines of Kobe Bryant, Dirk Nowitzki, those type of legends. Everybody remembers the 1 year in Toronto but tries to forget with Akeem. But this seems like one of those kind of historic kind of relationships where he ain't going anywhere, and it's going to be his choice to step away and not leave.
The second thing that I would point at is the Astros. Like the Astros, I believe the reason that they're so great, yeah, they've had incredible talent, but I think that the Astros' secret sauce is developing their players. They've developed a lot of really good young players along the way. Why is that going to stop? So while the Astros minor league system isn't like top 10 in baseball, it's not even top half in baseball, I still expect them to plug away and produce big league players that are helping your big league team. So I'm still confident about the Houston Astros long term, even if Tucker leaves, even if Fromber leaves, even if Bregman leaves. I'd be heartbroken if Altuve leaves, but even if Altuve leaves, I think they can certainly not replace him, but sustain winning without him. I hope that doesn't happen.
I agree with you. They don't have to be high draft picks or blockbuster trade acquisitions to be guys that I don't think it started with, and Strami used to get all the credit for it, but it started with all the different pitchers that came in that everybody's like, who? Wait, what? Who's a Charlie Morton, and what can Garrett Cole do on the next level? But then all of a sudden you see these guys turn into bona fide Cy Young candidates that are just monumental in a big part of this golden era of Astros baseball. And then you go in and say, okay, well, there's also throwaway guys. Like, they saw something in a Mauricio Dubon to take a guy that they weren't going to use in their farm system that was a catcher when they knew the backlog of catchers they had, and they got a guy like Mauricio Dubon. Everybody's like, who's that guy? What's he ever going to do? And then all of a sudden he wins a Gold Glove, but he plays multiple positions and comes in and fills in at a time when you needed him to with Jose Altuve, and you go, damn, he's really good.
Do a breaking news sounder, Blankers.
Okay. Bum, bum, bum.
The Atlanta Falcons have filled their head coaching job.
We got this on YouTube.
Did we?
Yeah.
Raheem Morris?
Raheem Morris.
I missed it on
Yeah.
YouTube. Raheem Morris
Thank
is the
you,
new
Falcons.
head coach of the – I am stunned that they hired Raheem Morris with the offensive talent that they have.
I got to call my great uncle and thank him.
Yeah, I am stunned that they just hired Raheem Morris to be the head coach. Belichick was the odds-on favorite, but we had heard from Schefter that seems to be fading.
Yep.
But the other offensive minds that they had, they had an in-person interview today with Bobby Slowick at the house.
At the house.
At the Arthur Blank residence.
That's normally the telltale sign something's developing.
I wonder if he told him no.
I ain't mad at him if he did.
Now if Vrabel, I think, was in-house yesterday too, so and they had 14 candidates, so they're certainly doing their due diligence. I just wonder. I am stunned that they hired Raheem Morris.
Maybe Uncle Artie spent too much time in the bathroom and scared Bobby Slowick off.
Come on, don't put that on Artie Blank. Like, Blank seems nice.
That's what I'm saying. He's got a great name. He's the great uncle. I think I commend him for a great hire, whether it works out or not, because it doesn't take the Texans offensive coordinator.
So we've been updating like the percentage chance of Slowick getting a head coaching job in this cycle. Mine's been fluctuating all day today. It was 40% when I went to bed last night. We woke up this morning to the news of Carolina, so it's like, okay, well, that makes me feel better. I'm gonna drop it down to, I think I dropped it down to 30%. Then I saw the Bill Belichick stuff where he's falling out of favor in Atlanta, and it got bumped back up to 35%. Now that the Falcons are going to hire Raheem Morris, stunner to me, because I thought they would get an offensive guy if it wasn't Belichick or Vrabel. My chances of Bobby Slowick leaving are down to 5%. 5%.
I can't, Jeremy. I got to go higher.
There's only two jobs left.
But one of them,
Seattle. I don't think he'll be in Seattle. Washington's going to hire Ben Johnson.
Are they?
I believe so.
Now Ben Johnson could also pass on that
twice. He's going to pass up on head coaching cycles twice.
I still think that because he's the number 2 candidate there, and like I said, he is poor man's Ben Johnson. That if something falls through on, regardless of how, with Ben Johnson, I got to go a little bit higher than 5 because of the fact that I believe that if it isn't Ben Johnson, it is going to be Bobby Slowick. So I'll say I bumped that up a little bit. I'm still going to say 15%.
Okay.
15% that he could still leave, but I'm really feeling good about the numbers now that the teams that I thought he was going to go to, for the most part, have already filled their head coaching job.
We agree with the map of Slowick getting a head coaching job. We just differ slightly on the chances.
Right.
Like, we
how
feel,
solid
we,
is, yeah.
We feel how, this is basically boils down to what are the chances that Ben Johnson says no to Washington. I'm at 5. You're at 15.
Yep.
But if you were a fan of Bobby Slowick staying on as the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans, this is great news for you because however you want to drop the percentages, it drops the percentages. Maybe greater for some than others, but it certainly drops the chances of Bobby Slowick getting a head coaching job. I would be very surprised if he gets a head coaching job. 2 left, Seattle. I think he had 1 interview there. They haven't followed up with a second interview, and it seems like they're already following up with other second interviews with different candidates. I kind of have the feeling Vrabel gets that job after I thought Dan Quinn at the beginning of the cycle. And then, I just think Ben Johnson's a shoo-in for Washington.
It's funny, but I think that of all of the different guys that were in this coaching cycle, I think that Quinn was the guy that pays the biggest price, the ultimate price for his last game. I think that, a year ago you would have said that he was earmarked for multiple jobs, and the Cowboys actually paid him enough to stay because they didn't want him to leave because they wanted him to possibly be the heir apparent there. And now, because of that last game and that playoff result, I think he's paying the ultimate price.
Yeah, this is interesting news. Slowick, now, I would say this increases the chances of Gerard Johnson leaving. Does Gerard Johnson get an offensive coordinator job somewhere?
I still don't think so.
You don't think? You don't think he gets Cleveland, New Orleans, Philly?
I don't. I'll say this. I think if he does, it will be non-play calling offensive coordinator job. I don't think he's going to jump into a job and take play calling right away in year 1. But if he wants to take the promotion from quarterback's coach to an offensive coordinator and continue to learn while he's under a Kevin Stefanski or he's under someone like Sirianni in Philadelphia, I could see it. Philadelphia, though, Sirianni's not going to want to call plays, and I don't think he's ready to do that yet. But if the money's right and the offer's there, he's not saying no.
Yeah, I don't think Sirianni's ever called plays. Because even whenever he
That's right, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever called plays. I wouldn't trust that jabroni to call plays anyway.
Yeah, Steichen was calling them.
Yeah, and then when he was the OC in Indy, I think Frank Reich was calling plays. So he's never called plays in his coaching career. I wouldn't trust that jabroni. I can't believe they didn't fire that jabroni. 713-780-ESPN. So Raheem Morris, the new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. This is great news if you wanted to keep Bobby Slowick in Houston, which why shouldn't you? Like, I think you can nitpick and critique a lot of things for Bobby Slowick and what he does, but why wouldn't you want another year of continuity? Like, it's a no-brainer to me. You got to have that year of continuity, and this is good news for the Houston Texans, I believe. 713-780-ESPN. When we return, let's get to this Rockets game yesterday. Worst loss of the year, people are saying, and should you foul? Up 3, just over 1.5 seconds left to play. We'll discuss. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we got Conference Championship weekend coming up. After that, the big game in 2 weeks after that, and so much every single night when it comes to sports that makes everything interesting. And when you want to make it even more interesting, what do? You put a little money down. down on it. And why do you do that? Because even the most uninteresting game or a game you don't have a rooting interest in becomes absolutely must-see TV for you because you got a chance to win some cash. And the fact is, if you do it at mybookie.ag, there are so many different ways that you can actually cash in even before you place any money down on a game, because they love to take care of their listeners, and they do it with a promo code, BET975. It's our promo code that we give to you. You give it to them, and you see the results almost instantaneously. Because right now, whether you're re-upping an account that you already created or you're creating an account for the first time at mybookie.ag, use that promo code BET975, and you can get a match bonus. Put anything from $50 to $1,000, they'll match it instantly. So you put in $100, all of a sudden you got $200 in your account. More money in your account means more games you can bet on, and of course, more chances to win. They have live in-game betting as well, so there's always a chance to make another wager and come out ahead. And they have everything: the NFL playoffs, they have hockey, soccer, golf, college basketball, pro basketball, and so much more. Check them out today, mybookie.ag, because even when there aren't games going on, there's real dealers standing by with real Vegas games going on, like poker and blackjack. They are going to take care of you when you want to be taken care of and get your gambling fix on at a place like mybookie.ag. Use that promo code BET975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, live at the Decoy, and your favorite drive time sports talk, the Killer Bees. Here they are, Joel and Jeremy.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy in Spring Branch. You're looking for a place to watch the games on Sunday? This is your spot. Great TVs all around, 24-foot indoor TV, 185-inch outdoor giant screen, day game drink specials, $3 off $3 fireballs, period. Not $3 off, just $3. Beat that. $19 100-ounce Love Street Tower and $100 Don Julio bottles as well. Raheem Morris hired by Atlanta to be their head coach, according to reports. Texans dodge a bullet there. If you want Bobby Slowick to continue to be your offensive coordinator, you have two more bullets to dodge. Seattle, which doesn't seem like he's really in the race there, and then Washington, which seems like it's Ben Johnson's job to turn down. So that's still a couple bullets to dodge. I would say one more bullet in Washington. Fittingly enough,
well,
and you
pair them up too,
bullets.
right? They can't interview this week during the conference championship games anyway. Washington hasn't hired a head coach. It seems like they're going to wait it out and probably at least talk to him one more time. Whether he gets it or not, it seems like he's the front runner.
Yeah, so we'll continue to monitor that. I would, yeah. So I think Slowick's the offense coordinator of the Texans next year, and I would say that Blankers and I differ a little. I'm 5% chance he leaves. Blankers at 15% chance, but both of those odds are very, very low. Rockets played a basketball game yesterday, and it was a tale of two halves for the Houston Rockets. They had a very strong first half, which was great to see. You know, Jalen Green was playing well. Api Shingun was on pace for triple-double. They had a double-figure lead at the half. You're playing a bad team, back-to-back. Portland had, like, some controversy to their game on Tuesday, filed for a protest. So it just felt like, hey, this is a game that the Rockets are going to cruise to victory even without Jabari, even without Tari Eason. And you had the lead at the half. but then you gave up 41 points in the third quarter. Still, even despite giving up 41 points in the third quarter, you had the lead late. Just knock down free throws, play a little bit of defense, avoid some desperation threes. You win the game in regulation. Well, Portland hit a three, Jeremy Grant, right at the buzzer to send it to overtime, and then Portland dominated the overtime period, outscoring the Rockets 13-7, going to the 6-point win. Several, media types in this city calling it the worst loss of the year. Ackerman on the shin was calling it the worst loss of the year, all of that. He said that the Rockets should be ashamed, was one of them. Terrible loss for the Rockets, who blew a 13-point lead against a really bad Blazers team. One of the worst losses of the season for the Rockets. Inexcusable. Worst loss of the year for the Rockets?
Kreger didn't say that the one quote that you just said, did he?
He said it was. I think he said it was the worst loss of the year.
Well, that's fine,
or
but
maybe
not the one that you just.
No, these were randoms.
Oh, okay,
these were just randoms on Twitter. What are they saying around town?
I know.
No, he didn't
I
say
taught
that.
Craig well enough.
I think he called it.
Stay
I'm not
close
even
to
saying
the company line.
He was critical. I don't think he called. He
Murph
might not
did.
have even
Murph
said the
was
worst
bad.
loss.
He referenced in the post game. He was really distraught, and he referenced something that I go to a lot, which is this is one you're going to look back at the end of the year and you're going to shake your head at and go, we wish we could have gotten that one. And that's the way it felt. It felt like this is one of the worst teams in the league. This is a game that you're supposed to win. This is a game that you were winning, and then you found a way to lose. Look, I mean, I think Simons is an unbelievable scorer, and he had a big third quarter. But if you are supposed to be a defensive-minded team with a defensive-minded head coach, you take the ball out of his hands. You find a way to shut him down. And instead, he ran absolutely wild in the third quarter. The veterans were turning the ball over. You expect to have mistakes by the kids, but you look at the fact that Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks were awful turning the ball over in the second half. And Dylan Brooks ended up finding himself sitting on the bench because he played awful all over the place. He was forcing the action on offense. And this was a team in a micro – it was a microcosm of what's happened recently with this team. This was a team that was originally, in the early part of the season, one of the best defensive teams in the league. They have continued to plummet and continued to fall. And last night, you can blame a lot of what happened in the final score by the fact that they did not stop anyone. Portland did whatever they wanted, and there was obviously one key play where you can really point to it. But overall, this is a team that just seems to be reeling, not just on the defensive end, but they're now struggling again to find their identity on the offensive end because they're going away a lot of cases from Alpi.
Yeah, the third quarter is where they lost this game.
Yep.
Like that it's the final few moments you can sit there and nitpick and do all that stuff, and you should have what you think is the best plan. But that game was lost in the third quarter for Houston yesterday, and it does bring in for me. It's hard for me to get really worked up with wins and losses about this team. I want them to be in the play-in, but I also feel like the absolute highest ceiling for this team is a first-round exit. And even a first-round exit seems daunting because if you get into the NBA play-in, you're going to have to win twice, right, to get into the first round, and I don't see that happening. So it's hard for me. I'm kind of in I want them to win games because they don't have their own draft pick. I'm not quite full #embrace the suck like I was with the Texans, but I care far more about player development than I do these wins and losses. So it's hard for me to get as worked up as some people that I see about losing a game against Portland. Yes, it's a bad loss. Yes, they should be ashamed. Yes, it's a terrible loss. But I don't think it really impacts their growth at all. In fact, I think it could actually have the opposite effect. I think it could be something that helps you long term. So it's hard for me to get worked up about wins and losses this year when it comes to the Rockets.
I think this is one of those years where you're not really focused on wins and losses unless you really planned on being really, really, really bad or trying to be really, really good. And I think that we saw them kind of shift gears when they wanted to figure out more about Jalen, when they wanted to change the offense a little bit from where they started early on, which was running everything through Alpi. But at the same time, they're still playing an entertaining brand of basketball. And because you now have a real coaching staff and a really legit, bona fide, good to great head coach, you have a guy that can absolutely get all these young guys coaching to be better. His coaching staff is making these young guys develop and become better. And so it's enjoyable to watch because there's actually a system in place.
Yep.
But in terms of, I felt the same way you did. Yeah, that loss sucked. That's a game they absolutely should have won. But it's not like in years past when I was like, man, that could cost you the difference between home court advantage or something like that. Because I'm not looking that far ahead and seeing the Rockets with those kind of aspirations this season.
Now, it could cost you the 10th and the 11th spot, which, play-in. I think a play-in does matter. But, again, the ceiling's not that high on this team. They don't have deep playoff run in them. So it's hard for me to get worked up. Now, part of me, because I like the development, I want the young guys to play. I don't love that Amin Thompson's playing 14 minutes and Aaron Holiday's playing 30. I don't love that Cam Whitmore's playing 14 minutes and Jeff Green's playing 38. So, like, that's stuff that annoys me a little bit more than like the actual loss. And you didn't have Jabari, you didn't have Tari Eason, which are two of your critical role players or rotation players, I should say.
I'll tell you why this hurts, Jeremy, in a couple of ways. And to your point on Holiday and Green, I'm with you. But I also said up until the trade deadline, I expect to see way too much of those guys. But I really sincerely hope that by the trade deadline, they see opportunities to cash in on getting a draft pick or a young player for competitive teams that are interested in guys like that, and maybe they're showcasing him. We'll see. But I think overall, when you look at this team, the one thing that's disappointing about a loss last night, not the win or the loss, you got a better coaching staff. I just got done talking about what they're doing to develop this. But Ime Udoka and his coaching staff is not supposed to let a game like that get away. They're supposed to be, these battle-tested guys, and especially Udoka taking the team to the finals, should have been a guy that says, look, I just made a couple of things. If I just do a couple of things differently there, we don't lose that game. We make some adjustments defensively in the third quarter on Simons and maybe Grant. You look at the way that they handled down the stretch the final 2-3 minutes. They could have done some things differently to where that the outcome could have been a lot more favorable. But that's disappointing. I could see Steven Silas and his staff making those kind of mistakes. I just didn't expect to see some of the mistakes I saw from Udoka and his staff.
Here's the last play of regulation that sent the game to overtime.
Out of time to get the ball in. Inbound to Grant. Desperation three for the tie. Buries it! He banked it in to tie the game!
That was the Portland call of the shot by Jeremy Grant to knock in the three that sent the game into overtime. It's the age-old debate. Up 3, second and a half, 1.6 to be exact. Do you foul?
There's no doubt in my mind you do. And I think because they're so particular about the gather, too. This is something where Van Gundy never believed in it. He never thought when he was coaching the Rockets that it was the right thing to do. I think, and then we started getting into it because Craig and I used to talk about it, that there was a window that when we started asking Van Gundy and the coaching staff, like, when do you or don't you or when would you consider it, as the window of time shrinks, the possibility becomes greater that even a coach like Van Gundy might think about doing it. But it's like 5 seconds or less might be too much. But 3 seconds or less, you got to think about fouling. Last night, the first thing that came to my mind with 1.6 on the clock is they shouldn't even get a 3 up, and you just make sure that on the inbound pass, before they even have a chance to catch it, gather it, and shoot it up, that's when you can – the ball's in bounds. It's on its way there. There's a way to foul where you will not lose that game because you make the foul on the perimeter. They get 2 shots. The clock's going to run way down. You're not going to lose that game. I fully believe that you should foul there, and I fully believe that they made a mistake not doing it.
See, there's a couple things in play here. I usually err on this. I think it's case by case. I think that there's way more than just like it's. To me, it's more than just binary. Yes, you foul. No, you don't. I think there's a lot of things that come into play here. I think that you need to factor in are the 3-point shooters on the other team good. I think like if they have Steph Curry, the greatest 3-point shooter of all time, that's going to influence my decision. I think time on the clock matters because, and I think that's where I'll give Ime some grace yesterday. I feel like there was not enough time to start playing the foul game because there's a really good chance that the guy's going to catch and shoot. And if you're reaching for a foul, well, now it's continuation. And I disagree. Now losing does come into play. Now losing comes into play because if he hits the shot, got fouled. Now it's they shoot 4-point play. They take the lead. Or you go to the line, shoot 3, you make the first 2, you miss the third, tip in, rebound, game over.
NBA different than college basketball too, though. They're gonna use the gather. Like you have to catch and look like you're in the shooting motion in order to get the 3 free throws. That's why I was specific to say enough. When the ball's on its way, when the guy's trying to catch the ball, you make contact and then you get 2 free throws.
See, that's where I think that they could have played it. Like I don't think it was poorly defended, by the way. Boban defending the ball, that's a giant man that he had to go over the top of Boban and over the top to Fred VanVleet. It was a great throw. It was a great pass. And then Jeremy Grant had to catch, lean, fade, and banked it off the glass. Like, that's not poor defense. That's incredibly bad luck. It took an unbelievable pass over 2 defenders. One of them is a giant that he had to lob it over. And then Grant had to hit a miracle shot that went off the glass.
Now, here's what I'd say. Here's the only thing that I would say if you play devil's advocate and say, why wasn't it? It's because Fred VanVleet ends up on Grant. Grant 6'9". Grant gets the shot off, even though it was more of a hope and a Hershey bar.
Definitely
to put it in. I think that, for whatever reason, Dylan Brooks wasn't coming back in that game, but you could see Dylan Brooks as a perimeter defender there on a guy like Grant. More size, more physicality.
See, I would put more criticism on the personnel than
That's
I would
what
the
I was
decision not to foul.
questioning,
And I agree with you, too. Like, in that spot, because you don't want to have an intentional foul before the pass is thrown in.
Correct.
But when the ball's in flight, go attack the ball. And if you foul in the attack of the ball, oh, well, they'll go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. So I agree there. In terms of, like, to let them catch it and foul them, I'm okay not going that route with 1.6. Now, if there's over 5 seconds and you see them going away from the hoop, go get them.
Right.
Go get them. So I think it's kind of case by case.
There's an art to the foul there.
There is. There's definitely strategy involved there. I agree with you. Attack the ball if you foul them. Who cares?
Yep.
If you pass interfere, who cares?
I would throw one more factor into what you were saying, too, about when you're factoring in what goes into whether you foul or not and what you do, timeouts. Because if the team doesn't have any timeouts left, now you're and the clock is under 5 or under 3, now you know you're definitely going to foul because of the fact that if they're out of timeouts, you're going to go to the free throw line, whatever the case may be, but they don't have a chance to advance the ball if they foul you, and there's not enough time to foul you and get the ball back anyway. Timeouts always factored into me as well in terms of when you foul.
I don't think there's a binary. We're going to do it this way all the time. We're not because it's how much time's left? Timeouts. How are their shooters? How are their offensive rebounders? Like if they have a really big team that's good at offensive rebounding, now like even without them making a 3-point shot as you foul them, the chances of winning still come into play. Like let's say they execute a foul before the shot. So they get 2 free throws. Okay, you make the first free throw. Right. Now it's a 2-point game. You miss the second. You tip it back out into the hands of a shooter, hit a 3, game over.
Yep.
So, like, that's something that doesn't get accounted for a lot of time when you talk about fouling in that spot is that it does bring in a small possibility. I'll grant you that's a small possibility, but it does bring in the possibility where you lose the game outright. If you play straight-up defense, you're not going to lose the game outright. They might hit the 3 and go to overtime. Yeah. But I thought that the Rockets defended it well. I can't put a whole lot of blame. I think you can nitpick, go attack the ball in flight. But I thought they defended it well. Boban, tough to throw over, the smaller guard. Ryan Holland says it ended up in the hands of the smallest guy on the floor. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, Grant's 6'7". You have Fred VanVleet defending him. 6'7", 6'9". I looked it up this morning. I can't remember. It's one of those odd numbers. But he's great. He's at least 6'7". And Holland says that it ended up in the hands of the smallest guy on the floor. I was like,
No, actually, the smallest guy on the floor ended up defending the guy that was very much taller than him.
Yeah,
that's what was bothering me.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. It was weird that Brooks never came into the game yesterday.
Oh, you could see him pouting at the end of the game on the bench, too.
They asked Ime. He was like, well, I like the defense that Holiday had on Simmons. Okay, well, you just brought in Boban for one specific play. Why aren't you bringing in Dylan Brooks for one specific play?
Remember the one game Jalen was sitting for the –
I think it was something more.
And then they pulled him in overtime. But you could see him pout. His body language was awful on the bench.
I think there was something greater in play. Yeah. I think there was something greater in play. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy in Spring Branch. When we return, it's mock draft season. What would the Houston Texans do at number 23 according to this gentleman? And what would we do if we were in the shoes, the little itty-bitty shoes, of Nick Caserio? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy in Spring Branch on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I love a good drink at the end of the day, and finally a good drink that you can feel really good about. It's January. We're still trying to keep our resolutions right. We're trying to make cleaner, better decisions. Well, no better place to start than with your spirits and by switching to Gentle Ben. I like a good drink, the vodka, the gin, the bourbon, all in that rotation for me, and Gentle Ben Spirits does it better than anybody else. How? Well, they have a Persado technology, revolutionary. Nothing else on the market like it. It eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirit you'll ever taste. We're trying to make cleaner decisions. Purification of Gentle Ben is unrivaled. You'll love what's not in it, including undesirable acids. These acids take the enjoyment out of your drinks, while Gentle Ben gets rid of those undesirable acids so you can enjoy those Gentle Ben drinks you have each and every night. Try a sip of Gentle Ben vodka, gin, straight bourbon, or cask-strength bourbon and compare it to what you drink, and you'll never go back. I've been a Gentle Ben man ever since I had that first sip. You get all the flavor, none of the burn. Smooth, clean, eliminates that burn. Enjoy your drink. Don't work through your drink. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store. Ask for it to your favorite restaurant or bar. Just head to the Gentle Ben tasting room. Stop by Ben's Bar at the Toyota Center and get some Gentle Ben on your way to your seats to watch the Rockets. Straight to your cart, and they'll have it delivered straight to your doorsteps. Can't beat that. Order now at gentleben.com. Crafted in Texas by Ricky Ford, an A&M grad. Gentle Ben, period.
The killer bees have relocated their hive. It's at the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, which is currently located at the Decoy. Let's join the boys, Joel Blank and Jeremy Brenham.
It's a throwback Thursday at the Decoy tonight. $2 off all tequila, cocktails, and shots. $100 bottles, Tito's, Espolin, or Fireball. I've never heard of that middle one. Sounds good, though. Have you ever heard of it, Andrew?
That's tequila, right?
Was that how you pronounce it?
I think so.
Espolin?
Oh.
$100. It tastes good.
Look it up.
I know that. It's throwback
Damn well
Thursday.
better.
What's that?
Better.
Yeah.
For 100 bones.
Well, it tastes really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get the deal anywhere else. Nowhere else in the city has deals like that. Ladies' Night Friday, $5 house wine. Big Sip Saturday coming up, and then Treat Yourself Sunday. $5 off beer and mimosa towers and punch bowls. $6 specialty cocktails. Sunday Conference Championship specials, $3 Fireball, $19 100-ounce Love Street Tower. Good for you or good to share. $100 Don Julio bottles as well. 24-foot indoor TV wall, 185-inch outdoor giant screen, 3 sand volleyball courts and cornhole lanes, and those only cost $10 all of February. Can't beat deals like that. VIP boots and bottle service available for rent. Top Houston DJs, and perfect for happy hours, birthday parties, corporate events, and team building too, like the Trust Falls that Day One Donna was telling us about. 713-780-ESPN. 7535 when the Rockets were inbounding the ball with the lead and off the ball. I mean, they're pretty quick with fouling the inbounder, and a lot of times they're still going to call the foul even if the person who has the ball releases it. Like, you can still foul somebody if they don't have the ball, like if it's right after the release of a pass
ball,
or tossing it up in the air. So I think it's easier said than done. I don't hate the idea. I've always liked the idea of just throwing it up the floor. Like, just throw it towards the other team's baseline.
Well, one of the memories I have is Magic Johnson in the playoffs against Portland. He did that. In the playoffs in a deciding game, and it's a similar situation. He just took it and kind of chest passed it slowly down the floor. It bounced out. Time ran out. Ball game over. Series over.
Yeah, I always like the idea of the of passing it to the baseline more than throwing it up in the air. Because what if you don't kill the clock? Like, you're more than likely going to if you toss it up a certain amount of feet into the air. But what if you don't? What if you under toss it and all of a sudden it just goes right into the hand of a trailblazer with 1 second left or half a second left? So I like the idea of getting it away from your goal. But I like the idea in theory. Easier said than done. 0294, I feel like Van Vliet should be smart enough to know to foul. He's not young like the rest of the guys. Depends on the foul you're looking for. Because he may have talked about it in the postgame. He said, we didn't really want to foul there if they caught the ball because there's not enough time. Because he knows they're about to shoot. So I like your idea. When the ball is in the air on the pass, attack the ball. If you run through the guy who's supposed to catch the pass, you foul him there. He goes to the line to shoot 2, whatever. But once the ball's caught, I don't think you can foul with 1.6.
No, you can't, because now it's too risky, because now, to your point, they're going to get 3 free throws instead of 2, and then you're in a situation where you're creating an opportunity to tie the game. But if you go back and look at the replay, Fred's head is completely turned. That had to be something that was discussed in the huddle prior to, and that had to be, he had to be instructed to do that, because at the time, the way the inbound pass came in and running away from the inbounder, Fred's head was completely back to the inbound pass, and I don't think he actually knew where the ball was. He was waiting for Grant to catch the ball.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. This guy says, will the Texans trade up to get Marvin Harrison Jr. to pair him back with Stroud? Highly doubtul.
Yeah,
highly doubtful.
What are you giving up to do that?
You would have to trade this year's first, next year's first, and the first next year.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
It would take I think 3 firsts. Right?
I think you're probably right, and I don't think there's any scenario that's happening.
No, I that's why I would say highly doubtful. 3878. It'd be fun. It'd be a lot of fun. I don't know if it'd be wise, but it'd be a lot of fun. No doubt about that. Speaking of the draft, Will McFadden, who writes for SI. I don't know how he still has a job.
Well, they haven't pulled the plug completely.
Yeah, well, best of luck to Will McFadden whenever this might be the last time we ever hear of Will McFadden. Might be the last mock draft that he ever produces. But he produced this mock, and we like to play the little game where we see who the Texans draft and all these mocks, and then we take a look at the next 2 picks, and we pick who we would pick. We also take a look at the top 10. Caleb Williams, number 1. Drake May, 2. Jaden Daniels, 3rd. No surprise there. Marvin Harrison, 4. I feel like every mock we've seen has that.
Yep.
The only one that's been different was Kuiper, and he flip-flopped Daniels and Drake May. So it's still been pretty similar. 5, he has Brock Bowers to the Chargers. So, again, Bowers goes 5th. Malik Neighbors, 6 to the Giants. Joe Alt, number 7 to Tennessee. They need offensive line help. Latu to Falcons for Raheem Morris. Give him a defensive player. Adunze, the receiver from Washington, goes to Chicago at 9. And then Olu Fashanu. No idea if I'm saying it right. Just say it with conviction. Offensive tackle, Penn State, they have going number 10 to the Jets. All right, scroll down. Scroll down to the Houston Texans. It's nice to have to scroll down to the Houston Texans for a change. Byron Murphy, defensive tackle from Texas. How would you feel about the idea of the Texans adding to their defensive line with the standout defensive tackle from Texas?
I'd love it. It'd be a perfect fit. It goes with exactly what we heard D'Amico say in his end-of-the-year press conference when he was talking about we have to get better. We need a dominant defensive front. That's what he's looking at. That's what he's had experience with. If that's what he wants and he goes and targets a guy like this, we've talked about him in the past when we were talking about just D'Amico's comments, let alone any of these mock drafts. I think it's a fantastic fit. I think it'd be the perfect draft pick, and it's definitely a position group of need.
Yeah, I would love this too. He's a really good football player, and he eats up tons of space. He's athletic. I think he can create some interior pressure too, which is fun. I love interior pressure from a defense, especially if you have an edge of at least Will Anderson, maybe John Grenard, because it allows those guys to feast. Like, they can't step into the pocket because you got interior pressure, kind of puts them into the attack zone, I'll call it, for the defensive ends. And, yeah, like, it seems like this is priority number one for the Houston Texans this offseason is improving the run defense, even though it was much improved, much better. You did get gashed by a couple of teams a few times, and then helping out the run game offensively. So it fits the MO we think of what the Texans' desires are going to be.
On top of what you said, teams will have a more difficult time running the football, too. If you get a guy that's that disruptive in the middle of the line, while you've got edge rushers that are putting pressure and sealing the outside, you have the makings of exactly what D'Amico wants. That's a recipe for success with the way D'Amico calls plays on defense, with the kind of other personnel you have on this roster. He'd be absolutely fantastic to be disruptive, to be able to stop the run, to be able to put pressure on the quarterback in the middle, and then let those guys feast on the outside.
Yeah, this would be a good one. Let's do our little game where we take a look at the next two. So we have the option if Rick Casario, according to this mock draft, rest in peace to this guy who's never going to work again, Byron Murphy to the Texans. He has Jordan Morgan, an offensive tackle, going to the Dallas Cowboys at 24, and then he has the Green Bay Packers picking Nate Wiggins, the cornerback from Clemson. So if you had your choice of one of those three, who are you selecting if you're the Texans?
Murphy, without doubt. This is the perfect fit. In this scenario alone, corner would be something you'd look at, but it depends on what you do with Stevie Nelson. We talked about that yesterday. You don't need another tackle because you already got your two tackles locked up with Tunsil and Howard. So this is the slam dunk. This is the easiest of the draft so far to break down because this is the absolute choice for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, slam dunk to me. This would be I would be very satisfied with this pick. If these are my three options, Byron Murphy, I'm not batting an eye, and I would feel really happy about it. Today I did my first ever, first this year, Pro Football Focus mock draft. I think I'm going to do this every single workday. You can only do 3 rounds now.
Easy on quarterbacks now.
I might have a day where I draft all 3 quarterbacks just to see the comments.
Careful.
So I'm a sarcastic person, I think. Some people might not realize that. I'm a bit sarcastic at times. I'm going to be.
You hide it well because you have a dry delivery.
I do hide it pretty well
because I struggle to interpret it sometimes.
I think it's 100% accurate.
Yes.
But I definitely very dry, definitely very sarcastic.
Just being honest, Andrew.
No, I would describe my personality that exact same way. I don't take almost anything very seriously, although sometimes I can be a serious person, if that makes any sense. But I'm going to post these every single work day. I'm not going to do it when I have a day off. Are you kidding me? But I'm going to post this every single day. This is an Easter egg for our listeners to have fun with the people who don't listen to the show but only interact on social media and just make fun of the comments that are roasting these picks every single day. I'm telling you right now that I'm being sarcastic. I mean, I'm going to be semi-serious with the picks, but this is kind of a sarcastic, bringing levity to the mock draft season, where I'm going to post this every single workday, and let's pay attention to the commenters and how seriously they take it. I just want y'all to focus on that, and we'll make fun of it. It'll be a little listener Easter egg, and we'll make fun of it each and every day, too. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Byron Murphy to the Texans. You cool with that? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. When we return, Bad Take Boulevard featuring my wife and Andrew Carlson. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the absolute game changer for you this weekend, regardless of how the games actually go. If you're having a watch party, if you're having people over, if you want to entertain and really please your guests, I encourage you to get to your local grocery store and get you some Daisy Dips. Daisy Dips are the best, and now they take all of the work out of it for you because, like growing up in the Midwest, my mom would always make the French onion dip, but she would get the sour cream. She would get the soup mix. She would get get all the spices. She would try to get it just right. Now you don't have to do that. You just go to the grocery store, get yourself the French onion, or get yourself the absolute best ranch you're going to taste, and now everything tastes better. You can do it with wings. You can do it with pizza, veggie dips, chips. You name it, they can do it. They make everything taste better. Regardless if the game's a stinker or not, you're going to enjoy your company, and they're going to enjoy your food more with Daisy Dips. Just go to your grocery store right now. Available where you find the dips and in the dairy section. You get the Daisy Dips. You're a champion no matter what happens in the games this weekend.
Never a bad take to be out at the Decoy in Spring Branch. In fact, it's a great take, especially Sunday for the conference championships. $3 Fireball, $19 100-ounce Love Street Tower, and $100 Don Julio bottles all Sunday. If you want to come out today, Throwback Thursday, $2 off all tequila cocktails, $100 bottles, Tito's Espolon, I think it's Espolon, or Fireball as well. So 3 options to choose from. All are fantastic. Get out here to the Decoy today, tomorrow, every day. Every day is a good time. All right, let's get to some bad takes on Bad Take Boulevard. Ladies first. So we'll start with my wife.
I'm interested in
Start
this
with
one.
my wife. We don't discriminate. We don't discriminate whenever we discuss Bad Take Boulevard. I think my son made Bad Take Boulevard before, the older one. We put that blind guy on Bad Take Boulevard.
Yeah,
so we don't discriminate on bad. And Andrew's about to join the list of bad takes. And Alex put Andrew on the list for something else, too. So I was in Provo on Tuesday. We had a game against BYU. I was there in Provo calling that game. My wife she picked up a pizza for dinner. I'm not going to say where she picked up a pizza for dinner in case they ever want to sponsor the Killer Bees. It was a pretzel crust. It was a stuffed pretzel crust. It had, instead of marinara underneath like the cheese and the pepperoni, it had Cheese Whiz.
Oh, no.
It had Cheese Whiz replacing the marinara. It was a stuffed pretzel crust that had like these flakes of salt that were way too salty. It was the worst bite of pizza that I've ever had in my life, and I will go as so far to say that I might not ever eat pizza again. This experience might have ruined pizza for the rest of my life, and I owe it all thanks to my beautiful wife.
I think you get a lot of credit for at least trying it.
I mean, it's all I had for lunch. I actually ate the whole slice.
I would have looked at it and gone, no. You know how, first of all, I'm from Wisconsin. I'm a cheese connoisseur.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you that Cheese Whiz is absolutely crap, especially, and I always kill it on the Philly cheesesteaks in Philadelphia.
I didn't know it was there. So,
the
like,
fact that they're using
my
Cheese
surprise.
Whiz and no pizza sauce?
Could you imagine, like, you're asking for a pizza and they're asking you with whiz or without whiz? Like, that's a cheesecake.
Yeah.
That's a cheesesteak thing.
Yeah.
That's a
when
Philly
in doubt,
thing.
pass on the whiz.
It had cheese whiz instead of marinara. That was the worst part. And imagine my surprise. Like, I'm expecting a nice pepperoni pizza, stuffed crust. I'm expecting a healthy amount of marinara. It's cheese whiz.
So there's no marinara, no pizza
None.
sauce on the entire pizza?
None.
Oh, come on now.
All cheese whiz is the pizza sauce.
You know what that is? That's a flat hoagie. That is not a freaking – that's not a pizza.
It was so disgusting.
That's terrible.
So disgusting. So whenever I told my wife, I warned her that she was going to be on Bad Take Blower. She was like, no, she didn't want to make the list. Kind of what Andrew's reaction was when Andrew made the list earlier today. Have you seen the weather out? I'm assuming most of you that are listening to us that you're probably out in your cars, so you see the weather. Now, if you're the Twitchers, you're in your mother's basement, so you probably haven't seen the weather in 2 weeks. But it's a gorgeous day. It's a beautiful day. So I pull up to the Decoy today. I'm like, oh, cool. Like, this is going to be a sunglass radio show day. We're going to be outside taking in the elements. We're in the corner of the building. A beautiful building. Beautiful building, wall-to-wall TVs. They're taken care of. Beautiful spot. But we're inside, not outside. Andrew Carlson's the one that set us up today.
Yeah, I walked in thinking the exact same thing. When I was parking the car, I'm looking for the awning or the little umbrella and the table outside that we normally use, going, man, after 4 days of just crap weather, this is going to be so fun to just kick back outside. And then I'm like, wait a minute, they're not. And then I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm like, where are they? And then also I go, oh, he didn't. And then I walk in and go, yep, we're inside.
I thought that I forgot the day. I thought, oh, it must be tomorrow. No, they're inside. What? Andrew, do you have any defense for yourself?
It's not just my decision.
Who else? Who else can we blame?
There might be some other people that I work with who would have preferred that we be inside versus outside.
Well, they make the list too.
For
Connor
what
and Beard
reason?
also make the list.
To save your ability to avoid like sunburn and melanoma, or
I think just for a general level of comfort and safety.
Safety?
Who's coming
Look,
after us?
We
They
don't
come
have a lot
after
of
the other
coverage out
shows.
here in the sun. You know, we don't have the umbrellas out here. They don't cover you
We're
entirely.
not out here name calling to get other people fired up. We're doing a great show.
That entire area shaded.
Look, I will take the majority of the responsibility because at the end of the day, it's my decision, and I set us up inside.
Yeah, bad call. That's why you made the list.
There's
of
some
Bad Take
outside
Boulevard.
influence.
Blankers has a couple. He had Ian Fitzpatrick, who does ESPN National Radio. He was listening to him the other day. He said to take BYU over Houston in Provo. Well, how'd that one turn out?
Yeah, how'd that work for you, Ian? And we do you the solid and put you on when Joe George is on vacation, and that's plenty.
Yeah.
And then what do you do in return? You go and say bet against the Cougars? Yeah, you take that L, buddy.
Yeah, well, BYU are the Cougars too. But I see what you're saying. The total respect for BYU, though. That place is awesome. Marriott Center is awesome. The student
There's nothing
section
else to
awesome.
do there, Jeremy.
I mean, you can walk around, take it. It's a beautiful area.
Yeah, you can get yourself an ice cold milk.
Yeah, but I mean, you can hike if you like that. You can take a look at the mountains.
Oh, the mountains are beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place, and it's a great fan base too. Blankers also, you wanted to put John Heyman on Bad Take Boulevard.
John Heyman absolutely deserves it. You heard me go absolutely, completely. I was going to say something I shouldn't say, but I went all out on the fact that I just think that that was as ridiculous and outlandish. It's one thing to think that, but to admit it openly and write about how idiotic you were in the fact that the reasons why you couldn't put Billy Wagner in the Hall of Fame, and then you justified him being a top 10 reliever all time. John, you made the list. You should stay there permanently.
Yeah, not much respect for Heyman. Brian puts Michael Wilbon on the list. He, of course, PTI. There was the big conversation over the weekend. The Bucks and the Lions. The Bucks were down by 14. They scored a touchdown. They made it an 8-point game, and they went for 2. And a lot of people don't understand the rationale. I mean, my friend group was arguing about this too. I'm a huge fan of going for 2 in that spot because if you convert, well, now you just need the touchdown extra point and you win the game outright. If you don't convert, well, you still have another opportunity to tie it. And I want to play for the win there. I'm not really that interested in the tie. Some other people would say, well, just go for 2 after the second touchdown. Well, now you don't have any insurance if you miss the 2-point conversion. So I'm a fan of it. A lot of the analytical people are fans of it. The analytics say it's the right move. But a lot of the old heads and the people that don't know ball think that you should still kick it there. Here was Wilbon on his hate for analytics.
The 2-point conversion attempt that left them 8 down. Don't start me with the 2-point conversions. And the analytics say go for it. Do the analytics say go for it no matter who's going for it? So if you and I were on the field, the analytics say go for it. It's the stupidest, laziest, lamest thing I've ever heard for reasoning in competition. And I hate when announcers just buy it without questioning it. The analytics say go for it.
See, I'm a numbers guy, but I actually say no to a lot of analytics because I do think that other things come into play that analytics don't account for. Now, something that I have noticed when it comes to analytics, though, are when people don't understand the analytics, instead of trying to understand it, they just poo-poo the analytics. And I think this is what old head Michael Wilbon's doing here.
Yeah, I don't like it from the simple standpoint of I'd get the first touchdown extra point and know that if I'm in a position, but then weighing factors like time on the clock, where we are in the game, you're obviously on the road where it would make more sense. I hated it. I hated it at the time, but I hated it because it was the first of the two. If you get the first one, get the extra point. Now you could base your decision.
You have less
forward.
information though, Blankers. You have less information if you kick it on the first touchdown.
But for me, I'm always playing for, especially a playoff game. If it's win or go home, I'll take my chances. I think the best play is take the extra point both times. I don't like the fact that they went for 2 at all, but I really hated the fact that they went for 2 after the first touchdown.
I'm on the complete opposite side of you. Like I don't want to kick the extra points there and go to overtime. Like I'm the road team. I want to try to win the game in regulation, and the best chance you have to, like, first off, it's very long odds to score the 2 touchdowns anyways. But I want to go if I'm trying to win, I'm going to need a 2-point conversion. If I go for it on the first touchdown, that means if I miss it, I still have a second opportunity to tie the game.
Yeah.
If you go for it on the second touchdown and you miss it, you lose. Game's over. You have zero insurance.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If there was time left on the clock, if you still had time, there's the onside kick, there's the chance that, and based on your timeouts and everything else, there's still plenty. You still have the opportunity to handle the situation differently. But if time is running out, you're right. Then it's a totally different scenario.
The another one that Brian wants to put on here is Ryan Clark. Brian, why don't you set this one up? I know a little bit what Ryan had to say, but I think that you have some more notes on this, and I want you to set it up to do it its full justice and full credit.
In October, Ryan Clark earlier this season, October, decided to. I think he went a little too far with it, but is trying to kind of basically walk back some of his takes. Originally in October, he fought back against, I believe it was Shannon Sharp, saying that Brock Purdy was in fact elite, and then decided to walk it back just a few days ago, talking about how Brock Purdy is not elite at all. So it was a weird walk back. I don't know if we have time for both pieces of audio, but that's kind of the setup.
Go ahead, Brian. Run them both.
Shay, doing what he does, where he does it, with the people he does it with, he's a top 5 quarterback. Not only is he a top 5 quarterback, he's a top 2 MVP candidate. Brock Purdy is elite. When I'm watching that game Sunday night, I finally stopped fighting it. And I said, you know what? It doesn't matter where he comes from. It doesn't matter how he got there. It doesn't matter who surrounds him. Brock Purdy is an elite quarterback.
Okay.
The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
So again, the one where he called him elite was in October. He's sitting there arguing with Shannon Sharp, talking about how Brock Purdy is not only elite, he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He's a top 2 MVP candidate. And 3 months later, he's telling us all that he was forced into the take, which is weird to begin with. Maybe he's forced to talk about, like, could he win the MVP? But he wasn't forced into calling Brock Purdy elite. Now he's trying to walk it back.
This is the problem I have, is that Ryan Clark's one of the guys that I always wanted to try and get on the show because I believe he's so good at what he does by being outspoken, being honest, being himself. This sounds like he's implying that he had to, like he was having to be an ESPN puppet because he's on air and the network is trying to encourage. And I don't see Ryan Clark being that way. It would be one thing if other people were pumping up Purdy all year, Brock Purdy, and then all of a sudden he finally had to kind of poo-poo it and tell everybody this is the reality. But the fact that it was him saying it and then him dispelling it is a bad look.
This to me sounds like you have it's a hot take artist is what it sounds like to me.
I don't think he's that guy.
I disagree completely.
Really?
I think he's super hot takey.
I think he's just brutally honest.
What did he said the other day? He called Sean Payton a thug. He called Sean Payton a thug the other day. Imagine if somebody, imagine if Dan Orlovsky called D'Amico Ryans a thug.
Well,
how would that go?
You're right.
Like,
You're right.
I think he's a hot take artist, and that's what he fell into a trap of being a hot take artist and forgot his take. And he got exposed.
It's a bad look.
It's a real bad look. All right, 713-780-ESPN. If we missed any people that belong on Bad Take, just tweet them at Pac-Man Joel. He loves to see all of the bad takes that you have each and every week. When we return on the Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy, we've spent a lot of time telling the Texans how to spend their money, their cap savings. But how about how they can create some more? Who are some potential cap casualties for the Houston Texans this offseason? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. How can you save some money on Valentine's Day but looking like the hero for your significant other? By getting Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage on Valentine's Day. Head over to TexMexGarage.com. Reserve your table today for this Valentine's dinner special at Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. You can get dinner for two for less than $40. Where are you getting that on Valentine's Day? Nowhere. Where are you getting the quality of food that you get at Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage for under $40 on Valentine's Day? Nowhere. So reserve your table now, TexMexGarage.com, and impress that significant other in your life or someone you're looking to make your significant other. Dinner for two starts with 2 house or pineapple mezcal margaritas. That's fantastic. That's a great start to the night. Also, your appetizer, Tex-Mex queso. I love Tex-Mex queso before my fajitas, which you're also getting. Combo fajitas with bacon-wrapped shrimp for your entree. And then afterwards, something sweet, a big piece of shareable tres leches or Mexican carrot cake. Dinner for two, $39. Margaritas, queso, fajitas, bacon-wrapped shrimp, dessert with tres leches or the Mexican carrot cake. Impress that significant other this Valentine's and do it now. Stop procrastinating like we always do. Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, the best Tex-Mex in Houston. The fantastic fajitas, margaritas that hit just right. Happy hours 7 days a week. Weekend brunch deals that will blow you away. Perfect game day spot, too. Get your Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage margaritas on jumbo margaritas on game days when the Rockets are playing for only $8. $1 off draft beer whenever the Rockets are playing as well. Or if you want to just take that home, order the Tex-Mex Fiesta, the Fiesta packs from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. Margaritas to go, too. Yeah, margaritas to go. Stop by Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Houston Garden Oaks, Oak Forest on West 34th Street, and order now at TexMexGarage.com and book that Valentine's Day dinner special. Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Tex-Mex from scratch.
And you're back with the Killer Bees inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at the Decoy. Here are the bees knees themselves, Joel and Jeremy. Now behave.
He's Blank, I'm Brandon. We are at the Decoy in Spring Branch, where today is a Throwback Thursday. Daily specials each and every day. Today, $2 off all tequila, cocktails, and shots. Be here for the conference championship games on Sunday. I can't wait. Ravens, Chiefs, Niners, Lions. Should be a fun day of football. This is your spot to watch it. $3 Fireball, $19 100-ounce Love Street Towers, and $100 Don Julio bottles as well. Speaking of money, we know that the Texans have money to spend this offseason. Some people say it's upwards to 70, but now you look at the reserve always look at Over the Cap. Texans Cap and overthecap.com, they do a really good job of getting down to the weeds, futures contracts. You also have to allot for the draft picks that you're projected to make. Now, a lot of movement there because you might draft those. But as of this moment right now today, Over the Cap projects the Texans to have $57.7 million in salary cap space. So it's not quite the $70 million like we've seen out there. It's 57.7, which is still a lot. I mean, it's still more than nearly every team in the NFL. And there's still ways to get more salary cap space. We see this each and every year in the offseason. We know that NFL contracts, a lot of them are not guaranteed. You can get out of contracts, get some savings on some players. So here are some options of how the Houston Texans can create some more cap space with some potential cap casualties. And we've talked about a couple of these. The exact figures maybe we haven't talked about. The first one, Robert Woods. You can get out of Robert Woods' contract, which still has 1 year left on the deal, and you can save $5 million. So Robert Woods stays on the team, or you cut Robert Woods and you create $5 million more in cap space. That's according to Over the Cap. These are all pre-June 1st cuts. Are you cutting Robert Woods and saving $5 million?
Timber! Goodbye, Bobby Trees.
Bobby Trees is gone.
I'm gone.
All right, I'm on board with you. With Robert Woods, I'm saving the $5 million. Robert Woods, he was getting outsnapped by John Mechie, and he, as far as I know, Robert Woods was relatively healthy for the Ravens game, and he was getting outsnapped by John Mechie. I move on as well, and I'm right now. Even if you move on from Robert Woods, you still have Nico Collins, you still have Tank Dell, you have Mechie and Hutchinson that you bring back. Noah Brown?
I mean, if you get by, it depends on what price, right?
Yeah, I probably am done with Noah Brown. I want to sign a solid free agent that I can count on to be one of my top three receivers. Now, I'm probably not shopping at the top of the market. I'm not looking at T. Higgins. I'm not looking at Mike Evans because I want to spend the money elsewhere. And you're going to have to sign. You have to replace 10 starters. There's currently, if you look at the Texans depth chart of who is back next season under contract, you have 10 starters to fill. So I don't want to shop at the top of the market here. Right. I want to add a veteran free agent that's solid. Like a Gabe Davis would be okay. I'm curious what a Hollywood Brown is going to ask for. Now, he might price himself out of your range.
Like Gabe Davis.
Gabe Davis is solid as a 3. So,
sure.
That type of player, pair with Tank, pair with Collins, and then I want to draft a rookie in around the 3rd round or so and see if Nick Caserio can find another Nico or Tank who are also 3rd rounders. So gone on Robert Woods, $5 million in savings there. The next one, Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward, hard to get on the football field this year. I think he's a shell of himself at this stage of his career as well. You can save $4 million if you cut Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, gone. Bye-bye, see you later. This was a guy that was Miko's guy in San Francisco, and all he was hurt all year. You couldn't keep him on the field, and when he was on the field, he was okay. I just don't think that he's worth bringing back, even if he comes at a discounted rate after you cut him and say you want to bring him back. Maybe because of injuries mid-season, but I'm with you. I think there's not a lot of tread left on the tires. He couldn't stay healthy, and I think you can find someone to replace Jimmy Ward and be just as good, if not better.
See, this is also where I want to improve. I don't think you got great play out of the safety positions in general. Now, I don't think you're going to move on from Jalen Petrie, so you're hoping that Jalen Petrie gets more development. But how about the safety opposite of Petrie? I think it's going to have to be somebody new, whether it's in the draft or whether it's in free agency. I don't want Jimmy Ward to be a starter on next year's team. And if I can save $4 million for what is going to be considered a backup for me, I'm doing it.
Plus, Jimmy Ward was brought in part to not only be a veteran, but to help Petrie get better and develop more in D'Amico's scheme because he's played it before, and when he's not on the field and he's not around, he can do that.
Yeah, see, that like if he played every single game, maybe this is a different It probably is a different conversation. Even though I didn't love his production, if he would have played in every single game as opposed to missing 7 in all of the postseason and finishing the year on the IR, might be a different conversation. But he missed 7 of your 10 games. He missed 9 of your 19 games because you went to the postseason and played 2 games there. So I'm saving $4 million. I'm moving on from Jimmy Ward. The next one, maybe a little interesting.
It is.
Davis Mills, who will be a third year on his rookie deal. You could save just under $3 million, $2.99. You can save just under $3 million if you were to cut Davis Mills pre-June 1st.
I'm fine. Bye.
Wow.
I don't need Davis Mills. I would love to say move along from Davis Mills if a team is willing to trade for him and give you a fourth, fifth round pick. You can move on from him. Look, I know. I think when you know that Case was making less than 2, and Case was the guy that really you went to at a very important point in the season, you're at a point now because last year I think that they were also trying to kind of soft and smooth Davis Mills a little bit. They were trying to actually make sure that his feathers weren't ruffled and that, maybe whether another team was interested or they still wanted him to believe he had a chance. We're past all of that. Case did what he had to do when you called on him. Now, long term, did it work out in terms of the next game after that? Did he struggle with the Browns? Absolutely, but that defense was way better. But I'm good with a veteran big brother backup for CJ and or other options than Davis Mills.
See, I'm keeping Mills because the going rate for a backup quarterback in the NFL is like over $5 million. Mills is okay-ish, and plus I like continuity. Like I like the Bobby Slowick that he looks like he's going to come back. So there's continuity there. I think the quarterback room was a solid one. Like I think it helped C.J. Stroud a lot. You could probably say most of that's with Case Keenum, but. Is next year, who's your better option to start 3 games if you needed to start 3 games? Is it Case or is it Davis? I think that's a real debate.
It is a debate.
So I don't – and because you're probably going to have to bring in a third quarterback if you do move on from a Davis Mills or a Case Keenum, this is not enough of a savings for me to move on. Now, if you get a 4th or a 5th round draft pick for Davis Mills, that's a different conversation. Because I'd be open to that. I'd be open to trade him for a 4th rounder, absolutely. But – if I don't get an offer better than that, I'm probably just letting him play out his rookie contract. That's not a big enough savings for me for what's probably going to be your backup quarterback.
Don't you also have to at least consider and weigh into the possibility of the fact that now you're going to become a better team? And we've seen how better teams have focused a little bit more on the backup quarterback. God forbid it happening, but if your starter gets knocked down and knocked out or is out for a couple weeks with an injury and you have to kind of makeshift, it's better to have a guy that can carry you through, the Teddy Bridgewater type quarterback that can carry you through a couple of weeks and make sure the team doesn't miss a beat.
I mean, Case went 1-1.
He did, but I'm saying, and that was with a team that didn't have the kind of expectations we talked about to start the show. Now with a team that's going to be considered to be a playoff type team that has expectations of going further, you have to set the tone of, hey, every game's more important now because we have to try and get playoff positioning no matter when it happens in the season.
If you go sign that type of quarterback, though, it's probably going to cost you. Let's be conservative and say $7 million, and then let's subtract the $3 million in savings from Davis Mills. That's still $4 million. Like, do you want to spend that on a backup quarterback where your season's probably tanked no matter what if Stroud gets hurt, or do you spend that on the many holes that you have?
You say that, but like I said, I brought up Teddy for a reason too, because of the fact that Bridgewater in New Orleans, and I think he did it in Miami as well. But in New Orleans, it was the one that was extremely highlighted because of the fact that he went 5-0 in a 5-game span, and the Saints had playoff aspirations, Super Bowl aspirations, and he was able to keep them afloat.
Yeah, I'm not. I bet you they didn't guarantee that Bridgewater could have done that though. Like,
no, I mean, right. But
so,
even if you go 3-2, 4-1, it's way better than saying,
sure, but who's
our
that guy?
season's over because CJ goes down. I mean, I have to see who's out there. I mean, is Jameis that guy?
I wouldn't.
No, I don't think Jameis is that guy.
I lean just keep Davis. You're on the other side of that. We'll mark that. There's a few other names on the other side, too. How else can the Texans save some money and create more cap space where they already have a lot entering this offseason? It's Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy and Spring Branch on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
killer bees have relocated their hive. It's at the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, which is currently located at the Decoy. Let's join the boys, Joel Blank and Jeremy Brenham.
Killer Bees live at the Decoy. Your spot to be on Sunday to watch some conference championship football. They have massive, first off, there's wall-to-wall television. You walk in, there's not a bad seat in the house. They have a 24-foot indoor TV wall, 185-inch outdoor giant screen. If the weather's like it is today, you'll want to be outside and enjoy some football in the elements, beautiful elements, if the weather's anything like it is today. I haven't looked at the forecast. But it also is a Throwback Thursday. Get out down here tonight, $2 off all tequila cocktails and shots. Tomorrow's Lady Night, Friday. Of course, they have the volleyball courts. They have the cornhole rental all of February. It's only $10. Can't beat that. So those 3 sand volleyball courts and cornhole lanes are always available to you. Top DJs in Houston, perfect for happy hours, perfect for birthday parties, perfect for corporate events, and perfect for team building. Like maybe the Houston Texans can come here. Now, who's going to be on the Texans next year? Well, it's still a lot to be determined. Texans, by my count, have 10 starters to fill. We're trying to save the Texans some money, though. That way they can have some more cap space. Anywhere between $57, $70 million is what you've seen reported. I trust over the cap. They have it just over $57 million. So we both cut Robert Woods, save us $5 million. We both cut Jimmy Ward, saves us $4 million. Blankers is on cut Davis Mills. That gets him up to 12. I said no, so I'm still at 9. How about safety MJ Stewart?
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
You're trying to upgrade the position again, and there are going to be options galore to upgrade the position again. So, Marvin, thanks for stopping in, and see you.
Is that his first name?
Uh-huh.
How do you know that? How do you know his first name's Marvin?
Sometimes with initials, I look at these things.
I would have never guessed that his first name was Marvin. Yeah, this is a no-brainer. Like, what was the best play that MJ Stewart had this year? DeAndre Houston Carson.
It was a special teams play. It was a special teams play.
Okay,
in the
I
Colts
trust
game.
you.
Did he recover a fumble?
I don't know.
I think he recovered a fumble.
I think he was hurt. That must have been week 2.
Let me see something.
Because he was hurt. That's why you had to go out and sign DeAndre Houston Carson. That's why you had to go out and get Adrian Almost Famous. That's why you had to go out and bring in Kareem Jackson, because MJ Stewart was hurt. He's also like 28 years old. So
Week 18, MJ Stewart recovers loose football.
Week
fumble.
18?
Yeah, in the
can't
Colts
believe
game
he was active.
on the kickoff return.
I didn't even know he was active.
There you go.
So he couldn't play over DeAndre Houston Carson, Adrian Amos, and Kareem Jackson.
Adrian Amos, yes.
So he couldn't play over any of
them.
He's
a Packer.
Well, he's almost going to be gone. He's no longer being Houston
Adrian
Texan.
Amos is gone.
So we both cut Stewart.
Yep, gone.
He's a free agent anyways, Amos. Andrew Beck, $1.97 million in savings.
Is that a lot for a fullback?
I don't think so. I'm keeping him, actually.
I mean, he's speedy. Special teams-wise, we saw him return one for a touchdown. You know, he's a good blocker. You can throw it to him every now and then. If that's not too much money for you, I'm all about bringing him back, too. I thought that he was a good fit for this team, and I think he has versatility.
Yeah, I think he does pretty good at the fullback position. They also have Troy Hairston, who's like he's under contract next year, which maybe he's a practice squad guy, but you have your insurance in case Beck gets hurt. The only way I can see them doing this is they love somebody out in free agency or they love somebody in the draft. But I thought Beck was fine. I'm not getting rid of him at this price. Next one, Case Keenum, $1.9 million.
I think here's a caveat on this one. I could see cutting him and then re-signing him at a cheaper dollar figure because he likes being here. He lives here. He loved the experience here. You heard him in the end of the season interviews about how much fun he had and how great it was to be here. I think you can find him at a cheaper dollar figure. He'll do you a solid if he has to. So I think you cut him, but I think you probably bring him back at a different salary cap figure, and he's your third quarterback.
Yeah, these guys – I'm not cutting Case. I want to bury Case in the H. He's the greatest quarterback statistically in college football history. He takes C.J. Stroud out to dinner on Friday. They let him play the fifth wheel with Davis Mills and his fiancée. Case Keenum needs to retire in Houston. So absolutely not cutting Case.
But I gave you the caveat. I still want him back. I think you can get him at a cheaper figure.
I don't know. This is just cap savings. Case isn't making tons of money.
For the sake of the discussion, I'm fine keeping him.
Yeah, I'm not messing around with Case. He's too important. 5798. Are you guys looking at the right numbers for Davis Mills? He's entering the fourth year of his contract, not the third. And the contract details I'm looking at only shows it a 1.6 cap hit in 2024. This is cap hits whenever you cut them pre-June. So post-June might be a little bit different, but we're looking at pre-June cuts. So we're both keeping Case. How about Kendrick Green? Not Kenyon Green. Kendrick Green at 1.3.
Kendrick Green got hurt, right?
Yeah, he got hurt. He was the guy that you traded for with the Steelers
and
for 6,
he helped.
maybe?
he looked like he might be able to help for a short period of time. Then he got hurt. I'm cutting him. I think that we already talked about the fact that we have a lot of different options at offensive line. I think they will explore it in the draft and or free agency, but I think primarily in the draft they're probably going to use a pick somewhere along the lines on another offensive lineman. So I'm good letting him walk.
You already have under contract for next year 4 interior offensive linemen with Kenyon Green, Scruggs, Jared Patterson, and Shaq Mason. I also think that they're going to draft an interior offensive lineman or sign one, so that's 5. So I'm cutting Kendrick Green as well. He's gone, 15.8. See ya. Myjai Sanders, who they claimed from Arizona towards the start of the year.
Yeah, I mean, another one to me. He's a linebacker.
He plays defensive end.
Okay,
he was a linebacker in a 3-4, but he's a defensive end in a 4-3.
Right. He's a linebacker, but he's a pass rusher. But I think you have enough options with that. I think when you brought in a guy like Barnett, I think there's a chance to bring him back. But I think that you found out that they can find other guys to supplement the pass rushers that you have, and also because I think he was just kind of a fill-in at the time. So they got better later in the year with this, so he's gone.
This one's fringy to me because you only have 2 defensive ends currently under contract for next year, Will Anderson and Dylan Horton. And Dylan Horton finished the last, 6, 7, 8 weeks away from the team with mental health stuff. Hope he's getting better. So this one's on the fringe for me, and he's kind of cheap. So, how much does Nick Caserio like him? How much does D'Amico Ryans like him?
Can you upgrade him?
See, that's where I'm at. And plus, if you bring back Grenard, now you're looking to save every penny. If you're also looking to maybe draft the defensive end, if you bring back Grenard at X amount of dollars, then I think this is one that you probably – now, it's pretty affordable, but I'm leaning moving away from it, kind of like you're moving away from it. Kadar Holloman, you can save $1.1 million if you get rid of him.
Buy.
Yeah.
Another corner that, not any kind of impact type player, and you're trying to upgrade those positions too. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm right there with you when it comes to Holloman. He's not him on the field was a net negative. Anytime that he was playing, you were doomed, and he didn't play much. In fact, I think he got benched. Steven Nelson got hurt in the Browns game when Amari Cooper was torching him.
Yeah.
And they brought in Hallman, I think, for one series. He got torched, and then they benched him. So I'm out on Holman as well. Go ahead and just, even though it's little, go ahead and save that 1.1. Quentin Tarantino, the tight end that you drafted a few years ago. Now, it's not a lot, $910,000 in
That's
cap
the only
savings.
He knows the system. Assuming that they're going to upgrade tight end 1, and then Jordan's going to be back as tight end 2 or 1B. I think that at the price, they obviously drafted him. They like him. You can bring him back for that. I'm fine.
Yeah, see, I think he can be your third tight end.
Yeah.
Because I forget the Saubert or whatever. He's free. So you just keep
the guy
him.
that kind of all of a sudden showed up one week on the
Yeah.
active roster, and you're like, wait, what?
You're probably going to keep 3 tight ends, and you currently have 2 on the roster. Brevin Jordan's one of them. What do you do with Dalton Schultz? But you're probably looking for a tight end 1 no matter what. So Quentin Tarantino kind of makes you he's just kind of that natural fit for that third tight end.
Yep.
So I'm okay keeping him around for another year. And then the final one, Dameon Pierce. Now, the savings on Dameon Pierce is only $780,000. Now, of course, you're exhausting every trade avenue before you even get to this question. Before you even entertain the thought of cutting Dameon Pierce, I'm sure you're turning over every stone in a way to try to trade him, which I think he would have some trade value.
I think so too.
Now, I don't think it'd be very high. I think you're looking at 5th rounder at best, probably a 6th rounder.
Teams looking for a bargain. They see him as a huge upside guy in the right system, but they're not giving up a lot to get him because they know you don't have a use for him.
So everybody tells you no. Everybody tells you no on the trade market. You know that Dameon Pierce is not a fit. Dameon Pierce, $780,000. Do you entertain the idea of cutting him?
It's too cheap to cut.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a year removed from him being your best offensive player. And regardless, he showed you value on special teams. He showed you as a return guy he can do some things. And I just think that for that price, you could do a lot worse. You keep him.
Yeah, I think this is an easy call to make. Now, I'm interested in the idea of looking to trade him, and even people are going to be upset if you trade him for a 6th-rounder. If you trade him for a 6th-rounder, because he came into this year, people thought he could be a breakout running back, top 15-ish running back. Go look at where he was being drafted in fantasy football. He was a top 15 running back in the NFL. going into the season.
was.
And he just wasn't a scheme fit. So I think that a team around the NFL, like a few teams, would have interest in him, but they're not going to give up. I don't think they would give up a fifth. I think the best you can get for him would be a 6th-round draft pick or some sort of like pick swap.
GMs are savvy, right? And they know what you're dealing with, and they know what system that you have, and they know that he doesn't fit. They know that there's a good chance that you could consider cutting him, or that he's going to find the market at a certain point. They're not going to try to overpay to go get him from you. You're right. I think 5th might be the highest you could get for him.
Yeah, 5th. I'm with you. Like I tend to think it'd probably be more of a 6, but people would be mad about that. Like you just traded Dameon Pierce, who 12 months prior to the trade was being looked at as a top 15, top 20 running back in the NFL, and then you're trading him for a 6th-rounder. Now, I would be tempted to do that because I really don't think there's fixing a Dameon Pierce in this system. I just don't think he fits with a Slowick scheme, the San Francisco scheme. They tried hard. It didn't work. And like I kind of want a revamped running back room. Even if you bring back Singletary and you move on from Pierce, you still have 3 other openings at running back. However you're doing that, whether you're entertaining a top-of-the-market free agent and Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. I'm intrigued what Austin Eckler gets in the open market because that would be a name that would interest me if you can get him on a bounce-back type of deal, a prove-it type of deal. I think it's Miles Sanders, I believe, is a free agent too, who had a pretty solid season in Carolina.
Yeah.
I think he's been a little bit of a disappointment
Wants
in his
to get
career.
out of that dumpster fire.
Yeah, so there's an intriguing list of free agent running backs. Now, how much do you want to pay there? I like the idea of drafting one in the middle rounds too. I don't know if Pierce is long for this team. I think they might settle for a 6th-rounder for Dameon Pierce.
Also, depending on what he does with the offensive line, if you even you get a healthy offensive line and maybe you even bolster it and do a little bit better. Does that change things?
No.
I think for him, I think scheme-wise, it doesn't. So, therefore, if you want to do him a solid and you get something for him, you move on. Otherwise, he's very cheap, and he's a special teams player that is a good football player.
713-780-ESPN. So we're not cutting Pierce on that number. So you ended up saving $18 million in cap space.
Look at me.
Robert Woods, Jimmy Ward, Davis Mills, M.J. Stewart, Kendrick Green, Myjai Sanders, Kadar Holloman. The only one that I didn't cut that you did was Davis Mills. So you saved $18 million. So that gets the Texans up to $75 million in cap space.
Love that.
I saved $15, and it gets the Texans up to $72 million. So, hey, let's cut these guys. Let's cut. What are we waiting for? Why hasn't Robert Woods been cut yet? Why hasn't Jimmy Ward been cut yet? Who did we cut that you're keeping? 713-780-ESPN. It's also looking more and more likely that Bobby Slowick is going to stay as the Texans offensive coordinator. 2 more openings in the NFL, Seattle and Washington, that Slowick has to dodge. What's your confidence that he doesn't? We sound evil, don't we? What's your confidence he doesn't get to achieve his dreams as an NFL head coach? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a few words for Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows protect your greatest investment. If you have a house, that's probably your greatest investment. To protect your house, you need that exterior guarded and like a hard shell. You want the siding that you don't have to paint and stain and deal with. You just pick the right color, you put it on your house, and it's like that hard protective shell over your entire house. And where it's not protecting your house is the windows. They have those too. They have vinyl windows together, or even one or the other. If you're looking for siding or windows, or you're considering upgrading your home, consider talking to the people at Allstate Siding and Windows. They're experts at both, and guaranteed that both of them are going to save you on your energy bills. They're also going to make an unbelievable difference in the exterior appearance of your house. And that, I just had the windows put in my house. I can't tell you how great of the curb appeal and the upgrade that happens when you upgrade your windows. But you can save up to 40% on your energy bills with vinyl windows. And then if you also consider siding, your electric bills save even more. Look, the bottom line is you want to make sure that you keep the elements out. In the summer, you want to keep the heat out. In the winter, you want to keep the heat in. And, of course, during hurricane season, you want your entire house protected. The way you do that is you go to the experts. In business for almost 50 years, Mary, Mike, and the family, they take care of you because they love Houstonians. Call them today, 832-204-1936, 832-204-1936. They'll come out to your house and tell you exactly what they can do. Also, check out the website, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
And you're back with the Killer Bees inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at the Decoy. Here are the Bees Knees themselves, Joel and Jeremy. Now behave.
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm broadcasting live from the Decoy in Spring Branch, 713-780-ESPN. You're looking for a place to watch the games on Sunday? This is it. $3 Fireball, $19 100-ounce Love Street Towers, and $100 Don Julio bottles. Tonight's a Throwback Thursday, $2 off all tequila. Ladies' Night Friday tomorrow, $5 house wine. Big Sip Saturday, $5 off beer and mimosa towers and punch bowls. 24-foot indoor TV wall. Catch all your sports here. Catch all your fights here. All your football. 185-inch outdoor giant screen when the weather's nice. There's actually people playing right now, volleyball. I didn't think that was going to happen today with all the rain that we got.
Yeah, they really get out there.
But they took care of the courts. They are playable. They are nice. Perfect day to be outside. Beautiful day to be outside. Andrew's giving me the cold shoulder.
Your percentage might start going down even more, though it
we
wasn't
have a new head
job
coach
that
hire?
we target. We're close. Dan Quinn in Seattle currently for his second interview with the Seahawks, so maybe the Seahawks are progressing towards locking down their guy.
Unless I missed something, I don't think that Slowick has had a second interview in Seattle. And I believe.
No, but I'm just whittling teams off the list.
Yeah, I understand. But I think that he would have a second interview in Seattle if they were interested in having a second interview with him.
But the fact that Quinn means maybe you cross another team off the list that they're kind of.
Yeah, I think
we knew all along he was going to be a finalist for that job.
Yeah, if you've missed a lot happening today in the Slowick percentage of returning, at least for me. Wake up to the news that there's a new head coach in Carolina. They go with the Tampa Bay offense coordinator. Was it Canales? That's his last name, right? Canales named the head coach in Carolina. Came over from Tampa Bay, the OC there. He had worked with Geno. He worked with Baker. They're intrigued about his ability to help young quarterbacks. So they hired him, which that's good news for Bobby Slowick. Whenever I saw that news, my percentages of Slowick leaving went from 40 to 25%. So, okay, that's a good start to the day. Carolina hiring Dave Canales from Tampa Bay. Outstanding there. Then we see the news from like Schefter and Jordan Schultz that Belichick's falling out of favor in Atlanta, that maybe he doesn't have all the support in Atlanta that we all thought. I was like, Bobby Slowick's meeting at Arthur Blank's home today with brass for Atlanta. So I was like, okay, well, that's not great. I'm going to increase it back up to 35. And then what was it, maybe the 4 o'clock hour? Somewhere around 3:30, 4 o'clock. Raheem Morris got signed as the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. Shocking to me that Raheem Morris, he was second in the betting odds to be the head coach in Atlanta, so Vegas knew something there. I'm surprised they went defense in Atlanta with all of that offensive firepower. But they go with Raheem Morris, so it's like, okay, great. I think there's a 5% chance now that Bobby Slowick will be a head coach somewhere. There's 2 openings left. Seattle, like you mentioned, I'd be shocked if he got the Seattle job. That, to me, is going to be a Vrabel. That, to me, is going to be a Dan Quinn.
I think it's Quinn or Vrabel. I agree with you.
And then the last one is Washington. Now, when I looked at the odds this morning, Bobby Slowick was plus 350 to go to Washington. So it's not like that crazy of odds. It's 3.5 to 1 that he could be the next head coach in Washington. Now, the heavy favorite there is Ben Johnson. And Washington has been reported that they're not going to make a decision until the conference championship games, which I also think is a huge clue. I think that's a huge indicator. And that, to me, tells me that they're waiting for Ben Johnson. Now, Seattle apparently is reportedly waiting to after the conference championship games, too, which is surprising.
Yeah, I think that there's still – look, it's wise to interview more candidates, obviously, but at the same time, I've always felt like the Washington job, I thought early on when new ownership takes over, they're looking to make a splash. They'd like to get a big name. They like to get some fans that maybe jumped off the bandwagon during Ron Rivera and all the different things that happened with Ron Rivera's stint there in Washington, that maybe they want to make that big Belichick-type splash. And then he never really seemed to be in the mix. And so now I think it's Ben Johnson's job to lose. But I think that if you go Ben Johnson light or you go poor man's Ben Johnson, I think Bobby Slowick's that guy. If you're just looking for, as we talked about in the past, there's enough offensive weapons to work with there that Washington might be attractive to some coaches. But I think overall, if we're in agreement that Belichick's out and that the chances are that it's Ben Johnson's job to lose, I think if he goes there, Seattle's taken care of, and I think that you're basically there that you're going to get your OC back.
Yeah, see, Ben Johnson to me is taking a head coaching job this year. And the only path that I can really see Bobby Slowick getting a head coaching job is if Seattle pulls a fast one and hires Ben Johnson, which Ben Johnson's the third favorite to go to Seattle. Right now, the odds are Dan Quinn plus 300 to Seattle, Mike McDonald, who's the Ravens DC's plus 350, and maybe that's who Seattle's waiting on. Maybe that's why Seattle's not hiring into the conference championship game, is because maybe they want another chat with Mike McDonald before they decide between Mike McDonald and somebody else. But what if they're waiting to get in a bidding war with the Commanders? They love Ben Johnson. They hire Ben Johnson. If Seattle – and Ben Johnson's plus 425 to Seattle. That's not crazy. It's still the third favorite. It's still a little bit of a long odds. But it's not crazy. It's not crazy for a plus 425 coach to be hired. So if Seattle kind of pulls one from out underneath us and they hire Ben Johnson, I think that's Slowick in play at Washington. I agree with you that if Slowick somehow, some way, or if Johnson somehow, some way does not end up in Washington, which I don't think is going to happen, but if that somehow does happen, I do think Slowick is the runner-up currently for the Washington job.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think that if you're Ben Johnson, and you're absolutely spot on in the fact that you're not going to go through 2 cycles and pass up head coaching opportunities, because now teams are going to start balking on you, going, maybe this dude isn't really cut out for it, doesn't want to do it, and there's always going to be hot names that you're going to consider instead. But I think if you look at it and you're just considering it from Ben Johnson's point of view, you have weapons in Washington and draft picks, or you're in Seattle and you've got Geno, and you've got a defensive mind, you've got good defense and a defensive-minded organization. I think if you're choosing between the two, Washington seems to be a way better opportunity for him.
Yeah, because they're probably going to draft him the quarterback that he wants.
Right, they're going to draft a quarterback. You got McLaurin. You got some guys to Dotson. You got some guys to work with there, to where I think that he could have an immediate impact. Whereas if you're in Seattle and you're thinking about, well, yeah, you've got a stud receiver and you've got some weapons, but other than that, how many and what? Yeah, you got the what's his name from Ohio State went there as well. So you've got some weapons on offense as well, receiver-wise in Seattle. But overall, I think that Washington offers more.
It is interesting that Slowick was the last interview before Atlanta hired Raheem Morris. So I wonder
at Arthur Blank's house.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it could be. It could go either way. It could be, hey, they really like Slowick, but they just liked Raheem Morris a little bit more. They just wanted to make sure that they weren't super impressed with Slowick more than Morris. It could have been that Slowick said no thanks. I doubt that. I think that they probably chose Morris over Bobby Slowick, although I wouldn't be shocked if Bobby Slowick's agent played that game.
Now, not that this always is going to happen either, but, sometimes we see that a guy that's a first-time head coach, we saw what happened in Denver 2 years ago, that a Nathaniel Hackett type mistake can happen. At least with Raheem Morris, he's got head coaching experience. He's been in the league for a while, and maybe Atlanta said, look, we need more of a maybe not necessarily a can't miss,
maybe more of a leader,
but a better chance to get a guy that's already plug and play, ready to go.
Yeah. See, I mean, I do poo-poo on the whole thing of you need to make sure that you hire good leaders, and a lot of times we put too much stock in X's and O's. Raheem Morris was in Atlanta too. He was the DC there in 20 after he was a long-time assistant. Prior to that, was actually the interim head coach in Atlanta. I guess that's right when they fired.
And then he left Atlanta to take the Denver job.
No, he went to.
the Charger job.
No, he went to he was the Rams defensive coordinator last few years.
Where was he the head coach though?
He was the head coach. He was the interim head coach at Atlanta in 2020. He was the head coach at Tampa from 09 to 11.
Okay,
and that was after he was the DC. He was actually the DC at Tampa.
I knew he had the head coaching
promoted.
experience. For some reason, I got him mixed up.
Yeah, that was a long time ago though. That was 2009, 2010, 2011. He was 3-13, 10-6, 4-12, and then he was 4-7 as an interim.
Not great.
I don't know if I like that hire. Now, I like the hire from a Texans point of view. A ton.
Absolutely, that's all I'm thinking about.
If I'm an Atlanta Falcon fan and I had Bill Belichick on the hook, I had an up-and-coming offensive coordinator that helped C.J. Stroud, I would be ticked off with Raheem Morris if I'm an Atlanta Falcon fan.
I agree with that. I mean, there were better options out there, and you started the process at the very top of the list. Just from reputation alone, if you start by interviewing Bill Belichick, who's also a defensive-minded head coach, and you end up hiring Raheem Morris, if I'm a fan, I would question that.
Yeah. It's funny, though, that Belichick and Vrabel, I don't think Belichick and Vrabel are going to have a job.
Well, they're talking about Vrabel, if he wants it, could be a DC. I don't think Vrabel wants to go back to being a DC.
Yeah, it looks like they're both going to not be head coaches, at least one of them, unless – I think Belichick doesn't have a job. Vrabel may be in Seattle, but the odds are long for him.
And I think if you're Bill Belichick, it's probably wise for you to sit out a year, because we were talking about this during the break, and Andrew was bringing up some of the names too, but we came up with 4 teams where in order for his legacy to continue, he's going to be chasing victories. He wants to be the all-time winningest coach, and he wants to do what Brady did and prove it wasn't just Brady, that he's going to want to be a plug-and-play with a team that's already kind of a playoff set or the roster to be a playoff team. I think that he's going to have better opportunities a year from now when we might be talking about Philly, Dallas, Buffalo, teams like that.
9198, you guys are actually hoping that a young man doesn't get a promotion and advancement in his career of choice. Definition of a hater. I'm not really hating.
Definition of a Texans fan right now.
I'm being selfish.
Yeah.
I'm not hating because I would understand if he left, and I would root for him if he left, unless it was in division. It's more being selfish than hating.
Hell
but
yeah.
Absolutely, I am being selfish.
I want CJ to have the best chance to keep on moving up and keep on having success. And if that means keeping your OC, the same playbook, and everything that worked this last year, you're damn right. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I root for the better interest of the Texans than I do Bobby Slowick. No offense to Bobby Slowick. I've never met the man. I don't care how much money he has in his pocketbook or if he achieves his dreams. Hopefully that happens someday. Also, somebody, 8576, Branham, I'm putting you on Bad Take Boulevard. Y'all and everybody preach about running backs have a short life in the NFL, but you're okay with the Texans looking at Eckler, who's past his prime this year, showed he is on the downfall of his career. That's why I said a prove-it one-year deal. It would have to be below the market value for Austin Eckler. And while Eckler did have a bad year, I think there was some disinterest there from Eckler.
off.
And Austin Eckler also led all of running backs in the NFL with the yards after catch average. That's something that intrigues me with a C.J. Stroud quarterback who has the check down open a lot that can create after the catch.
He actually held out, did he not?
On a very team-friendly deal. I don't really disagree with you, 8576, but it needs to be team-friendly. And I think that there are still some signs that he still has some juice left in his game. Certainly not.
But he
his
held
best.
out, right? That always hurts guys.
I can't remember if he held out at the start of the year.
I think it was right at the start of the year.
Games, though.
He sat out because he was upset about his contract.
Did he miss games, or did he just held out from preseason?
I want to say that he did, but regardless, he got off to a real slow start. I knew that he was ticked off about his contract, and they said they weren't going to give it to him. And then if you miss games and or you sit out, whether it's preseason, regular season, or both, running backs especially, they got to find that tempo and rhythm and get in that groove. I think it's harder for a running back to kind of just jump right back in, and we saw it even with Jonathan Taylor in Indy when he came back from him doing it. Yeah, I expect Austin Eckler still has a little bit more in the tank that he showed this year.
It looks like he might have played week 1. September 10th, was that week 1? He played against Miami?
Maybe.
It's either week 1 or week 2.
How'd he play?
Early, it was week 1. He was really good.
Really?
Yeah, he had 16 carries, 117 yards, and a touchdown. Now, I think he got hurt in that game because he didn't play until he played on the 10th of September, and then he didn't play again until the October 16th. So he must have been hurt in that game. 713-780-ESPN. But yes, I do think that Eckler is past his prime. But if you can get him on a valuable one-year deal, give me Austin Eckler on a valuable one-year deal. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Just when I thought I was out on Jalen Green, he pulls me back in. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know there's some big games coming up this weekend. The way to make those big games even more fun for your company, if you're having people over to the house, is get some Daisy Dips. Daisy Dips are the best dips in the business. Daisy's been known for their sour cream all their entire existence as a business because it's do a dollop of Daisy and load it up on your baked potato. Well, if it makes a baked potato taste good, imagine what that same kind of flavor can do for your favorite chip, for your wings, your pizza, your veggie dips. That's because Daisy Dips are the best in the business, and they're doing you a solid because it's already pre-made, it's already available. Just go to your local grocery store, grab a couple of tubs of Daisy Dips, and you are set for whatever you serve at your viewing party. No matter how good the game is, the food's going to be better because you got Daisy Dips. They got French onion, they've got ranch. They are going to make sure that the resealable containers are also great if you want to put them away and then bring them back out later. Maybe you're watching some late-night TV and you want a snack. They're fantastic, but you don't have to do any of the work. You don't have to mix the sour cream with the soup mix and the spices. It's all done for you. Go to your grocery store today. Get ready for the weekend with those big games. Get you some Daisy Dips.
killer bees have relocated their hive. It's at the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, which is currently located at The Decoy. Let's join the boys, Joel Blank and Jeremy Brenham.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
In his performance, my patience been thinning on Jalen Green. His inconsistencies bothering me. But then and I know he wasn't perfect yesterday. I know he had some moments. He had that dunk miss late that would have certainly helped a whole lot. But he was really good yesterday. 29 points, also chipped in a few assists. 3-point shot was not exactly where you wanted it. But this is the Jalen Green that'll show up every now and then. Every 12 of 24, 50% from the floor. I would like him to hit a couple more of those threes. That would have been a really good game if he was 4 of 7 from downtown instead of 2 of 7 from downtown. And I know it's the lowly Portland Trailblazers. That is not lost on me, although you did lose to the lowly Portland Trailblazers. But Green will have this performance, nearly a 30-point game yesterday, every now and then where it's like, well, dang it. That's the guy that I want Jalen Green to play. Because if Jalen Green's doing, I know he's not going to, but if he's doing this each and every night, well, you have your starting shooting guard. You have your best perimeter scorer.
Yeah, Cam Whitmore.
What's maddening, Jalen Green's been outplaying Cam Whitmore last few games.
Obviously, Cam Whitmore's just getting started. But if you give Cam Whitmore the same amount of time as we're judging Jalen Green, my bet is Cam Whitmore is a better player at the same point in Jalen's career.
Maybe in year 3.
Yeah.
Maybe. But you can't quit on Jalen Green.
No, but I think he's teasing you. He does this too
Probably.
much. He does this too much, but the tendencies are still there. The minute that he misses a shot or doesn't get a call, he quits. He doesn't get back. The body language. He has that score, that go-to ISO.
He had that huge block yesterday in the corner. That was a really good hustle
Sure,
play.
I'm not saying that, he doesn't show you glimpses. He always shows you glimpses that keep you wanting more.
Yeah, but
there's no consistency. And from that standpoint of he still does not trust. And I think that you could see it in Udoka's face a couple times last night where he made some selfish decisions for himself that Udoka would have liked to have gone a different way, but he had it going a little bit. I think the biggest problem you have with him is he can't shake the mentality of if I get the ball, if I move it along, I'm going to get it back. He won't buy into that.
Yeah, he had that good pass on the break to Alpy.
But you're showing me one play here or there, and I'm saying
I'm not. I think that he's averaging his career high in assists.
Which ain't saying much because he never wanted to pass the ball either. When he
had more assists last year. It was 2.5 his rookie year, 3.7 last year, 3.2 this year. So it's a little bit less, but his usage is also down. The ball's not in his hands nearly as much as it was last year. So that plays a part of it as well.
And they're winning more.
They are winning more. Now that's part of Alpy's becoming an all-star level player. That's part Ime Udoka being a real NBA head coach. And I'm not saying that Jalen Green's destined for stardom and that we all need to be patient and wait. But what leads to our frustration in Jalen Green is these type of games. Because if Jalen Green was just scoring 5 points a night and he was awful all the time, then we would just be like, okay, cool, let's quit Jalen Green. But the reason that there is a discord and the reason that there's a disagreement when it comes to Rocket fans on where they stand with Jalen Green is because Jalen Green will have moments like this as a 21-year-old where you're like, man, you got to be a little bit patient with a young guy. Look how long it took Jermaine O'Neal to become a good NBA player. Jermaine O'Neal didn't play for the first 5 years in his career.
Chauncey Billups,
he
same
didn't come
way.
out of high school.
Yeah.
So sometimes it does take a while for it to all click.
No, it does.
And that's the part of the frustration with Green is Jalen Green has shown you he's a 20-point-per-game scorer. Now, incredibly inconsistent. The ebbs and flows are way up and down. But that's what makes it hard to really evaluate him. Hold on a second. That's what makes it really hard to evaluate him and to get an idea of what to do with Jalen Green. Because is he going to be, in the next 5 years, is he going to be the good Jalen Green who's going to average 23 to 25 a game, make smart basketball decisions, improve his shooting, be a guy who can close out and block a shot in the corner and actually give you a hustle play defensively as a guy who can score 20 points a game? Or is he going to be always frustrating, that gives you 15 to 17, super streaky, that's probably a sixth man in the NBA? You have no idea.
No, you don't. And the big problem is we've seen it too many times. There's too many players that have all the talent in the world, and you keep waiting for the light to go on and stay on, and something clicks, and they get it, and they understand I can be better as an individual and better as a team if I just buy in or do this or do that. there's no doubting his talent. I mean, he has – just look at the hops last night. Some of the dunk where basically his nose is on the rim, and you're like, the kid can really get up, and he can really in the open floor. One of the finishes where he went and used the rim as a blocker and went to the reverse side. He's got a ton of talent. But some guys, the light never goes on and stay on in terms of what it takes to truly be a great in this league or be successful in this league because they're too hell-bent stuck on, well, it's worked for me on AAU and it worked for me, when I was on my way up. And it was always give me the ball and get out of the way. And that's the way I know how to do business. But you got to understand, you can get a whole lot more business done if you just buy into a system and a coach that literally has told you when Fred is out, I want Jalen to facilitate more. I believe in him. He's given him every opportunity to really understand how he could define his role and be better as a player and as a teammate. And it just seems like all he's doing is teasing us because every now and then he'll buy in a little bit or he'll make a couple of shots and then he can really go. But then the next night, if his shots don't go or he's not touching the ball early, he's basically ready to mail it in.
That's what's frustrating. Because if he was just if he was just who you described, that second version of Jalen Green, everybody would be in agreement that you have to move on from Jalen Green and play Cam Whitmore. But because he'll score 29 every now and then and have a really good game, well, he's 21 years old. He's a guy who's already proven to be a 20-point per game in the NBA scorer, and he's still – it takes time to learn the NBA. Where I push back with what you said, though, is the buy-in. I don't think that Jalen Green is failing to buy in. I think that Jalen Green is taking – slower in understanding team-oriented basketball. I don't think that there is a clashing of philosophies with what Ime Udoka is trying to get Jalen Green to do, because when Ime Udoka talks about Jalen Green, it's usually in glowing terms.
There's differences in on the buy-in, though,
no,
right?
I think buy-in's effort.
I think buy-in is it's understanding.
Yeah,
it's
an effort.
It's also it's understanding, it's effort, and then it's the willingness to do what you haven't been willing to do.
Do you see that? Because I don't. I think that he struggles in doing it, but I don't think he's unwilling to do it.
If you watch him, I think whether it's and again it could be the difference.
I do watch him,
but I'm just saying I'm not questioning whether you watch him or not. I said it, but if you just focus and isolate on him, sometimes you could just see there's a hesitance of I don't want to move it to the next guy station to station. I don't want to I have a good shot. I could get a better shot, but I want to take the good shot.
See, I think that's where he struggles as a basketball player. I think it's more of a lack of skill on that front, maybe a lack of that high basketball IQ. I don't think it's because he's being selfish or he's being a problem or he's disagreeing with Ime's philosophy.
Right.
I think that he's just slow to do it because he's never done it before.
That's the biggest thing,
but
right?
I don't think it's a mentality.
But I don't think it's. I'm not ready to even go basketball IQ at this point. I'm willing to say that
smoothness.
I'm saying, but I'm also saying
feel.
It's part of the fact that all he's ever known in his life is get the ball, have the ball in my hands. I got to have the ball to make things happen. So his whole everything about him says every time I get it, I got to go with it. And that's the whether I'm not saying it's basketball IQ. It's just the fact that he's so stuck into what he's done in the past. It's hard to get over that habit.
I completely agree. My nitpick there was the buy-in because the buy-in makes it sound like he's not getting along or doesn't agree with.
No, I'm not trying to say it from that standpoint. I'm saying from the standpoint of buying into the fact that you got to get back on every play. You got to play defense as hard as you play offense. You got to do the kind of things that Udoka preaches as opposed to Silas.
I just don't like the word buy-in.
It's fine, but I think it's tougher for him to accept the overall basketball that they're trying to teach.
I think it's a learning curve. It's definitely I think we're saying the same thing in two different ways. Because it's definitely a learning curve of him having to get there. And the question becomes, well, how much grace do you give him and how much of a runway do you give him? Because he is 21 years old. I think that because he has been conditioned to do everything opposite of the do I pass it here? Ime's talked about that too. He just wants Jalen Green to read, adjust, and make the right play.
Right.
And he is a little bit slow there. But does that improve 2 years from now? Because if he gets to a point where that part of his game is above average to good, you have an all-star.
Yeah, no, look, and I think, all along we thought that you drafted the kid as a potential future all-star for years to come. I don't think it's ever going to be about ability. There's a ton of basketball ability there. We've seen this in different ways. James Harden is a guy that just refused to do anything but the system that fit him best. But he also scored better than most, and he made a living out of doing it. But you look at a Kevin Porter Jr. Kevin Porter Jr. had all the basketball talent in the world, but he wanted to be something that he basically it was the worst skill. He turned the ball over way too much, and then also everything happened off the court as well. But you have to be able to and willing to accept there are other systems that will work not just for the team but for you, and you got to see if he's willing to do that.
See, I think he is willing, and I think he has shown willingness and acceptance to do it. I think it doesn't come naturally to him because he's been conditioned to do the opposite because of AAU, ball in his hands. And then that's the thing. That's the question. How much time do you give him to try to become that player? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day? Presented by CarWreckTexas.com. Get your nominees in, 713-780-3776. Boy, do we have some doozies today. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Decoy in Spring Branch. This is your spot Sunday. Watch football all day at the Decoy. $3 Fireball, $19 100-ounce Love Street Towers, $100 Don Julio bottles, daily specials, Throwback Thursday, $2 off all tequila cocktails and shots today. Ladies' Night tomorrow, $5 house wine. Big Sip Saturday, $5 off beer and mimosa towers and punch bowls. 24-foot indoor TV wall, 185-inch outdoor giant screen. This is the spot to watch your sports, especially on Sunday. All right, who are we nominating Car Wreck of the Day, presented by CarWreckTexas.com.
If you haven't seen it, I'll allow you to do the in-depth research on it. Vince McMahon, without question, deserves the car wreck of the day, and maybe a lot more than that. Accused of sexual assault, sexual trafficking, and then when you, like I said, if you so desire, brace yourself and look at the details of what seems to be a big scumbag, Vince McMahon.
I have a joke. I don't know if I should say it because it sounds a little insensitive. Is this kayfabe? Brian's a big wrestling fan. Is this kayfabe, Brian?
What does that mean?
I mean, meaning what? Like it's not
Maybe
real?
this is a storyline. Well, I mean, kayfabe means real. But what if this is just a storyline?
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is awful. Vince McMahon's a scumbag.
The charges I don't think are fabricated WWE.
Listen,
what if this is just for a WrestleMania angle?
I think the general non-wrestling fan audience might be shocked and dismayed by this, but unfortunately, I think anyone who follows Vince in wrestling knows that Vince has been a scumbag long before this.
Yeah, I mean, he is a scumbag. Vince McMahon also killed himself on live television for a wrestling
No,
angle.
he killed Mr. McMahon, not Vince McMahon.
This,
okay.
Whatever people thought of him as a scumbag in the past,
Jeremy, kayfabe.
This is next level.
No, this is like actual court documents and testimony. I shouldn't be making light of this. I apologize. I'm sorry. Vince McMahon, definitely scumbag and should be nominated car wreck of the day. It's heinous stuff. I was reading up on some of it earlier. I'm glad you didn't get into details because it's ridiculous. The next one, Keyshawn Boutte. That's who I'm nominating for our car wreck of the day. So Keyshawn Boutte, LSU wide receiver, currently with the Patriots. Apparently, he's being tried for he had an online gambling account as a minor. He lied that he was of age. He made 9,000 bets in a month time, over 20 bets a day. 17 of those bets were on NCAA football games. 6 of those were on LSU football. Now, it could have been prop bets. Like, in fact, a couple of the ones that came out, Chandler Rome was reading, I guess, the article there in Baton Rouge, and he pointed this out. He said 2 of them included bets on Boutte himself as part of an 8-leg parlay wager in which a bettor bets on multiple outcomes at once. Boutte bet that he would score a touchdown and get at least 82.5 yards against Florida State in the September 4, 2022 game, in which he didn't do it.
Ooh.
Like, not only is he dumb for creating an underage account and now he got caught, but he also made bad bets on himself. I will say that it's good that at least he wasn't throwing games. But a couple of other things that came from this story, he created a fake account with the name Kayla Fortenberry. Okay. He used his mom's credit card to fund the account. He bet on himself to score a touchdown. He bet on himself to have over 82.5 receiving yards against Florida State. So, Keyshawn Boutte, you nominated for a car wreck of the day.
You made the list.
Yeah, he makes the list. Brian, do you have one?
Your wife for putting cheese whiz on a pizza.
Oh, hey, only I can do that,
I was gonna say,
Brian.
It's one thing if
only
Jeremy
I
does
can do that. You keep her name out of your mouth.
Cheese whiz on a pizza might be the most disgusting thing I've ever heard.
That's fair enough. You have a point at least.
Okay, if I can't nominate your wife, how about I nominate Andrew for not having you guys outside?
That's a good one. I like that. I
That's a
applaud
good
that
one.
Yeah,
That's
Brian,
a good. We like to keep it live and local.
Brian taking shots when we're out remote. When we're out of the building, he takes some shots. How about Luka? Luka yesterday allegedly had a fan ejected for saying. Here's the quote that this fan said that got ejected by Luka. He said, "Luka, you're tired. Get your bad word on a treadmill." Got the fan ejected for that?
How do you get kicked out for that? And the guy was in Suns gear. You know he's a Suns fan.
Well, it's because
You've
Luka
heard worse
pointed
when
at
you
the
played
ref
in
and told him to
Phoenix.
kick him out.
It's in your gym. Or just tell your fans to take care of business for you to have a better outcome. But you got to be a little tougher than that, Luka.
You can't be kicking people out for this.
No way.
You can't be kicking like that's just good old fashioned heckling.
And then he argued
Actually,
with
I'm
the
not even
media
sure that's
about it
good
after the
heckling.
game.
He told the media about it?
No, like he actually, well, it's too late to get the audio right now, but he had an argument back and forth with reporters after the game when they asked him about why he kicked him out. He gave a really kind of fake story, and the reporters, basically, rebutted him on it, and they argued back and forth about it. It was a really bad look from Luka.
I need to look that up. I didn't realize that.
I didn't either. That's a bad look gone even worse if he actually made up some story that wasn't true. And you got to believe that at least one reporter tracked down the fan either after they got ejected or while they and said, "What'd you say?"
The NBA's trying to cut out heckling from games, and I don't like it at all. I think it's super soft. Fans should be allowed to heckle. It's a national pastime. It's America's pastime.
I'm gonna have I agree with you.
There's gonna draw your line somewhere.
Yeah, you got to draw a line in the stand because I was a part of that whole fan in Portland that crossed the line with Vernon Maxwell and went to the stillborn daughter that he had and some things where that's way, way, way too much. But if it's just stuff like this, you got to suck it up, Buttercup, and play through that. And besides that, it's in your own building.
Yeah. Yeah. I like a good fashion heckling. You have to draw the line. I feel like fans that draw the line, they should have to get into a boxing ring with these athletes for 5 minutes. You get 5 minutes to put your hands on them. And you can sell it pay-per-views, people would buy that.
Well, I mean, but
People
if the
would buy
player
that.
gets to fight back, not many people are taking you up on that.
Dr. Runberg puts me on the car wreck of the day. The WWE story, it's pretty bad word for Branham to make a joke about things. Come on, dude, be better. My bad, man. I'll stop being funny and sarcastic and super serious all the time. I apologized immediately. If you give a quick
patted
apology,
the brakes and then
I'm
you hit
just
the
saying,
pedal.
I'm just saying, Vince McMahon made a living creating storyline. I know that this is in court documents. Have a sense of humor. I'm sorry, though. Please don't fire me. All right, it's going to do it. What's going to win here? Vince?
I think Vince in a landslide.
So what
If
wins
it wasn't
here, Brian?
Vince, I would say
McMahon
Luka,
or Mr.
but-
McMahon? Who wins, Vince McMahon or Mr. McMahon?
Vince McMahon.
Keyshawn Booty deserves one today, though.
He kind of does, too.
But Mr.
We could
McMahon
have Coes
carries-
if you'd like.
Can we
I
have
think
a
McMahon's
three-way
is
tie
worse.
with
I think
Luka?
McMahon's is worse.
Yeah, Mr. McMahon's is worse. All right, so Mr. McMahon or Vince McMahon, whatever we're calling him, our car wreck of the day. And I apologize for anything insensitive I said. It does it for us. Thanks to Andrew Carlson for sticking us inside on this beautiful day. Thanks to Brian McDonald and Abigail for doing all the hard work back at Gal Media. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Thank you to the Decor for having us out as always as well. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. So long.
Welcome in, H-Town. Game on. No Barry Lemonak tonight. I'm Jerome Solomon. Barry is in backwoods Birmingham doing a comedy show this weekend. Wish him luck there. Well, I've told this story many times, but Birmingham's a weird little town. I'll dive into that a little bit later. Got a couple of subs in today. Youngsters joining me on the show. Jonathan Alexander, the beat writer who covers the NFL and the Texans for the Houston Chronicle. DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Texans for ESPN, is running a little late, but he will be here as well. Obviously, this hour, we'll do a lot of football talk, a lot of Texans talk, NFL talk, championship weekend. What's up, man?
Man, that traffic.
Rough traffic?
That's why I moved out here.
You've been living here a whole year. You ought to know how to navigate traffic.
I lived in Galleria my first year, and I said, this is why I moved away. Because it's crazy.
Yeah, it can get a little messy out there. So you moved downtown now. You're a fancy downtown guy.
Moved downtown, but I'm about to move away from downtown, too.
What's wrong with downtown? You just running all over Houston.
I'm just looking for the right spot, man. If y'all got any suggestions, please let me know.
What's your problem with downtown?
I don't know. It feels like it's close to everything, but still far away. I don't know how to explain it.
Where are you trying to go?
Maybe the Heights, maybe Med Center, so I could get close to NRG.
But you got like a girlfriend, so you're not going out, are you? What are you looking for? Is what I'm saying. What are you trying to find?
Nah, just somewhere where it's a lot of good restaurants. I'm still searching for that best burger spot. Some nice parks. You know.
What burger spots have you went to? I mean, Houston got some great burger places. I mean, like
Houston is okay burger spot.
What do you mean okay?
And I haven't found anything like spectacular. Like Burger Drink is really good, but outside of that, anything great.
Man, you're from Charlotte. They don't even have real cows in Charlotte. so don't come to Texas and
I never said Charlotte had great burger spots.
I was just wondering the way you slamming Houston burgers. I mean, damn.
I mean, it's supposed to be a food city. You thought?
Well, it is a food city. There are burgers all over the place. So somebody hit this boy,
please,
and let him know where some burgers are. I'll give you a list of places. 713-780-ESPN is your number. 713-780-3776. Have you lived in Galleria? Have you tried Burger Chan?
Yes, and I thought it was pretty good. No, I've seen a lot of reviews where it's like top in the country, and I just don't see it.
It's good. I mean,
it's good though.
Yeah, it's probably top 20 in Houston. That's what I'm saying. There are plenty of other options.
Yeah,
so
I need to
figure out where you've been.
Yeah, I need to see those other options.
I'm not gonna call you out on Whataburger right now because you.
Oh yeah, and you all know how I feel about Whataburger.
We don't need to go down that road.
We don't ever need to
again. Yeah, because you're already in bad stead as it is, and then you pick it against the Texans every week, which is your norm.
See, me and DJ, we agree on this. When he shows up, we'll start talking about Whataburger and how Whataburger is not it.
I would not trust DJ's take on food at all anyway, so that's the least of my concerns. Hey, check us out on Twitch at twitch.tv/ESPN975. Jonathan Alexander, again, who covers the Texans for the Chronicle. A lot of news today. Well, I mean, we've got plenty of time to get into it. Might as well start with some of the coaching situations and a huge surprise. I wouldn't say a huge surprise. I thought Raheem Morris was going to get hired. I just didn't know where. Turns out it's the Falcons. And as these moves become, what was Canales with the Panthers, it looks more and more likely that Bobby Slowick, who interviewed for every available job, I think he interviewed for beat writer position with the Chronicle covering the Texans and probably interviewed a Whataburger manager spot. But looks like he most likely will be returning to the Texans as the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he was a hot name. That's what happens when the quarterback you have quarterback in your team is rookie of the year and is one of the best in the league. But he interviewed with the Commanders, interviewed with the Seahawks, and he's a finalist for those. I think he has a better chance with the Commanders, but at the same time, they still have to worry about Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson hasn't had his second interviews, and a lot of people think he's the lead candidate for the Commanders job. In Seahawks, a lot of people saying Falcons defensive coordinator. I mean, not Falcons. I'm sorry, Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn is the lead candidate for that job. So he's on the outside looking in, and it looks like there's a high chance he'll be coming back to the Texans for sure.
Yeah, Dave Canales got the job with the Panthers. He is the 5th Latino head coach in NFL history. Big ups to the culture there. And he's made a fast move. Not total career-wise. I mean, I guess 20 years ago he finished. But, I mean, he was just a quarterback's coach a couple of years ago, offensive coordinator 1 year, and now a head coach the year after that. Similar to what D'Amico Ryans did. It's these owners nowadays are not afraid to hire younger guys with less experience if they wow them in the interviews. And clearly, sounds like Canales did that with the Panthers.
Yes, and especially the offensive guys. You know, the NFL has been so predicated on offense that these owners get so caught up on offensive-minded coaches. And I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve it, because what he did with Geno Smith and then this year with Baker Mayfield, I thought Baker was broken, both of those guys. And then they kind of turned things around. So, you know, the owners caught wind of that, and they see that, and they think that he can perhaps turn Bryce Young around, because Bryce Young, we know what happened with his rookie season. It was a terrible look. So, I don't know. I think it's going to have to come down to David Tepper staying out of, you know, the football operations side of things, because whatever he touches turns to what's the correct word we could use for this radio show? Yeah, turns to crap.
It's a long bit of discussion and debate in NFL circles about, you know, do you hire a defensive coach or an offensive coach, and defense wins championships, quote unquote, and offense doesn't. But offense sells tickets, and that's what owners are most care the most about, wanting their team to be entertaining, talked about, people to come to the stadium, pay for parking, pay for all the concessions, et cetera. Offense does that, and you hire a defensive coach. Doesn't mean you can't have a good offense. I mean, the Texans hired a defensive coach, but D'Amico Ryans is not your standard defensive coach. I mean, he's aggressive. He'll go for it on 4th down. He'll take chances, and he'll look at the offensive coordinator and go, "Hey, man, what are we doing? Well, why are we not trying to score here? Why are we?" So that's it. It's more, to me, it's not whether you're offense or defense coach, it's the mentality. Now, I do, and I just have always been this way, and it works out more often than not that I'm right about these things. When coaches come in and try to run the show on whatever side of the ball that they're on, generally speaking, they struggle as a head coach, because there's so much going on as a head coach. You got to turn over the reins. So like a guy like Canales, I mean, he was the quarterback's coach 2 years ago in Seattle, offensive coordinator for 1 year. This season, is he going to be his own offense coordinator? He's going to try to be his own quarterback's coach, try to run all of that, and then coach the whole team. It's a challenge for first-time coaches.
Yeah, which is remarkable how D'Amico Ryans did it, but
amazing.
You know, he had a great support staff. Usually, you also see coaches do that when they're on their last leg, when they fire the coordinators because they aren't doing a good enough job.
They switch back to it.
Yeah.
But over the last 15 years, I mean, a lot of guys who got hired because they were a great offensive coordinator, and they're like, well, I'm going to call the plays.
Yeah.
But if you're calling offensive plays, for instance, then you're only concerned about the next play.
Yeah.
You're not paying attention as much to the clock, as much to what else is going on. Yeah, you're locked in on play calling, because that's what you're doing right then, and it's different for a head coach if he's back from play calling.
Yeah.
Then he can see the big picture. And like I said, D'Amico was great at it. He was calling the defense plays. I don't think he did 100% of the time, but we know he did it enough. And, and it's his defense, so you know he was all in on it.
Yeah, and I think he trusted Matt Burke enough that if he had to pay attention to something that was going on elsewhere, that he could rely on Matt Burke. Matt Burke called the plays in the preseason. But yeah, you got to have a really good support system when you're in that situation. You're right about that, and you got to have somebody who can hold it down when you can't do something, or you might got to have a good support staff who could hold down overall totality of things when you're calling the play. So yeah,
and it really is. I mean, you got people in your ear, and you have to have somebody in your ear that you trust to help you make these decisions. I remember I had a funny exchange with Gary Kubiak, because he was a first-time head coach, and he had been an offensive coordinator for a long time, and he just struggled with some of the mechanics of the game just because it's the first time running through it. He's trying to run his offense and call his plays and all that. They were playing the Chargers, I believe, and they were trying to make this game-winning drive, and they throw a long pass. They had long yardage to go, but they threw a long pass, and it was like 3rd and 20. They threw a pass for like 18 yards. And so now it's 4th and 2, but the clock's running, and they rushed up, got to the line of scrimmage, and did a quick count, quarterback sneak, and didn't get the first down. So I go to the press conference after the game. I was like, hey, well, what was the yard, Jerome? I was like, yeah, but you needed 2. You did get 1 yard. But he didn't know it was 2 yards.
Yeah.
He thought it was a yard, and they got a yard, but it wasn't enough. And that's when somebody in your head should be like, hey, no, stop. We can't run the sneak on this play because Matt Schaub's not going to get 2 yards on a quarterback sneak, and that's a game-losing mistake.
Yeah, I bet you he cursed out whoever didn't tell him. But that's when you got to
Trying to
have.
cuss me out.
But yeah, that's when you got to have that support staff. Somebody will tell you all those situations. It's so much that's involved in all the different nuances. Who's calling plays? Who's telling you what type of personnel the team is in? How many yards and distance to go? How much time is on the clock? How many timeouts you have? You got so many people. So yeah, for a first-time head coach to call plays, that's a tough deal.
What was your analysis of the Texans and how D'Amico ran things analytics-wise? Because that's one of the other criticism typically of a defensive coach, that he does not follow the analytics. Most defensive coaches be like, damn, Nat, we're punting.
Yeah. I mean, D'Amico showed early on that he was going to be aggressive. It was that first game of the season against the Ravens and even the Colts, and he made some decisions to go for it on 4th down and trust the offense. And I think D'Amico's definitely a new school coach, and he's going to trust his players. That goes back to him being a player's coach and trusting his players to go for it and to get the downs. And that was one thing that was refreshing because Lovie Smith was the total opposite.
He was not having it.
Yeah, he was not. Lovie Smith was definitely a conservative guy.
Yeah, he didn't loosen up to that last game that they needed to lose. He's like, we're going for it tonight.
Yeah, he decided that last game that he was going to send them a parting shot or whatever was on his mind.
Yeah. Well, hey, we've got Jonathan Alexander here. DJ Bienemy will be in a little bit, and we'll continue with all this NFL and Texans talk. Huge possible story of the coaching search. There's one coach who's been in the league longer than you've been alive, coaching in the NFL, and he might not have a job in 2024. I would be shocked if that is the case, but it looks more and more like it will be. We're going to hit to a break right now, and we'll talk about that when we come back here. Game on.
And now, back to Game On, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, featuring Jerome Solomon and Barry Lemonek. Brought to you by Big Star Cadillac, Blitzed, and Kroger.
Welcome back into Game On. Jerome Solomon here. Barry Lemonek is being a funny man in Alabama. Not here tonight, but got a couple of subs. DJ Bienemy of ESPN covers the Texans, and of Jonathan Alexander, the Houston Chronicle, covers the Texans as well. We'll dive back into some of that talk. I mentioned earlier one of my favorite weird stories about Birmingham. I'm there for an NCAA tournament. I don't know if it's regional, first or second round. Doesn't matter. Go to a blues club, chilling at the blues club, having a good time. It comes close to closing time. Okay, cool. Place is going to close. No problem. And they turn up the lights. Everybody stood up and held hands and started singing "We Shall Overcome." I was like, damn, did y'all not get the memo that we's free? This is not 1960. This was not that long ago here, recently, in fact. And I was like, wow, Birmingham is a little different kind of place. You guys have seen my boy Lonnie Matthews, who's been here as a guest host a couple of times. He's from a little town outside of Birmingham, so you can imagine that. And that's where Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans is from there as well. Not as backwoods as you might think. It's Alabama. It kind of is what it is. Guys roll in now, joining us. Jonathan Alexander. And DJ come in like, he got his shirt all cut off like he just fresh lifting,
You got to press the on button.
Really now? What do you do at the gym?
That's a great question. Most days I just do upper body because I get real lazy. I don't sometimes. I did lower legs the other day.
It's not like you cut though. I mean,
Come on, bro. You gotta do lower leg day.
Well,
He's supposed to be a runner too.
You're the fastest journalist in town. We know this.
I just hate doing leg day because leg day, you feel it the next day. Like I'm feeling it now. Yeah. And I did it 2 days ago, and I'm still feeling it. I just hate going through that process. So.
Yeah.
But I do run though. I do run. Okay, I lied. I haven't ran. I only ran twice since the media combine.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of days ago,
what's your 40? What you doing in 40 these days?
For the 40, I ain't really doing too much. I just, I do more like cardio type running.
Okay.
I might do some hills, but that's mainly it. I want to feel like I'm on the brink of death when I run, so I gotta do that so I can feel that, that feeling of seeing
I'm about
God.
to die.
Yeah, I'm about to see God, and then when I get home, I'm more appreciative of life. I'm more appreciative of.
What? Just go to church, dog.
I do all that. You know what I'm saying? I do all that.
You ain't got to risk it all.
Hey man, I want to when I get home, lay down on that floor, feeling like, wow, I'm lucky to be on this floor. That's how I want to feel after I'm done running.
Now, you don't do the white folks search for God, like jumping out of
No,
airplanes.
I don't do that.
Bungee jumping.
I'm too scared of planes. Like anytime there's turbulence, I just automatically assume this is the end.
Bro.
What?
Every time.
Remember Las Vegas trip last year?
Oh my God! It was the plane was basically like doing a 360.
Yeah.
The plane cannot do.
The flight attendant at the end of my flight said, "Thank you, Jesus."
Nah, those flights are the worst, man. Cause they always say turbulence, you gonna be just fine. But like in that moment,
you don't know.
You don't know, cause like you have no control over it. So like if it's gonna go down, like that's it, and you have no signal, so you can't even text nobody. Hey man, this is my last words. Mama, I love you. Daddy, I love you. Feel me? Cause like. Unless you're on Delta United and they got Wi-Fi, but if you're on Spirit, that's it. That's it. That's
a wrap.
Well, if you on Spirit, you asking to die. You doing that to yourself. That's not an airplane accident. That would be suicide.
You're right. Yeah, it's one of them. It's one of them for sure. So yeah, I just I'm a scaredy cat on planes.
It does not faze me. Of course. I'm cheated because I used to be a flight attendant. So
flight attendant here. Flight attendant
I'm a man.
here.
I man up with little turbulence. I don't freak out like you little.
Man, I grab the seat. I grab it hard. And only time I'm good is if I'm sitting by the window Cause at least if I'm sitting at the window, I can see if we still high in the sky.
Like, you are high in, what do you mean?
Hey, but like, what if I look out, if there's turbulence and I look out the window and I see the plane going down, now I know what's going on.
Now you can prepare yourself.
Now I can prepare myself. I remember one time I was on a flight and like we had bad turbulence, like real bad turbulence, and I was sitting in the aisle seat and I was getting so mad internally at the guy sitting at the window because he would not open the window. Like, just open it up so I can see something so I can be okay.
You can feel if you're going down. I mean,
I always feel like I'm going down when the turbulence hit.
He could not tell if his life was about to end or not.
Man, I don't like.
You're from Florida, ain't you?
Yeah, I am from Miami. I'm from Miami.
See, that explains a lot. That in itself explains a lot. Speaking of
Florida, man.
Speaking of people who need some explaining to do, did you see the story today? Keyshawn Boutte, the receiver for the Patriots, now got arrested. Man, they put my boy with $600,000 bail. I mean, people could be manslaughter and get a lower bail than that. Like, all he did was some gambling on
the worst part about
gambling.
it though was his username was his name.
Yeah, it was his name 01.
Well, that's kind of where I was heading. It's like, well, y'all are familiar with the education system in Louisiana, right?
It ain't great.
It's always last or next to last, and here's an example why this brother used his actual name.
Yeah,
but he's underage gambling on some sites. Pretty funny stuff, relatively speaking, because this is not. It's just not that serious, and it's something we're going to see a whole hell of a lot more as gambling becomes more and more legal all across the place, and these companies, to maintain their billion-dollar businesses, they have to monitor this and try to find stuff. And the company that found it turned him in. They're like, hey, looks like this guy was gambling before he turned 21, and he had run this account for a little over a year until his 21st birthday. And then it was his 21st birthday when he got drafted by the Patriots. He changed the account to Boston. They're like, oh, use the same card and a similar name. So he turned himself in, basically, which is pretty sad.
He should have just had somebody else run it. Like, just give the money to somebody else and let them bet for you on behalf of their name. Like, that makes the most sense to me. Because, when I used to, back in the day, whenever I used to gamble, whatever that looked like, whatever, when it was legal, I don't know. But anyway, I just was good. I'm not going to incriminate myself, but from people that I talked to,
from what you heard,
what I heard was they would just give the money to somebody else and then just gamble. I mean, like, kids in college gamble. Some kids in college football gamble on themselves. Like, I know people that have done that. Now, am I going to say who it was? No. But I know people that have done that. So, like, it's mainly like.
Do y'all bet on games? See, like, I feel weird about betting on games because I have to cover it, et cetera.
Oh, yeah.
So, I'm not against gambling or anti that at all. I mean, I play poker like crazy. And we'll hit casinos. But the only time I put some money on a game is like if I'm in Vegas and like, well, what the hell? I won a lot of money at poker. Let me go here and try to win a car. And make one of these crazy parlay bets and see what happens. And I haven't hit one of those, but that's about it. Unlike this guy looks like he was putting down like 22 bets a day over the course of this time.
He was addicted.
And he was betting on himself.
So he must have been betting in-game bets, et cetera. I mean, that's a lot of gambling for anyone to do, especially when for much of that time he was a college student. But yeah,
I don't gamble. I don't gamble because
when last time you gambled?
Last time I gambled was probably like 4 years ago. I lost like $10 and was like, "Hey, I don't like losing money, so I ain't doing it again." So,
$10 whole dollars, huh?
Yeah. $10 is a lot for me.
Yeah,
I'm cheap.
How'd you get a girlfriend?
How did I get a girlfriend? Yeah.
Because you keep all your money.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
We know how to save. She know how to save too. So.
Well, I would say I used to gamble a decent amount. You know what I'm saying?
Because you grew up in Florida, they got casinos all around you.
Sadly,
and stuff like that too.
It was when I was in grad school. Actually, like I had got my bid refund check. I'm talking about a bid refund check, and I was just
you burnt it all.
Did I burn it all? I burned that thing so fast, I might have burnt my own hands. I burnt that, bruh. If my father knew, because my dad also cut me a check, and I also got a check from the school. If my parents found out how fast I burned through that money, they would have been.
And
that refund check money hit different though.
Yeah,
when you broke.
Yeah, listen, I was broke, and then I had a lot of money. I ain't talking like I had like five. I had like probably like I had like 5 figures of money, and I ran through all of that by December. And it's because I was gambling a lot. I was gambling a lot. It's why I'm cheap now, because I went through that. But yeah. And I remember like the last time I bet for real, I had put like $1,000 on like not the Portland Trailblazers, the Denver Nuggets to win by 15 against the T-Wolves. I think it might have been like 2020, right before COVID hit, and like it was like they were back and forth. I'm stressing in the library with this girl I was dating at the time. I'm stressing bad, and then they go up by like 20 with 3 minutes to go. I'm like, all right, I should be good, and then they only winning by 12. And I remember that moment. Like I was hurt, but then like I got over it in like 15 minutes, and that's why I knew I had a problem. Then COVID happened, and sports stopped, and I stopped gambling.
Yeah. No, one of the things that really turned me off to sports betting was once I started knowing athletes, and definitely when I started covering. I was like, and people don't get it. Regular people who are not around players like you guys are, they really don't give a damn about how much they win by. They could be favored by 3 touchdowns. They win by 1 point. They celebrating like they just won the Super Bowl. I mean, they just do not care. Some very rare occasions, a coach would use it like, man, they think this team is 2 touchdowns better than us or something.
Right.
But other than that, they don't even care about the score. It's win or lose.
Yep.
And once I realized that they didn't give a damn about my money if I was putting it down, I care too much to be just. And I also know, especially as a columnist, but I've always, even when I was a beat writer, I wrote with a lot of opinion. Don't let me lose some money and have to write about you.
That's a good point.
I'm a dog. You're so
That's a good point.
I could not be fair. There's no way I could be fair in that situation. 713-780-ESPN is your number, 713-780-3776. DJ Bienemy and Jonathan Alexander in. We touched on a little bit, but when we come back, we'll dive into the NFL coach searches and the moves that have been made and how they affect the Texans in just a minute.
Back to Two Guys Who Fight Like Sisters from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. It's Game On with Barry and Jerome. Brought to you by Big Star Cadillac, Blitzed, and Kroger.
Welcome back in the Game On. Hey, let's go and talk to my man Dalton from Blitzed, as we just said, brought to you, Game On, brought to you by Blitzed. How's it going, Dalton? You doing all right, man? Yeah. Hey, Dalton, how's it going, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, pretty good, man. I'm about to crack open a ice cold blitz. Just give me one moment. Hold on. Doing a little better there, Jerome.
I feel you. Hey, one of my questions I want to ask you, though, with all these people that are getting into this growing theme of dry January, is dry January, is the Blitz banned on dry January or what?
Yeah, man, I wish I could say I was a part of the trend, but I'm a wine aficionado, or I like to think so. But in lieu of dry January, Blitz is actually the perfect option. You know, we are non-alcoholic, number one, has 0 calories and 0 grams of sugar. So if someone's, thinking about taking a break off of the alcohol or currently in dry January, I would definitely recommend Blitz for them.
Indeed, sounds good. Tell everybody what Blitz actually is, because I'm telling you, I tried it and man, I've mixed it with so many different things. I'm like, it's quite enjoyable.
Yeah, definitely. So Blitz was designed with a hemp-derived THC. So in our flagship product of watermelon, lime, and blood orange, we have 20 mg of a hemp-derived THC, which is completely legal, and then 40 grams of a nano caffeine green coffee bean. So, just being non-alcoholic is one aspect, but we also have antioxidants and this nano caffeine. So Blitz is a very unique product that can help you get off of alcohol or maybe enhance it. So that's what I tell people who are thinking about drinking Blitz.
Yeah, it's you guys are based here in Houston or up north, and where all can people get Blitz?
Yeah, so we're actually running a promotion on our website, and we ship nationwide, and that's at Get Blitz. That's BLITZD.US, and we created a coupon code for the ESPN listeners. So if you use Dry ESPN, you can get 30% off of your order through January.
Say that again. Is it Try or Dry ESPN?
It's Dry ESPN, so DRY ESPN, and you can get 30% off of your total order.
Excellent. Sounds good. We'll have people doing it right now. I'm telling you, man, it's a heck of a product. Thank you guys for bringing it on. Appreciate you stopping through, man.
All right, Jerome. Sounds good, man. Take care.
All right. Welcome back to Game On. DJ Bieniemy and Jonathan Alexander joining us. Bill Belichick has been coaching in the NFL since he took a no-name assistant position with the Baltimore Colts. These boys over here don't even know nothing about that.
I know about the Baltimore Colts. Johnny Unitas. Shout out Louisville. Come on, man. Come on, man. I know about that.
Since 75, Belichick started, and looks like he might not have a job this year unless he decides to just tag on to somebody as a, one of those assistant to the coach type job that's created specially for him, right?
Yeah.
He ain't doing that.
I think it's over for him.
Yeah.
You think period? Like he won't?
I mean,
next year he'll get a job.
Yeah, but Bill Belichick as a Super Bowl contender, at age 70, whatever. Almost, he's early 70s, but if I'm a owner or I'm a GM trying to hire a coach, I'm not going with Bill Belichick because at the end of the day, he's going to want to take over the organization. And he has the right to with that resume, he has that right to want to take over the organization, which is fair. But at age 75, 73, 74, how long is he actually going to coach? You're going to probably end up in a situation where you have to replace him anyway because he might just step down, especially if it's not going well early. Nah, I'm cool. I'm cool off of that.
I think somebody's going to give him a chance.
Good luck to them.
Jerry Jones.
He's 71. Well, he turned 72 sometime this spring, I think.
That's old.
But what if
you maybe 72 being a head coach?
You had one in a long time. And you are the way you are, eventually, it's not gonna fly with players,
right, because the whole do your job, Patriot way, that is not gonna work in let's say Dallas or let's say Philly or let's say the other New Yorks or whatever.
What if Bill says, I just want to coach because he's still a genius at coaching?
If he does that, he'll have a chance, but that's what he's gonna have to do. He can't take over a franchise. He can't be GM duties because he is terrible at that. Number one, so he's gonna have to take a back seat, and I don't think Bill Belichick is gonna do that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's gonna do that either. And I mean, rightfully so. Like, you've done it your way, and you become the greatest coach of all time doing it your way.
Mhm.
Why would you then like now work with somebody else, have to listen to everything they got to say, and like succumb occasionally to like their demands? Like,
Yeah, because if you still want to do it, then that's the way to get it done. I mean,
yeah, but like,
But you have to adapt.
And you
in
know
this
he
league.
wants to win. He still
He
wants
wanna
to
win
become,
his
He
way.
wants to
Yeah.
become the all. No, he just wants to win.
In
He's always won his way.
In
but-
any sport, you have to adapt. And I've seen like many coaches not adapt properly. Like I used to cover Roy Williams at UNC Chapel Hill, and he didn't adapt, and he had the worst 2 seasons of his whole career, his last 2 years. And it's because they don't know how to adapt. They
The
stuck in
game
their own
changed on
ways.
him. And Roy was a great guy. I'm not sure he was a genius of a coach, but he knew how to bring in great players. I covered him when he coached Kansas.
isn't that the name of coaching though? Just get great players.
No, but there are a lot of dudes that get great players and can't coach them.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I feel like
John Calipari.
there's a whole bunch of great players on teams and that didn't get it done because the coach didn't know what the hell he was doing.
That's
so
true.
I mean, and there's an art to getting great players too.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
that-
an
I
art,
mean,
for
that-
sure,
not
for
everybody
sure.
can do them. It can do that. In the NFL, it's a little different because you really have to determine who can play for you in the way that you want them to play.
That's true.
And as Jimmy Johnson used to say, you have to be part of the picking the groceries because if the GM throws a guy at you and you don't like that dude, you're not going to give that guy a fair shot.
Right.
You know, you're not going to treat him the way he deserves to be treated.
Right.
And if you fall in love with a guy, you'll just keep running him out there even though he's getting roasted.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So that's one of the, I think one of the challenges in the league the way it is now is the young, so many young coaches, they really aren't concerned about running the whole show because they're thinking I can outcoach the other guy on the other side because I'm going to put together a smart staff and we're going to be sharp. But everybody's doing the same, not the same thing, but everybody has the same information.
Right.
So are you smart enough to operate within the information that everybody else has and outdo the other team? I think D'Amico Ryans has proven even just in this 1 year that he can take that information,
Yeah, for sure.
and add some motivation to his players to really get things done.
Nah, for sure, for sure.
What has most impressed you? Jonathan went into it a little earlier. What about you, DJ? What has most impressed you about D'Amico?
I would say probably like his overall positivity. I think he knows how to connect with the players, and that's one way with this new age of players that matters a lot. And how you can connect with them, how can you encourage them? Because I think you get the best out of the players when you can tap into who they are as a person and connect with them and breathe life into them, and you'll get the best results in that regard. So I think that's probably the thing I've been most impressed. Obviously, you know, he's obviously exceptional when it comes to X's and O's, things of that nature. But it's clear that his approach in terms of positivity is a big reason why they were able to always, not always, but they went 7-3 in one possession games for a reason.
Yeah.
And a lot of those games came down to the clutch. And I think in that moment, you need good vibes, good energy, positivity, you know, spreading around the team that if you mess up, it's going to be okay. We're going to figure out a way versus like sometimes some guys get like when Tyler Dunn wrote this story about Sean McDermott, and one reason that he mentioned was Sean is so uptight. I'm not saying that, you know, you got to be loosey-goosey.
He's got everybody walking on eggshells.
Yeah, right. Yeah, everybody walking on eggshells. I'm not saying you got to be loosey-goosey like Mike McDaniels in Miami. That's why they can't do nothing in December or January. But obviously, you know, there's got to be a fine balance. And what Tyler Dunn was reporting was that, especially in the Kansas City weeks, like Sean gets really tight. And we see it in the playoffs time and time again that the majority of those games against the Chiefs come down to the last few drives. And if you're breeding tightness and, you know, everybody's on edge, then obviously you're going to struggle in those clutch key moments because, you know, in that moment, everybody got to be thinking freely, positively, not thinking about the moment, the pressure. And that's one thing that D'Amico did a really good job at is not getting his guys to think about the fact that this is a playoff game or we got to win to stay alive and things of that nature, just to keep everything. The main thing is just focus on the football.
Yeah, and players can see that too. I mean, every coach says, well, it's just another game. It's playoffs, but we're playing football, and that's all that matters. But they see how you operate in the building. They see you doing things differently that week than you did the week before. And it's like, well, wait a minute. So this week is different than last week, even though you're telling me it's just another game.
Right.
D'Amico spoke the game, and spoke that in, and he delivered on it because you can tell the players they were rather loose.
Yeah, and they knew that he knew what he was talking about. Defensive coordinator had done a great job in San Francisco. He was a player. He was a good player, and they constantly talked about that. Like, he had the accolades. He knew what he was doing. He was in their position, and I think that's important and for a coach.
Yeah, well, I do want to jump into some Dan Campbell. We'll do a little bit of that when we come back. Hey, it's a championship weekend in the NFL. Who you got? Chiefs, Ravens, and Lions, 49ers. We'll dive into that when we come back here on Game On.
Back to Game On with Jerome and Barry, or as we call them around the Veritex Community Bank Studios, the Bald and the Beautiful.
Welcome back in the game on. Let's wrap this rascal up here. Championship weekend this weekend. Sunday, first game. Chiefs at the Baltimore Ravens. Jonathan, who you got?
I got the Chiefs, man.
What?
I can't. All right, so it's two things, right?
What?
Not the fact that I think the Ravens have the best defense in the league. However,
by far.
Yeah. However, I do think Patrick Mahomes will have a better time than C.J. Stroud did, and I think the Chiefs' defense is just really good. I think the Chiefs' defense is just really good. It's underrated, top 5 in the league, and I think they'll give. I think they'll give the Ravens problems.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I just think the secondary is really good.
I think the Ravens could I think they could beat them by double digits.
You think the Ravens gonna beat the Chiefs by double digits?
I think they could. I think they're better than the Chiefs. I mean, I think the Ravens are better than Chiefs at a multitude of positions. I think they're better at wide receiver. They're better at tight end. They're better at D-line.
I wasn't that impressed by the Ravens wide receivers. I mean, I think Flowers is really good, and Chiefs wide receivers are bad. Chiefs wide receivers are bad.
There you go. And it's better. Okay, it's a wash at tight end. It's I think the Ravens receivers are better. I think
is Andrews gonna play?
Yeah, he's gonna play.
Yeah, it is a wash at tight end.
Yeah, so because Isaiah Likely and Andrews is better than just Kelsey. Okay, running. I think the Chiefs got a better running game. I think I could probably wash at the interior O-line. It's probably an advantage to the Ravens at the tackle spot, but not that big of an advantage. I think at every unit outside of cornerback, the Ravens are better.
Yeah.
Right. And I think quarterback this year is a wash. I think Lamar has been the best quarterback in the league this year, barring none. Obviously, Mahomes is in that sphere. Obviously, Mahomes is more decorated, and obviously we can say he's better. But I think this year Lamar has been the better quarterback, week in and week out. So I think him getting that monkey off his back to have that big playoff performance last week, I think he's gonna just continue to carry that, and I think that they should have some success with the Chiefs defense. All they gotta do is figure out what they're gonna do on third downs when Steve Spagnuolo's blitz packages. If they can have an answer for that, then they should be able to move the ball with some efficiency, get in the end zone. Because I just don't know how the Chiefs are gonna be able to score enough to keep with the Ravens. That defense is incredible.
Yeah, but the one area that the Ravens do struggle, I think, which the Texans did not exploit, has been with the tight ends. Tight ends have gotten off on them. That's the one area. George Kittle had a really good game against them in that one game, and I don't know the way that the Texans played Lamar Jackson in the first half. Their passing offense wasn't good, and I know Lamar's been great the whole year. I just don't know if that was the moment. If it was the big.
Well, the game was there for the Texans to have, but as I said before the game, but let me finish the point. It was there for them to have, but they had to win the turnover battle 3-0. At least 2. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and there's the whole different. But so at halftime it was there, and it's imagine if Texans got a couple of turnovers in the third quarter. If the Ravens don't turn it over against the Chiefs got no chance.
Yeah,
I mean that's what I'm saying. And Chiefs are better than Texans, but I'm saying if they don't get some turnovers, they're not going to be able to handle.
Yeah, because I just don't know how they're going to be able to consistently. Yes, Travis will still be able to get his, but be able to consistently move the ball up and down the field to get to 21, 24 points throughout the game. I just don't know how they're going to be able. That defense has zero holes. Zero holes.
They're a good defense.
It's a good defense, but
it's a great defense.
You can get
an elite defense.
I don't know.
I just think Chiefs are good too
right now. Yeah, but as I've taught people for 20 plus years after I covered the Patriots, you just don't bet against Tom Brady.
Yeah,
and most times you're gonna be right. He's not gonna win them all.
That's true.
And so we're in the era where you don't bet against Pat Mahomes because he generally figures things out.
Yeah.
How about my boy Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions against the 49ers? Man. Go, Jonathan.
I don't know. Something is telling me that the Lions are gonna win this. I think the 49ers are overall a better team. But I don't know what it is about. I don't know if it's the momentum that the Lions have right now in their offense, and even their defense is playing real well. And the 49ers just don't look the same against top-notch teams. Against the Ravens, they didn't look great. Against the Packers at times, they didn't look great.
What about against the Cowboys and Eagles? What happened in those games?
Yeah, I mean the Eagles the Eagles turned out to be trash, and the Cowboys are who we thought they were.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know what? I'm gonna stick with the 49ers because I do think they have the most complete team in the NFC. I do think the Lions can beat them, but I'm picking the 49ers.
Yeah, for me, I really like internally I want the Niners to win because I do. Okay, so how do I frame this? All right, I do want Brock. Like, there is a scenario where Brock wins the Super Bowl. I'm actually happy, not for Brock per se, but for the reaction that if Brock wins is gonna happen
be crazy.
On networks, social media,
just gonna wear you
blah.
out.
Yeah, because like I feel like the Brock Purdy like discourse is so
tired.
It's so tiring. It's so all over the place. Like, he's obviously a very good quarterback. Like, you can't. I'm a big believer. Like, in the NFL, if you produce however your stats come, like, that means you're a good player, regardless. Like, obviously there's levels to it, but I'm never ever gonna be like, oh well, Brock, his numbers are all because he has Kyle and he has the receivers and George Kittle.
Yeah, because he operates well with what he has.
Exactly.
Yeah, Joe Montana's number came because he's throwing to Jerry Rice.
Right. And
the best ever. So.
And I think it's super unfair when people in the media who are just sitting on their couch eating popcorn or eating chips, watching the games, and be like, oh, well, Brock ain't that good because it's everybody around him. Well, he puts in the work every single week. He's in the game. He's in the meetings. He's executing the offense to the highest of degrees. Like, I'm not going to.
Trey Lance couldn't do it.
Yeah, Trey Lance could. Because if Trey Lance was doing it, looking at it the exact same way, people wouldn't be saying, oh, well, it's everything else. They'll just be
first
saying,
round pick.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Now, I'm not that media person, but I am the one who keeps saying that Brock's gonna fall on his face at some point. And as I've said for the last month or so, he'll be in Disney World with the Super Bowl MVP trophy, and I'll still be saying, one of these days he's not gonna get it.
When Brock has to put a team on his back, he can't do it. But
like, how many guys can actually? But how many guys can actually put the team on their back?
Only like 2, 3.
So why are we holding?
No,
Brock?
there's more than that.
But that's my point though.
Who else can do that?
That's my
Lamar.
point though.
Okay, that's one.
Mahomes.
That's two.
And
Josh Allen.
That's three.
Yeah, that's what I said. Those are my three.
Herbert can.
No, he can't.
He just doesn't do it all.
If Herbert could put the team on his back, they would have a playoff win by now. But they don't have a playoff win.
That doesn't.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in her.
No. You know, CJ Stroud can't put the team on his back.
I think eventually he will be.
Right now?
I think he.
Are you serious right now?
Put the team. Okay. Hold on.
Are you serious? Is this
he
what you're
can't?
telling me?
Okay, he can at times, but
that was the question. It wasn't whether you can't. Purdy can't.
You know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Purdy can't. Now,
but
to
like,
be fair to him,
okay,
he hasn't been asked to, but he can't. So when the pressure's on in situations, it's a different deal for him. When everything is smooth.
But what about that last drive where he operated them and got him into touchdown range? What about that? That technically, you got her to an extent. But team, he can't just do the Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Josh Allen, run around and turn something into nothing. But I mean, nothing into something. But like the majority of guys can't. Like, yes,
but the thing is, he also can be the guy that looks like Case Keenum.
No.
Yeah, he did the last two playoff games. Stretches of those games, he looked like Case Keenum. He looked like he didn't belong out there. In their losses against the Ravens, he looked like Case Keenum.
All right, so
but
that
was a lot of like turnover, like.
Some of those were deflections. Some of those were deflections in the air. Really good plays by the defense.
No, for sure.
I think he only threw like one bad interception.
Yeah, that was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and it was only one.
Then he folded up.
And it was a good play by Kyle. And it was a good play by Kyle Hamilton.
But then he folded up.
Yeah, I mean, you throw for a pick.
But every quarterback's gonna have a bad game. Like every quarterback is gonna have a bad game. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. Like as you said, like okay, like three for me that can. When I say like put the team on the back, I ain't talking about you can do it for a game or two. I'm talking about
this is what you do.
I got because like you can find a game with every single quarterback that put the team on his back. Like you feel me? Like
I mean, Jordan Love did that several times.
When?
How do you think they won a playoff game?
That was putting the team on his back. I don't think that's putting the team
no,
on his back.
No,
there were a lot of guys getting wide open.
No.
There's a lot of guys getting wide open. He'll make some nice throws, but I ain't calling that putting the team on his back.
Come on now. Like CJ versus the Buccaneers was team on his back.
Was it?
CJ versus the Buccaneers? That was team on his back.
The fourth quarter?
He made plays for sure, but team on his back. See, what I think team on my back.
He made throws
is,
that not only not
for
many
sure.
people.
Yeah,
not
CJ versus
many
Buccaneers
people
was team on his back.
Not many people can make it. Not many people would even try a couple of those throws he made.
Okay, that's fine. I'll give you that. But what I mean consistently.
But yeah,
there's only like three
for
guys
sure.
that can.
I agree with that.
And like we should hold Brock to the standard that of the Mahomes, Lamar, and Josh Allen.
Look, the only reason I brought that up was to say he doesn't have to put the team on his back because he got so many pieces around him like Christian McCaffrey.
But everybody that can win at the highest of levels have a bunch of guys
Every
around
time
them.
one of his pieces is down, he looks a little more pedestrian.
Well, he led the team into
But
field goal range to win the game.
He got a lot
week.
of pieces though.
I mean, if you want to win, you got to have a lot of pieces.
So did Josh Allen.
Yeah,
and
he couldn't get it done.
Kicker just missed it.
Well, yeah,
It
it's
wasn't his
sometimes as
fault.
simple as that.
CJ Stroud led Texans to a couple of game-winning drives that they didn't win just because the kicker didn't make, or the defense gave up a score right after.
Yeah.
So those game-winning drive stuff is overblown. Hey, coming up next here, Soccer Matters. The great Bill Brown, one of the huge voices in Houston sports, will be joining Glenn Davis there. Thank you guys for listening. We'll be back next Thursday. Abigail. They let her push the buttons back there as producer. Look at her. She even knows what time it is. Thanks to DJ and Jonathan. We'll be back next week here on Game On. Peace.
All right, let's get after it tonight here on Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. Really looking forward to this show tonight because we do have a couple of really interesting guests on the program tonight here, including the legendary Houston Astros play-by-play man, The one and only Bill Brown will join me here tonight to talk a number of things. He's also an author, Bill, so we're looking forward to having Bill Brown, 30 years as a play-by-play man for the Houston Astros. He'll be on the show here tonight. Buzz Carrick of thirddegree.net, which covers FC Dallas. He'll be on the program here tonight, and we'll talk a number of things up there. What's going on with FC Dallas? Of course, they played Lionel Messi in the Cotton Bowl here recently in Inter Miami, so we'll get thoughts on that game as well. By the way, they were 11, 10, and 13 last year, 7th in the West. And we spoke about how well they defended last year. They only gave up 37 goals. But they've hinted at some big signings up there, so we'll kind of get a lay of the land. I've had some people reach out and say, hey, let's talk a little bit about FC Dallas. Let's talk about Austin FC. And keep it within the great state of Texas, where we have 3 Major League Soccer teams. How about that? 713-780-37.